In my past life, I was rotten at the gambling table, treated as a joke and a discarded pawn. Did I deserve it? No. Someone deliberately pushed me into the abyss. Love gambling. Someone deliberately lured me into it. In this life, I will make them pay the price one by one. Part 2. I inquired about several construction teams in town and finally chose the one with the largest number of staff and the highest efficiency. The foreman looked at the floor plan I drew and said that the yard would be built within 10 days. I had to haul the bricks myself. I borrowed a tractor from the next village and combined it with our own. It took me an entire afternoon to get the bricks back. All the young men in the village were out in the mountains catching ground beetles, so I couldn't find anyone to help me unload the truck. Finally, I gave the brick factory an extra 10 yuan and hired 4 young men to help unload the truck, and finally, it was done smoothly. As soon as I finished, Grandpa Lang came over, looked at me, and said with a smile, "You really want to build a house?" I smiled and nodded, saying that the homestead had been approved for a while, and I finally had some time recently to build the house so that I could move in before winter. To be honest, this house means a lot to me. No matter how long I wander, I need a place to stay. Grandpa Lang clapped his hands and praised my good judgment, saying he would help me choose an auspicious day to start construction. I gratefully said that was great, and that I would leave him a pig's head for ancestral worship. I used to be a bit of a believer in this, but now I'm truly in awe. I've experienced so many strange things myself. How can I take it lightly? Grandpa was incredibly quick, writing down an auspicious date and sending it to me that very evening. The best day to start work was 2 days later, as the bricks had already been delivered, so we weren't pressed for time. I immediately decided on it and prepared to start digging the foundation. As soon as word got out, Meng Daniu came running over, worried that I'd forgotten to help him find a construction team as well. He was so anxious that he thought I'd forgotten about building his wedding house because I was so busy. I quickly comforted him and said that I had already agreed with the construction team that they would build my side first, and then it would be his turn, and I would never delay his marriage. Meng Daniu trusted me so much that he never discussed this kind of thing with my parents. As long as I gave him the nod, he'd be at ease. Before he left, he even said he wanted to go to the mountains to catch more earthworms to exchange for money. To avoid any hasty decisions, I consulted with Meng Guangjuan to discuss what kind of house we should build for Daniu. We ultimately settled on 4 main rooms, an east wing, and a west bungalow, a practical yet respectable choice. I thought building a house was a big deal, so I sent a message to Meng Jincheng, asking if he could come back to join in the fun. Since it wasn't the weekend, I hadn't held out much hope, but he actually took an early bus back. As soon as he arrived, he stuffed a big red envelope into my hand, saying it was a little gift from my brother. I smiled and said, then he should have some of the biggest firecrackers later, just to share in the good luck. Grandpa Lang also told me that I shouldn't be stingy when I'm so proud of myself and should buy more firecrackers to celebrate. I immediately bought 20,000 firecrackers and chose 2 of the largest ones, so as not to lose momentum. We entered the house, and Jincheng suddenly and mysteriously pulled me to the west room, saying he had good news. He told me that Meng Guoyang and several people from the Education Bureau had been arrested and that the case was being handled directly by the police. I laughed when I heard that, figuring it must have happened in the past 2 days. It had been brewing for a long time, and it was finally paying off. Jincheng tentatively asked if I had reported it, and I smiled slyly and said I hadn't admitted it. He slapped me on the shoulder and laughed at me for being so much braver and more mature. He said he had something else to tell me. I had finally found the house I'd been asking him to help me find. He said that in the textile machinery factory's staff housing, a family had been allocated a new house. The old house on the first floor had a yard and was perfect for me. They were planning to rent it out, and the price was not expensive. After hearing what he said, I immediately piqued my interest. While the house was a bit old, it had a yard and a small room, making it more than twice the size of ours. It would definitely be a good place to live, and the kids would have plenty of room to play. I asked about the rent, and Jincheng said it was only 5 yuan a month or 50 yuan a year. I was stunned. This price was too cheap, like a steal. I said I would definitely go to the county the next day. He said he would take me there at noon, because I really couldn't ask for leave at other times. If I did, I would be noticed by the factory director. When work began that day, the village was bustling with activity, even more so than during Chinese New Year. Firecrackers blared, and the villagers' faces were all beaming with joy. Because of the legend of the giant white snake, most of the village had come to watch the excitement, hoping to see if they could actually dig out a snake. The construction team and the village helpers, totaling more than 20 men, dug the foundation for the entire morning. But they didn't see any snakes, not even small ones, let alone big ones. Some people immediately regretted their decision. If they had known there were no white snakes in this area, they would have scrambled for this residential plot earlier. My plot of land is well located, large in size, and easily accessible. It is truly a treasure trove. On the first day of digging the foundation, I threw a feast for everyone who came to help. I didn't let Lin Muching into the kitchen, but let her play with Momo. I invited the aunts and sisters-in-law from the village to help in the kitchen. After all the dishes were served, I invited my sister-in-law and the others to sit down together and told her to bring the children with her. There were so many dishes prepared today, and everyone could enjoy the meal to their heart's content. This kind of separate banquet for women and children is a first in our village. I want to gradually change some of the old ideas. Even if it's not much, I have to take this first step. After the foundation was laid, I became a hands-off manager, leaving everything to Meng Guangzhu. Wearing a straw hat and holding a pipe in his mouth, he would wander around the construction site every day, watching the house rise taller day by day, smiling from ear to ear. The villagers saw this and laughed at him for wanting to enjoy a peaceful life with me. He pretended to be calm, but he couldn't hide the smile on his face. I planned to take Lin Muching to the county hospital for a prenatal checkup and see if we could arrange a rental. Before leaving, my mother specifically told me to ask my eldest sister-in-law to go to the textile factory and find out the whereabouts of my sister Mengyu. There was no definite news from the Chiao family, only that someone had seen her at the textile factory. My father was furious for several days, feeling disheartened that his daughter, who lived so close to home, hadn't come back to see him. I promised my mother that I would help find my sister. Not to mention her biological sister. Even if she is not, I will still see to it. I brought Momo along this time, planning to buy her some early childhood books and school supplies at the Xinhua bookstore. Mu Chung and I also had to buy some review materials. We were both preparing for the Gaokao, National College Entrance Examination, so we needed to prepare in advance. The hospital was packed, but the examination went quickly. The doctor said all 3 babies were healthy, but they just needed to control their diets and avoid overfeeding, or they'd be too big and would require a cesarean section. Hearing that the children were all well, I felt relieved. After I got out, I dropped them off at the bookstore and rode my bike to find Jincheng. He had guessed I would come, saying the house with the yard was still available. He was afraid I'd miss out on the opportunity, and there wasn't much demand for it, as there weren't many people renting houses in the county. On the way, he whispered to me about Meng Guoyang, saying that this time not only he was caught, but the former county magistrate was also implicated, and the sentence was basically a foregone conclusion. I felt much better when I heard that. If this guy doesn't die, he'll be a disaster sooner or later. With my limited assets, he's undermined. No one dares to lend him money, so how can he possibly turn things around? I asked Jincheng to go back and open the door while I took Muching and Momo to look at the house. When we got back to the bookstore, Muching had already picked out the books and also selected a drawing book and colored pencils for Momo. I'll draw flowers, watermelons, and little rabbits for you. Momo counted her little fingers excitedly and showed off her skills to me. I laughed to hear it. I casually asked Mu Chung if she wanted to buy some paint, but she shook her head, saying she hadn't painted in a long time and didn't have the time. Knowing she was reluctant to spend money, I insisted on buying her 2 boxes so they would be useful. These books cost me more than 20 yuan in total. The most expensive one was the book on raising rabbits, and the cheapest one was a picture book that cost only a few cents. It can be considered an investment in the future. When we arrived at the textile factory's residential building, Jincheng had already summoned the landlord. He enthusiastically explained that the house, though old, was habitable. When I went inside, I saw it was drafty from all sides and all the doors and windows needed to be replaced. It was a complete wreck. This house needs to be renovated if it's to be lived in, but what if the shift doesn't last long? Wouldn't I be renovating the house for nothing? I won't do that, and I immediately shook my head and refused. When Wu Ren saw that I didn't want to rent his house, his face looked a little unhappy. I went with Meng Jincheng to look at a rental, but the moment we opened the door, I was stunned. The place was utterly shabby, with rotten doors and windows, and holes in the windows. When the landlord, Wu Ren, saw that I wasn't happy, his face immediately darkened. He said we country folk could handle the hardship and could just clean it up ourselves. I didn't bother to answer him and sneered as I walked out. He cursed and boasted that this was the lowest price, but then he slammed the door, and it fell off with a snap. I almost laughed out loud. It's not that I can't afford to rent this house. It's that it's not fit for living at all. As he was speaking, Aunt Du came over and said that she also had an empty room for rent. Her son had gone south to make a living, so the house was sitting idle anyway. Her house is a 2-bedroom apartment with a storage room. What attracted me most was that it had a yard on the first floor. After hearing this, I immediately agreed to go and see it. After all, houses with yards are so hard to find. The house was clean and tidy. Although the furniture was a bit old, the walls and floors were spotlessly clean. The balcony led to a small courtyard, about 20 to 30 square meters, and the front door was directly connected to the main road. I was immediately satisfied and signed a 2-year lease with her on the spot, paying the rent in full in one lump sum. This house would also be suitable for a daycare center, eliminating the need for further trouble. I mentioned Meng Yu at the dinner table. Meng Jincheng and my sister-in-law both felt that it was unlikely for her to get a job in the textile factory. The factory didn't even have enough employees for its own children, so how could it be possible for an outsider to get a job there? But I was more suspicious that the Chow family was lying. Maybe Meng Yu was really in the county, but they deliberately didn't tell us because they were afraid that we would take her back. After dinner, I didn't rush to leave. I carefully inspected the house inside and out. The small storage room could be converted into a toilet, and it wouldn't be difficult to run a sewer pipe to the public restroom. The floor is a bit damp, so I'm planning to put down some floor coverings, which are both moisture-proof and aesthetically pleasing. The doors and windows are pretty solid, and there are even security windows. Aunt Du must have been very considerate when she lived here. I'm also planning to buy a few desks so the children who come in the future have somewhere to study. The yard also needs to be cleaned up. Growing vegetables isn't practical, so I might as well lay out some planks, build a climbing frame, and install a goal so the children can stretch their muscles. I was busy all afternoon, and the next morning I was back preparing for the renovations. The restroom, the floor, the courtyard, everything was arranged. The climbing frame and goal wouldn't be finished for a few days, but as long as I was willing to spend the money, nothing would be a problem. After returning from the county, I immediately went to talk to my parents about Meng Yu. The more we talked, the more we felt something was amiss. When it was already dark, the three of us rode our bikes straight to Chow's house, only to find it empty. After asking around, we found out that the Chow family had packed up and left for work 2 days ago, clearly trying to avoid us. They didn't leave earlier or later, but left right when we were looking for them. Who would believe this was a coincidence? My dad was so angry that he kicked the door of the Chow family's house. I quickly stopped him and said, "Dad, don't worry. You can hide for a while, but you can't hide forever. I will check with the Chow family's relatives, and I will definitely find my sister." Meanwhile, I didn't neglect the daycare. The house was almost ready, and I went back and forth to the county and village every day to buy ingredients and food. I never came home empty-handed, and Momo, the greedy little cat, benefited quite a bit from it. The courtyard was finally ready. The paving was done, and the storage room was converted into a toilet. I planned to take Meng Xian to the county tomorrow and hand over the enrollment matters to her. As soon as I entered my grandfather's yard, I found that there were guests in the house. Sitting on the kong was a woman in her 40s. I didn't recognize her at first, but Liang Xiaozue smiled and said she was my cousin, Meng Hongyan from Anshin City. I instantly remembered this good relative from my past life. She wanted me to support her family, and when her granddaughter was going to study abroad, she shamelessly came to me to borrow money. At that time, she had millions of dollars in her hands, but she still came to suck my blood. I laughed it off and ignored her. I turned to my aunt and said, "Tomorrow morning we'll go to the county to recruit students. The house has been cleaned up." Meng Xian happily packed her bags upon hearing this. She had been living in the East Wing for a while now, and had been suffering from heat rash all over her body. She had been looking forward to moving to a new place. But Meng Hongyan was not happy. She said that she came to pick up Meng Xian and take her to Anshin City. She said that she had found a good marriage for her. The man was older, divorced, and had children, but he was a high-ranking official. My grandmother was a little moved when she heard this. Meng Xian is not young anymore, but she is still worried that the other party's conditions are too poor and is hesitant. Meng Hongyan looked very confident and said how good this marriage was. If she hadn't been afraid that Xiaoxin would miss it, she wouldn't have rushed back in such hot weather. I sneered inwardly. This woman must have accepted some favor. If she didn't have some ulterior motive, why would she be so proactive? I was about to say something back when I heard the gate creak open. It was my mother holding Momo in her arms. As soon as she entered, Meng Hongyan praised her. "Your daughter is so beautiful. It's not easy to raise such a fair-skinned girl in the countryside." My mother smiled and said indifferently, "No matter where we are, Momo is a little beauty. It has nothing to do with the environment." My mom and Meng Hongyan had always had a bad relationship. Back then, she always sent old clothes to Liang Xiaozue, but never sent a single piece to my mom. Liang Xiaozue even showed off her old clothes in front of my mom, and the two of them often argued over it. As soon as Meng Hongyan opened her mouth, she added to the trouble. "Third sister-in-law. Guess who I met in Anshin City?" The joy on her face instantly turned cold on my mother's face. "I met Meng Yu at the Anshin vegetable market." My cousin Meng Hongyan said calmly, but with a hint of ill intent in her smile. Her words stabbed my mother like a knife in the heart. I immediately tried to smooth things over, saying that my sister was clearly marrying Qiao Shangdong, and that they didn't have a wedding because they were poor. So how could she have eloped? I lied with my eyes wide open just to save my mother's face. Meng Hongyan persisted, accusing my family of searching everywhere to find a partner for Meng Yu and scorning her rural hukou. I sneered, clearly looking for trouble. She said she saw my sister on Xingyangwan Road. She was wearing a dark blue jacket, her hair greasy, and she was setting up a stall in the vegetable market. She looked poor and haggard, but my mother was happy. At least, this was a clue. When my house is built, I will go and pick up my sister in person. Our home is much better off than in Anshin City now. I was no longer low-key and took the initiative to show my cards. She asked in surprise if I had just borrowed money to build a house. I smiled and said that I had paid it off long ago and was now building 6 large-tiled houses. Meng Hongyan's expression immediately changed, and she asked me what I did to make a fortune. I just deal in some medicinal herbs to make a living. I deliberately kept a low profile and turned around to talk to my grandmother about business. I wanted my Aunt Meng Xian to go to the county with me to run a daycare center and pay her 40 yuan a month. Grandma was shocked when she heard this. Even the women working in the textile factory didn't have that many. I said my aunt was getting old and needed to save up for her dowry. Once she had money and a job, she could choose any young man she wanted. Grandma finally came to her senses and decided that it would be better to let Meng Xian stay in the county than marry her off to Anshin City. When Meng Hongyan heard that the marriage was off, she was so anxious that her face turned black. My grandfather smoked a cigarette and said calmly, "Let's not talk about this. I only have this one granddaughter." Hongyan didn't dare to say anything. After I went out, my mother held me back and said, "Haisheng, tomorrow you and your brother should go to Anshin City and bring your sister back as soon as possible." I nodded in agreement. Finding my sister was more important than attending daycare. At dinner that night, I told Mu Chung about our plans for tomorrow. "We might miss the bus back to town, so let Mom sleep with you tonight." She was concerned about my safety on the road and even sewed a secret pocket in my pants to hold my money. "You sew it below my belly button." I gestured and her face immediately turned red. I teased her, "Don't you blush too easily?" Momo, eager to join in the fun, also rushed over to sew a big bag. I asked her what she wanted to do, and she said in a baby voice, "I want to put a lot of candy and a lot of snacks in it." I burst out laughing when I heard that. My little greedy cat is always thinking about eating. I threatened her, "Eating too much candy will cause your teeth to fall out. Haven't you seen that Debao's teeth have fallen out?" Lin Muching, who was standing by, was laughing so hard while listening to the conversation between the father and daughter. I even lied to children. In order to find Meng Yu, I went to the village that night to get a travel permit. By the way, I asked Meng Halian about his recent earthworm hunting situation. Everyone said that without me leading the team, the efficiency was low. He said he couldn't find the spring on the mountain. I smiled and promised to take him there myself when I was done with this. The next morning, my older brother and I caught the first bus to Anshin City. It was a 2-hour drive, with passengers constantly picking up and dropping off passengers along the way. It was really better to drive ourselves. After getting off the bus, we headed straight for the Xingyangwan Road Market. It was just dawn, but there were already quite a few people. We searched for Meng Yu in the crowd for a while before finally finding her in a corner. She was squatting on the ground selling a few bunches of green vegetables. She was wearing an old cloth dress that had been washed so much that it looked pale. Her face was dark and her hair was oily. She was completely different from the sister I remembered who wore a goose yellow plaid shirt and had a smile as beautiful as a flower. I walked over and called out in a trembling voice, "Big sister." She didn't recognize me at first until I said her name. Then she looked up suddenly and her eyes immediately turned red. "Sister, my brother and I are here to take you home." Seeing Meng Yu like this, the eldest brother's eyes were red. He quickly walked over to help her clean up the vegetable stall and persuaded her with one sentence, "Xiaoyu, go home." Meng Yu lowered her head and bit her lip, saying that her parents must still be angry and she was too embarrassed to see them when she returned. "Mom and Dad have forgiven you a long time ago. Mom also told me to bring you back." I held her hand, my voice gentle and firm. "We're really worried if you don't come home. What your parents want is not how well you do, but just having you come back is better than anything else." Meng Yu finally couldn't help herself and squatted on the street corner, crying loudly. She had suffered so much over the years, and now that her family was reaching out to take her in, she couldn't hold on any longer, no matter how hard she tried. We didn't try to persuade her, but let her have a good cry. Only by crying out the grievances that were pent up in her heart could she start anew. After she finished crying, she took us to her residence. It was called a house, but it was actually a small shed under a residential building that served as a carport. It was low and damp, cold in winter and hot in summer. There was no decent furniture inside except for a shabby bed. Xiao Shangdong was half lying on the bed, his legs wrapped in thick bandages, while a pair of twin boys played quietly. I could smell the rotten odor coming from the house at the door, and my heart sank. I was afraid that Xiao Shangdong's injury was serious. You're back so early? Are all the vegetables sold out? Xiao Shangdong asked with difficulty. Brother, my younger brother is here and said he wants to take me home. Xiao Shangdong was silent for a moment, then sighed and said, You can come back if you want. You can take the children with you if you want. If you don't want to, I will take care of them. Why would I leave alone? Meng Yu's eyes sparkled with tears. I left home to come out with you. No matter how hard it is now, I won't abandon you and the child. I felt bad when I heard that. A girl who valued love so much only ended up in poverty and suffering. Sister, don't be anxious. Let's take it slow. First, tell me what happened. How did he injure his leg? I stood at the door, not entering the house, but the rotten smell went straight to my nose. Xiao Shangdong's injury was probably seriously infected, and he had to be rushed to the hospital. Meng Yu's rental house was so small and shabby that I couldn't get in. I could only stand at the door and listen to her talk about her experiences over the years. After she eloped with Xiao Shangdong, she first hid in the county, but when she couldn't find work, she came to Manxin City. When they first arrived, Xiao Shangdong worked for a construction team, earning a little over 30 yuan a month. Meng Yu swept the floor at work. Although life was tight, they could still make ends meet. Later, Meng Yu became pregnant, but she had no money to go to the hospital, so she had to give birth to her 2 children in a small clinic. Only then did she find out she was pregnant with twins. Since then, she has been unable to work, and the family has relied on Xiao Shangdong to support them alone. But half of the construction team's salary is paid at the end of the year, and they only get a dozen yuan a week, which is not enough for a family of 4. The house they moved to became worse and worse, and finally they lived in this small shed that looked like a carport. In order to get more wages, Xiao Shangdong went to the foreman to argue, but his leg was broken instead. They were so poor that they couldn't even afford to treat the injury, so they could only go to a small clinic for a simple bandage, and the wound now stinks. I immediately carried Xiao Shangdong on my back and rushed him to the hospital. Meng Yu was still nagging about the rent she hadn't paid for half a month, but I waved my hand. That little bit of money doesn't matter. I had already made up my mind to go to the construction team and ask the foreman for an explanation. It wasn't about the money, but because I couldn't swallow this humiliation. Xiao Shangdong was worried about delaying me and tried to persuade me not to carry him, but I wasn't listening. He couldn't even stand on his leg. I took him to the emergency room, and when the doctor peeled off the gauze, I almost vomited. It's almost rotten to the bone. If we wait any longer, the leg won't be saved. The doctor's expression changed. Xiao Shangdong gritted his teeth in pain and said nothing. I snorted in my heart. This kind of person is really not worthy of my sister entrusting her life to. The doctor began to clean the wound, and I pretended to be concerned and asked, Do we need to dig out all the rotten flesh? Do we need anesthesia? The doctor said anesthesia was definitely necessary. I felt disappointed and really wanted to let this kid suffer enough. My eldest brother arrived with Meng Yu and the children. I left the hospital with him and headed straight for the construction team. I didn't intend to cause trouble, but I had to seek justice. The construction site was just closing time, and I chatted with a random worker at the cafeteria entrance. His name was Manhwa, and he looked honest. He said it was common for construction teams to withhold wages, paying them at the end of the year, and that if you left, you couldn't expect to get them back. So you won't report it? I asked. He smiled bitterly. It's no use reporting it. Who would dare to offend the foreman? How will my family survive without this job? I felt a pang of frustration. These workers worked so hard, yet they weren't getting the pay they deserved. It was so unfair. But I also knew this situation was widespread across the industry, and it wouldn't be resolved until policy changes were implemented. But I am not powerless. I can teach them a few tricks so that those foremen will never dare to deduct wages at will again. Chapter 104, Asking for Wages. Yuan Wei sat in the office, waiting for his subordinates to bring him lunch. As a result, after waiting for a long time, lunch did not come, but I heard a noise coming from outside. He leaned on the window and looked out, only to see that the workers who had just been queuing for food were now discussing something very excitedly. Today, Xiao Shangdong had his wages withheld and his legs broken. What about tomorrow? Will this happen to someone else? If everyone keeps turning a blind eye to things that don't concern them, no one will care when they are in trouble in the future. You didn't see it. Xiao Shangdong had no money to treat his leg, so he just lay there all the time. It was so hot, and his whole leg was almost rotten. If I hadn't discovered it in time and sent him to the hospital, he would be dead now. You work so hard, isn't it just to survive? Meng Haixing's eloquence was absolutely top-notch. With just a few words, he made the workers understand that it would be of no benefit to them to retreat blindly. But our arms can't twist the legs. Guijinhua looked a little uncomfortable. How could they not know that having their wages deducted in this way was very disadvantageous to them? If you have any difficulties, please consult the police. I'm going to have an argument with Yuan Wei soon. Please help me call the police. If you encounter something like this in the future, don't handle it alone. Let's face it together. Yuan Wei was standing by the window, and when he heard about the police, he immediately lost his composure. He was just a small foreman and didn't dare to disturb the public security comrades. Hey, what do you do? Yuan Wei came out in a hurry and shouted at Meng Haixing. I'm here to collect Xiao Shangdong's salary. You broke his leg, and it's very likely he'll have to have it amputated. He's lying in the hospital right now. Without 5,000 yuan for his recovery, you can forget about settling this matter. The workers standing behind Meng Haixing all gasped when they heard Meng Haixing ask for 5,000 yuan in compensation. It was good enough to get the salary back, but Meng Haixing actually dared to ask for compensation. The foreman must have eaten him. I was wondering who it was. Turns out it was Xiao Shangdong who asked you to come. Get out of here right now. I don't have any money. Yuan Wei looked like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water. It's not good to be broke. Then you shouldn't start a construction team. If you don't have any money, all these brothers will starve to death if they follow you. Meng Haixing blocked Yuan Wei so hard that he almost exploded on the spot. He couldn't argue with Meng Haixing, so he just took action. When the onlookers saw the foreman taking action, they immediately went to find the police. Meng Haixing's kung fu is not weak, and he is more than capable of dealing with a small foreman. With an over-the-shoulder throw, Meng Haixing pinned Yuan Wei under his arm. You'd better be smart. You know what the situation is like right now. You said you broke someone's leg and nearly killed him. If the police caught you, would they drag you out as an example and make you eat melon seeds? Yuan Wei's hands were held down by Meng Haixing, and he couldn't move at all. His face flushed crimson. Don't scare me, kid. I'm not someone who's afraid of trouble. Really? It seems you're quite hard-headed. You might not know that a few days ago, a gay man was arrested and sentenced to 2 years for whistling at a lesbian. You said you beat Xiao Shangdong to the point of nearly death. How many years can you be sentenced to? Yuan Wei was completely panicked at this moment. He is just a small foreman who usually takes some small jobs. It's not true that he is very capable or has a strong background. At best, he would only dare to bully ordinary people like Xiao Shangdong, who came from other places to find work. Don't scare me. I just hit Xiao Shangdong once. How come his life is in danger? I think you are deliberately trying to blackmail me. I'm telling you I'm not afraid. You hit him with a triangle iron. Didn't you know whether Xiao Shangdong was bleeding? Anyway, I've already made my point clear to you. Since you don't believe me, let's talk it over with the police. When the two fought, Meng Haixing basically suppressed Yuan Wei and beat him. Yuan Wei didn't hit him in the face, but hit him on the body. Meng Haixing was more sneaky than anyone else when playing dirty. When he heard someone calling for the police, he immediately loosened his grip and let Yuan Wei get up from the ground. Just now, Yuan Wei was pressed to the ground by Meng Haixing, and this time he finally had the strength to resist. Without saying a word, he gathered all his strength, clenched his fist, and punched Meng Haixing in the face. You are so brave that you dare to fight in public. I think you are itching for trouble. As the public security comrade finished speaking, Meng Haixing pretended to be unsteady and sat on the ground. Yuan Wei's fist hit nothing, and he couldn't control his strength, almost hitting the police officer. Meng Haixing took advantage of the moment when Yuan Wei hadn't reacted and quickly told him the whole story. Comrade, my brother-in-law is in the hospital right now. If I hadn't happened to come and see him today, his leg injury wouldn't have received timely treatment. I'm afraid he would have died of the pain at home. Our Ziyang County is mostly mountainous, and my brother-in-law's family is already so poor that they can barely make ends meet. They think that working out here will help them survive. But who could have imagined that I would encounter such a black-hearted foreman like Yuan Wei, who not only refused to pay my wages, but also nearly beat me to death? Comrade Public Security, you must seek justice for ordinary people like us. As he spoke, Meng Haixing looked at the other workers who were watching. If the public security comrades don't help us, we poor people will only be exploited by these capitalists in the future. After Yuan Wei recovered from his shock, he just wanted to curse. This bastard Meng Haixing actually put the label of capitalist on his head. I really want to kill him. Comrade Public Security, don't listen to this kid's nonsense. This is all untrue. Yuan Wei, did you deduct my brother-in-law's salary? Is he still in the hospital and in critical condition? Yuan Wei was speechless after being asked by Meng Haixing. It seemed that this was the case. The public security comrades who came saw Yuan Wei's guilty look and guessed what was going on. Yuan Wei, tell me, do you want to solve this here or come back to the Public Security Bureau with me? But let me make this clear first. If you come back to the Public Security Bureau with me to resolve this, it will probably take a long time. I need to thoroughly investigate this matter. You cannot leave the Public Security Bureau until the investigation is complete. Yuan Wei, who had been extremely tough just now, immediately became timid after hearing what the public security comrades said. Then he thought about what Meng Haixing had just told him about Xiao Shangdong's miserable appearance in the hospital. If this matter was really investigated, he would be imprisoned for the rest of his life. Yuan Wei immediately put on a smile and wanted to solve the problem here. In the end, Meng Haixing argued with Yuan Wei and not only got back Xiao Shangdong's salary, but also asked for 2,000 yuan in nutrition fees. The public security comrades asked both parties to write a document, and after Yuan Wei paid the money, Xiao Shangdong no longer pursued the matter. After the receipt was written, Meng Haixing took the money. Comrade Public Security, aren't you afraid that what I just said is false? Meng Haixing looked at the two public security comrades who were about to leave with some confusion. The public security comrade laughed heartily. Even if I gave you 100 guts, you wouldn't dare to blackmail Yuan Wei in front of me. Meng Haixing smiled awkwardly. Well, how many of these country folks who came from other places would dare to come out and extort money? At this time, the general public is still very simple. Thank you, public security comrades. As he spoke, Meng Haixing bowed to the two of them. The workers who watched the whole incident watched Meng Haixing leave happily. Their originally calm hearts were all in turmoil. It turns out that they can be tough when facing the foreman, and when they are bullied or treated unfairly, they can ask the public security comrades for help. For a moment, everyone looked at each other, and some subtle changes occurred in their hearts. Chapter 105: Returning Home to Recover. Meng Haixing was so thirsty from talking in the construction team that he rushed back to the hospital in a hurry and didn't even have time to drink some water. Sister, how are your brother-in-law's legs? As soon as Meng Haixing entered the emergency room, he saw Xiao Shangdong lying on a simple bed receiving in-4 drip. Meng Yu and Meng Halian each held a child and sat next to them talking. I just had an x-ray and the doctor said it's nothing serious. Luckily, the doctor at the small clinic we went to was very skilled. The bone has started to heal and I'll be able to walk again in a month or 2. That's good. After we finish the drip, we can leave. I just asked the doctor, and he said we can go home and recuperate and get in-4 drip in the village. Meng Yu's voice was a little low and hoarse. That's good. We'll go back this afternoon. You and your brother-in-law can stay in the county first. I've rented a house in the county, and there's a room available. My family is building a house these days. When my house is almost finished, you and your brother-in-law can move back to the village and live in my original house with my parents. From the very beginning, Meng Haixing never thought of letting Meng Yu go to the Qiao family. Meng Haixing had been to the Qiao family. Just by looking at their 4 low mud houses, he knew how poor the Qiao family was. How can this be possible? Sister, there's nothing wrong, just listen to me. Meng Haixing and Meng Yu were discussing the subsequent arrangements, while Xiao Shangdong, who was receiving in-4 drip, was extremely anxious. He heard Meng Halian say that Meng Haixing went to ask for his salary, and he didn't even tell him when he came back. He wondered whether he was going to come back or not. Haixing. Xiao Shangdong endured for a long time, but finally couldn't help but speak. I want my salary back, and 2,000 yuan in compensation. As he spoke, Meng Haixing stuffed a plastic bag into Meng Yu's hand. Sister, take this money. My brother-in-law has a leg injury and can't make money for 2 months. This is just right for you to use as a household expense. Meng Yu wanted to open the plastic bag to take a look, but was stopped by Meng Haixing. There are people coming and going in the hospital, so it's better not to show off your wealth. Haixing, thank you, thank you. Meng Yu looked at the plastic bag in her hand and couldn't help crying softly. She never expected that Meng Haixing would actually help her get back an additional 2,000 yuan. These 2,000 yuan are life-saving money for their impoverished family. Why thank me? You are my sister. I will help you if you need anything. At around 2 p.m., Meng Haixing carried Xiao Shangdong on his back and boarded a bus bound for Ziyang County. The 2 children were only over 1 year old and were very well behaved. They rarely cried or made a fuss, whether in the hospital or in the car. Even if he was hungry, he would just whimper like a kitten and ask Meng Yu for food. Such a cute child made Meng Haixing think of his greedy cat Momo. After getting off the car and passing by a shopping mall, Meng Haixing went in and bought milk powder for his 2 children. Long-term malnutrition makes them look skinny. If they are not properly taken care of, their growth and development will be affected. Haixing, milk powder is so expensive. I can't let you spend money. Meng Yu had some money in her hands, and she didn't want to always ask Meng Haixing to help her pay. In the past, if Meng Haixing had not yet married, he would have given her some money to buy milk powder, and Meng Yu would have been shameless enough to accept it. But Meng Haixing is now married with children and a wife to support, so Meng Yu naturally feels embarrassed to ask Meng Haixing to pay again. Sister, I'm doing some small business now, so I'm better off than you. Don't be so polite to me. Xiao Shangdong had difficulty moving, so Meng Haixing and Meng Halian took turns carrying him to the textile factory staff quarters. When Meng Haixing came over, he saw the door was open and was startled, thinking that a thief had entered the house. When I went in, I saw that it was Meng Xian who was cleaning. Aunt, why are you here? Meng Haixing carried Xiao Shangdong into the house. Seeing Meng Xian put the luggage in the east bedroom, he carried Xiao Shangdong to the west bedroom and put it down. Because he went to find Meng Yu, the opening of Meng Haixing's daycare class was delayed by 1 day. Meng Haixing had planned to come with Meng Xian tomorrow, but he didn't expect her to come early. When Meng Xian saw Meng Yu's family, her eyes widened in surprise. There were always mosquitoes buzzing at home, so I moved here first. As for who this mosquito was, Meng Haixing knew it with just a little thought. It could only be Liang Xiaocui. Fortunately, Meng Xian has a good personality. If Liang Xiaocui met a powerful person, she would have to quarrel with Meng Xian every day. Meng Yu felt a little reserved when she saw Meng Xian. She was a little older than Meng Xian, and her life was so difficult now that she felt ashamed. Xiaoyu, you don't have any bedding here. Use mine first. I brought 2 mattresses with me when I came. When Meng Yu left Anshin City, not only the quilt, but even the wash basin was thrown away by Meng Haixing. According to Meng Haixing, they would keep the junk that was not an eyesore enough and buy new ones later. Throwing away these junk means that Meng Yu is saying goodbye to the past and is about to usher in a bright future. Thank you, Aunt. Why are you being so polite to me? We are about the same size. You can change into my clothes later. It was summer, but Meng Yu was still wearing such thick clothes. She was probably too poor to buy summer clothes. All the utensils for boiling water and cooking were available. Meng Haixing told Meng Yu to take a break and boil some water for Xiao Shangdong to wash him, just avoiding the wound. Meng Yu nodded slightly. She understood Meng Haixing's good intentions. He was afraid that she would not be willing to use gas to boil water for a bath. Meng Haixing was about to go back to the village. When he was about to leave, Meng Xian came out to see him off, and he gave Meng Xian 100 yuan. Aunt, my sister probably hasn't recovered from her stress these past few days. Please help me look after her. She's reluctant to spend money on clothes and food, so you can buy them for her. Okay, as long as you pay me enough, I'll definitely make Meng Yu turn back into the lively and lovely girl she used to be in 2 days. Meng Xian didn't bother to be polite with Meng Haixing and readily accepted the 10 Great Unity tickets. On the way back in the car, Meng Haixing rubbed his forehead. It was so troublesome to take the car every day. Why not buy a tractor? As for the car, he didn't even think about it. Even when buying a tractor, he would go to Meng Jiangwo to see if he could get a number at the city tractor factory. Meng Haixing has been very busy these days and is even more tired than when he was digging Buplurum before. He almost slept all the way back to town in the car. By the time we got home, it was completely dark. Brother, what do you think about me buying a tractor? It's convenient to use my own tractor. Even if I go to the county to deliver earthworms, I can come back whenever I want without worrying about the village needing a car. After September, each household in the village began to plant winter wheat one after another. This was a big event, and the use of tractors in the village also increased. It's not a good thing for Meng Haixing to borrow money all the time. The tractors in the village are not cheap. They cost more than 10,000 yuan. Where can we afford them? The one in our village was bought with the help of the town. It cost more than 10,000 yuan back then. It's been several years now, so it's definitely not that expensive. I remember hearing someone say that a Taishan, 12 small 4-wheeled vehicle, could be bought for over 8,000 yuan if you used your connections. 8,000 is a lot. It can build several houses. Meng Hai never dared to dream of buying a tractor by himself. Let's buy it. We have so much land. If we wait for the village tractor to plow the land, we don't know when it will be ready. I'll ask Uncle Jiangwo later to see if he has any connections there. Meng Haixing made a very good profit from collecting earthworms, 6 yuan per caddy, and he could earn the money for a tractor by delivering earthworms once. Chapter 106. Wanna buy a tractor. After Meng Haixing returned home, the first thing he did was to tell Chu Lan and Meng Guangzhu the good news that Meng Yu had been found. Meng Guangzhu, normally known for his short temper and profuse abuse, was unusually calm when he heard Meng Yu was having a hard time. He sat on the calm, puffing sullenly on his pipe for a few seconds before speaking. Tomorrow, I'll bring some food and supplies from home to Xiaoyu. Once Xiao Shangdong's leg heals, I'll slowly settle the score with him. Meng Haixing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He felt like his father wanted to break Xiao Shangdong's other leg as well. When you go see Xiaoyu tomorrow, you can't have such a bad face. Chu Lan's eyes were red, worried that Meng Guangzhu would force Meng Yu away again. I know. Meng Guangzhu snorted coldly and continued smoking his pipe. I have 2 pieces of nice fabric here. I'll give them to Xiaoyu tomorrow so she can make clothes for the 2 children. Oh, and we have 2 hens that don't lay eggs. Let's kill one for Xiaoyu tomorrow morning. Chulan sighed, her tone filled with blame and worry. That little girl has suffered so much out there. Why doesn't she want to go home? Why doesn't she think about how much I, as her mother, miss her all the time? As she spoke, Chu Lan's tears were about to flow again. Wu Lixia, who was standing by, quickly comforted her. Mom, don't worry. When you go to the county tomorrow, you can't just take a hen. See how many eggs you have and take them with you. She doesn't have anything there, so we should also bring some flour, oil, and other things. Yes, yes, how could I forget all this? After hearing what Wu Lixia said, Chulan immediately stopped crying and started packing her things. Meng Haixing took the opportunity to tell Meng Guangzhu about the tractor purchase. You have the money, so you can buy one. Borrowing from the villagers for a short period of time is fine, and the villagers won't say anything. But over time, if you make more money, the jealous villagers will definitely talk behind your back. Then I'll go ask Uncle Jangwo if he can help me find out how to buy a tractor. Okay, your Uncle Jangwo is quite capable. Meng Haixing didn't stay long with Meng Guangzhu, as he was still thinking about Lin Muching and Momo at home. He briefly explained the matter and went home. Momo, Daddy is back. Look what good things I brought you. Dad, Momo and Lin Muching were enjoying the cool in the yard. When they heard Meng Haixing's voice, they immediately rushed towards him like little cannonballs. Meng Haixing picked up the chubby Momo and kissed her on the cheek. Have you been good at home today? Daddy, you stink again. Momo giggled and tried to break free from Meng Haixing's embrace. But Meng Haixing didn't let go and smiled as he wanted to kiss her again. Looking at the noisy father and daughter, Lin Muching also showed a warm smile on his face. Haixing, have you found your elder sister? Lin Muching asked. Found him, and he's in the county now. Meng Haixing gave a brief account of Meng Yu's situation. After listening, Lin Muching sympathized with Meng Yu's situation. Are you still going to the county tomorrow? Yes, I plan to take Momo with me. You're pregnant, so you should get some rest. I'm not that delicate. It's only 4 months. Other pregnant women in the village are working now. Lin Muching smiled slightly. But you are not them. I won't let you get tired. Just have a good rest at home. I'll take care of everything. Meng Haixing said affectionately. Ever since finding out that Lin Muching was pregnant with triplets, Meng Haixing had taken on almost all the housework. He was afraid that Lin Muching would get tired, so he hardly let her do anything. Meng Haixing doted on his wife so much, a rare sight in Shashan village. Sometimes, when Lin Muching took Momo out to enjoy the cool air, the women in the village couldn't help but envy her for not doing any work. Their husbands, for the most part, were only active on the calm, barely paying attention to anything else. It's mid-September, and the summer heat has finally dissipated. While shopping for baby formula at the mall, Meng Haixing spotted a blue tracksuit. The bright blue, with 2 white stripes running down the seams, was perfect for a city kid. In his youth, Meng Haixing had been obsessed with such tracksuits. Later, when he had more money, he bought several sets, but the feeling of wearing them had changed. When he passed by the clothing counter, he immediately noticed the blue color. He not only bought a set for Momo, but also bought some for himself and Lin Muching, planning to wear them as parent-child outfits. Momo, look, do you like it? Meng Haixing excitedly showed off the new clothes. Dad, only boys wear blue, and Momo is a girl. Momo looked at the sportswear with some dissatisfaction, which was beyond Meng Haixing's expectation. You little kid, you're actually starting to differentiate between boys and girls. Mom said so. Lin Muching touched Momo's little head and looked at Meng Haixing with a smile. Momo is almost 3 years old. It's time for her to learn the difference between boys and girls. Momo, can mommy embroider some flowers on your tracksuit so girls can wear it? Mom, embroider a 7-color flower. Momo was still young and didn't know what the 7-colored flower was. She heard about it from Meng Qingqing and other little girls. After dinner in the evening, Meng Haixing went to find Meng Jangwo to ask about buying a tractor. Haixing, are you really sure you want to buy a tractor? This is no joke. What if we go to the tractor factory and queue up to buy it, and then you don't want it? I won't be able to explain to them. Meng Jangwo actually has a relative at the tractor factory, so not only can he buy a tractor from him, but he can also get a discount on it. Tractors are so expensive, saving 100 or 200 is a lot of money for farmers. Of course, uncle, just help me buy it. I have already prepared the money. Okay then, when you're free, I'll go with you to the municipal tractor factory. I have to go to the county tomorrow, maybe the day after tomorrow. Meng Haixing's schedule is very full. Tomorrow he will go to the county to advertise the small daycare class to see how many people can be enrolled. Meng Xian will be there the day after tomorrow, so it doesn't matter whether he goes or not. The next day, he will be able to go to the county to deliver earthworms again. These days, people come to my house almost every day to give me earthworms, some weighing 1 or 2 kilograms, and some weighing more than 10 kilograms. There are relatively few that weigh more than 20 kilograms. Meng Haixing felt that catching earthworms was very easy. He really didn't know how the villagers caught them. The number was always low. What he didn't know was that apart from him, who could catch bags of fish and bring them home, it was already pretty good for others to catch more than 10 kilograms a day in the mountains. Many people only catch 4 or 5 kilograms a day. Earthworms are so light and like to burrow into the soil and run around. If you are not nimble, you will spend the whole day chasing earthworms. Chapter 107 Enrollment. Early in the morning, Meng Haixing woke up Momo, who was still half asleep, and carried her to the county with the 2 elders of the Meng family. When Shulan saw Meng Yu's family, she couldn't help but burst into tears again. The mother and daughter hugged each other and cried for a long time before they calmed down their overly excited mood. Xiaoyu, Mom brought you some food and supplies. If you see anything missing, tell Haixing that next time he comes to the county, Mom will ask him to bring it here. Meng Yu looked at the large and small bags on the ground. His voice choked with sobs, and he couldn't speak. In this world, only her biological father and mother love her the most. I got you a hen. You can stew it for Dachuan and Xiaochuan later. Look how skinny the 2 children are. Dachuan and Xiaochuan rarely met so many people at once. They stood behind Meng Yu with timid eyes, which made Shulan feel sad. Meng Yu responded and turned around to look at the 2 little bean sprouts behind him. It's all her fault. If she hadn't been so stubborn and had discussed things with her parents properly, the 2 children wouldn't have suffered. Meng Guangzhu, who had been silent all this time, wanted to take a few puffs of his pipe. But he remembered Meng Haixing always nagging in his ear, saying that children should not smell the smell of smoke. So he put the tobacco in the pipe but did not light it after all. Why are you crying all day? Hurry up and let Xiao Shangdong heal his leg injury. You 2 haven't even got your marriage certificate, and your 2 children haven't been registered. Are you going to just drag it out like this? Xiao Shangdong, who was sitting on the bed, had already felt uncomfortable because of Meng Guangzhu's sharp gaze. Dad, Xiao Shangdong called out softly like a kitten, and when he saw that Meng Guangzhu didn't scold him, he continued speaking. When my leg is healed, I will give Xiaoyu a grand wedding and won't let the villagers gossip about her. Meng Guangzhu snorted coldly. If it weren't for the fact that you were nice to Xiaoyu, you wouldn't even want your other leg today. Meng Guangzhu was very angry with Xiao Shangdong, but for the sake of Meng Yu and the 2 children, he reluctantly accepted Xiao Shangdong. Meng Haixing asked Momo to take Dachuan and Xiaochuan to play in the house, as he had more important things to do today. The nursery class is recruiting students today, and he needs to think of something new. Originally, I just wanted to make a banner, but it looked a bit monotonous, and I couldn't answer every question for everyone who came. So he thought of making a bulletin board and writing down the details. Bulletin boards are easy to make. Just nail a few pieces of wood together. Meng Haixing was in a dilemma when writing the announcement. He wanted to put a big red paper on the bulletin board so that it would be more conspicuous. But if you write on red paper with a pencil, the color is too light and you can't see it clearly. He tried buying a box of black watercolor pens, but the pens were too thin and could only write small words. If the words were a little bigger, they would look ugly. Now Meng Haixing was in a dilemma. It would be great if I could use a brush. Writing with a brush is just right. Meng Haixing has good handwriting, but he only learned to use a hard pen and has never learned to use a brush. Haixing, how about letting me try? Because the pressure in the room was too great, Xiao Shangdong ran to the door and sat down, tentatively asking Meng Haixing, "Brother-in-law, can you write calligraphy?" "I can write, but I don't know if it's good." Xiao Shangdong's family was too poor to afford schooling, so he picked up an unwanted brush from the garbage dump. He practiced writing beautiful calligraphy by dipping the brush in water. But the calligraphy in his hand was colorless, and he was not sure whether what he wrote was to Meng Haixing's liking. Just knowing how to write is fine. I'll go buy a brush and ink right now. The ink sold in the store stinks. As soon as Meng Haixing opened the lid, he frowned because of the odor. He carried a table outside the door, spread red paper on it, and asked Xiao Shangdong to write. Xiao Shangdong hadn't picked up a brush for a long time. He first dipped a little ink and practiced a few words on a blank piece of paper, and then began to write the enrollment brochure for Meng Haixing. Many people in the textile factory staff community saw Meng Haixing cleaning the yard a few days ago. Early in the morning, he was moving tables and writing calligraphy, which attracted several female comrades with children. To be honest, Xiao Shangdong's calligraphy is so good that Meng Haixing loved it after just looking at 2 words. The aunties watching nearby were even more amazed, saying that they had not seen a young person who could write such beautiful calligraphy for a long time. Meng Haixing's admissions brochure is quite long. Halfway through writing, Xiao Shangdong was surrounded by a lot of people. When an old man saw Xiao Shangdong's calligraphy, he couldn't help but praise it. But all Meng Haixing saw was sadness. Xiao Shangdong has a pair of dark and rough hands. From years of doing rough work, his hands are covered with calluses and small cuts. But even with such a pair of hands, the words written are extremely beautiful and powerful. Meng Haixing, who was standing by, thought that Xiao Shangdong was also unwilling to live such a mediocre life. Comrade, what's going on with this little nursery class of yours? An auntie couldn't wait to ask questions before Xiao Shangdong finished writing the enrollment brochure. She had only heard of daycare classes in kindergartens before, and this was the first time she heard of daycare classes in elementary schools. I have a teacher here who can help pick up the children from school every afternoon and bring them to our daycare class. After parents get off work, they can come to the nursery to pick up their children. Don't elementary school students go home on their own after school? Why do we need to pick them up? Isn't this just unnecessary and a waste of money? Auntie doesn't really approve of Meng Haixing as a childcare student. Auntie, our textile factory closes at 5 o'clock as early as possible and ends at 5:30 as late as possible. I have to rush home to cook and help the children with their homework. If the kids are well behaved, I'll just be a little tired. But if they're naughty, I'll have to yell at them. Think about it. Parents have been working all day and don't even want to complain about being tired. So how can they have the energy to take care of their children? The female workers in the textile factory work in 3 shifts, and the work is very tiring. They have to stand for 8 hours without even a place to sit. My legs feel broken after standing all day, and I still have to cook, do housework, and tutor my children. After a day, when I go to bed at night, I am really exhausted physically and mentally. If there were a small daycare center, female comrades would have at least 3 hours of quiet time after get off work. Without noisy children, the efficiency of cooking and housework is much higher. Meng Haixing took the trouble to explain the benefits of his nursery class to the onlookers. Another advantage of my nursery class is that there are nursery teachers to pick up the children after school every day, so the children won't run around after school. Nowadays, every family has only one child, and they are so precious. It would be so painful if they got bumped or bruised while they were still young. Suyong County has begun to implement a policy that allows dual-income families to have only one child. If any family dares to have more than one child, they will be directly expelled. When Meng Haixing mentioned the children running around, someone in the crowd suddenly started talking. By the way, did you hear about this? 6 children here were almost abducted by human traffickers over the weekend. I know. It's in Building 5. One of them is my relative's child. He happened to be working the night shift this week. When he returned from his night shift, he saw 2 unfamiliar women taking his son and several other children of similar age out of the residential complex. My relative yelled, "What are you doing?" And the 2 women ran away. Later, he asked his son, saying that the 2 women wanted to take them to buy water margin playing cards and popsicles. If those 6 children, 4 boys and 2 girls, were abducted by human traffickers, would the adults and their families still be alive? Who says it's not true? But there's nothing we can do. We're in a dual-income family. One works the night shift and the other the morning shift, so we can only let the children play outside by themselves. Well, they also felt that the child was old enough and would be fine. He was already 7 or 8 years old. Who would have thought that human traffickers would even kidnap such a young child? Everyone was discussing it at once. Nowadays, most primary school students walk home by themselves after school. There are not many cars on the streets, so the adults at home are relieved. But sometimes human hearts are scarier than cars. Chapter 108 The House is a little small. Amidst everyone's discussion, Xiao Shangdong finished writing the admission brochure. Meng Haixing looked at it and found nothing wrong, so he pasted the big red paper on the wooden board. He put up a billboard in a conspicuous place, and everyone who passed by would come over to take a look. If anyone wants to take care of their child, please come to my place to register. I'll let the teacher recognize the child, and our teacher will be able to pick up the child for you tomorrow afternoon. Meng Haixing asked Meng Xian to bring paper and pen and come over to register the child's name and age, as well as the parents' names and home address. Comrade, you said you have teachers who pick you up and drop you off, and who can even help with homework. So what's your teacher's educational background? A young female comrade came forward to ask. In everyone's opinion, teachers are all in school, so how could they come to this small daycare class? This is Teacher Meng. She graduated from Anshin City Technical Secondary School. She is definitely more than qualified to help the elementary school students with their homework. Meng Haixing hasn't mentioned the cram school yet, but there's no rush. It won't be too late to talk about it once he's recruited enough students. When everyone heard that Meng Xian graduated from a technical secondary school, and then saw that she was fair and clean and looked like a teacher, they felt relieved. There were more than 20 children who came to register in the morning, most of whom were first and second graders. Perhaps the incident at the textile factory about the 6 children who were almost abducted made the parents wary. Many more people came in the afternoon. By the end of the evening, Meng Haixing counted them and found that there were 46 children in total. With so many children, Meng Haixing suddenly felt that the house he rented was a bit small. According to the plan, he would be very happy if there were 20 children on the first day, but who would have thought there would be 46? With so many children in the living room, there would be a lot of noise. In the end, there was no other choice but for Meng Xian to tidy up her room a little bit and let the younger first graders do their homework there, while the second grade and above did their homework in the living room. Haixing, how about your brother-in-law and I move to the village first? Halian's house has a wing room that can be cleaned up and lived in. Mengyu felt embarrassed to see that the house was so crowded. If their family hadn't come, it wouldn't be so crowded. Sister, don't be anxious. I originally wanted to bring my wife to the county to take care of the baby in 2 months. I saw that the house next door has been empty. I will ask Brother Jinsheng to help ask if the house opposite is for rent. Meng Haixing can only recruit more and more children, and in the end there will definitely not be enough houses here. It was only a matter of time before he rented another place to live. Haixing, I know your good intentions. Mengyu wanted to persuade Meng Haixing again, but Meng Haixing didn't listen at all. Xiao Shangdong's leg is still in the recovery period, and he needs to go to the county hospital for a checkup every once in a while. If he moved back to the village, it would be inconvenient to travel back and forth, so he might not go for a follow-up checkup in the end. What if there are sequelae in the future? What if Xiao Shangdong becomes a traitor? This is a lifelong thing. Sister, if you're sorry, please help me pick up the kids this afternoon. 46 kids is a lot, and I'm afraid I won't be able to handle it. When Mengyu heard that she had something to do, she agreed. However, when Meng Haixing wanted to give her a salary, she refused to accept it. Judging from the money Meng Haixing has spent on her in recent days, she is afraid that even if she works for Meng Haixing for a year for free, it still will not be enough to pay him back. Sister, I'll go to the mall with you later. You can buy a few more sets of clothes. We'll dress neatly and cleanly, so even our parents will trust us. Mengyu was still wearing Meng Xian's old clothes. Meng Xian asked her to buy 2 sets, but she refused to agree. After hearing what Meng Haixing said, Mengyu nodded. She couldn't bring shame to Meng Haixing. In the room, Momo was playing with Okawa and Okawa. She held the young lady's fan firmly. Dachuan, you can't eat anything from the ground. It will upset your stomach. Okawa took a melon rind in his hand and wanted to put it in his mouth, but Momo quickly stopped him. Sister, eat. Okawa's voice was hoarse and his pronunciation was not very clear. He handed the melon peel in his hand to Momo. Sister doesn't want to eat. Momo threw the melon peel out of Dachuan's hand, took his little hand, and went to Meng Haixing to ask for the melon. Dad, my brother wants to eat melon. Really? I'll get it for you. At noon, Mengyu washed the melon, peeled and removed the seeds, cut it into small pieces, put it in a bowl, and let the 3 children eat it. She was afraid that her 3 children would eat too much and skip lunch, so she didn't give them much. At this moment, Dachuan probably saw the melon peel on the ground and thought of the delicious melon again. Meng Haixing took the small bowl down from a high place and handed it to Momo. Momo didn't eat the melon right away. Instead, like a little adult, she took Dachuan and Xiaochuan to wash their hands, then brought a small stool and gave each of them a small bib. She asked Mengyu for 2 small plates and placed them in front of Dachuan and Xiaochuan. Then divide the bowl of melon into thirds. At first she didn't know how to count very well, and she made a mistake and lost a piece of melon. Later it was discovered that no matter who the melon was given to, the other 2 people would not get it. Momo hesitated for a moment holding the melon. Then she gave it directly to Meng Hai to eat raw, so that the 3 of them had the same amount. After dividing the melon, the 3 little kids gathered around the small table to eat it together. Mengyu, who was standing by, was amazed at how agile Momo was. Haixing, you have taught Momo very well. She is so sensible and well-behaved. Meng Haixing's mouth was almost stretched to the sky. My wife taught me well. I don't even know when she started learning arithmetic as a little kid. Although there were only 4 pieces of melon in each child's bowl, Momo was able to count them clearly and divide them equally between the 2 children. Meng Haixing just felt that his Momo was definitely a child prodigy. My sister-in-law is amazing. I see other children crying and making a fuss when they are 3 years old. Speaking of this Meng Haixing, he felt a little sad. The fact that Momo was so sensible might have something to do with his previous mistakes. Children from poor families have to grow up early. He used to watch the news and saw a 5-year-old girl who could cook, wash dishes, and take care of her younger brother. The little girl didn't want to grow up either, but the reality was right in front of her. If she didn't, she and her brother would have to starve. Momo was happily eating melon, but she had no idea that her father was in such a drama. She ate 4 pieces of melon in just a few bites. When you come to my house later, the melons in my field are bigger than this. Momo was still not satisfied and wanted to go home and miss her mother. Dad, I want to go home. Momo, who was happy just now, suddenly became depressed. She grew up with Lin Muching and never left her for a single day. Today, she followed Ming Haixing to the county. At first, she felt quite novel about this place, but after a while, she became a little restless. Okay, Dad will say a few words to my aunt and my great-aunt. Then we'll go home. Meng Haixing picked up Momo and pinched her little nose. Good. Momo rubbed Meng Haixing's cheek, her voice as soft as a mosquito's. Chapter 109 Buying a Tractor. When Momo followed Meng Haixing home in the afternoon, it was Meng Haixing who basically carried her all the way home. The little crybaby missed his mother so much that he cried. He slept like a pig all the way in the car. It seems that he is a little tired of taking Dachuan and Xiaochuan out for fun today. However, as soon as Meng Haixing entered the house, Momo heard Meng Haixing and Lin Muching talking and woke up immediately. Mother! Momo jumped up from the Kong and threw herself on Lin Muching, holding her tightly. Mom, I miss you so much. You've only been away for one day, and you miss Mom so much? Momo responded softly and acted coquettishly around Lin Muching. Meng Haixing found it extremely funny. He had only taken Momo out for one day. After dinner in the evening, Meng Haixing discussed the purchase of a tractor with Lin Muching. Lin Muching naturally had no objection. She took out an old bamboo box from the inner room and placed it on the Kong. When the box was opened, the top was filled with tattered clothes. Take away the clothes, open the gray bottom, and reveal the bundles of unity underneath. How much do you want to buy a tractor? Take 10,000 first. This is more than enough. Okay. Lin Muching took 2 bundles and handed them to Meng Haixing, and then carefully hid the remaining money in the box. The next day, Meng Haixing followed Meng Jiangwo to the Ningong tractor factory to buy a tractor. Meng Jiangwo has a nephew who works as a technician here, so the two of them went straight to him when they arrived. It was not until he arrived at the tractor factory that Meng Haixing learned that Meng Jiangwo's distant nephew was called Luo Xiao. At first he thought it was just the same name, but when people came and saw it, it turned out to be the Luo Xiao that Meng Haixing knew. His signature smile really left a deep impression on Meng Haixing. Luo Xiao, it's really you. Brother Meng, I didn't expect to meet you here. You and my uncle are here to buy a tractor. Yes, I'm interested in the Taishan 12. I wonder if it's easy to buy now and what the price is. Taishan 12, it's a very popular tractor right now. If you want to buy it, the cheapest I can give you is 8,200. Others are asking for 8,600. But it's hard to get a car right now. It takes at least half a month or even a month to get it. Meng Haixing had already prepared himself mentally, but now that he heard that it might take a month to get the car, he felt a little anxious. A month later, the winter wheat in the village was planted. Luo Xiao, can you please move this time forward a little? I'm looking forward to planting winter wheat. Seeing Meng Haixing in a hurry to use the car, Luo Xiao suddenly remembered something. Brother Meng, did you bring the car purchase money? The full amount. I brought it. Wait a minute. I'll go ask the sales department. I remember someone ordered a tractor this morning and it's ready for delivery, but they don't want it anymore. Let me see if I can give it to you. Luo Xiao hurried to the sales department, which took him half an hour. When he came back, he had the purchase and sales contract in his hand. What a coincidence. When I first went to the sales department, the sales staff there were being reprimanded. This is what they fear most. Someone who promised to order something but didn't. If the buyer can come right away with the money, it's fine. But if they can't, the sought-after tractor will have to be stored in the warehouse. Credit is extremely important no matter what era it is. If you break your promise once with the tractor factory, they will not ask you for a deposit when you want to order a tractor again. You can just pay the full amount and wait for the vehicle. It's easier to get things done if you have acquaintances. The car was available. Meng Haixing paid the money, and in a short while, he was driving the new tractor. Meng Haixing was so happy after driving all the way back from the city. He was even happier about buying this tractor than he was about buying a limited edition sports car. There is a big red flower on the front of the tractor, which looks very festive. When Meng Haixing drove into the village, it was noon and people were getting off work. Haixing, is this the tractor you bought? Ma Jinying was sitting under a big tree at the entrance of the village to enjoy the cool air. When she saw Meng Haixing driving a tractor into the village, she stood up excitedly. Meng Haixing was the first person in their village to buy a tractor, and many people in the village came to watch the fun. Yes, I just bought it this morning. It's still warm. The villagers gathered around to watch the fun, and Meng Haixing was not a stingy person, so he simply stopped and let everyone see enough. Haixing, you've really made it. Your family just built a big tiled house, and now you've bought a tractor. You're now a millionaire. Ma Jinying walked around the tractor, feeling extremely envious. Auntie, Daniel will definitely be a millionaire in the future. When I finish building my house, I will help him build a yard behind my house. Ma Jinying knew that Meng Daniel was going to build a house. Although she really liked the 4 big tiled houses, she always felt that he had many brothers and there would be a lot of trouble in the future. Her daughter Chunhua would suffer if she married into his family. Meng Daniel's 2 sisters-in-law are not very good. Daniel is a good young man, willing to work, but he's too straightforward. Not only is he too straightforward, he's also a simpleton with no brains. With such a foolish husband, Ma Jinying was really afraid that even if Meng Daniel and Meng Haixing made money in the future, they would not be able to keep him. She needs to think carefully about this marriage. After everyone talked for a while, Meng Haixing finally parked the tractor in the alley. As soon as he parked the tractor, he saw Meng Changxi coming out of his house with an unshaven beard. The two looked at each other, and Meng Haixing smiled indifferently at Meng Changxi with tacit understanding. Meng Changxi felt a chill down his spine when he heard his smile, and he hurried away like a mouse seeing a cat. Meng Changxi, tell Meng Changyue to wash his neck and wait for me. Sooner or later, I will go find him. Meng Changxi looked back at Meng Haixing without saying a word, then turned and left. Meng Haixing shrugged, wondering who among those arrested with Meng Guoyang was involved with Meng Changyue. I don't know if the public security comrades can find out anything from these people. It would be even better if Meng Changyue could be implicated. Mu Cheng, Momo, come and see the new tractor I bought. As soon as Momo heard Meng Haixing's voice, she immediately ran out of the yard. Dad, I want to drive a tractor. Okay, let's ask Mom to drive the tractor together. Meng Haixing asked Lin Muching to sit in the tractor cab with him, but Lin Muching felt a little embarrassed. You and Momo can go up, I won't need it. Come, let me hold you. This is our family's first car, so of course I want you to touch it. Meng Haixing reached out his hand, helped Lin Muching, and let her sit in the driver's seat. Then he asked Momo to sit next to him. The whole family squeezed into the small cab, and everyone had a happy smile on their face. On the other side, Meng Changxi took a bus to the county high school. He wanted to find Lu Jiang to call Meng Changyue. Things have been going badly for him recently, but being able to see Lin Muching's necklace is also a small discovery. Chapter 110 Raising Rabbits is not easy one. Meng Changxi was beaten and disfigured by Meng Haixing some time ago, and the pain in his body took several days to heal. He was too embarrassed to go out and stayed at home all the time. Now that the injury on his face had just healed a little, he rushed to the town high school to find Lu Jiang, preparing to call Meng Changyue to talk about the things in the village. In the past, every time Meng Changxi came to the town high school, Lu Jiang would greet him with a smile. But today he was met with a setback from Lu Jiang. Hello, Director Lu. Meng Changxi knocked on Lu Jiang's office door with a smile. Lu Jiang, who was correcting homework, looked up at Meng Changxi with an unhappy expression. What do you want to talk to me about? I still have to trouble you. I want to call Changyu. He found a job in Beijing during the summer vacation and didn't go back to his hometown. Now that school has started, I don't know how he is doing over there. Lu Jiang snorted coldly. My office phone number has been removed. Please don't come here anymore. When it comes to Meng Changyue, Lu Jiang is filled with anger. Ever since Meng Jinfeng was impersonated, Lu Jiang has been investigating who touched Meng Jinfeng's information. Later he really found it. It turned out that it was Meng Changyue's former English teacher Zhang Hua who helped to revise it. Although it was not Meng Changyue who asked Zhang Hua to make the change, Lu Jiang vaguely guessed that it was Meng Changyue who built a bridge from the middle line. So he let Meng Jinshending replace Meng Jinfeng. Lu Jiang has always liked Meng Changyue very much. Among all his students, he is the best student and the most motivated. But he never expected that Meng Changyue would let someone else replace Meng Jinfeng's college entrance examination results. How much hatred must one have to do such a cruel thing? Seeing Meng Changxi answering the phone with a shameless face again, he felt disgusted to death. Seeing Lu Jiang's ugly face, Meng Changxi felt very strange. Why did Lu Jiang suddenly change? He had always been very polite to him before. He quietly glanced at Lu Jiang's desk and indeed did not see the phone. Director Jiang, could you lend me your phone? I really need to talk to Changyu urgently. I don't have that ability. Please leave now. I'm still busy. Since Lu Jiang said so, Meng Changxi could not stay no matter how thick-skinned he was. Meng Changxi is not capable of answering the phone by himself. He had no choice but to go to the post office and mail a letter to Meng Changyue, writing down the recent situation of Meng Haixing and other things in the village in the letter and mailing it to him. On the other hand, Meng Haixing had his own tractor, which was extremely convenient. Not only did his brothers and sisters rely on his tractor to grow wheat, but when he needed any materials to build a house, he didn't need to ask anyone for help and could just drive to buy them himself. He could go to the county to check enrollment and deliver earthworms whenever he wanted. Just when Meng Haixing felt that his life was extremely comfortable, the little rabbits in his family, which had been growing well, suddenly had diarrhea. Haixing, go check, 2 more little rabbits have diarrhea. When Lin Muching went to feed the rabbits in the morning, he saw 2 little rabbits that looked listless and had dirty tails. 2. Meng Haixing, who was washing his face, wiped it casually and went to check the rabbit cage. Yesterday, an Angora rabbit had diarrhea, and today 2 more rabbits came. It is obvious that this is not an ordinary stomach upset. I'm going to the clinic to buy some gentamicin for the little rabbit. There is no veterinarian in the village. When the livestock gets sick, the villagers basically feed them human medicine or use some folk remedies. It would be best if it can be cured, but if it can't, you can only accept it. They rarely study what diseases the livestock have. Meng Haixing took the 3 sick little rabbits out of the rabbit cage and kept them in 2 separate baskets. He was afraid that the 3 little rabbits were infected with some virus, so he isolated them to prevent other rabbits from being infected as well. The fur of an Angora rabbit that is more than 2 months old is already very long. Once it has diarrhea, the fur on its tail will basically be all dirty. Lin Muching is a little bit of a germaphobe, and she can't stand seeing the snow-white Angora rabbit get dirty. So she took a pair of scissors and cut the Angora rabbit's tail almost bald. After the haircut, Lin Muching laughed unkindly. The Angora rabbit with a bald but looks really funny. Momo, who had been playing in the alley, saw Lin Muching squatting beside the basket and smiling as soon as she entered the door. "Mom, what are you laughing at?" Momo stretched her neck to look into the basket, and when she saw the Angora rabbit with its fur shorn, she couldn't help laughing. "Mom, do you think the little bunny is too hot? That's why you cut off all her hair." No, the little rabbit was sick and had diarrhea, and her fur was dirty, so her mother shaved her. I see. It turns out the little rabbit wasn't clean and had an upset stomach. Lin Muching was at a loss whether to laugh or cry when he heard Momo say this. In the past, Momo always ate without washing her hands. Lin Muching deliberately scared her, saying that if she was not clean, she would have diarrhea if she ate anything she didn't like. Unexpectedly, she kept remembering it. Soon Meng Haixing came back with the medicine. The dosage of medicine for the 2-month-old little rabbit had to be guessed by Meng Haixing. He didn't dare to give it too much and only gave it 1/4 tablet for the time being. Don't feed the little rabbits rabbit food today. Just give them some bitter melon. It also has anti-inflammatory and anti-diarrheal effects. Meng Haixing looked at the 3 little rabbits that looked not very energetic and felt a little anxious. It and Lin Muching knew nothing about raising rabbits. Even though they had bought a book on raising rabbits, there was still a slight deviation between what they read in the book and the actual situation. Just like now, there are many ways to treat diarrhea in rabbits in books, but that is when the cause of the disease is confirmed. At this moment, Meng Haixing only knew that the little rabbit at home had diarrhea, but he couldn't confirm the cause of the disease at all. He smiled bitterly in his heart. Why not go back to study veterinary medicine? The little rabbit at home was sick, and Meng Haixing and Lin Muching were observing it carefully, fearing that the condition would worsen. When Meng Haixing woke up the next day, he did nothing but go to see the rabbits first. The 3 little rabbits were not only not getting better, but were even more listless. Meng Haixing was panicked. "Wife, come and have a look. It looks like the 3 little rabbits are dying." Lin Muching, who had just woken up, came over to take a look and saw that there was more dirt on the tails of the 2 rabbits, and the bitter melon she put in yesterday afternoon was almost not eaten. As for the Angora rabbit, not only was its tail dirty, but all the white fur on its body was also stuck together in clumps. She seemed to have no strength and kept lying in the basket. When Lin Muching touched the rabbit's head, the rabbit didn't react much. "Maybe the dosage I gave you yesterday was too low. It doesn't seem to have stopped the diarrhea, and it's getting worse. Now we can only try our best. I'll feed them 1/4 of gentamicin later. If it doesn't work, I'll give them an injection at noon." Gentamicin tablets are definitely not as effective as injections. Meng Haixing was also willing to take the risk. Since the 3 little rabbits were about to die, he might as well use them to practice, just in case they survived. Chapter 111 Raising Rabbits is not easy too. Near noon, Chulan heard that the little rabbit in Meng Haixing's family had diarrhea, so she came over to check. These 3 have severe diarrhea. They are probably beyond saving. "Haixing, don't waste your money on medicine." Meng Haixing bought 2 bottles of gentamicin and a syringe from the clinic. He has lived for so many years, but this is the first time he has held a syringe. To be honest, Meng Haixing was a little nervous. With such a long needle, he was really afraid that he would accidentally poke the little rabbit to death. "Give me an injection first and see if I can get better. If I don't get better, I'll find another way." As he spoke, Meng Haixing picked up a small rabbit and asked Chulan to hold it for him. He gently touched the back of the rabbit's neck with the needle and found a place with plenty of flesh to pierce it. After being pricked with an injection, the little rabbit, which was originally not very energetic, started to resist vigorously. Meng Haixing thought that since the little rabbit was so strong, it seemed that it could still be saved. After giving injections to the 3 rabbits, Meng Haixing went to check on the other rabbits in the cage. It didn't matter that Meng Haixing was almost depressed to death after seeing this. The other 3 Angora rabbits all had diarrhea, but the other meat rabbits were better. Meng Haixing really wanted to swear. No wonder Lin Jimin said that Angora rabbits were difficult to take care of and were particularly prone to illness. They both have diarrhea, but the meat rabbits can handle it, while the Angora rabbits are like paper, and they all get sick at the slightest disturbance. The diarrhea of the other 3 Angora rabbits was not very serious, but Meng Haixing still stuffed 1/2 tablet of gentamicin into each rabbit without hesitation. Stop it while it's not serious. If it becomes serious, you can only use it as practice. After raising 4 Angora rabbits for more than a month, not only did their fur grow longer, but they also grew larger. If they died just because of diarrhea, it would somewhat dampen Meng Haixing's enthusiasm. 5 yuan for an Angora rabbit is quite expensive. If he has to spend 20 yuan for a case of diarrhea, then when he runs a rabbit farm in the future, and such a large-scale diarrhea situation occurs, no matter how much money he invests, it will not be enough to cover the cost. In autumn, rabbits are prone to getting sick. Check the rabbit feed to see if there is anything unclean, or if you added too much water when mixing the rabbit feed. Chulan had raised rabbits before, so she had some experience. She looked at the 3 little rabbits that seemed to be dying and felt very distressed. That was all money. I usually mix the rabbit feed and add very little water. Lin Muching showed the feed bucket to Chulan and saw that there were still some leftover bitter vegetables in the bucket, which were already a little dry. Chulan took a look but couldn't figure out what was going on. It seems that there is no problem with the food. I suspect it's viral diarrhea, just like when we have a viral cold with vomiting and diarrhea during the change of seasons. Meng Haixing really couldn't think of anything else. Diarrhea was basically a gastrointestinal problem. How can a little rabbit catch a cold? I see these fancy rabbit food you made. Are they too fine? When I raised rabbits at home before, I only fed them grass, never grain. The rabbit feed that Meng Haixing prepared not only contained green grass, but also peanut cakes and bitter greens. Every now and then he would sprinkle some coarse grains such as corn stubble and sorghum in it. In Chulan's opinion, such good rabbit food means you have a lot of money to burn. At the beginning, Meng Haixing paid the children in the village to help cut alfalfa and make grass foam. When it comes to raising rabbits, Meng Haixing can't compete with Chulan. In the past, the rabbits Chulan raised were all skinny. She would sell them for money as soon as they grew to 3 or 4 pounds. But the rabbits raised by Meng Hai weighed 3 or 4 kilograms in just over 2 months. By the time he raised them to 4 months old, they would weigh at least 6 or 7 kilograms. At that time, whether selling meat or shearing wool, I would definitely make more money than Chulan. But he couldn't explain this to Chulan. The older generation was used to living frugally, and it was basically impossible for him to suddenly change their mindsets. Rather than making Chulan unhappy, it's better to drop the topic. Anyway, it's him who will raise the rabbit from now on, not Chulan, so he can feed it however he wants. Haixing, the yard over there will be completed in the next couple of days. When you invite us to dinner, you can just set it up in the new yard so that everyone can have some fun. When building a house in the village, putting up the beams and sealing the roof is a big event. Not only will the villagers come to help, but the host family will also invite guests to dinner. The banquet on this day is more grand than the day of digging the foundation. Yesterday, Meng Guangzhu went to the next village and ordered a pig. He planned to set up 6 tables at a time. Anyone who has any dealings with their family is invited to come and have a drink. Meng Guangzhu wanted to let all his relatives and friends see that his son Meng Haixing was no longer the idle boy who spent his days eating and waiting to die. The new yard is spacious, so let's set up the place there. When the time comes, you and sister-in-law have to help me with cooking and other things. Meng Haixing looked at Chu Lan with a smile. Mu Chung is pregnant. How can I not help him? Tomorrow morning, you drive the tractor and we'll go to town to buy some food. We'll also borrow the plates and bowls for setting up 6 tables in advance so we don't run out of food when the time comes. Chu Lan is a good housekeeper. Not to mention a 6-table banquet. Even 10 tables can be arranged beautifully by her. Of course, firecrackers are indispensable when putting up the beams of a new house. Meng Haixing bought 40,000 firecrackers at a time, ready to make it a lively occasion. Speaking of the new house, Meng Haixing finally felt a little relieved. After the 3 little rabbits were given the gentamicin injection, they felt a little better, but they were still half dead. However, the few little rabbits in the rabbit cage who had mild diarrhea stopped having diarrhea after taking the pills given by Meng Haixing, and they have been in good spirits. This instantly gave Meng Haixing more confidence. It seemed that his treatment direction was not wrong. The house needed to have its beams put up, and the family was busy. Meng Haixing had to give the little rabbits 2 shots a day and had no time to pay attention to them. As long as they were not dead, they could still be saved. Finally, the day of raising the beam arrived. Meng Haixing went to light firecrackers himself. For strings of firecrackers rang out in the sky, and the whole village knew that Meng Haixing's family had built 6 large tiled houses. Meng Jinqing and Li Guixiang came back together today. Because Xiao Shangdong had difficulty walking, Meng Yu only asked Meng Jinqing to bring the red envelope. Although Meng Yu's life was so difficult, he still gave Meng Haixing a red envelope. No matter how much the money was, Meng Haixing appreciated it. After everyone had a lively lunch, Meng Jinqing told Meng Haixing that he had other things to do when he came back this time. I'll take Xiaoquan and Qingqing back to the county this afternoon and let them both go to daycare. Your sister-in-law and I will be able to take care of them. That's great. The 2 little Pai Shin should be placed next to you. Meng Haixing is sincerely happy for my 2 children. Growing up with Meng Jinqing will definitely be 100 times better than growing up with Liang Xiaocui. Chapter 112 Raising Rabbits is not easy 3. When Meng Haixing heard Meng Jinqing say that Meng Kuan and Meng Qingqing were going back to the county to go to school, he was happy for them from the bottom of his heart. As a father, Meng Jinqing is very qualified. In his previous life, he had no choice but to raise his 2 children in the countryside due to financial difficulties. If there was any possibility, he would not be willing to let his 2 children leave them. Xiao Kuan and Qingqing are just starting to learn, so they might not be able to keep up with the pace of the county primary school. You should teach them well and don't hit them too often. Especially Xiao Kuan. He's a boy and he's a bit naughty. Now he's starting to care about his reputation. If you argue with him, it will only backfire. Meng Jinqing smiled bitterly. What Meng Haixing said was absolutely right. When he just came back today, Meng Qingqing could still call her daddy sweetly, but Meng Kuan, that naughty boy, refused to let her call him daddy, and in the end, he had to be kicked before she called him daddy. Xiao Kuan has picked up a lot of bad habits from my mom. I can only help him change slowly in the future. When it comes to Liang Xiaocui, Meng Jinqing hesitated for a long time, but finally decided to apologize to Meng Haixing. Haixing, you know my mother's temper. She doesn't have any bad intentions. She just has a bad mouth. If she has done anything wrong to you in the past, please don't hold it against her. I am here to apologize to you. Meng Jinqing is almost 30 years old, and as a son, he gets overwhelmed whenever he thinks of Liang Xiaocui. But she was his own mother after all, and he couldn't just fight with her the first time they met. Every time she came back, he would try to persuade her gently to stay away from the streets when she had free time. Even lying down at home and resting was better than going out and gossiping. Brother, I won't beat around the bush with you. If it weren't for the fact that Auntie is your Jin Feng and Xiaoya's biological mother, I really have 100 ways to drive her out of our village. Auntie is not young anymore. It's basically impossible for you to ask her to control her temper and change her personality. In 2 months, my sister will definitely be moving back to the village. You know her temper, and Auntie will definitely not get any good treatment from her. When the time comes, she'll come to you to complain. I hope you can handle it. Haixing, don't worry. I know who my mother is after all these years. Meng Jinqing still admires Meng Yu very much. He remembered that when he was a child, when Meng Haixing was just born, Liang Xiaocui always told Meng Yu that her mother had given birth to a younger brother and would no longer want her. Or they would say that Meng Yu was picked up from the river by her mother and that she would be lost sooner or later. Other little girls would just cry when they heard such words and would not dare to refute a word. Some little girls may even suffer from psychological trauma and doubt whether they are their parents' biological children when they grow up. But Meng Yu didn't cry. She was less than 4 years old at that time, so she directly confronted Liang Xiaocui. What Liang Xiaocui is a bastard who specializes in scaring children. She will not have a good death in the future. Or maybe she has a bad mouth and her mouth will get rotten sooner or later. At that time, Meng Jinqing was surprised that this little girl, who was as small as a bean sprout, could be so eloquent that she could make his mother so angry that her chest hurt. When Meng Yu grew up, as long as Liang Xiaocui instigated his grandmother to bully Chu Lan, Meng Yu would stand at the door and curse for an hour, using every dirty word he could. And it was well-reasoned and well-founded, leaving Liang Xiaocui no chance to refute. It was because of a strong daughter like Meng Yu that Chu Lan suffered less. With Meng Yu suppressing Liang Xiaocui, Meng Jinqing believed that even he would have a better life. After Meng Haixing's house was built, the construction team went to build Meng Daniu's house. Meng Haixing didn't wait for Meng Daniu to borrow the tractor. He drove the tractor himself to help out. However, Meng Daniu's 2 younger brothers didn't even show up. When Meng Haixing was building his house, Meng Halian stopped catching earthworms and came to help almost every day. Actually, there is a construction team there, so it doesn't matter whether he comes or not. But in Meng Halian's opinion, since Meng Haixing was building a new house, he, as his brother, had to come and help watch over it. What if the construction team was lazy? Meng Haixing didn't have such high expectations for Meng Lining and Meng Fuming. It was good for them to come and visit after work. At least it proved that they cared about Meng Daniu. Unfortunately, no one was seen. Brother Daniu, where are Lining and Fuming? You've been busy building the house for 2 days, and why haven't they come to help? Not to mention helping. On the day of digging the foundation, the two of them didn't see each other the entire morning and only showed up at lunchtime. As for the big red envelope, don't even think about it. They said they wanted to save money to build a house, but now they're all out in the mountains catching earthworms. Meng Daniu, wearing a straw hat, was panting as he unloaded bricks from the tractor. The absence of his 2 younger brothers did not affect Meng Daniu's good mood at all. He now had only one belief in his mind: to build a house and get married. Seeing that Meng Daniu didn't care, Meng Haixing didn't say anything more. From now on, Meng Daniu will move out and live alone with Lang Chunhua, and his 2 younger brothers can do whatever they want with their bad behavior. Just don't cling to Meng Daniu like a vampire leech and won't let go. If they dare to do anything naughty, he will definitely make them submit. At noon, Meng Haixing went to buy 2 more injections of gentamicin, preparing to continue giving injections to the 3 little rabbits. As soon as I got home, I saw Lin Muching and Momo sitting under the eaves, feeding the little rabbits in the basket with bitter melon. Meng Haixing came forward in surprise. When did the little rabbits start eating bitter melon? When I went out this morning, they were still not very energetic. The 3 little rabbits in the basket, although not in very good spirits, were able to start eating the vegetables with big mouthfuls. This means that their health is no longer seriously impaired, and they should be able to recover after 2 days of careful rest. Just now, Momo was naughty and took some bitter melon to feed the little rabbit. At first I thought the little rabbit wouldn't eat it, but unexpectedly it ate it quite well. Meng Haixing glanced at the 3 little rabbits who were eating happily, with a smug smile on his face. He is really amazing. He actually saved the little rabbits. However, the long hair on the Angora rabbit cannot be kept. After it stops having diarrhea, Meng Haixing plans to shave it all off and let its hair grow again. As for the 2 little rabbits, they had become much thinner in just a few days. He would feed them while later to help them gain some fat. The little rabbit has had diarrhea these days, so Meng Haixing read the entire book on raising rabbits from beginning to end overnight. After reading the book, I felt it was not enough, so I rode my bike to Lin Jimin's house to ask some knowledge about raising rabbits. With practice, he started discussing with Lin Jimin, and they had more topics to talk about. When the seasons change, rabbits are particularly susceptible to illness, so you must ensure that the rabbit cages and rabbit houses are clean. When the weather gets cold in a few days, people who close their doors and windows should be more careful. Villagers generally don't pay much attention to raising rabbits. That's because they raise fewer rabbits and the density is low, so not many of the rabbits get sick. For someone like Meng Haixing who raises more than 10 or 20 rabbits at a time, there is a lot to pay attention to. I understand. No matter how busy I am in the morning or evening, I will clean the rabbit hutch. Meng Haixing also knew that cleanliness was good for the growth of rabbits. Chapter 113 Raising Rabbits is not easy for. Seeing that Meng Haixing was listening to her, Lin Jimin hesitated for a moment before telling him about the rabbit plague. If conditions permit, I suggest you vaccinate your Angora rabbits against rabbit plague. But we don't sell it here. I heard there's a vaccine for rabbit plague, but I don't know where to buy it. Lin Jimin has so many rabbits at home, and what he fears most is not diarrhea in the rabbits, but rabbit plague. Diarrhea can still be saved, but with rabbit plague, there is no time to save it. The sick rabbit will die in 2 days at most. Knowing how serious rabbit plague is, Lin Jimin has been asking whether there is a vaccine specifically for rabbit plague. Unfortunately, she knew too few people and vaguely heard that there seemed to be one, but when she went to the epidemic prevention station to ask, she was told that there was none. As someone who had experienced it, Meng Haixing immediately understood what was going on when he heard about rabbit plague. In later generations, whether it is raising rabbits, chickens, pigs, or cattle, as long as it is done on a large scale, all kinds of vaccines must be administered. But even so, there are many news reports about various swine fevers and chicken plagues that have caused the death of livestock on farms overnight. He is now planning to set up a rabbit farm. He doesn't have any vaccines and is just doing nothing. He is really relying on luck to get by. Meng Haixing sighed in his heart. No wonder rabbit hair and rabbit skin are so expensive. It seems that rabbit fur is difficult to raise. Meng Haixing stayed at Lin Jimin's house and talked for the whole afternoon, and returned home excitedly in the evening. As expected, different trades often bring different talents. He still has a long way to go in the field of rabbit breeding. Wife, why are you cooking again? Didn't I say I would come back and cook? As soon as Meng Haixing entered the house, he smelled the aroma of food coming from the kitchen. It's not like I can't move. I can still cook. Lin Muching was too embarrassed to say that she cooked in advance because she was a little hungry. The last time she went to the hospital for a checkup, the doctor asked Lin Muching to control her diet to prevent the baby in her belly from growing too big and affecting her fertility. After coming back, Lin Muching tried her best not to eat so much, but she was hungry. She had clearly eaten a big steamed bun and a large bowl of vegetables at noon, but just before 4 o'clock in the afternoon, her stomach was rumbling with hunger. There was really no other way, so she ate a fist-sized melon first. Such a big melon could only last half an hour before Lin Muching became very hungry. She couldn't help it, so she made dinner. Meng Haixing took the shovel from Lin Muching's hand and asked her and Momo to go to the main room. He fried some braised liver tips. In order to provide nutrition for the two of them, he rode his bike a little way to buy pork liver. I heard that pig liver can replenish qi and blood, and eating it is good for both adults and children. Dad, this is delicious. Really? It seems that Dad's cooking skills are still very good. Momo took a small spoon, stuffed a large piece of pork liver into her mouth, and started eating it in big mouthfuls. Meng Haixing was so happy to see that someone appreciated the dishes he cooked. He rarely bought pork liver to fry before. At most, he would buy a piece of braised pork liver. Fresh pork liver has a fishy smell and needs to be soaked in water and scrubbed by hands. In the time it takes to stir-fry one pork liver, he can make 2 dishes. Haixing, go to Du Jimin's house this afternoon and ask him how things are going. What should we do next to prevent Xiaodu from getting sick? Lin Muching was also very worried about the little rabbit at home, especially this group of meat rabbits. They are about to be sold. If something goes wrong, all the hard work these days will be in vain. We have a small number of rabbits now, so the problem isn't too serious. If we pay more attention to them, the chances of them getting diarrhea are relatively small. But she also told me about the rabbit plague. Meng Haixing repeated to Lin Muching what he had heard from Lin Jimin. I'm going to the County Hospital of Traditional Chinese Medicine tomorrow to see if I can ask Mr. Dong about the rabbit plague vaccine. That's fine. Angora rabbits are only 5 yuan each. If there's a rabbit plague, I'm afraid we'll lose all our savings. Let's raise a small number first. Once we're fully familiar with raising rabbits, we can buy more. That's the truth. We should proceed cautiously. We can't blindly raise a bunch of rabbits just because rabbit fur is expensive. Meng Hai has experienced so much in his previous life, but he is still relatively calm. He was not fooled by the high profits from raising Angora rabbits. The next day, Meng Haixing went to the county hospital with only half a truck of earthworms. When he left, he took Momo with him. When Meng Hailian saw that Meng Haixing took the initiative to take Momo with him in order to let Lin Muching have more rest, he hesitated for a moment and then carried their little treasure into the truck bed as well. Chu Lan and Wu Lixia are both busy, and they also have to take care of the naughty little Xiaobao, so they are exhausted at the end of the day. He took Xiaobao out to play, so at least the two of them could clear their minds. Xiaobao is 5 years old this year. He often plays with Momo. They sit in the truck bed, Momo holding a doll and Xiaobao holding a plastic gun, and they chat animatedly. Momo, you and brother Xiaobao play in the car. I have something to do and will be back soon. After unloading the earthworm, Meng Haixing temporarily handed Momo to Meng Hailian. He planned to go to Mr. Dong to ask about the rabbit plague vaccine. Dad, you need to hurry up. Momo was a little scared in the unfamiliar environment. Her big watery eyes gradually became misty and her voice was filled with uneasiness. How could Meng Haixing bear to see the lovely Momo like this? How about you go with Dad? Meng Haixing asked tentatively. Momo, who was almost crying just now, suddenly brightened up her eyes. Dad, I'm going with you. When I talk to Grandpa later, you have to behave yourself and don't make a fuss. Momo is still young after all, so Meng Haixing can only give her more instructions. Momo is very well behaved. Meng Haixing tidied his clothes, picked up Momo, and went upstairs to find Mr. Dong. Mr. Dong, I'm bothering you again. What's the matter? Is this your daughter? When Mr. Dong saw Meng Haixing carrying the lovely Momo into the house, he greeted them with a smile. Yes, my daughter's name is Momo, and she is 3 years old. When introducing Momo, Meng Haixing's words were full of pride. His daughter was just cute and lovable. Meng Haixing chatted with Mr. Dong for a while before asking about vaccines. Haixing, you are very forward-thinking. Currently, our domestic research on livestock vaccines is still in its early stages. We've only just started to develop vaccines for fowl and swine fever, and the rabbit plague vaccine is still in the experimental stage. If it's to be marketed, it'll take at least 2 years. A vaccine needs to undergo multiple tests before it can be launched on the market. Only after it is confirmed to be foolproof will it be widely launched on the market. Haisheng, why do you suddenly ask this? I'm planning to raise rabbits. The land where we live isn't fertile, so growing food and other cash crops yields low yields, but it's very suitable for growing alfalfa. I just wanted to get into farming to see if I could make some money to support my family. Mr. Dong actually agrees with Meng Haisheng's idea of breeding. Wait a moment, I have a disciple in the laboratory, see if she can help. Mr. Dong called Fan Jinjin in front of Meng Haisheng. Chapter 114 Raising Rabbits is not easy 5. Fan Jinjin is Mr. Dong's favorite student. She had no interest in working in the hospital, so Mr. Dong helped her find a job in the laboratory through his connections. Her latest research project is related to vaccines. Mr. Dong called and explained the situation on Meng Haisheng's side. Fan Jinjin immediately shouted with joy on the other end of the phone. Teacher, your call is so timely. My boss asked us to do 4 more rounds of experiments this morning. He wouldn't let us submit a report unless we had 400 or 500 rabbits in a round of experiments. Just now I was worrying with my colleagues about where we were going to get so many rabbits. If Comrade Meng Haisheng really wants to start a rabbit farm, we can provide him with vaccines free of charge. However, these vaccines carry certain risks. I will discuss with my superiors when the time comes. If any rabbits die, can our laboratory provide Comrade Meng Haisheng with some compensation? Mr. Dong didn't ask Meng Haisheng and agreed to it directly on his behalf. Meng Haisheng, who was standing aside, was a little anxious. He really wanted to ask about the vaccine. But Fan Jinjin on the other end had already hung up the phone in a hurry and went to report to her leader. My rabbit farm isn't even open yet. I don't have hundreds of rabbits right now. Meng Haisheng looked at Mr. Dong with embarrassment. That's easy. As long as you have a place, we can ask the research lab to provide you with rabbits. They're doing research, and the last thing they need is all kinds of rabbits. Hearing what Mr. Dong said, Meng Haisheng was completely dumbfounded. Is there such a good thing in this world? A pair of rabbits costs 5 yuan. Does that mean the research lab will just buy him hundreds of rabbits? But no matter what, there is some progress on the rabbit plague vaccine, so today's trip was not in vain. I'll talk to Jinjin about raising rabbits later. That damn girl was so impatient that she ran away before I could finish my words. Mr. Dong, I'm sorry to bother you. There's no phone number in our village. I'll come back in 2 days to deliver the earthworms. I'll come up to see you then. Okay, I'll help you make this happen as soon as possible. While Meng Haisheng was talking to Mr. Dong, Momo's big round eyes were looking curiously at the phone on Mr. Dong's desk. This was something she had never seen before, and she felt it was very novel. Meng Haisheng carried Momo out of Mr. Dong's office. Momo then asked Meng Haisheng what the talking thing was. That's called a telephone. We'll have one in our house someday. Meng Haisheng wanted to install a telephone, but his village was still experiencing power restrictions. As for waiting for another 10 or 8 years, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to install a telephone. Meng Hai was born in the county, so naturally he had to go to the nursery class. Because there were so many children, Meng Haisheng paid money to rent a house next door. The house over there has 1 bedroom and 1 living room with a yard, which is perfect for the younger ones to play. It was noon when Meng Haisheng came over. There was nothing going on here. Meng Yu was cleaning and Meng Xian was writing pinyin on a small blackboard. Aunt, what are you doing? Meng Haisheng was a little surprised because they hadn't started the cram school yet. First graders are learning pinyin recently. They don't know how to write it, so they always ask me. I draw pictures of how to write the words, and if I don't have time to explain, I let them figure it out for themselves. Meng Haisheng was exclaiming in his heart, wow. Meng Xian had learned it all by herself and had figured out the spelling copybooks for later generations. Auntie, this is great. Have you ever thought about printing a copy of the calligraphy? What calligraphy? Meng Xian was confused by what Meng Haisheng said and didn't understand what was going on. He knows about calligraphy, but he writes in pinyin? It has nothing to do with calligraphy? You can have calligraphy copybooks for characters, and you can also have pinyin for elementary school students. For first grade kids, it's good enough that they can hold the pen steadily. The pinyin they write looks like a ghost painting and can't even fit in the small pinyin grid. If there is a pinyin copybook for them to practice after school, they will definitely be able to learn pinyin or writing in school faster. Meng Haisheng was a quick-witted man. He thought about going to the printing factory early tomorrow morning to ask whether printing pinyin copybooks was expensive. If the price is right, he can print more. Aunt, do you know where our county printing factory is? I really don't know about that. Meng Xian has been to Ziyang County only a few more times than Meng Haisheng, and she is now only familiar with the area around the school and the textile factory staff quarters. Haisheng, I'll help you with this. You're driving back and forth between the county and the village all day, and you're burning a lot of oil. Mengyu immediately guessed what Meng Haixing was thinking. Okay, sister, please ask for me. If the printing price of a copybook as thick as a pinyin book can be controlled at 10 cents, you can talk to them and print 100 copies first. Meng Haixing printed these pinyin copybooks not to make a lot of money. Instead, I feel that if children can spend an hour every day practicing calligraphy after school, it will be beneficial for their future schooling. If he prints one copy for 1 cent and sells it for 20 cents, it would be good enough to earn enough money for Meng Yu and Meng Xian to buy vegetables. Okay, I know where the printing factory is. I'll go ask tomorrow morning. But should we print less? What if we can't sell it? It's okay. We still have Momo, Xiaobao, and Lianchuan. They don't need to buy copybooks to learn pinyin anymore. They can just practice at home. Meng Yu felt that what Meng Haixing said made some sense, but wasn't it a bit too much to divide one child into several books? After lunch, Meng Haixing went home seeing that nothing was happening here. He originally planned to go to Meng Daniu to help early the next morning. Who would have thought that just after breakfast, someone came to call Meng Haixing, and a Dongfeng bus was parked in front of the door of Meng Haixing's new home. Haixing, hurry up, someone is looking for you. Meng Daniu hurried into the yard. Who's looking for me? A very pretty city girl got off the Dongfeng bus and is looking for you. What Dongfeng motor? Meng Haixing was confused by what Meng Daniu said. What was going on? Lin Mucheng, who was sitting opposite Meng Haixing and having breakfast, frowned slightly when he heard that a girl from the city was looking for Meng Haixing. Go and have a look, that girl is so beautiful. Meng Daniu was a simple-minded man. He was only surprised and had no idea that what he said would cause Lin Mucheng to misunderstand him. Mu Cheng, you eat first. I'll go over and see what's going on. Putting down his chopsticks, Meng Haixing followed Meng Daniu out first. With a young and beautiful girl coming to her door, Lin Mucheng could no longer sit still. She drank 2 mouthfuls of rice porridge and took Momo to find out what was going on. The last time Dongfeng truck came to the village, they were looking for a fight with Meng Haixing. This time another one came, and it was looking for Meng Haixing. When the villagers heard the news, they flocked to watch the fun. Chapter 1:15 Fan Jinjin. Fan Jinjin is a few years older than Meng Haixing. She has red lips and white teeth, and wears a black pigtail. She was wearing a white coat, stood there, and smiled sweetly at everyone, instantly attracting everyone's attention. When brave female comrades in the village approached her for conversation, she was not shy and chatted with the villagers openly. When the villagers heard that Fan Jinjin was a researcher at the Municipal Research Institute, they were all in awe. Those who can become researchers must be highly educated, and they are the cultural people that the villagers envy the most. When Meng Haixing hurried over, Fan Jinjin was already giving the villagers basic knowledge about livestock breeding. If Meng Haixing hadn't guessed that Fan Jinjin was from the Research Institute, he would have thought she was from the veterinary station. Hello, comrade. I'm Meng Haixing. Hello, my name is Fan Jinjin. Mr. Dong is my teacher. He said you could help me with the rabbit plague vaccine experiment, so I came here. Meng Haixing nodded slightly. He really didn't expect Fan Jinjin to come today. We just talked on the phone yesterday, and today she came over with vaccines and rabbits. Her speed is really fast. Fan Jinjin briefly introduced herself and pointed to the rabbit cage in the car. I've brought you 12 types of rabbits that are currently widely bred nationwide, a total of 450. These are all sponsored by our research institute free of charge, and the relevant vaccines are also free. If any rabbits die after being vaccinated, our institute can give them another shot for free, but we won't give them another shot if they die again. Listening to Fan Jinjin talking about these rabbits, Meng Haixing thought he was dreaming. Did the research institute really give him a bunch of rabbits for free? Comrade Fan, please come sit inside first. I'll find someone to unload the truck. After a brief shock, Meng Haixing quickly invited Fan Jinjin into the house, fearing that he had neglected her. No, I'll help you unload the truck. I need to talk to you about these rabbits. Fan Jinjin came to deliver the rabbit to Meng Haixing and brought 3 other colleagues from the laboratory, 2 male comrades and 1 female comrade. When Meng Haixing called them to help unload the truck, the 3 of them also helped. 450 rabbits filled a truck. The rabbit cages used by the Research Institute are of much better quality than the ones Meng Haixing made himself. Although they are both made of iron mesh, the sides of the rabbit cages are blocked by movable wooden boards. Each cage is a separate cubicle. In Meng Haixing's new yard, he turned the entire west wing into a rabbit hutch. The long rabbit house almost occupies the entire west wall of the yard. In order to allow the rabbit house to have better ventilation, very large windows are installed on 3 walls. In the summer, when the big windows are opened, the whole rabbit house is extremely ventilated. In the winter, close the windows and cover them with plastic sheets to keep the rabbit warm. The floor of the rabbit house is also covered with cement, and it is also curved. By flushing water from above, the feces on the floor of the rabbit house can be washed clean in a short time. Looking at such a nice rabbit house, Fan Jinjin gave Meng Haixing a thumbs up. Comrade Meng, your rabbit hutch is the best I've ever seen. It's better than the ones in our institute. Ours is a temporary one, and the roof can get soaked in the sun in the summer. The roof of the rabbit house built by Meng Haixing is made of red tiles. If this house is placed in the village, it is more than enough for people to live in. All the rabbit cages were put into the rabbit house, leaving 2 1-meter-wide paths. Meng Haixing walked around inside and was very happy. Overnight, he transformed from a small family workshop with only dozens of rabbits into a rabbit farm. The change was so fast that Meng Haixing felt it was not real. Comrade Meng, let me tell you about the rabbits we brought this time. Fan Jinjin was doing a vaccine test, so the rabbits she brought for Meng Haixing were of all kinds and sizes. Some are just a few days old, some are 1 month old, some are 40 days old. There are adult rabbits, and even pregnant female rabbits. There are the common little gray rabbits in the local area, the little white rabbits with red eyes and long ears from other places, the special carnivorous rabbits, the local Angora rabbits, and of course the Angora rabbits that Meng Haixing has been thinking about. But there are not many, only 14 of them. There was also another kind of rabbit that Meng Haixing had never seen before, which was very large. Fan Jinjin said that it was a new breed of carnivorous rabbit, twice as big as an ordinary domestic rabbit. They bred it themselves, and it didn't have a name yet. As Fan Jinjin explained, Meng Haixing once again doubted Fan Jinjin's identity. The more he looked, the more he felt that Fan Jinjin was from the veterinary station. I'll put a tag on each cage later. When I came here just now, I put them all away for fear of losing them. Meng Haixing was full of surprise. How could Fan Jinjin remember all the rabbits so clearly? There were not 45 of them, but 450. Comrade Meng, why do I feel like you don't really believe what I say? I'm not lying to you. This rabbit is called Dashin, and I supervised its breeding. No, Comrade Fan, you have a really good memory. You can remember all the rabbits so clearly. At this point, Fan Jinjin realized that she really didn't look like someone who was researching vaccines. Fan Jinjin suddenly burst into laughter. Comrade Meng, you may not know this, but we've been raising rabbits for 2 years now, ever since our team received the task of researching a rabbit plague vaccine. When we first started raising rabbits, my mother thought I had been fired from the research institute and transferred to a breeding farm. The people following Meng Haixing also started laughing. They do research, but they don't just sit in the lab all day. I see. No wonder you're so familiar with rabbits. Meng Haixing smiled embarrassedly. He really didn't know that researchers had to do so many things. Then Fan Jinjin and a few others took out labels and hung them on each cage. They also took out vaccination record books and other things and hung them on the sides of the rabbit cages. Meng Haixing was stunned again when he saw this situation. He felt like his rabbit hutch was no longer his own. Comrade Fan, I have another question. If you want to do research, how can I raise rabbits to sell? When Fan Jinjin heard Meng Haixing ask this, she couldn't help but burst out laughing. After we vaccinate these adult rabbits, if you don't want to keep them as breeding rabbits, you can sell them directly as long as they don't show any abnormal reactions within 15 days. These half-grown rabbits should be sold after 15 days of vaccination if there are no abnormal reactions. However, it's not cost-effective to sell them directly when they are so young. You can keep them instead. The rabbits we observe for a long time are generally breeding rabbits. We only calculate the probability of rabbits contracting rabbit plague. Even for rabbits under long-term observation, we only observe them for 1 year. Then I understand. I thought none of them could be sold. Meng Haixing was a little embarrassed. He had misjudged the idea. When Meng Haixing came over just now, Lin Muching followed closely behind him. But she didn't go up to talk, just watch with Momo. Laughter could be heard from the rabbit house from time to time, which made Lin Muching feel very uncomfortable. When Lin Muching saw the lively and cheerful Fan Jinjin standing and talking with Meng Haixing, she felt inexplicably uncomfortable and even had the urge to step forward to stop them. She didn't like Meng Haixing talking to other lesbians, and she didn't like Meng Haixing smiling at other lesbians. Chapter 116, Little Thoughts. Lin Muching used to have a very cheerful personality. She was on the school badminton team when she was in junior high and high school. She had a wide range of friends and many hobbies. But later she went through too much hardship, which made her shut herself off. She became silent and taciturn, and she didn't smile as often as before. Lin Muching compared herself with Fan Jinjin, and she inexplicably felt a sense of inferiority, which made her feel a little breathless. She was so dazzling once. Mother. Momo seemed to sense that something was wrong with Lin Muching and gently pulled the corner of her clothes. Lin Muching, who was lost in thought, immediately came back to his senses. Momo, do you want to see the little rabbits? Mommy will take you to the rabbit house to see the little rabbits, okay? Well, I just saw a really big little rabbit. Momo exaggeratedly drew a big circle in the air. Mom saw it too. Lin Muching took Momo's little hand and went into the rabbit house together. Dad, Momo ran to find Meng Haixing. Meng Haixing, who was talking to Fan Jinjin, heard Momo calling him, turned around, and picked up Momo. Mucheng, you're here too. This is Comrade Fan Jinjin from the Municipal Research Institute. I mentioned the rabbit plague vaccine to you yesterday. Comrade Fan is here to deliver rabbits and the vaccine to us today. Meng Haixing introduced Lin Muching to Fan Jinjin and the others. Hello, Comrade Lin. You look so young, and you're already pregnant with your second child. I don't even have a partner right now. Fan Jinjin was surprised to see Lin Muching with a big belly. At first, she thought Meng Haixing didn't seem very old and thought he was not married. She didn't expect that Meng Haixing's eldest daughter would already be able to help with the housework. Lin Muching smiled calmly at Fan Jinjin. Haixing and I got married relatively early, so we had children relatively early as well. When Lin Muching gave birth to Momo, they were not even old enough to get a marriage certificate. Later, when Meng Hai gave birth to Pa and Lin Muching returned to the city, they quickly got a marriage certificate as soon as Lin Muching was old enough. It can be said that if Meng Haixing had not had this intention at the beginning and had not treated Lin Muching well after giving birth to Momo, Lin Muching might really have tried her best to find a way to return to the city. This was a topic that Lin Muching was reluctant to mention, so she quickly changed the subject and asked Fan Jinjin and the others to go into the house to talk. The new house was built just a few days ago, and Meng Haixing didn't even have time to buy furniture. In order to entertain Fan Jinjin and others, he went home, moved a folding table, and brought over a few stools. There was nothing good to serve the guests at home, so Meng Haixing simply gave everyone the sour plum soup that Lin Muching loved to drink recently as a drink. Comrade Meng, we need to keep track of the rabbits' vaccinations, so we might have to stay in the village for a while. I wonder if you could help arrange it. The Research Institute sent so many rabbits to Meng Haixing for free. Not to mention how many days Fan Jinjin and the others would stay here. He could even arrange for them to stay for a year. My new house has just been built, so it's a little damp and not very habitable yet. I'll go to the old man's house next door and ask if he can let you stay there first. If he can't find a place for you, you can squeeze into my house. Our requirements are not high. Mei Ruo and I can share a room, and Jian Feng and the others can share a room. Okay, how are you going to prepare your meal? Are you going to eat with us, or cook for yourself? I've already made it clear that what we eat is just simple food, nothing special. Meng Haixing has always considered things carefully. He likes to lay everything out in the open and explain it clearly to avoid problems that may arise later and cause unhappiness and damage the relationship. We conducted 4 rounds of experiments on the rabbit plague vaccine this time. For a long time to come, we will come to the village from time to time to stay for a few days, so when we came this time, we brought all the pots and pans with us. As she spoke, Fan Jinjin looked at several large boxes in the yard. We even brought a small gas tank, and we can just buy some vegetables from the village later. Meng Haixing secretly gave Fan Jinjin a thumbs up in his heart. He liked people like her who were thorough in their work. Uncle Meng's house has 4 rooms, and the old couple lives in one, leaving 2 empty. When they heard that Meng Haixing wanted to let Fan Jinjin and others live with him, they had no objection. Grandpa, Comrade Fan comes to stay from time to time, which is bound to disturb you. How about this? I can help them with the 5 yuan accommodation fee a month. How can I do that? You won't be staying here forever, so I can't take your money. Now I can make 2 earthenware cages every day to sell. Although the profit is not much, it's enough for me and your grandmother to eat. You can just let Comrade Fan come and live here, as long as they don't mind my shabby house. No matter what Meng Haixing said, Uncle Meng just didn't want money. He had no choice but to send some to Uncle Meng as well when he delivered meat and vegetables to Fan Jinjin and the others. Fan Jinjin and the others rested for a while and then started packing their things. The gas tank she brought was very small, not much bigger than a bucket, and the gas stove also had a single burner and looked very small. Lin Muching glanced at the small gas tank and felt a little melancholy. She hasn't used a gas tank for a long time. Cooking with that is much easier and more convenient than using firewood. However, every household in the village uses earthen stoves, so she didn't mention this to Meng Haixing. But Meng Haixing was a very meticulous person. Lin Muching only looked at the gas tank twice, and Meng Haixing guessed what she was thinking. Meng Haixing felt a little annoyed. How could he have forgotten about the gas tank? It was not difficult to buy a gas tank and a gas stove. They were sold in the town. While Fan Jinjin and the others were cleaning the house, Meng Haixing drove his tractor to the town to buy 2 red mats for them and a gas stove. The 2 rooms in Grandpa Meng's house had been empty with mattresses for who knows how many years, so Meng Haixing specially went to buy 2 new mattresses. When he arrived in town, he didn't rush to buy mats. Instead, he turned around and bought a gas stove. He bought the largest gas tank available at the time, and it came with 2 stove heads. Such a set costs 50 yuan, and each time you come to fill up the gas, it will be 5 yuan per tank. Although the price is a bit high, Lin Muching no longer has to bend over the stove when cooking at home. Meng Haixing feels it is still worth it. At this moment, Lin Muching returned home and felt very uncomfortable when he saw Meng Haixing actively buying red mats for Fan Jinjin. He had never been so active in helping her with work before, but now that he saw a city girl coming, he started running around. She was also a city girl before. The more Lin Muching thought about it, the more upset he felt. When he thought about the past, he actually started to cry secretly. Momo, who was playing with a doll on the Kong, suddenly noticed that Lin Muching was crying. She was the most sensitive person and walked forward with her short legs. "Mom, why are you crying?" Momo stretched out her chubby little hand and gently wiped Lin Muching's tears. "Mom isn't crying. The wind is so strong that she just squinted her eyes." "Then let's close the window." Although Momo is small, she can feel the sadness from Lin Muching. She had experienced this countless times before. When Lin Muching cried silently like today, she was extremely scared. Chapter 117, I Only Love You 1. Momo was so heartwarming that Lin Muching felt even more uncomfortable. She hugged Momo in her arms, and her big tears fell on Momo's small shoulders. Life is obviously so good now. Why is she still so sad? If Meng Haixing fell in love with someone else and divorced her, wouldn't that be a blessing for her? She could then return to the city. But when he thought about taking Momo back to the city alone, Lin Muching couldn't feel happy at all, and his tears fell even harder. Momo didn't make a fuss this time, and let Lin Muching hold her silently. "Mom, don't be sad. Momo will always protect you." The sensible Momo hugged Lin Muching tightly and even patted his back gently. "Well, Momo needs to grow up quickly. When you grow up, you can protect your mother." Lin Muching was afraid that her emotions would affect Momo, so she tried her best to suppress her unhappiness, filled a basin with water, and washed her face. Lin Muching, feeling upset, didn't want to sit around and think about random things. She took out the fresh bittercress, put it on the chopping board, and chopped it into small pieces, preparing to mix it with rabbit food to feed the little rabbits. Momo, with a worried look on her face, hugged her doll, took a small stool, and sat next to Lin Muching, watching her cut bitter melon. "Mom, Xiaobao pulled my braids again a few days ago, and I beat him until he cried. He said he would tell his mom to beat me. But Auntie said I did the right thing. Brother Xiaobao just has a naughty hand and always likes to pull my braids. Then Brother Xiaobao comes and gets beaten by Auntie. Mom, what is a dirty hand?" Lin Muching was filled with sadness just now, but when she heard Momo asking this and that in a baby voice, the sadness in her heart disappeared instantly. "Hands off is not a nice word. Momo can't say it." "But what did Auntie say?" "Next time I say that, you can tell me that it's wrong to swear in front of children." "Okay, I'll remember that." The mother and daughter sat in the yard, cutting bitter melon and chatting. Near noon, the sound of a tractor was heard in the alley. In the past, Momo would have immediately run out to see Meng Haixing, but now she hesitated. She stood up, but didn't run out in a hurry. Instead, she looked at Lin Muching first. "You can go find your dad if you want." Lin Muching put down the kitchen knife in his hand and sighed slightly in his heart. He couldn't let the problems between her and Meng Haixing affect Momo. Meng Haixing had just delivered the red mat and some daily necessities to Fan Jinjin, and was now happily carrying the gas tank downstairs. Normally, at this time, Momo would have run out to greet him when she heard the sound of his tractor, but today there was no movement from Momo, and he thought she was not at home. When he had taken down all the gas tanks and gas stoves, he saw Momo running out of the house. "Dad, you're back." Meng Haixing put down what he was holding and picked up the cute little Momo. "Dad bought you some delicious carp. I'll make you braised carp later." Normally, if Meng Haixing mentioned food, her eyes would light up, but today she seemed a little absent-minded. Momo hesitated for a moment, but finally told Meng Haixing that Lin Muching had cried. Meng Haixing was completely stunned. He has tried his best to change his bad habits and take good care of the family. He had no idea what he had done wrong that caused Lin Muching to cry secretly at home. "Momo, did you comfort your mother?" "Yes, I wiped my mother's tears, and she said it was blown by the wind." "But Momo is not a child anymore. I know that Mom is upset. That's why she's crying." Meng Haixing felt inexplicably sad when he heard this. How could his Momo be so sensible? Momo is amazing. "Let's go find Mom now, okay?" "Good." Meng Haixing held Momo in one hand, picked up the gas stove in the other, and walked home. Lin Muching, who came out later, happened to meet Meng Haixing at the door. When she saw the gas stove in Meng Haixing's hand, her eyes widened in surprise. Where did you buy the gas stove? I bought it in town. The stove at home is too low. Sometimes when I'm not at home, I have to squat down to cook on the earthen stove. Now that I have a gas stove at home, cooking is much more convenient. Meng Haixing put Momo down and went back to the tractor to take all the fish and gas tanks he had bought home. Lin Muching never thought that Meng Haixing would buy a gas stove just for her. For a moment, she felt mixed emotions and didn't know what to say. Looking across the entire Xiaoshan village, there are very few people who even use coal stoves at home, let alone gas stoves. For a moment, Lin Muching felt that it was not worth it for her to cry for a red mat. Meng Haixing must have her in his heart. Meng Haixing also noticed that Lin Muching's eyes were red, and he must have cried a lot just now. But he didn't say a word, nor did he even ask why Lin Muching was crying. Because he knew that Lin Muching's emotions were probably not very stable at the moment, and if he asked, it would only make her more excited. Lin Muching is a pregnant woman, and her belly is getting bigger and bigger. She must keep a good mood every day. When Meng Haixing came back, in addition to buying a big carp, he also bought some braised pig's trotters and pig's tails. Lin Muching can eat more now. In order to prevent her from eating too much, Meng Haixing likes to let her eat some more complicated foods. When gnawing on pig's trotters, it would take quite a while. By that time, Meng Haixing and Momo would have finished eating, and Lin Muching would stop unconsciously. Her self-cultivation does not allow her to take too long when eating. After lunch, Meng Haixing coaxed Momo to sleep, and then quietly lay down beside Lin Muching. Wife, I heard you cried at noon. Meng Haixing lay next to Lin Muching's ear, and his voice was so gentle that it could squeeze out water. No, that little chatterbox Momo told you that. Meng Haixing was so close to Lin Muching that Lin Muching's body tensed up instantly. Wife, I am your husband, and I will be the one who will accompany you for the next few decades. You can tell me anything you want. I promise I am worthy of your trust. At this moment, Meng Haixing propped himself up slightly and looked down at Lin Muching. Seeing that Lin Muching was still hesitating, he curled the corners of his lips. If you don't tell me, I'm going to kiss you. Lin Muching became even more nervous now. It's nothing. I just remembered some bad advice I received in the past and couldn't help crying. Meng Haixing is not so easy to fool. And more. No more. Lin Muching was determined not to tell Meng Haixing. She was just jealous because she saw how nice Meng Haixing was to Fan Jinjin, and she even cried out of jealousy. Suddenly, an unexpected kiss fell on Lin Muching's lips. She wanted to say something to defend herself, but Meng Haixing blocked her words. Chapter 118, I Only Love You Too. Wife, don't you want to tell me why you are crying? Meng Haixing let go of Lin Muching and looked at her rosy lips, feeling reluctant to leave. He will have to be a monk for a long time. He is so young. Will he get suffocated? No. Then I'll continue. Lin Muching was startled and quickly covered his mouth. Wife, tell me why you are crying. Meng Haixing's hand fell on Lin Muching's waist. His palm was so hot that it made Lin Muching's heart tighten. Don't mess around. Then it depends on whether my wife cooperates or not. Meng Haixing had a wicked smile on his face. Lin Muching had forced him into a corner and had no choice but to speak. I saw you talking and laughing with Fan Jinjin, and I felt uncomfortable. You have never been so nice to me before. As he said that, Lin Muching pushed Meng Haixing away and turned his back without looking at him. Meng Haixing was confused, with only a big question mark on his face. Just because of such a small thing, Lin Muching burst into tears? Meng Haixing sighed helplessly. Could this be the legendary reason why pregnant women tend to be emotionally unstable and more sentimental? Meng Haixing hugged Lin Muching tightly from behind and rubbed the back of her neck. Wife, I only love you in this life. No matter who I meet in the future, my love for you will never change. Lin Muching's body stiffened and she didn't respond. She closed her eyes, but the corners of her lips couldn't help but rise. This was the first time Meng Haixing said the word love to her. After Fan Jinjin and her friends settled down, they did not rush to vaccinate the little rabbits. Instead, they let them adapt for a few days before vaccinating them all. Fan Jinjin has some experience in raising rabbits. After seeing the feed prepared by Meng Haixing, she couldn't help but praise Meng Haixing. Alfalfa is indeed very suitable for rabbits to eat. If you have more alfalfa, you can stock up some. In winter, there's no bittercress, so the little rabbits can just eat dry alfalfa to supplement their nutrition. Is it okay to just eat dry food? When feeding rabbits in winter, you can mix the rabbit feed a little wet, so that the rabbits will eat healthier. If you use a stove to keep warm in the house, you should feed the rabbit water regularly, but don't give it too much water each time. Especially for Angora rabbits, which have weak stomachs, they need to use a dropper when drinking water to avoid staining their fur. Meng Haixing nodded quickly. Fan Jinjin had much more maintenance experience than him. Suddenly, there were more than 400 rabbits, and the demand for rabbit feed skyrocketed. At noon, when everyone was off work, Meng Haixing used the village loudspeaker to announce that he would continue to harvest alfalfa, and the price for pulling the vines was 1 cent per pound. If anyone has bitter melon, they can buy it at this price. Meng Haixing's family only planted some bitter vegetables in the vegetable garden, but this amount of vegetables was not enough to feed so many rabbits. Meng Haixing then planted some bitter vegetables, but it would take at least a month to harvest them. For now, he could only collect some from the villagers to make do with. The children in the village have already started school, but they still finish school early every afternoon. When they heard that Meng Haixing had started harvesting alfalfa again, they instantly became diligent. After school, groups of children stopped playing on the streets and went out to cut alfalfa. Later, the children from the neighboring village also heard about this lucrative job and followed the children from the village down the mountain to go out and cut grass. In just 3 or 5 days, a tall pile of green grass was built in front of Meng Haixing's new yard. Meng Haixing didn't care about anything else and ran between home and the threshing ground every day. To dry so much grass, a large area is needed. The threshing ground where the villagers dry wheat became the best place for him to dry the grass. Later, he simply set up a stall to collect grass every afternoon in the threshing ground. Let the children from each village put the green grass on the threshing ground. It was still quite hot in Shashan village at the end of September, and a batch of alfalfa could be dried in 3 or 4 days. By October 1st, Meng Haixing had already piled up 4 haystacks in the threshing ground. The alfalfa and vines around Shashan village were almost completely cut up by the children in the village. Meng Haixing was afraid that the children would go to a farther place, and it would be unsafe to cut alfalfa, so he stopped harvesting. It won't be too late for him to harvest the alfalfa outside the village once it grows taller. After harvesting alfalfa for some time, he wondered if he could grow more on their poor land. The temperature and humidity are just right now, making it the perfect time to sow alfalfa. The number of rabbits in Meng Haixing's family will only increase in the future. If he only relies on wild ones, if there is a drought and the yield drops, he will have no choice but to let the rabbits eat more food. Comrade Fan, do you know what kind of grass rabbits like to eat? I want to plant some in the barren fields here. Aren't there a lot of weeds on your mountain? I see you harvested a lot in just a few days. This should be enough for the rabbits to eat. More than 400 rabbits need a lot of grass to eat every day. If there is not enough grass for several months from winter to spring, they will have to eat grain, which is very expensive. That's why I wanted to ask if I could buy some grass seeds suitable for rabbits and grow them myself. There are quite a few wastelands near Shashan village. The land is barren, and the yield from growing grain and crops is very low. Fruit trees also don't bear much fruit due to lack of water. Over time, no one has planted any crops on these barren lands. The alfalfa and cattail grass you harvest here are both very suitable for rabbits. I remember that the seed station used to have alfalfa seeds. As for cattail grass, you can just go to the fields and pick some seeds and plant them. In the eyes of ordinary people, cattail grass is just a weed, but it has very strong vitality. If you just pick some seeds and scatter them on the ground, it will grow in less than a month. Is cattail grass the same as the dogtail grass here? It was the first time Meng Haixing heard of cattail grass, as they didn't have any here. No, cattail grass has longer, thinner, and more upright tails. There's a clear difference between it and dogtail grass. As she spoke, Fan Jinjin rummaged through the haystack at the gate of the yard for a while and pulled out a few cattail grasses to show Meng Haixing. If you don't look closely, cat's tail grass and dog's tail grass look very similar, but the difference can be seen at a glance when put together. Okay, I'll take my aluminum lunchbox out and buy a few more boxes. I'll plant some seeds first. I'll go to the seed station this afternoon to see if there's any alfalfa seeds. If not, I'll just have to go to the fields and pick seeds again. I guess the seed station in your town doesn't have alfalfa. So, we'll go back to the city this afternoon. I'll ask around for you at the seed station when we get back. You want to plant a few acres of seeds. We must plant at least 5 or 6 acres of alfalfa. Alfalfa is generally a perennial plant. It can be harvested once in spring and again in autumn. Meng Haixing feels that there is no need to plant too much for the time being. Okay, Meng Haixing didn't have much hope for alfalfa. He planned that if there was no alfalfa, he would plant ordinary alfalfa and cattail grass because the seeds of these two kinds were the easiest to find. Meng Haixing's family only had a small piece of land, and he had already planted fruit trees and cabbage. If he wanted to grow fodder, he could only contract wasteland in the village. Those wastelands have been overgrown with weeds for several years, and it would be very troublesome to clear them out. But for the sake of his own rabbit breeding business, Meng Haixing decided to contract it first. Chapter 119, Contracting Land. When Meng Haixing went to find Meng Jiangwo and said that he wanted to contract the wasteland outside the village, Meng Jiangwo, who was drinking tea, almost dropped the tea in his hand. Haixing, what are you thinking about contracting that piece of wasteland? Back when we were working in the production brigades, so many educated youth came to the countryside and tried their best to improve the wasteland and grow food. As a result, many people's hands were blistered and the wasteland didn't produce much food. After so many years, the weeds on the wasteland were half a man's height. If you take the contract and just renovate the land, it will be a big project. The point is, you put in so much effort, but in the end, the wheat you planted didn't even produce half the yield of ordinary farmland. Uncle, I want to grow crops. My family has a lot of rabbits. I want to grow some grass that rabbits like to eat on that wasteland. If it's so easy for barren fields to grow weeds, there must be no problem growing fodder. This was the first time Meng Jiangwo heard that raising rabbits required growing fodder. Haven't you harvested a lot of alfalfa recently? Isn't that enough? I have over 400 rabbits in my rabbit house, and they only eat mixed rabbit feed a day, which takes up several large buckets. We don't know how long the little alfalfa we harvest will last, so it's better to prepare more now so we can feel more at ease. When Meng Jiangwo heard Meng Haixing say he wanted to grow alfalfa, he stopped trying to persuade him. The price of contracting land was already cheap at that time, and Meng Haixing contracted wasteland. In the end, Meng Jiangwo contracted it to Meng Haixing for 50 years at a price of 3 yuan per mu. Immediately, Meng Haixing asked Meng Jiangwo to write a contract for the wasteland. After the two signed it, Meng Jiangwo would take it to the town to get it stamped. After the land was contracted, Meng Haixing went back to discuss with Meng Guangzhu how to grow alfalfa. When it comes to farming, Meng Haixing is much worse than Meng Guangzhu. He has been farming all his life and knows better than anyone how to clean up the farmland quickly. You're rich, and you're showing off like that. There's so much land available for contracting in the village. Why don't you just contract 10 mu of wasteland? When Meng Guangzhu heard that it was a wasteland, he was immediately furious. In his eyes, only high-yield farmland is the best. Contracting wasteland is absolutely crazy. Dad, don't be anxious. Just listen to me, okay? Meng Haixing was helpless and quickly tried to comfort Meng Guangzhu. His father has such a bad temper. He's like a firecracker that explodes at any moment. Meng Haixing repeated to Meng Guangzhu what he had said to Meng Jiangwo. He contracted the wasteland to grow alfalfa. If he had planted it in high-yield farmland, he would have been crazy. I see. Why didn't you tell me earlier? It's really a hassle to keep so many rabbits now. Your wife's stomach shouldn't be overworked. You can't be the only one mixing so much rabbit feed every day. Meng Haixing also had the earthworm business to run, and the county also set up a small daycare center, so he was almost always busy. He was asked to cut a few pots of bitter melon every day to be used as rabbit feed. Even if he had 3 heads and 6 arms, he couldn't handle it. I'm here to discuss this with you. I don't make salads anymore at home. Mom and sister-in-law don't have anything to do either. How about asking them to help me feed the rabbits and still pay them according to the salary they make for making salads? Meng Haixing was still thinking about saving some private money for Chulan. Okay, there are people catching earthworms all over the mountains and plains now. Your mother and sister-in-law won't catch many in a day, and it will also delay their work at home. They can help you mix rabbit feed, and it won't delay their work at home. This time, Meng Guangzhu did not hesitate and agreed immediately. Meng Hai will raise more and more rabbits. It is better to have them help take care of them than for a grown man like him to stay in the rabbit house all day. Tomorrow, tell your eldest brother not to go to the mountains to catch earthworms, but to go to the next village and borrow a plow that can be used on a tractor, and just plow up that piece of wasteland. Once you've turned the soil over, you can let it dry in the sun for 2 days to kill all the weeds. Just scatter alfalfa seeds on the ground. Don't worry, they'll sprout in 10 days or half a month. Dad, there are so many weeds in the wasteland. Don't you want to cut them? Why bother with all that? Alfalfa is just a weed. Don't worry about it. It'll grow all over the mountain anyway. Meng Haixing blinked, as if what his father said was right. In order to ask Meng Haixing about alfalfa seeds, Fan Jinjin returned to the city one day in advance. The rabbit house here is entirely handed over to Meng Haixing. There are more than a dozen litters of baby rabbits in it, and they drink rabbit milk every day. At first, Meng Haixing didn't pay much attention and tried to grab the mother rabbit. As a result, as soon as he put his arm into the rabbit cage, he was kicked hard by the mother rabbit. Meng Haixing felt that his arm was almost broken by the rabbit's kick. Mother rabbit is in a bad mood right now. If you go straight for her, she'll kick you and then someone else. Seeing that Meng Haixing was clumsy, Chu Lan pushed him aside and walked forward, touching the rabbit's ears and talking to it. Then he pulled the big rabbit out by its ears and butt, put it in the little rabbit cage, and fed it with rabbit milk. Dad, hold me for a moment. I want to see the big rabbit. As soon as Momo entered the rabbit house, she started circling around Dazhuang, the giant of the entire rabbit house. From the day Fan Jinjin brought the rabbit, Momo has been full of curiosity about Dazhuang. This was the first time in her life that she had seen such a big rabbit. You can only look but not touch. Dazhuang has a bad temper and will bite you. Meng Haixing kept reminding Momo not to touch the rabbits in the rabbit house or feed them vegetables. I don't want to touch them. Grandma told me to touch the little bunnies. They are so cute. Chulan loves the grandchildren at home the most. When they are envious of the little rabbits, Chulan will give them a 1-month-old rabbit to pet. Haixing, have you noticed that in the past 2 months, Momo's speech has become increasingly clear, and her words are now coherent? Not like before, when you were always depressed. Meng Haixing nodded slightly. Perhaps because of his company, Momo's personality became more cheerful than before. Mom, I'm going to the county tomorrow. Do you have anything to bring for my sister? Please bring me some noodles and an old hen. Chulan has her own private money and often gives some money to Mengyu. But she wouldn't go too far. After all, she and Meng Halian still lived together and hadn't separated. If she gave Mengyu too much, even if Wu Lixia didn't say it, he could guess that Wu Lixia would definitely feel uncomfortable. Mom, I think Qi Shandong's leg injury is almost healed. Why don't we let them come back? Dachuan and Xiaochuan are still a little young, and my sister is too busy to take care of them alone. I should have come back a long time ago. When Qi Shandong is able to move, I will go get the marriage certificate and set up the banquet. Mentioning these bad things, Chulan felt very unhappy. If it weren't for Qi Shandong, the pretty boy who seduced her daughter's heart, Mengyu would not have to suffer all these hardships now. Chapter 120 Tutoring Class. Meng Haixing's nursery class has been running for almost a month, and the number of students has now increased to 75. Every now and then someone would come to ask if Meng Haixing was still accepting children. Especially after the Pinyin copybooks started to be sold, 2 teachers sent their children to Meng Haixing's daycare class. It's not that they don't have time to pick up and drop off their children, but now they are all only children and they spoil their children too much. It is really difficult for parents to let them study and write at home. Things are different when the child is sent to Meng Haixing's daycare class and Meng Xian is specifically looking after him. 80 to 90% of first-grade children are afraid of their teachers. Whenever Meng Xian walked to that station, they all obediently started writing calligraphy or doing their homework. In the evening, when children take their neatly made homework home to show their parents, both the children and the parents are happy. As word of this gradually spread, the number of students in Meng Haixing's nursery class also increased steadily. He thought the time was right, so he printed some brochures and asked the children to take them home. Is this okay for Haixing? He's charging 50 cents for just one lesson. What kind of family can afford such high tuition fees? Meng Xian was a little nervous, and Meng Haixing said that the tuition fees would be split 50 to 50 between them. If 20 children sign up, her tutoring fees in a month will be higher than her salary. Don't worry, little aunt. 50 cents a lesson isn't expensive at all. No, you're teaching them for 45 minutes and only charging them 50 cents. That's already very cheap. Just wait and see. Some conscious parents who care about their children's learning but don't have time to teach them will definitely sign up actively after seeing our flyers. Although Meng Haixing said so, Meng Xian was still unsure. At noon, Meng Haixing stayed here for lunch, and he called Meng Jincheng and Li Guixiang over as well. Haixing, I heard something at the machinery factory today. Meng Jincheng lowered his voice mysteriously. Meng Guoyang was arrested a while ago, and I don't know who did it, but they've put all the blame on Meng Guoyang. At first I heard people say he would be released after a 1 or 2 year sentence, but then they changed it and said he was the mastermind. Even if he didn't eat melon seeds, he would have to spend the rest of his life in prison. He was afraid that he was really finished, so he wanted to sell both Dongfeng trucks and use the money to buy his life. I'm currently looking for buyers. When Meng Haixing heard that Meng Guoyang was trying so hard to get out, he sneered in his heart. A scum like him doesn't deserve to come out. Meng Haixing knew the story of Meng Guoyang's rise to wealth in his previous life. He made his first fortune by using 2 Dongfeng cars to go to the south to pick up a batch of wool sweaters in stock and sell them. Now it seems that these 2 Dongfeng cars are his saviors. In that case, he would suppress his savior. He wanted to see what other tricks Meng Guoyang had. Brother Jincheng, is anyone interested in his car now? Chu Daong from the team has taken a fancy to him. He's a well-known gangster in our factory, but his family is powerful and wealthy, so no one dares to mess with him. He knew Meng Guoyang wanted to sell the car, and he's been deliberately trying to lower his price recently. When Meng Haixing heard this, he immediately had a plan in mind. Not only did he want to put Meng Guoyang in jail, he also wanted to take away his first pot of gold in his previous life. Didn't he want to cut off Meng Jinfeng's livelihood? then he might as well cut off his financial resources. Thinking of this, Meng Haixing was eager to find out everything about Meng Changyue in the capital at the moment. While Meng Changyue's wings are still weak, he wants to take away everything he has. Meng Haixing lowered his head slightly and took a sip of the hot tea in the cup, quickly recalling the past in his mind. When he had achieved some success in business in the south, he met Teng Zhe, who came from the capital. The two started from scratch together, experienced the financial crisis together, and have a very good relationship. The two drank together, and one time Teng Zhe got drunk and told him a lot about his past. If he remembered correctly, Teng Zhe should be experiencing the most unforgettable experience of his life in Beijing at this moment. His father divorced his mother in order to get a promotion, and in order to distance himself from her. Teng Zhe also changed his surname at that time. Teng's mother does not have a job, so it can be said that after the divorce, both mother and son have no source of income. Teng Zhe failed the college entrance examination this year and experienced all this. This is the darkest moment in his life. Later, he did not choose to repeat his studies, but went south. It was not because he was not good at studying, but because his mother died unexpectedly. The two had no source of income, so in order to let Teng Zhe concentrate on repeating his studies, Teng's mother went out to find a job. She was no longer young and finally found only a job sweeping the streets. As a result, not long after he started working, he was hit and killed by a car. Although there was no surveillance at this time, there were witnesses and the license plate was remembered, but it was useless. No one stood up for Teng Zhe. The disheartened Teng Zhe lost his family and left the capital alone to make a living in the south. Meng Haixing was thinking about Teng Zhe's current situation. If he could help Teng Zhe at this time, perhaps Teng Zhe could help him deal with Meng Changyue and change his fate at the same time. But he was very far away from the capital, and there was no phone in Teng Zhe, so for now he could only write him a letter to test him and see if he could trust him. After lunch, Meng Haixing took a bus to the post office to write a letter to Teng Zhe. He couldn't remember the house number of Teng Zhe's house, so he only wrote the street name, hoping that Teng Zhe could receive the letter. If he couldn't contact him, Meng Hai was afraid that he would have to go to the capital in person. After leaving the post office, Meng Haixing rented another bicycle and went to the machinery factory to find Chu Daong. Chu Daong was well known. When Meng Haixing came to see him, even the security guard couldn't help but look at him twice. After a while, a young man with medium long hair, wearing a white shirt, khaki trousers, and black leather shoes, came out of the machinery factory in a casual manner. In order to show his personality, Chu Daong opened the buttons on his white shirt very low, revealing his white-cut chicken-like chest. Meng Haixing felt extremely amused when he saw Chu Daong's outfit. You can tell at first glance that this kid is an arrogant person. You're looking for me? While Meng Haixing was looking at Chu Daong was also looking at Meng Haixing. My name is Meng Haixing. I have a lucrative business, but I don't know if you dare to join me. Meng Haixing understood the psychology of young people like Chu Daong best. They care a lot about face, and if anyone dares to look down on them, they will fight with you. As long as it's a legitimate business that makes money, Chu Daong, will never be afraid. What business are you talking about? It's not convenient to talk here. Let's find a place to talk. Chu Daong was the team leader of the fleet and had his own small office. He simply brought Meng Haixing into the factory to talk. I know Jingnan City has a batch of sweaters ready for disposal. The styles there are very beautiful. If we bring them back and sell them, I can guarantee that we will make 100% profit. Chu Daong was not a fool either. He looked at Meng Haixing with suspicion. You can do this lucrative business yourself, but you're coming to me instead? Just tell me what you want me to do. Chapter 121 Going to Jingnan City 1. Meng Haixing loved talking to smart people. He smiled calmly, unwilling to beat around the bush with Chu Daong. I heard you want to buy 2 Dongfeng cars from Meng Guoyang. That's true. Why, do you want to buy it too? Chu Daong asked. No, I want you to hold Meng Guoyang back and wait until his verdict comes out before you buy his car. Meng Haixing went straight to the point. Chu Daong was confused by Meng Haixing's words. Is that all? Is Meng Haixing going to give him a chance to make money for nothing? Do you have a grudge against Meng Guoyang? Chu Daong asked curiously. It's like this. After selling that batch of wool sweaters, you can earn at least 30,000 yuan. I'll use this money in exchange for your help in detaining Meng Guoyang. This deal is very cost-effective. Meng Haixing explained. Chu Daong was surprised to hear he could earn 30,000 yuan. He had some money, but it was all from his family. As a team leader, he only had a fixed salary. He wanted to buy Meng Guoyang's car primarily to earn more money, but he still had to ask his family for the money. He was young and prone to trouble, so his parents didn't dare let him have too much money. If Chu Daong could earn 30,000 yuan, his influence over his parents would also increase. Although Chu Daong was tempted, he was not overwhelmed by the pie falling from the sky. Empty words are not enough. Let me make 30,000 first. What if you make money, but don't help me to hold Meng Guoyang back? Meng Haixing asked back. Do you think I have a lot of money? I invested the money I would have saved for the car into clothes, so how can I buy a car with it? Chu Daong rolled his eyes. His father asked him to lower the price, and even give up the purchase. Okay, after we bring the clothes back, we won't be able to sell them all in a day or two. Meng Haixing was not worried that Chu Daong would play tricks. He always had a plan to deal with it. Meng Haixing's request for Chu Daong's help actually gave Chu Daong some trust. If Meng Haixing had unconditionally offered Chu Daong a chance to make a fortune, Chu Daong might not have dared to take it. Although he wasn't a serious person, he was smart and didn't believe in free lunch. After learning that Meng Guoyang's sentencing was due at the end of October, Meng Haixing calculated his schedule and prepared to leave for Jingnan City in a few days. The round trip would take at least 6 days, and by the time he finished selling the goods, Meng Guoyang's sentencing would likely be released. Once the verdict was released, it would be too late for Meng Guoyang to regret his decision. After the discussion, Meng Haixing did not stay for long and did not even leave his contact information. He only said that he would come to see Chu Daong again in a few days. The busy days make Meng Haixing feel particularly fulfilled. When he returns home, he has a lovely daughter calling him dad and his wife cooking for him. Happiness is so simple. Mu Chung, I plan to go south in a few days to buy a batch of clothes, which may cost 20,000 yuan. During dinner, Meng Haixing talked about the plan to go south. Do you want to resell clothes? Lin Muching looked up, his eyes full of worry. Just this time, although going south to purchase goods is profitable, the risk is too great. Meng Haixing has a personal experience of the difficulties of going south, and he knows the dangers and uncertainties on this road. Lin Muching knew that the world outside was not peaceful, and he felt a little relieved when he heard Meng Haixing say that he would only go there once. I'm going to be away for a few days, so I need Mom to come and keep you company. Meng Haixing was most worried about Lin Muching's safety. She was pregnant with triplets and had started to move clumsily. After returning, Meng Haixing planned to take Lin Muching to the county to prepare for the birth of her baby. The new house would be ready, just in time for the arrival of Lin Muching and her 3 children. Furniture purchases also needed to be arranged as soon as possible. 2 days later, when Meng Haixing was delivering earthworms to the county, he stopped by to visit the nursery class. As soon as he entered, he saw Meng Xian buried in her writing. Aunt, what are you busy with? Meng Haixing put the rice and flour into the kitchen, then walked back and asked. 16 students have already signed up, and I'm writing the teaching plan for the tutoring class. Meng Xian replied. The courses for 1st and 2nd grade are relatively simple. You don't need to be too nervous. Meng Haixing could feel Meng Xian's concern about his teaching ability. That being said, it would definitely be better to make more preparations. Meng Xian bought the 1st and 2nd grade Chinese and math textbooks herself, and the changes in them were quite significant. By the way, a few days ago, parents of senior students came to ask if we could offer Chinese and math tutoring classes for senior students. That's certainly something we can consider, but for the senior grades, we'll need to find another experienced teacher. Meng Xian nodded slightly. She had read the textbooks for older children, and even if Meng Haixing asked her to teach, she wouldn't dare. Aunt, I'll leave this to you. Go find out which school has good teachers who can come to our place to work part-time. You can teach 1 class after school on weekdays and a full day on weekends. The pay is 15 yuan a month. Meng Xian was paid according to the class hours. That was because Meng Haixing took care of Meng Xian and wanted her to save more for her dowry. Hiring teachers is another matter. He opened the cram school not out of charity, and he also couldn't disrupt the market. Others would also open cram schools in the future, and the starting point would be so high, so it would not be easy for him to hire good teachers. Haixing, why don't you go find it yourself? I'm not very good with words. Meng Xian was a little scared because she had never hired anyone before. Just go for it with confidence. Once we hire a teacher, you can discuss how to start the class and which grades to cover. After all, there are children of all ages in this community. Their community is a residential area for employees of a textile factory. Not only are there many children, but the range is also wide. When the time comes, there will definitely be people of all grades coming to register. Meng Haixing has set up the daycare center, and he can't let Meng Xian ask him about everything. Sometimes, Meng Xian should also try to manage the daycare class. Chapter 122 Going to Jingnan City 2. Meng Haixing and Meng Xian talked for a long time about the future development direction of the nursery class. He spoke with great passion, and Meng Xian was stunned. Even Meng Yu and Xiao Shangdong were moved by what Meng Haixing said. Haixing, you see my handwriting is pretty good. Can we open a calligraphy class so I can teach the kids how to write? Xiao Shangdong's legs cannot move freely, so he lies at home all day, watching Meng Yu busying around, and he feels very uncomfortable. If he can help earn some money for the family, No matter how much it is, to supplement the household expenses, it would be good. Brother-in-law, this is a good idea. You don't need to divide the classes into large and small groups. All the children can be together. Meng Haixing slapped Xiao Shangdong's shoulder hard, almost knocking him off the stool. I still have a lot of red paper left over from when I wrote the enrollment brochure last time. Hurry up and write me a few more beautiful characters. I'll put them on the wall and see if anyone wants to sign up for calligraphy practice. As long as the children come to register, I won't take any tuition fees. I'll give it all to you and big sister. How can this be? You've spent a lot of money renting a house. Your elder sister and I can't take advantage of you for nothing. That's easy. You give me $2 a month for rent, and we'll be even. Giving Meng Haixing only $2 in rent was actually taking advantage of him. Xiao Shangdong wanted to say something else, but Meng Haixing interrupted him. Brother-in-law, don't rush to give me the money. Let's see if we can recruit students first. There is still a difference between practicing calligraphy and attending a cram school. Don't let the parents of the students here disapprove. Xiao Shangdong thought so too. Practicing calligraphy is not a necessity. It can be regarded as a hobby. The income of dual-income families is not particularly high nowadays, so 50 cents per class is indeed quite expensive. How about I charge a lower price, 20 cents per lesson? Xiao Shangdong asked Meng Haixing tentatively. 2 cents is a bit too low. Let's go with 40 cents per class and see if we can recruit people. After lunch, Meng Haixing went to find Chu Daong again. The two agreed to set off from Ziyang County to Jingnan City at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Chu Daong is leading one person and Meng Haixing is leading another person. Having 4 people is safer, and secondly, they can take turns driving. By running 24 hours a day, they can reach Jingnan City earlier. Chu Daong often drives out to deliver goods, so he naturally understands why Meng Haixing wants to bring more people. He had no objection and agreed immediately. Meng Guoliang's trial started early, and the verdict will be announced in 7 days. Why so much in advance? People are alive, and changing the court date is not a big deal. Chu Daong spoke calmly, but his face showed an extremely proud look. Meng Haixing, who has the soul of a mature old man, almost laughed out loud. Why did he feel that Chu Daong, who was said to be tough, was a little stupid? Is he telling him that he has the ability and means? Okay, we're back in 7 days. When Meng Haixing went to Jing'an City, he did not ask Meng Daniu to go with him, but asked Meng Halian to go with him. The accidental death of Meng Daniu in his previous life has left a psychological shadow on Meng Haixing. If possible, he hopes Meng Daniu will never leave Ziyang City for the rest of his life. Meng Haixing couldn't hide the fact that he was going to Jingnan City from his family. Although Meng Guangzhu and Chu Lan felt that going south was a bit dangerous, they felt a little relieved when they heard that 4 grown men were driving a big Dongfeng car all the way there. Haixing, don't rush. Try not to walk at night. Take the national highway if possible. Safety is the most important thing. Meng Guangzhu sat on the Kong and puffed on his pipe. He had never left Muping Town in his life. He felt extremely unfamiliar and fearful about the outside world. Dad, don't worry, my brother and I will definitely come back safely. If everything goes well, my eldest brother will be able to renovate our old yard when he comes back. Okay, you brothers, take care of each other when you're out there. Meng Guangzhu is not a person who shows his emotions, but he still talked a lot about many things tonight. However, Meng Halian was full of curiosity about going south, and was even so happy that he could hardly sleep at night. He had only heard of Jingnan City, knew it was very prosperous, and knew there were trams in the city that could run on the road without burning oil. When the Meng brothers arrived at the machinery factory, Chu Daong was already squatting on the ground smoking 2 cigarettes. The person he found was called Liu Baoshan, who looked a few years older than Chu Daong and was also from the machinery factory's fleet. There were 4 of them in the group, and 3 of them could drive, so the journey wasn't too tiring. There's not enough space for so many of us in the car. You guys can go to the back of the car and take a nap. We'll switch seats when Brother Meng takes over for lunch. Chu Daong and his team have been driving sports cars for many years and are very experienced in this area. He took out 2 cotton pads and 2 blankets from the back seat of the cab. Meng Haixing didn't act pretentiously and fell asleep as soon as he got in the car. The most feared thing when driving a long-distance bus is falling asleep. When Meng Haixing started driving, it was exactly noon, so he had to get enough rest. Heading south, the empty car traveled very fast, and the journey was quite smooth. It took only 2.5 days to reach Jingnan City. There is a very large clothing wholesale market near the railway station in Jingnan City. Both large factories and small vendors doing small business gather here. It is very lively here with people coming and going every day. Meng Haixing parked the car in the parking lot. He and Chu Daong went to the wholesale market together, leaving Meng Halian and Liu Baoshan to look after the car. The wholesale market is very large with 3 floors, But Meng Haixing did not go into the market. Instead, he went around to the back, where there were 2 rows of storefronts. Those who had the ability to do large-scale wholesale were all here. The person Meng Haixing came to see was a man named Zhou Hanqing. He had a shop here and did a big business. At that time, Meng Haixing saw an interview about Meng Guoyang in the newspaper and mentioned in passing that Meng Guoyang helped Zhou Hanqing clear the inventory, which allowed his clothing factory to revive. The merchants in the storefront are all fixed, and Meng Haixing found Zhou Hanqing without much effort. There were many half-open bags in front of the store, all filled with clothes. Zhou Hanqing looked to be in his 40s. He was counting the inventory in a notebook. Perhaps because there was too much inventory, Zhou Hanqing frowned and looked serious. "Hello, boss Zhou." Meng Haixing walked up to Zhou Hanqing and greeted him familiarly. "Hello, what kind of clothes do you want to see?" Zhou Hanqing, who had been frowning just now, immediately cheered up when he saw Meng Haixing and Chu Daong and spoke to them with a smile. "I heard from a friend that Boss Zhou has a batch of wool sweaters to dispose of, so I came to see what they are." According to his memories from his previous life, Meng Guoyang would have bought the goods long ago. Meng Haixing hoped that the goods were still there. Chapter 123 Cardigan. When Zhou Hanqing heard that Meng Haixing and his friends were here to buy woolen sweaters, he immediately and warmly invited him into the house. "Yes, here's the thing. I have a batch of wool sweaters. They're the same style as 2 years ago. A Hong Kong businessman placed the order with me back then. In the end, I made the sweater, and the Hong Kong businessman ran away. I'm a small business owner. How can I afford to stock so much goods? I barely sold a little last year. I was thinking I could get rid of the rest this year, but who would have thought that people would be so reluctant to buy this year? Now I can't even take on new orders, so I'm looking for people to clear out my inventory at a low price." As he spoke, Zhou Hanqing took out a few woolen sweaters from a bag. The wool sweater is very smooth and comfortable to the touch, and you can tell it's of good quality. Although Meng Haixing is a gay, he is not very good at dressing. But he vaguely remembered that in Jingnan City in his previous life, sweetheart neck and round neck clothes were very popular this year. The clothing dealers with a keen sense of smell would naturally not import a batch of high-necked sweaters at this time. Jingnan City is more developed than Ningong City. Jingnan City is also a coastal city, and public telephones can already be seen on the streets. In Ningong City, telephones can only be found in public institutions or larger state-owned factories. These phones can make long-distance calls, and it is considered a good idea for each unit to have one. It is basically impossible for ordinary people to touch a phone. Meng Haixing came to Jingnan City to buy wool sweaters this time. In fact, just to take advantage of the time difference and information gap. At this time, beautiful wool sweaters have not yet become popular in Ningong City. Most of the female comrades in Ningong City are still wearing acrylic sweaters knitted by themselves. Even if there are beautiful and fashionable lesbians who want to wear woolen sweaters, they have to buy the wool and knit it themselves. As for the wool sweaters hanging in shopping malls, they are expensive. The cheap ones are 30 or 40, while the slightly better-looking ones cost 50 or 60. This is too expensive for ordinary workers whose average salary is around 30 or 40 yuan. "Boss Zhou, how many sweaters do you have left? What colors and styles are they? How much are they priced?" Seeing that Meng Haixing seemed to want to buy a woolen sweater, Zhou Hanqing immediately took out his account book. "I have a total of 6 styles and 9 colors. I have 7,800 sweaters left. My cost for each sweater is just over 9 yuan. If you want all of them, I'll charge you 8 yuan each. This is my bottom price. If you bargain with me, I won't give you a penny." Recently, many people have come to Zhou Hanqing to inquire about the price, but they all brought the dragon-slaying sword with them. The lowest price was even 5 yuan for one. For $5, you can't even buy wool yarn. After being asked so many questions, Zhou Hanqing became a little discouraged. He even thought that if it really didn't work out, he would take these sweaters and sell them in other cities himself. He just didn't believe that he could really be devastated by these tens of thousands of dollars. When Meng Haixing heard the price, he secretly sighed in his heart. No wonder Meng Guoyang could make so much money, such a good quality wool sweater for only 17 or 18 yuan each. There must be someone who would buy it. Zhou Hanqing was indeed selling these wool sweaters at a loss, so Meng Haixing stopped arguing with him about the price. "Boss Zhou, I can accept this price, but I need to take a closer look at the quality of the clothes." "That's easy. Come on, I'll take you to see the big stuff." Zhou Hanqing was delighted. So many people came to look at wool sweaters, and most of them got stuck on the price. This was the first time someone wanted to see bulk goods. While Meng Haixing and Zhou Hanqing were talking, Chu Daong just watched from the side like a good boy without saying a word. Chu Daong is still self-aware about the matter of buying a wool sweater. He knew nothing about wool sweaters, and if he opened his mouth, Zhou Hanqing would be able to tell at a glance that he was an amateur. In this way, If he was fooled by Zhou Hansheng, he would probably not even know it. Zhou Hansheng's warehouse is right behind the storefront. The warehouse is quite large, filled with sealed cardboard boxes and nylon bags. Each box has the style, color, and size written on it. My batch of goods is a little larger, so if the weather is a little cold, I can put another piece of clothing inside to wear it. Zhou Haching picked up a box at random and opened it. Inside was a bright red wool sweater with a high collar and beautiful embroidered beads on the chest. When I made this bead flower, I was giving it away as a handicraft, and I charged 10 cents for each one. I'm clearing out my inventory. The price is the same with or without the beads. Meng Haixing didn't say anything. He carefully looked through the wool sweaters in the box. Each one was neatly stacked. He took one out from the middle at random and found that the threads inside were cut very cleanly. There was no uneven quality. But even so, he was still worried. After checking 3 boxes again and confirming that everything was correct, Meng Haixing placed an order with Zhou Hansheng for this batch of goods. Meng Haixing didn't want to pack 7,800 wool sweaters in woven bags, so he asked Zhou Hansheng to pack them in cardboard boxes. Do you still have labels with English markings like this? There are quite a few of these. That Hong Kong businessman is very picky and wants to put this label on every box. In order to understand what the English marks meant, Zhou Hansheng even paid someone to translate them. Put an English mark on each box for me. It's best if it's correct, but it doesn't matter if it's wrong. Meng Haixing wanted the English labels not to see the logo on them, but just to make these sweaters look high-end. If you want to change the cartons and shipping marks, I'm afraid I can't ship the goods to you today. I have to find someone first. Okay, we'll just park our car in the parking lot outside. It's okay for us to wait for you all day. Meng Haixing wanted to reassure Zhou Hansheng that they came with a car and couldn't run away. Okay, brother, you're so straightforward. I'll go find someone now. Zhou Hansheng went to look for someone, and Chu Daong spoke then. Brother Haixing, selling wool sweaters is really profitable. We only buy them for 8 yuan. If we sell them for 10 yuan each, few women in the machinery factory will be willing to buy them. They work so hard and don't even get 40 yuan a month. 10 yuan? Daong, you should open your eyes a little more. If you only buy one for 10 yuan, why would I bring you all this way? For these wool sweaters, the ones with beads on them are at least this much. The ones without beads are only 2 yuan less. As he spoke, Meng Haixing shook 2 fingers at Chu Daong. Chu Daong was stunned. He stuttered a little. 20 yuan apiece. You can keep your voice down. I can't hear you. When Meng Haixing saw that the arrogant little peacock comrade Chu Daong actually looked down on the purchasing power of female comrades, he muttered in his heart that the little comrade was not brave enough. In today's society, only the bold can make money. If you are timid, you may not even be able to come to Jingnan City. Later, you and my brother will stay here and watch the workers count the clothes and put labels on them. I'll go out for a walk. Meng Haixing was still quite excited after arriving in Jingnan City. To be honest, this is the fastest growing place in the country, even better than the capital. But when it comes to going to school, Meng Haixing is more optimistic about Beijing. He was a little confused about which university to take his wife to in the future. Too many choices can be frustrating. Chapter 124, Encountering a Thief. Zhou Hansheng brought 4 workers over in a short while. He rummaged through all the sweaters, took out those that had been improperly stored, and put back into the box only those that were not damaged or stained at all. Meng Halian and Lu Baoshan were also called over to help. Daong, you have to be careful. If you bring back some defective products, you will lose money. Brother Haixing, don't worry. This is the first time that Chu Daong has started his own business. He is determined to do it well and show his family that he is not a small-time gangster, and he can also make money. After Meng Haixing finished explaining everything, he strolled out of the wholesale market. The clothing wholesale market is right next to the train station, and it is very bustling with people coming and going. After Meng Haixing came out, he found a newsstand and asked where the bus stop was. There doesn't seem to be anything wrong with this. After learning the exact location, Meng Haixing walked towards the station. There are quite a few trams in Jingnan City, and it's not hard to find them because of the 2 large antennas. He had just taken a few steps towards the station when a middle-aged woman, who looked very friendly, stopped Meng Haixing. Brother, judging from your accent, you sound like you're from out of town. Are you here looking for a job? My family owns a garment factory, and we're hiring workers right now. You'll work 8 hours a day, earning 45 yuan a month, with food and lodging provided. If you're willing, you can start working now. Meng Haixing shook his head. I'm not here looking for a job. Having said that, Meng Haixing turned around and wanted to leave. Brother, what are you doing in Jingnan City? When the middle-aged woman saw Meng Haixing was about to leave, she immediately followed him. The way she followed Meng Haixing made him instantly alert. Meng Haixing didn't respond to the middle-aged woman and continued walking towards the station. Brother, I heard that you came to Jingnan City to look for a job. What kind of job are you looking for? I can help you find one. Before the middle-aged woman caught up, a young man came over and started talking to Meng Haixing. While he was speaking, Meng Haixing was very keenly aware that there were at least two men around him who were in the same group as this young man. It was obvious that he was being targeted. Meng Haixing smiled bitterly in his heart, wondering how he could have forgotten about this. These people are the most common around the train station. They like to target people who go south alone to work. Regardless of gender, once they are deceived by them, women will be sold, and men will most likely be sent to places like illegal brick factories to do hard labor. I'm not from out of town. Meng Haixing deliberately spoke to the young man in standard Mandarin. Since his rebirth, Meng Haixing has been speaking the local dialect with his family in Xiaoshan village. When he came to Jingnan City this time, he didn't react for a while and didn't change his accent. When he went to the newsstand just now, these people probably recognized his accent. When the young man heard Meng Haixing speaking Mandarin, he was obviously stunned. Then he walked up to Meng Haixing with a playful smile on his face and started talking to him. I see. I thought you were here to recruit workers. It seems I was mistaken. As he spoke, the young man reached for Meng Haixing's trouser pocket. Meng Haixing didn't bother to be polite with the young man. He grabbed his wrist and pushed hard with his knee, instantly subduing the young man to the ground. A thief has been caught. Can someone help me call the police? Meng Haixing roared, instantly attracting countless eyes. What was most in demand at this time was enthusiastic comrades. Two public security comrades who were patrolling near the train station came running over. Let me go quickly. Do you know who I am? Do you want to stop hanging around in Jingnan City? A pickpocket is so arrogant. Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue? After a while, two police officers came over, and the young man refused to admit that he was a thief. Comrade, this person framed me. I was recruiting for the garment factory and wanted to ask him if he wanted a job, but he pushed me to the ground. Meng Haixing was still holding the young man's wrist at this moment, and he lifted the young man's arm. I'm carrying a razor blade when I'm introducing a job. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old kid or a police officer who's easy to fool? A razor blade was pinned to the cuff of the young man's shirt. This kind of blade is very sharp and can cut open pockets of clothes, purses, etc. Now the young man was speechless. The police comrades patrolling near the train station were very experienced and understood what was going on with just one look at the blade. Before Meng Haixing left, a public security comrade kindly reminded him that these thieves were working in gangs and told him not to go to the train station in the near future to avoid being hit from behind. Meng Haixing got on the tram and looked back at the noisy train station with a serious expression. What he hated most in his life was thieves. When he and Meng Daniu went south to work, the wages they earned were stolen. The two men had no money, so they reluctantly asked the foreman to borrow a few dollars to buy steamed buns. But Meng Daniu loves to eat. After a day's work, 1 or 2 steamed buns are not enough to fill him up, so he goes out to earn some extra money to buy food. As a result, after leaving the construction site, Meng Daniu never returned. The anger and sadness in his heart made Meng Haixing feel so uncomfortable that he could hardly breathe. It was bad luck for those people to meet him at the train station today. The tram only went one stop when Meng Haixing got off. He quietly returned to the train station and saw the middle-aged woman who spoke to him from a distance. At this moment, she was talking to a middle-aged man who was surrounded by a man who looked very gentle. The man was tall and thin, wearing glasses, and looked like a college student. The male student seemed to be persuaded by the middle-aged woman and followed the two of them to the alley next to the train station. Not long after they left, 2 more men followed from a distance. The two teams were some distance apart, and if Meng Haixing hadn't been keeping an eye on them, it would have been difficult to notice them. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind it. Meng Haixing didn't rush forward, but watched from a distance. The 4 men took the male student into a narrow alley and suddenly attacked. With 3 men and 1 woman, it is basically impossible for male students to resist. In a few seconds, the boy was covered with his mouth by several people and dragged into an inconspicuous courtyard. Sister Fong, at this critical moment today, you're really interested and can even bring back a coolie. What should we do? Xiao Mao accidentally got caught by the police. We can't just sit there and wait. Sister Fong, aren't you afraid that Xiao Mao will betray us? What are you afraid of? If Xiao Mao dares to say that, I will kill his entire family. I will then see who dies faster, him or me. The man who was talking to Sister Fong gave her a thumbs up. In their group, he only obeyed Sister Fong, a ruthless boss. Chapter 125 Lin Jinyan. Just as they were discussing where to sell the male student, Meng Haixing suddenly climbed over the wall into the yard. Before anyone could react, Meng Haixing kicked the 2 men closest to him in the heart. Meng Haixing does farm work at home every day and is very strong. The man who was kicked to the ground by him couldn't even get up. Sister Fong found Meng Haixing familiar and was about to ask him something when Meng Haixing kicked her sideways. Sister Fong felt a pain in her cheek. Her eyes spun, and she fell heavily to the ground. One of her teeth was kicked out by Meng Haixing. The other young man was so frightened by Meng Haixing's actions that he was stunned. The young man didn't care about anything and turned around and wanted to run. How could Meng Haixing let him go? He rushed forward and kicked him in the back. There was only a loud bang. The young man who was about to open the gate bumped into the wooden door. The collision was quite severe. The young man saw stars, felt dizzy, and his legs went weak. He fell to the ground with a thud. Meng Haixing glanced at the people on the ground, found a hemp rope, and tied the four of them tightly. All this happened so quickly. The male student, with his hands tied, stood under the eaves, watching it all in amazement. "Brother, you are quite skilled." The male student, whose hands were tied and mouth was covered just now, had untied the rope on his wrists without knowing when, and threw the rag in his mouth to the ground. Meng Haixing stood up and looked at the male student in front of him with some surprise. "It seems I'm meddling too much. You should be able to get away easily without me." "Yes, I can get away, but I won't feel good about it either." As he spoke, the male student raised his arm towards Meng Haixing. There was a circle of gauze tied around his wrist, and he looked like he was injured. Meng Haixing nodded. Since the victim was here, he would not stay here. "I'm leaving now. Go find the police and call the police yourself." Meng Haixing kicked the young man at the door away, opened the gate, and wanted to leave. "Comrade, what should I call you?" "My name is Lei Feng." Lin Jinyan, who was standing in the yard, was speechless. He quickly ran out of the yard and shouted, "My name is Lin Jinyan. Thank you for saving me just now." Meng Haixing had already walked far away without looking back. He just raised his hand and waved it twice before leaving. After catching those pickpockets in one fell swoop, Meng Haixing's mood instantly improved, and even the sky of Jingnan City seemed a little brighter in his eyes. After getting back in the car, Meng Haixing headed straight for the largest shopping mall in Jingnan City. He came here today to buy a watch for Lin Muching. The two of them had nothing after their marriage, and Meng Haixing always felt that he owed Lin Muching. The watch was just one of the betrothal gifts he gave to Lin Muching. There is a long row of various women's watches on the counter, even some big foreign brands. Of course, the price is also staggering. Meng Haixing didn't buy a ticket for the watch, so he could only buy a premium watch. After choosing for a long time, he picked out two seagull watches, a large one costing 110 and a small one costing 100. Although they were not particularly expensive, Meng Haixing liked them very much. In his previous life, Meng Haixing had all kinds of expensive watches, but the one he cared about most was a seagull watch he bought for himself when he earned his first 10,000 yuan. That watch accompanied him for almost half his life. When he came back, Meng Haixing bought himself an identical piece and also bought a slightly smaller one for Lin Muching. The two watches make a perfect pair. In the shopping malls of Jingnan City, in addition to expensive watches, there are other things that are not available in Xuyang County. For example, various types of tape recorders. There are no more than 5 tape recorders in the Xuyang County shopping mall at any one time, and most of them have been ordered early. Ordinary people like Meng Haixing can't queue up even if they want to buy. In Jingnan City, there are 7 or 8 styles on the counter. Meng Haixing thought that Lin Muching would take the college entrance examination next year, and her English foundation was not good, so he might as well buy her a tape recorder so that she could listen to more English tapes and songs. It is also good for her to learn English. Tape recorders were a rare commodity at that time, and a slightly larger one would cost 5 or 600 yuan. A tape of Teresa Teng costs 3 yuan, and 3 sets of tapes and 3 high school English books cost more than 40 yuan in total. Meng Haixing thought about it and spent 120 yuan to buy an imported Sanyo small tape recorder. It's about the size of a brick and can only hold 1 cassette. He also bought a few storytelling tapes for Momo and some opera tapes for Chu Lan and Meng Guangzhou. Before leaving, Meng Haixing bought another radio. He bought so many things, but never bought a TV. It's not that he was reluctant, but their village was in a valley, and even if he bought a TV, it would just be decoration. There is no signal. Moreover, there are power cuts every few days, so it's better to buy a radio or a tape recorder that runs on batteries. Meng Haixing bought all big items, so he couldn't go shopping in the mall and had to go back. On the way back to the clothing wholesale market, Meng Haixing was sitting in the car and saw Lin Jinyan and several police officers standing on the roadside from afar through the window. The few people who were nearly crippled by his kicks were all brought out of the alley in handcuffs. Following them out were a few little girls with tear-stained faces. Meng Haixing frowned. He thought that only Lin Jinyan was arrested, but it seemed that there were several other girls who were tricked by them and were imprisoned in the courtyard. "Haixing, why did you buy so many things?" Meng Haixing used a woven bag he bought temporarily to carry his newly bought radio and tape recorder. Although it looks ordinary, no one would guess that the things in his bag are worth hundreds of dollars. Just bought some. How are things going over here? The warehouse was littered with boxes and sweaters were scattered all over the floor. Half of it still needs to be sorted out. It's been sitting there for too long, and some of it is damp and quite dirty. Meng Hailian picked up a woolen sweater with regret, only to see a large yellow stain on it. He didn't know if it could be washed clean. Before Meng Haixing could ask, Zhou Hanqing spoke up. Brother Meng, can you help me take these slightly dirty ones away? I'll charge you 5 yuan each. 5 yuan can't even buy enough wool for one piece of clothing, and the slightly dirty ones can be washed out with just a splash of water. Meng Haixing would not just listen to what Zhou Hanqing said. He carefully put away the woven bag in his hand and picked up a woolen sweater and rubbed it. The stains on it can't be rubbed off. Boss Zhou, I need to go in and take a look. If it can be washed off, I'll take it away. If it can't be washed off, $5 is a bit too much. The purpose of selling a wool sweater is to create a stylish look. If the stains can't be washed out, the advantage is gone. Then it can only be used as ordinary warm clothing. Wool sweaters are relatively thin and are definitely not as warm as cotton coats. Rich people don't like it, poor people can't afford it, and if the price is too expensive, it's easy to lose money. Okay, there's a basin and soap over there in the storefront. Just go ahead and try it out. I've been making clothes for so many years. I have some confidence in this. Meng Haixing didn't bother to argue with Zhou Hanqing. He took the sweater and went to the front shop. Chapter 126 Return to Ningong City 1. Meng Haixing soaked the wool sweater in water, put soap on the stained areas, and rubbed them. In a few seconds, the sweater was clean. However, he did not stop what he was doing, but washed the entire sweater directly. When he washed his wool sweater, the color did not fade and a lot of loose hair did not fall off. It seems that the quality is still very good. How about Brother Meng? I think it can be washed off. Yes, they can be washed. Count them later to see how many pieces are dirty. I'll give them to you for 5 yuan each. Okay, brother, since you're so straightforward, I'll give you a cheaper price when you come to me to get clothes next time. Meng Haixing had no intention of getting into the clothes reselling business in the future. It was profitable, but for Meng Haixing, the fact that he was often not at home was enough to discourage him from doing the business. Life is short, and there are plenty of opportunities to make money, so Meng Haixing is not in a hurry. In his opinion, accompanying Momo to grow up is more important than making money. Sorting out the sweaters was a troublesome job. I was busy until the evening before I finally counted all the clothes. There are 7,600 good sweaters and 350 with slight stains. Chu Daong took the lion's share of the money for this batch of goods, while Meng Haixing only took 20,000. But after the clothes are sold, the profits are divided equally between the two. Chu Daong had no objection to this. From sourcing the information to negotiating the price for this batch of clothes, everything was done by Meng Haixing alone. When we go to Ningong City to sell clothes, Meng Haixing will probably have to take the lead. Meng Haixing has done so much, so he deserves half of the profits. It was getting late, so Meng Haixing and his friends were in no hurry to load the truck. They found a small hotel to stay in and only loaded and sealed the truck at dawn the next day. The truck loaded with goods slowly drove out of Jingnan City. The 4 of them sat together in the cab and discussed how to get back. Chu Daong meant that the 3 of them should take turns driving the car 24 hours a day so that they could reach Ningong City earlier. The road was very smooth when we came here, so we were able to reach Jingnan City in 2.5 days. It's a heavy vehicle on the way back, so we have to go much slower. If we drive at night, it would be very dangerous for us to drive slowly. We used to deliver goods frequently and drove many night shifts, but nothing happened. Brother Haixing, aren't you being too cautious? Chu Daong was a little unconvinced. The longest distance you've ever run was probably a day's journey, and you've never been south before. You've always run within the province. What Meng Haixing said was not wrong. There were only a few factories in China that needed textile machinery, and most of them were located around Xuyang County. No one in Chu Daong's convoy really went south. Brother Haixing, it's really as scary as you say. The roads are full of robbers. It's safer for us to be cautious. After all, this truckload of clothes is all we have. We are not in a hurry for 1 or 2 days. Chu Daong thought about it and agreed. What's the harm in going back a day earlier? If they really met someone while walking at night, they would be in trouble. Although the rear cargo bed is full of goods, there is still a half-meter wide space at the rear of the truck where people can lie down. The reason for leaving this place is to prevent thieves from stealing goods on the road. Some thieves don't care what goods are loaded on your car. Once they target you, they will try to unload a few boxes from you. If it is valuable, they will be like rats along the way and can steal half of your truck's goods. But when they see someone at the rear of the car, These people know that they have encountered an experienced driver, so they will restrain themselves a little and dare not rob the car. After running for a whole day, in the evening they found a small hotel with a yard and stopped the car to have a meal. Truck drivers all like this kind of hotel with a yard. If nothing else, it at least looks safe. Not long after Meng Haixing and his friends sat down, another large truck drove into the yard. Two young men jumped out of the truck. Meng Haixing subconsciously looked back at the things in their truck. Although it was covered with a simple tarpaulin, it was not tied very firmly. From the exposed box, you could vaguely see that it said clothes. It seems that they are from the same industry. Truck drivers never treat themselves badly when it comes to food when they are out. Chu Daong ordered two main dishes. One was braised pork and the other was stewed pork ribs, as well as stir-fried peppers and spicy and sour shredded potatoes. While they were eating, two young men at the next table were discussing whether to continue their night journey or stay here for one night. In a small roadside hotel like this, sleeping in a large dormitory only costs $1 per person. However, truck drivers take turns sleeping when there is cargo on the truck. Meng Haixing and his team took two positions, one to sleep at the front and the other at the back of the truck to ensure the safety of the cargo. The other two young men felt that they were still half a day away from their destination, so they decided to drive at night and sleep after reaching their destination. Little brother, it's not safe to drive at night. You still have half a day's journey, and there's no need to rush. Why don't you stay in a hotel and continue your journey tomorrow morning? Seeing that the two were young, Meng Haixing couldn't help but give them a few reminders. The two young men smiled at Meng Haixing and said nothing more. Perhaps it was Meng Haixing's words that made them feel a little uneasy. After all, those who drove long-distance trucks did so to make more money. What's the point of making more money if you lose your life? So the two young men also stayed in the small hotel that night. It was only after dawn the next day that the two young men set off with Meng Haixing and others. They walked for just over an hour from the inn and entered a relatively remote forest. There were fruit trees all around, and no one was working in the fields at the moment. I ran for a long time, but didn't see a single person. Meng Haixing and Meng Halian were talking about how they went down to the mountain village to plant fruit trees on the mountain. Suddenly, Meng Haixing's eyes became sharp, and he saw 7 or 8 men standing in the orchard a few dozen meters ahead. Everyone was holding a weapon in their hands, looking like they were not to be trifled with. They saw a truck coming, and one of the men was holding a wooden stick, ready to stop the truck. Don't brake, just rush forward. Chu Daong, who was driving, thought Meng Haixing was crazy. What if he rushed forward and crushed someone to death? If you crush this guy to death, the most you'll get is 18,000 yuan in compensation. After all, they're robbers. But if we stop, do you want to die here? Meng Haixing's words were as cold as ice chips, falling on Chu Daong's heart. He came out to do business. Of course, he didn't want to risk his life on it. Step on the accelerator. The speed of the truck suddenly increased. Just as the truck was about to hit the man in the middle of the road, the man suddenly dodged. Chu Daong stepped on the accelerator and rushed forward. The two young men following behind them only saw a group of men with knives and sticks rushing out from the roadside and preparing to smash his car. At this moment, Liu Baoshan, who was in the rear truck, picked up the bricks he had prepared earlier and threw them at the group of people. The group hesitated for only a moment before the truck rushed past them. The two young men in the truck were so frightened by this sudden incident that they broke out in sweats. But that's not all. Chapter 127 Funny Highway Robbery. Meng Haixing and his companions had been running for less than 10 minutes when they saw someone dragging a wooden board to the middle of the road from a distance. Even if Meng Haixing couldn't see, he knew that this wooden board was probably nailed with densely packed nails. If their truck rushed over, the two front tires would be useless, and the car could be damaged if they were not careful. But if we stop, there will probably be a fierce battle. Those who come out to rob people on the road are not good people. It is hard to say whether they can escape unscathed. Daong, don't turn off the engine for a while. If we can't win, we'll find a way to run away. Chu Daong was not a man who was not afraid of trouble. He directly pulled out 2 machetes from under the seat. Fight them. Meng Haixing's bottom line is simple: save his life. If these desperate criminals endanger his life, he doesn't mind killing them. Chu Daong's car suddenly slowed down, and Liu Baoshan and the 2 young men in the car behind him all looked forward at the same time. When they saw several more men standing on the side of the road, they all had expressions of shock on their faces. No wonder Meng Haixing never let them drive at night. They encountered 2 waves of robbers in such a short distance in broad daylight. If it was at night, they probably wouldn't have to leave. Liu Baoshan took out 2 daggers from under the quilt and put them on his waist. None of these highway robbers were easy to talk to. When a real conflict breaks out, the dagger in his hand will still be of great use. There were 2 young men in the back car. The older one was called Xiao Fei, and the other one was called Tianhua. They had only been driving long distances for a month. I have never encountered so many things on the road before. I didn't expect to be so unlucky today and encounter 2 robberies at the same time. Brother Fei, what should we do? I think the car in front is about to stop. What can we do? Grab your weapons. If we're weak now, we'll be crushed to death. Only if we all attack together can we survive. Chu Daong slowed down the car and slowly stopped. He breathed a sigh of relief when he saw there were only 6 people. The chances of these people getting away with it unscathed are still very high. Jia Guan held a shiny dagger in his hand, swinging it back and forth from time to time. When he saw the truck stop, he kicked the truck bumper hard twice. Those who don't want to die, come down here. If anyone dares to play tricks on me, I'll stab him to pieces with a knife. The few minions following behind him were holding sticks in their hands. They kept knocking on the car door, urging Meng Haixing and others to get out quickly. Meng Haixing, Meng Halian, and Chu Daong did not hesitate either. They took machetes, opened the car door, and jumped out neatly. Xiao Fei and the other person in the car behind also came over with Lu Baoshan. The 6 of them exchanged glances. Although they didn't say much, they all felt a lot more at ease. There are 6 people on Meng Haixing's side, and there are also 6 people on the robber Jiaguan's side. Moreover, everyone on Meng Haixing's side was holding a machete. When comparing the 2 sides, Meng Haixing almost laughed out loud. Why did he feel that his side was more like the robbers? Jiaguan was not a fool. When he saw Meng Haixing and his men, who were tall and strong and had weapons in their hands, he suddenly felt a little scared. But now he was in a difficult situation. The car had been stopped by him, and his brothers were watching him. It would be so embarrassing if he just let the person go in such a disgraceful manner. So Jia Guan stiffened his neck and shouted, "This road was built by our village. All vehicles passing by must pay a fee." Meng Haixing stood at the front and took a look at the dirt road that was not easy to walk on. "Brother, are you kidding me? You have the nerve to say this road belongs to your village, and you have the nerve to ask for money. We're in a hurry to get on the road, so we won't beat around the bush with you. We're all on the same page, so let's give each other some slack." The machete in Meng Haixing's hand was 2 fingers wide and had a sharp edge. He patted the machete in his hand, and the meaning was clear. If anyone was blind, he wouldn't mind taking action. Jia Guanlu shrank his neck in fear. If he was hit by the knife, he would lose half his life if not die. "Brother, we can't break the rules of the road, right? Since we met today, please give me some face. Just give me 10 yuan for your 2 cars." Seeing that Jia Guan was still pestering him, Meng Haixing suddenly took a step forward and slashed with his knife. The long wooden stick in the hand of the younger brother standing next to Jia Guan was cut in half with a snap. If Meng Haixing hadn't controlled the strength just right, the robber would have been cut in the chest. "Can you let us go now?" Meng Haixing didn't show it on his face, but he was full of surprise in his heart. He was so strong that he could chop the stick off so easily. Jia Guan, who was whining just now and trying to save face for himself, is now obedient. "Brother, it's all a misunderstanding. I'll take the board away right now." Jia Guan's voice was trembling a little when he spoke. He had been on this road before and had seen many truck drivers. But this is the first time I have seen someone with such skillful martial arts as Meng Haixing. He was very glad that he did not anger Meng Haixing at the beginning. Otherwise, he would be in big trouble now. Several other thugs holding wooden sticks hurried to help Jia Guan drag the wooden board back a few steps, for fear of being injured by the machete in Meng Haixing's hand. Chu Daiyong's car was still running. When he saw the wooden board with nails being removed, he quickly got into the car. Meng Haixing and Meng Halian didn't waste time with the robbers and turned around and jumped into the car. In just 2 minutes, Chu Daiyong stepped on the accelerator and rushed out. After the car drove away for several minutes, the 4 people in the car burst into laughter. Just now, the few of them looked calm and composed, but their hands holding the knives were already covered in sweat. Chu Daiyong had never used a knife in a fight before, so this was his first time fighting someone with a knife, and he was unsure. It seems that those robbers were not very experienced in their work. If we had encountered the first wave of robbers just now and they had set up a nail board for us, we would not have been so lucky. Meng Haixing wiped the sweat from his forehead with lingering fear. The first wave of robbers used their bodies to block the truck, which showed that they were fighting with their lives on the line. Moreover, they had knives in their hands. If a fight really broke out, they would be seriously injured even if they didn't die. In this remote place, if you get seriously injured, it could be fatal. The truck drove for about a quarter of an hour and finally arrived at a fork in the road. Chu Daiyong honked the horn and turned left. Xiao Fei, who was behind, also honked the horn and drove to the right. If Xiao Fei hadn't given them courage today, Meng Haixing and the others probably wouldn't have felt so confident. Xiao Fei was also very grateful to Meng Haixing for his reminder. The 2 of them almost had a brush with death. For the rest of the journey, Meng Haixing and his friends still only walked during the day and rested in a small hotel at night. And they try to avoid small roads and take the national roads. Even if we come across a slightly remote national highway, we will wait for a few trucks to go together instead of going alone. There were 2 times near noon when they encountered road blockades. But that time they had 3 large trucks at a time, and those who were blocking the road saw it, but didn't dare to stop them. They could only vent their anger by throwing stones at their trucks. By the time we arrived in Ningong City, we found that there were many potholes on the body of the truck. Even the tarpaulin was smashed and dirty. Chapter 128: Selling Clothes. This trip south was really not easy. It was like risking my life. Chu Daong walked around the truck, and his small white teeth were almost broken from anger. Those who rob people on the road are all big and strong men. If they go out and find a job, even if it is just manual labor, they can make a lot of money. But they couldn't bear to become robbers and live on the edge of a knife. Chu Daong really doubted whether these people had any problems with their brains. Brother Haixing, what should we do next? Ningong City is so big, we can't just go door to door with our clothes. That's not the case. Here in Ningong City, the high salaries are in power plants and steel mills. We just need to take our sweaters and go to their staff quarters and stake out. Meng Haixing had already planned how to sell wool sweaters. Units like steel mills, chemical plants, and textile mills are now considered relatively wealthy in Ningong City. Their staff residential area is located in Ningong City and was among the first to be built. When female comrades have money, they will naturally care more about food and clothing. Brother Haixing, we will all listen to you. Chu Daong drove a truck and unloaded 10 boxes of wool sweaters at the gates of the steel plant and textile factory staff quarters. The 4 people were divided into 2 groups. According to the price set by Meng Haixing, the ones with pearl flowers were 20 yuan each, and the ones without were 18 yuan each. Before leaving, Meng Haixing reminded Chu Daong that no matter how the female comrades bargained, he must defend his price. He can't lower the price just because the female comrades cry about being poor. Chu Daong nodded quickly. He was not good at bargaining with female comrades. The price Meng Haixing offered was very much to his liking. Chu Daong was stupid and didn't know how to bargain with female comrades, so Meng Haixing asked him to give a fixed price for the sweater. Meng Haixing was eloquent, but he didn't want to bargain with the female comrades. The slogan, "One price sweater for 20 yuan," was written directly on the cardboard box. 10 large cardboard boxes were placed at the entrance of the textile factory, attracting a lot of inquiring eyes. Meng Haixing cleared his throat. A wool sweater costs 20 yuan, all made in Hong Kong. Come and have a look if you like it. Meng Haixing only shouted twice, and the female comrades who had gone home to cook at noon couldn't help but rush over to Meng Haixing. Look at my sweaters, they're all from Hong Kong. I won't say much about the quality, you'll know once you touch them. Textile factory workers deal with all kinds of threads every day, so they can naturally tell how much wool is contained in Meng Haixing's wool sweater just by touching it. A young female comrade picked up a rose-red wool sweater, tried it on her body, and felt the texture of the sweater. Comrade, 20 yuan for this wool sweater of yours is a bit too expensive. Can you give me a discount? It will look good on me, and I can also promote your sweater in our factory. I bought these sweaters at a high price. They can't be cheaper by a cent. If you don't believe me, you can go to the mall and compare them. A wool sweater of this quality would cost at least 40 or 50 yuan in a shopping mall. The young lesbian really likes this rose-red wool sweater, but the price does make her a little hurt. After much hesitation and talking, Meng Haixing finally didn't give him any advantage. Oh my, you are such a powerful man. You won't give me a penny. The young lesbian reluctantly spent 20 yuan to buy the rose-red wool sweater. After the first person bought it, other workers came to inquire about it one after another. Meng Haixing had 500 wool sweaters in 10 boxes, and he sold more than 20 of them during lunchtime. This result still made Meng Haixing very satisfied. He was a little scared at first, thinking that if the price was set too high, it would affect sales. The workers' lunch break is relatively short, and it passes in a short while. When the workers went to work, Meng Haixing vaguely saw that 2 of them had changed into new wool sweaters. The weather is not that cold in mid-October, but it cannot stop lesbians from loving beauty. Meng Haixing felt proud. He thought that when the workers at the textile factory got off work in the afternoon, he would be able to sell a lot of wool sweaters. Brother, what do you want to eat for lunch? Have a bite to eat. Haixing, should we go somewhere else? We've been busy all afternoon and have only sold 20 or so items. How long will it take to sell that whole truck? Meng Hailian didn't know what Meng Haixing was planning. He was very anxious at the moment, fearing that Meng Haixing would throw all these sweaters in his hands. This is just the beginning. It doesn't matter if sales are a little slow. Once our sweaters spread throughout the textile factory, many people will come to buy them this afternoon. By then, I'm afraid you won't be able to charge them enough. Meng Halian looked suspicious and didn't quite believe what Meng Haixing said. If business is really as easy as Meng Haixing said, there would be people with a monthly income of 10,000 yuan everywhere on the street. Meng Haixing went out to buy some buns, and the two of them squatted on the side of the road and had a meal together. In the afternoon, passers-by came to look at the sweaters and bought more than a dozen. Most people like the style of the sweater, but run away when they ask the price. 20 yuan apiece, half a month's salary. If there are many people in the family, they can't afford to buy it. The sun slowly set in the west, and the workers in the textile factory went off work one after another. As soon as Meng Haixing rearranged the sweaters in the box, many young female comrades came over. At this moment, they did not bargain with Meng Haixing, but only picked the styles they liked. There were a few people who wanted to bargain with Meng Haixing, but before they could say a few words, the wool sweater in their hands was taken advantage of by another female comrade. For a moment, there were 3 layers of people surrounding Meng Haixing's stall. Meng Halian kept collecting money, putting the sweaters in bags, and handing them to the female comrades. Looking at the handful of money of different denominations in his hand, Meng Halian thought he was dreaming. He never expected that the women in the city would buy a 20 yuan wool sweater without blinking an eye. If this happened in their village, they would definitely be criticized as a spendthrift. After all this busyness, the sky gradually darkened. The female comrades who had just surrounded Meng Haixing also went home to cook. Meng Haixing made a count and found that he sold 160 wool sweaters in one evening. This number was too exaggerated. It was dark and there was only a dim street light on the side of the road. Meng Haixing packed the box and soon Chu Daong drove over in a truck. "Brother Haixing, how much did you sell it for in total?" Seeing Chu Daong's smiling face, Meng Haixing vaguely guessed that he must have sold a considerable quantity. "I sold less than 200 pieces. How about you?" Chu Daong looked at Meng Haixing in disbelief. "Did I hear correctly? You sold nearly 200 pieces. Oh my God, I thought I was pretty impressive for selling 80 sweaters in half a day, but I didn't expect you to sell even more." Meng Haixing patted Chu Daong's shoulder with a smile. "Today is just the beginning. Tomorrow should be even more popular than today. However, we will only sell to the textile and steel mills tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow we will go to the chemical plants and power plants." Ninggang City is not small, and Meng Haixing doesn't want to stick to one place and sell things. He needs to run around more and sell all these sweaters as quickly as possible. He has been out for 7 days and has been missing Momo and Lin Muching like crazy. "I desperately want to go home and see them." Chapter 129 reported. Early the next morning, Meng Haixing and his companions went to the market first. There was a large flow of people at the market, and Meng Haixing was promoting his products as Hong Kong wool sweaters. By 9 a.m., they had sold more than 400 wool sweaters in total. If Chu Daong sold more than 90 wool sweaters yesterday, he would feel like he was a good businessman. After selling more than 400 wool sweaters today, Chu Daong felt like a business genius. "Brother Haixing, I will follow you from now on. No matter what business you start, I will follow you." Meng Haixing, who was sorting out his wool sweater, heard Chu Daong say this. He grinned at him. "That's great. I'm raising rabbits at home now, and I'm in need of help. Why don't you come and raise rabbits with me? You should be able to make some money reselling clothes. If you put it all into the rabbit farm, it should be enough." "Wait, Brother Haixing, you didn't lie to me. Are you really planning to raise rabbits?" "My rabbit farm has been built. The reason why I made this batch of goods with you, I told you earlier, is because of Meng Guoyang." Chu Daong was really surprised to learn that Meng Haixing had opened a rabbit farm at home. Can raising rabbits make more money than reselling clothes? "Brother Haixing, you are such a great businessman. Why do you want to raise rabbits? We can just resell clothes. If we don't have to make 2 trips a month, we can make a lot of money. Have you forgotten again about the robbers you encountered on the road? You think reselling clothes is an easy job, but you're risking your life. But if you want to do small business, you can also take the train south to purchase goods, but sending the train car is a little troublesome." Meng Haixing and Chu Daong were close friends, so he couldn't help but give him a few words of advice. "I know my own weight very well. If Brother Haixing hadn't taken me with him, I wouldn't be able to even find my way to the Jingnan City clothing wholesale market, let alone reselling clothes." Chu Daong tried his best to persuade Meng Haixing to go into business with him. Unfortunately, no matter what he said, Meng Haixing remained unmoved. The 4 of them drove the truck and spent the whole day shopping for clothes. Everything went as Meng Haixing expected, and sales were even hotter today. More than 300 pieces were sold at the entrance of the textile factory alone. Seeing that the textile factory was selling so well, Chu Daong wanted to sell for another day, but was rejected by Meng Haixing. "Don't you see that some people are setting up stalls to sell clothes, just like us? Believe it or not, someone will report us tomorrow." "Oh, why report us? Reform and opening up have been going on for several years now, and the government is encouraging everyone to start businesses and become wealthy and prosperous. Chu Daong was completely confused and had no idea what the problem was. If you don't believe me, come and see tomorrow morning. The second day was Sunday. In the morning, many small vendors would set up stalls at the entrance of the staff quarters, selling vegetables or small items. Meng Haixing and his group first placed their sweaters at the entrance of the power plant community. Then Meng Haixing and Chu Daong returned to the textile factory area together. Just as Meng Haixing expected, there were originally only a few small vendors selling vegetables here, but now there are 4 or 5 more stalls selling clothes. 2 of the stalls were also selling woolen sweaters, but judging by the style, they were not from the south and should be local. Brother Haixing, isn't this a good thing? Someone reported it there. Meng Haixing smiled faintly without saying anything. He bought a cup of lotus root soup and drank it slowly while standing not far away. Before I finished a cup of hot lotus root soup, I saw a police car coming from afar. 4 uniformed police officers got out of the police car and went straight to the 2 stalls selling wool sweaters. Someone has reported you for speculation. Please come with us and explain the situation. The 2 young men who were selling sweaters were completely dumbfounded. Comrade Public Security, I'm afraid there's some misunderstanding here. We're just selling wool sweaters. How can you be considered profiteering? Don't waste your time talking to me. Come with us now. If you refuse to cooperate, we won't be polite. As they were talking, the 2 police officers had already taken out the handcuffs. The young man was scared to death. He quickly picked up the sweater on the ground and followed the police officers. Their sweaters are all imported from nearby cities and are not cheap. As long as they explained the situation to the public security comrades, the crime of speculation and profiteering cannot be pinned on them. But since they were released from the Public Security Bureau a long time ago, these 2 young men probably don't dare to set up stalls again. Meng Haixing drank the last bit of lotus root soup in his hand. Daong, you're still a little young. We're selling wool sweaters like crazy here, so it's normal for people to get jealous and report us. But if we were arrested and questioned by the police today, would you still dare to sell wool sweaters in Ningong City? Chu Daong thought about it, and to be honest, he really didn't dare. Don't be fooled by Chu Daong's usual arrogance and domineering behavior in the machinery factory. But even in the factory, if he were asked to run to the unfamiliar Ningong City, he would have no choice but to keep a low profile and not dare to do anything out of line. Let's go, sell the sweater quickly so we can go home. There are more than 7,000 wool sweaters. Even if 1,000 are sold a day, it will take several days to sell them all. This is too slow. Meng Haixing wants to sell it quickly. Then you can only run to a few more places. Ningong City is not small, so Meng Haixing simply divided it into 4 locations, and each person received 10 boxes of wool sweaters. At the beginning, Meng Haixing felt that with his eloquence, he would definitely sell more than others. But when the 4 people checked the accounts in the evening, it turned out that Meng Hailian sold the most. Meng Hailian is a rough man. Although he has a handsome appearance, he has been exposed to wind and sun for many years, and his handsomeness has been lost. In the eyes of female comrades, he is just an honest farmer. Someone asked him where these wool sweaters came from. He told the person honestly that they were ordered by customers from Hong Kong Island, and now that the Hong Kong businessmen have run away, he is clearing out the stock. If Chu Daong and Meng Haixing said this, the female comrades probably wouldn't believe it. It's obvious that the 2 are shrewd people, and they will definitely not tell the truth. On the contrary, the honest man Meng Hailian is more convincing. Brother, I never thought that you would be the best at selling clothes. How about I open a clothing store for you in Xuyang County, and you can just go and buy clothes? With that little land at home, even if you work your ass off, you won't make much money in a year. Meng Hailian chuckled and said, we'll talk about it later. After this experience of reselling clothes, Meng Hailian truly understood that doing business is more profitable than farming. But if he were asked to do the clothing business, he probably wouldn't have the courage to do so. He would go back and have a good discussion with Wu Lixiao to see if he really wanted to open a store in Xuyang County in the future. Of the more than 7,000 pieces of clothing, Meng Haixing and his 3 companions sold about 7,305 days. There are about 200 good ones and 300 defective ones left. During these 5 days, the 4 of them transformed almost all the high-wage communities in Ningong City. Let's go back to Xuyang County. We can sell these clothes there. Okay, let's go to the textile factory staff quarters first. I have a cram school there. Every day Meng Haixing spent in Ningong City was torture, and he desperately wanted to go home as soon as possible. Brother Haixing, let's split the money from selling the clothes. I can show off to my parents when I get home. Chu Daong rubbed his hands with a little excitement. This was the first time in his life that he had earned so much money. It would be a lie to say that he was not excited. Chapter 130, Making Money. Meng Haixing roughly calculated that the total profit from the 7,300 plus sweaters, some priced at 20 yuan and some at 18 yuan, was 85,632 yuan. In order to facilitate settlement, the two decided not to share the remaining 32 yuan and to distribute it after all the sweaters were sold. The two of them split it equally, each getting 42,800 yuan. The money he earned was 10,000 yuan more than Meng Haixing expected. He felt very satisfied with the money. Chu Daong took a bag of de Tuanjie and Lu Baoshan to the next room. Meng Haixing counted out 4,280 yuan from his own pocket and gave it to Meng Halian. Brother, this is the dividend you get from your 2,000 yuan investment. Meng Haixing knew that this batch of clothes would definitely make money, so he invited Meng Halian to invest. However, he did not give Meng Halian any advice on the specific investment amount, and Meng Halian decided on 2,000 yuan himself. Afterwards, Meng Haixing counted out another 5,000 yuan and gave it to Meng Halian. This is your reward for accompanying me south. Let's settle accounts clearly, brothers. I won't let you suffer any loss. Haixing, 5,000 yuan is too much. Meng Halian didn't take the 5,000 yuan that Meng Haixing handed over, feeling a little embarrassed. Brother, you're risking your life by coming south with me. Isn't your life worth 5,000 yuan? Take it quickly. Meng Haixing forced 5,000 yuan into Meng Halian's hands. He made a lot of money this time he went south, but he decided not to do this again in the future. This time was enough. We still have to act cautiously in the future. Meng Halian looked at the nearly 10,000 yuan in his hand and felt a little dazed. He originally planned to go south with Meng Haixing just to earn 1,000 yuan, which, together with the family savings, would be just enough to renovate the house. Unexpectedly, 1,000 yuan turned into 10,000 yuan. Not only could he renovate his house, he could even use the remaining money to open a small shop in Ziyang County. When he returned to Ziyang County, Meng Haixing felt that the wind blowing into the cab had a familiar smell. Daong, please take me to Muping Town later. I won't be going to Ziyang County. I'll give you the address of the cram school. You just need to give the sweater to my sister Mengyu. We'll still sell the sweaters at their original price, but we'll give a discount on the dirty ones, like 12 yuan each. Oh, by the way, I have to take some back to the village. These sweaters are so cheap. I want to buy a few more for my wife. Meng Haixing, thinking of Lin Muching, picked out several different colors of beaded ornaments, taking 3 of each. He did the same for the non-beaded designs. He not only prepared some for Lin Muching, but also selected a few for his sister-in-law. I don't know if my mom would like such bright colors, so I'll get some for her too. As a result, Meng Haixing alone took away nearly 50 wool sweaters. Chu Daong thought about it, and felt that since these were such good wool sweaters, he should also give some to the female relatives in his family. In the end, the 200 brand new sweaters were almost divided among the 4 of them. Leave a few for my sister and aunt. When Meng Haixing saw Chu Daong took more than 60 pieces home, he couldn't help but laugh and cry. I can't fit any of them. You may not know this, but I have 5 sisters, as well as a whole bunch of cousins, sisters-in-law, and aunts. I'm afraid if I take all these sweaters back, there won't be enough to go around. Meng Haixing rolled his eyes at Chu Daong. He picked out 12 new pieces from his 50 pieces and put them in a box, preparing to give them to his elder sister and sister-in-law. He could not give them defective products. They had to be brand new. Chu Daong drove the truck, but did not drop Meng Haixing off in the town. Considering the inconvenient transportation there, he decided to send Meng Haixing directly back to the village. The big car drove into the village and immediately attracted a large number of villagers to watch. When everyone saw Meng Haixing and Meng Halian jump out of the car, someone muttered, "What's wrong with the Meng family this year? All the Dongfeng trucks that come to our village are related to them. What else can I do? Of course it's good luck." In the past, Meng Haixing's family was so poor that they couldn't even afford to eat. Haixing's wife and little Momo were both terribly thin. Look, it's only been a few months, and they've not only had white flour buns to eat, but they've even bought bicycles. Some people envy, while others are jealous. Buying a bicycle is nothing. As long as we work hard to farm and harvest more food, we will be able to buy a bicycle sooner or later. The person who spoke was Chiao Yun, who had gone to the countryside with Lin Muching. She was 2 years older than Lin Muching and also came from the capital. Her family used to live a good life, but after she went to the countryside to work as an educated youth, she was always hungry and cold, and was finally married to Meng Hexiang in exchange for a pot of meat. Meng Hexiang obeyed her in everything. At that time, she felt very proud when she saw other girls going hungry. Later, the educated youth were allowed to return home, and all the other girls went back, but she could not because she married Meng Hexiang. She wanted to divorce and return to Beijing, but Meng Hexiang hurriedly made her pregnant. After giving birth to the child, She wanted to divorce again, but Meng Huxiang delayed it, and not long after, she became pregnant again. After giving birth to 2 children in 3 years, Xiao Yun couldn't return to the city even if she wanted to. She felt depressed, but seeing Lin Mucheng, who was prettier and more capable than her, yet had a harder life, made her feel a little more balanced. But now, Lin Mucheng's life is getting better and better, but she is living a hard life raising 3 children alone. Wifey Xiang, how much money can you make from farming? You might as well go to the mountains to dig buplurum and catch ground beetles. Alas, there are too many people going up the mountain now, and we can't make much money even if we work hard all day. How about we raise rabbits with Meng Haixing? I heard that the county buys meat rabbits for 60 cents a pound. Everyone was talking at once, but Xiao Yun couldn't hear a word they said. It's not like I haven't raised rabbits before. It's okay to have 3 or 2, but if you have too many, they'll die easily. I think I'd better forget it. The wages at the Hexiang construction site will be paid in the next few days, and I was thinking of buying a radio. The radio is a great thing. Don't just listen to it by yourself when you buy it. I heard there are storytellers on it, and it's really interesting. When several new brides in the village heard that Xiao Yun's family was going to buy a radio, they all complimented her, which made Xiao Yun, who was already jealous and crazy, feel better. Lin Mucheng, who heard the noise, also brought Momo to the street. Before she could speak, she heard Momo's clear shout. Dad, Dad. Momo threw herself into Meng Haixing's arms. She no longer disliked Meng Haixing's stench and rubbed against him happily. I haven't seen Momo for a few days. Why do I feel like she has gained weight again? Grandma makes meatballs for Momo every day. Grandma said Momo looks better when she's fatter. Yes, my Momo looks best when she's fatter. Meng Haixing still had a bunch of things to get, so he didn't say much to Momo. Mucheng, I brought you a gift this time when I went south. I'll show it to you later. Seeing Lin Mucheng standing in front of him in good health, Meng Haixing felt so relieved. Brother, I bought this for my parents. Take it back. Meng Haixing took out the radio from the cardboard box and handed it to Meng Halian. I'll buy it for my parents later. You keep this. Meng Halian always thought that Meng Haixing bought it for himself, but he didn't expect that he bought it for his parents. Chapter 131 Filial Piety. The radio box was very conspicuous. When Meng Haixing took the radio out of the box, the surrounding villagers saw it at a glance. Xiao Yun, who was originally in a sad mood, felt even more sad when he saw that Meng Haixing gave the newly bought radio to his parents instead of Lin Mucheng. Mucheng, everyone in the village says Meng Haixing has gotten better, but I don't think so. He still doesn't care about you much like before. He always thinks of his parents first when he has something good. Why doesn't he buy something for your parents and mail it to them? Alas, you are also a poor person. You have such a family-abandoning person. Now you are pregnant with triplets. You will have to bear 4 children in the future. Xiao Yun's words sounded like he was sympathizing with Lin Mucheng's unfortunate fate. But to everyone's ears, it sounded like someone was deliberately trying to sow discord between Meng Haixing and Lin Mucheng. There are many cases of domestic violence in the village, and some men even think it is a matter of pride to beat their wives into submission. Xiao Yun provoked Meng Haixing and Lin Mucheng, apparently wanting to arouse Lin Mucheng's dissatisfaction, and then let Meng Haixing resort to violence so that she could watch the fun. Haixing mailed 100 yuan to my parents. They should be able to buy a lot of things locally. As for this radio, there's nothing wrong with Haixing earning some money to honor his parents. We should not only buy them a radio, but also let them live in the house. Lin Mucheng's words were like a knife, deeply hurting Xiao Yun. She was so angry that she almost fainted on the spot. Lin Mucheng, are you deliberately trying to expose my scars? I was doing this for your own good, but you don't appreciate it. What I said is all true. Our new house is built, so naturally the old house will be for my parents to live in. Lin Mucheng looked at Xiao Yun seriously with an innocent look on his face. Her attitude made Xiao Yun even angrier. When Xiao Yun and Meng Hexiang got married, they built a new house on the site of their old house. During the construction of the new house, his parents temporarily lived in a neighbor's vacant old house and originally planned to move back after the new house was built. But after Xiao Yun got married, she firmly opposed the old man moving back, and every time the matter was mentioned, she would make a big fuss. Later, after she became pregnant and gave birth to a son, she became even more arrogant and refused to allow the old man to come back. This incident caused an uproar in the village, and people said behind Xiao Yun's back that he was unfilial and cruel. This has always been Xiao Yun's sore spot. Today, it was exposed in public by Lin Mucheng. She wanted to refute it, but she couldn't find the right words. Xiao Yun was so depressed that he almost got internal injuries due to the breath stuck in his chest and unable to release it. My family didn't have a smooth life in the past. Some people gossiped about us behind our backs, but I just turned a blind eye. But now it's different. If anyone gives me trouble again, I won't tolerate it anymore. Lin Muching said this to Chiao Yun, but also for the other people in the village to hear. In the past, because she was beautiful, the gossips in the village loved to say bad things about her behind her back. Although Lin Muching was tough at that time, he had no backing and could only swallow his anger in the village. But now it's different. Meng Haixing has given her strong support. Wife, you have me. From now on, if anyone in the village dares to gossip about me behind my back, I will never let him go. As he spoke, Meng Haixing took out 2 exquisite boxes from his briefcase with a smile. He opened the box in front of everyone. I originally wanted to go home and secretly give my wife a surprise. Since some people say that I don't love my wife, I'll let everyone see it. There is a seagull watch in each box. Meng Haixing picked up a smaller piece and put it on Lin Muching's wrist. The metallic bracelet looked particularly dazzling on Lin Muching's fair wrist, making all the women present envious. Chiao Yun on the side was stunned. When she was in Beijing, she dreamed of owning a watch. Unfortunately, fate played a trick on her, and she ended up going to the countryside. She originally thought that Lin Muching would stay in this poor mountain valley and live a hard life like her. However, who would have thought that even in this poor mountain valley, Lin Muching could wear the watch she had dreamed of day and night? After Meng Haixing put the watch on Lin Muching, he turned to look at Chiao Yun. Comrade Chiao Yun, please be careful with your words in the future. Spreading things around the village without any evidence is a big deal. I, Meng Haixing, will not show mercy if I'm provoked. Meng Haixing had experienced a lot in his previous life and knew very well the destructive power of rumors in the village. He doesn't mind letting anyone who dares to spread specious words that damage Lin Muching's reputation experience the consequences. Chiao Yun's heart trembled slightly when he was glanced at by Meng Haixing's cold eyes. She swallowed back the words she wanted to refute. She can only swallow this loss today. Ma Jinying stretched her neck and looked at the watch on Lin Muching's hand with envy. Haixing, this watch is not cheap. It's not expensive. This one is just 100 yuan, and my slightly larger one is 110 yuan. Wow, Haixing, you're really rich. You bought 2 watches at once, and the total cost is 210 yuan. And the radio. Haixing even mailed 100 yuan to his parents-in-law. He's really capable. I can't save that much even if I work hard all year long. In addition to these, Meng Haixing also brought several large cardboard boxes with English labels on them. There might be something more valuable inside. Meng Haixing just smiled faintly. He didn't intend to tell the villagers that he had made tens of thousands of yuan by reselling clothes. Wife, let's go home. I have something better to show you. Picking up the large woven bag on the ground and holding Lin Muching's hand, Meng Haixing walked towards home without looking back. Chu Lan was furious when she heard that Chiao Yun had embarrassed Lin Muching in front of so many people. She cursed at Chiao Yun without mercy. Chiao Yun was scolded so much that he didn't dare to stand on the street any longer and ran away in a hurry without saying a word. The relationship between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law was already tense, and Chiao Yun wanted to sow discord between Chu Lan and Lin Muching, so Chu Lan was naturally angry. On the other side, Meng Haixing put his things on the Kong. Wife, which one do you want to see first? There are surprises in both the purse and the woven bag. Meng Haixing looked at Lin Muching mysteriously. Then let's look in the bag first. Lin Muching thought that the bag was not big, so there shouldn't be too many things in it. You better sit tight. Meng Haixing said as he unzipped his bag. Here's 33,520 yuan. It's the money I made from reselling clothes this time I went south. Those cardboard boxes in the main room are all filled with wool sweaters. Pick out a few and give some to your sister-in-law and mom. I also left 300 pieces of clothing at the cram school. After they are sold, I will share the remaining money with Chu Daong. Lin Muching was stunned when he saw the pile of money. She had never seen so much cash. Chapter 132 Family Letter. Wife, guess what I bought for you? Lin Muching, who was so shocked that his head was in a mess, had no idea what was going on. Don't keep me in suspense. Lin Muching also wanted to see what other surprises Meng Haixing could bring her. Dad, you only brought a gift for Mom. Did you bring any for Momo? I want to watch too. Momo, the little devil, pouted unhappily when she saw Meng Haixing only talking to Lin Muching. Meng Haixing picked up Momo with a smile and said, Dad also bought something for Momo. I'm sure Momo will like it. Under Momo's gaze, Meng Haixing opened the woven bag. In addition to several nice-looking wool sweaters, there was also a large bag of white rabbit milk candy and some specialty snacks from Jingnan City. When Momo saw the food, her eyes lit up. Lin Muching next to him was relatively calm. What Meng Haixing gave her was definitely more than just some food. Beautiful wool sweaters were taken out one by one and placed on the Kong, and then Meng Haixing took out a paper box. Just looking at the cover, Lin Muching was shocked. Haixing, Is this the tape recorder you bought? It's a Sanyo brand. It must have cost a lot of money. It's a little more expensive than your watch. I also bought some cassettes. Do you like them? Although Meng Haixing spoke calmly, he was very happy in his heart as he handed Lin Muching a bunch of tapes. A long time ago, Lin Muching had heard Teresa Tang's songs on the radio of other educated youth. At that time, she was attracted by Teresa Tang's singing. Unfortunately, she never had the chance to listen to it again. Unexpectedly, after so many years, she was able to get Teresa Tang's tape. Lin Muching couldn't wait to put the tape into the tape recorder. Haixing, why isn't the tape recorder ringing? This is for the batteries. We have power cuts here. If you plug in, you might not hear anything for 3 days. As he spoke, Meng Haixing put the newly bought batteries into the tape recorder. He pressed it lightly, and the tape started to spin. Teresa Tang's melodious and sweet singing voice poured out from the tape recorder, which scared Momo, who was circling around the tape recorder. Mom, why is there someone singing in the big brick? Momo, who was hugging Lin Muching's arm tightly, curiously poked her little head out from behind Lin Muching. She was both scared and curious, and her big round eyes were rolling around. This is called a tape recorder, not a big brick. Lin Muching held Momo in front of him and asked her to touch the tape recorder. Momo was scared at first, but she was no longer afraid after the little fat hand touched her twice. I also bought a tape for Momo that sings nursery rhymes and tells stories. Momo is almost 3 years old and is at the age of being lively and active. When she heard the familiar melody on the tape, she started singing along. The red star shines brightly, and the red star shines warmly in our hearts. Momo is still young, her pronunciation is not very accurate, and sometimes she even sings out of tune. But her baby voice melted the heart of an old father like Meng Haixing. Momo, do you like singing? I like it. I can dance too. Momo stood on the Kong, turned around, and sang along with the tape while shaking her head. Okay, my Momo is really amazing. Dad will buy you more tapes in the future so you can learn to sing along. Meng Haixing played with Momo for a while before talking to Lin Muching about the English tape. Listen to these English tapes first, and ask me if you have any questions later. Lin Muching had some exposure to English when he was in Beijing, so he had some basic knowledge of it. But Meng Haixing was a native farmer, so how could he speak English? Lin Muching didn't ask any more questions. She just thought Meng Haixing was joking with her. I have something to tell you too. Lin Muching took out a letter from the kitchen. This is the letter my parents mailed me. They said it was a good thing we mailed them $100 last time. Not long after we mailed the money, my brother's tendons were severed by the criminals. They spent a lot of money to send my brother to the hospital. If it weren't for the 100 yuan we mailed, my brother's hand would have been lost. Wait, Mucheng, you have a brother? How come I didn't know? Meng Haixing looked at Lin Muching in confusion. No matter in his past life or this life, he didn't know that Lin Muching had a brother. Even in some dreams, he vaguely knew that Lin Muching's parents seemed to have died in a car accident. But he had no memory of her brother at all. I haven't mentioned it to you. I remember I did. Did you forget? Meng Haixing had a question in his mind. Could it be that his memory was confused? So how is your brother now? The letter said that my brother was seriously injured and wouldn't be able to recover for a while. He applied to his superiors, took the exam, and planned to study at Jingnan Military Academy for a year. I don't know if he's there yet. Your brother is a soldier? And he can go to military school just by applying? Meng Haixing's mind was instantly confused. Well, my brother seems to have made quite a few contributions in the past 2 years. It's also because of this that my parents' lives in the frontier have become easier. Mu Cheng, are you still hiding something from me? Do you still not trust me? Meng Haixing was a little sad. He thought he had been good enough to Lin Muching, and she had accepted him now. But it seems that is not the case. He still knew nothing about Lin Muching. Apart from knowing her name, that she was an educated youth who came from Beijing to the countryside, and that her parents lived in the frontier, he knew nothing else. Haixing, listen to me. I'm afraid you'll dislike me. The loneliness on Meng Haixing's face was so obvious that Lin Muching saw it at a glance. Mu Cheng, you are so outstanding. How could I dislike you? Just sit down and I'll tell you everything, okay? Seeing Meng Haixing sad, Lin Muching felt sad too. She gritted her teeth and told Meng Haixing about her family affairs. I am the adopted daughter of the Lin family. It is precisely because of my status as an adopted daughter that I was not allowed to go to the frontier with my parents and come to Xiashan village to work in the countryside. My parents went into exile rather than building the frontier. They weren't ordinary workers. My father's ancestors can be traced back to the imperial physicians of the Ming dynasty. However, by my father's generation, they had declined, and only my father knew medicine. My brother didn't like it since he was a child and joined the army after graduating from high school. My grandmother's family is also a medical family. When she was young, she went abroad to study medicine and became a very good surgeon. My parents also met when they were studying medicine abroad. They returned home ready to serve the country. But as you know, they encountered some difficulties. Not only did they lose all their property, but they were also forcibly sent to the frontier for reform. Haisheng, do you know the difference between reform and sent-down youth? When we came to the mountain village, at least we had something to eat. When my parents first went to the frontier, they were hungry. When talking about the past, Lin Muching couldn't help but tear up. She wrote to her parents to borrow 10 yuan because she really couldn't make ends meet. Otherwise, she would never have asked for it. Mu Cheng, don't cry, I won't ask anymore. Meng Haisheng panicked instantly when he saw Lin Muching's unstable mood. No, I want to explain everything to you today. I don't want you to feel uncomfortable. Chapter 133 Brother-in-Law. Lin Muching calmed himself down and then told Meng Haisheng everything about his family. According to their family background, it was impossible for her eldest brother to join the army. But in order to protect his parents, his eldest brother took on tasks that no one else dared to take on and rushed to the forefront of danger time and time again. In the end, it was my brother's leader who personally intervened and saved my parents from having to live in a cowshed, but they didn't have an easy time in the frontier either. Meng Haisheng nodded slightly. Brother Lin Muching was a real man. He had to do something great to be able to protect his parents in such a situation. He didn't dare to think too deeply. Mu Cheng, what's your brother's name? Lin Jinyan. Meng Haisheng blinked. Why did he feel that the name was so familiar? It seemed like he had heard it somewhere. Wait, Mu Cheng, you just said that your brother went to study at Jingnan Military Academy? Well, that's what my mom wrote in the letter. He'll study for a year first, and then we'll see what's arranged from above. My mom also said that after my brother reports to Jingnan Military Academy, he should come to see us. That's it. When I was in Jingnan, I met a male student who was very skilled in martial arts. He said his name was Lin Jinyan. Then Meng Haisheng told Lin Muching about his encounter with Lin Jinyan. Yes, this should be my eldest brother. He has a tender face and is obviously much older than me. But when we go out to play, everyone thinks he is my classmate. And he particularly likes wearing glasses, but he is not actually nearsighted. Lin Muching was extremely excited. She didn't expect that Lin Jinyan had already arrived in Jingnan City. She hasn't seen her brother for a long time, and it would be a lie to say she didn't miss him. I have a second brother named Lin Jinhui, who is a few months older than me. He went to the countryside in a remote area in Lingnan. Since he went there, he has lost contact with our family. I don't know whether he is alive or dead these years. Thinking of Lin Jinhui, Lin Muching, who was already feeling uncomfortable, had slightly red eyes. My second brother was a medical genius, but when he was forcibly taken away to the countryside, the people broke his fingers. I don't know if he ever recovered. Meng Haisheng, who was standing by, saw that Lin Muching was very excited and quickly changed the subject. She is pregnant with triplets, and it is not appropriate for her to be too emotional. Since my eldest brother-in-law has arrived in Jingnan City, he should be able to come and see you soon. As for my second brother, I believe he will be fine. Do you still remember his specific address in the countryside? I'll ask someone later. Lin Muching shook her head. She only knew it was Lingnan, but Lingnan was so big. Where could she find someone? Mu Cheng, don't worry, there will definitely be a way. Meng Haisheng comforted Lin Muching for a while before talking to her about the wool sweater. Mu Cheng, look, these are the sweaters I bought this time. Which style do you like? You keep some, and I'll send a few more to my parents and sister-in-law later. Lin Muching calmed himself down and nodded slightly. I'm not picky about clothes. There were more than a dozen woolen sweaters on the Kong, and Lin Muching was dazzled. You have fair skin, so any color looks good on you. Keep a few more pieces with beads. This one is beautiful. You don't need to keep the one with beads on it. If you have a child at home, it will be uncomfortable for the baby to lie on it when you hold him. Meng Haisheng, a rough man, never thought of this. Then keep 2 more without beads. They are of the same quality. Now that Meng Haisheng and Meng Halian are back, it's natural to celebrate. Chu Lan prepared the meal and came over to invite Meng Haisheng and his family to come over and eat. Meng Haisheng didn't refuse and took Lin Muching and Momo with him. When he walked over, he vaguely saw that Wu Lixia seemed to have just cried. Mom, sister-in-law, these sweaters are for you. Take a look and see if you like them. Meng Haisheng put all the sweaters on the table in the main room. In order to cater to the preferences of lesbians, the colors of wool sweaters are relatively bright. Chu Lan just took a look and waved his hands repeatedly. Give it to the eldest daughter-in-law. I'm too old to wear such bright clothes. Mom, you don't look old at all. This time I went south and saw the old ladies in the city. Each one was more daring than the other in dressing. If you don't like bright red, then wear a maroon one. Meng Haisheng placed a maroon wool sweater in front of Chu Lan, and Wu Lixia and Lin Muching beside him both said it looked good. Even the children who were struggling to eat their snacks said that Chu Lan looked good in her outfit. No matter how old a woman is, there is no woman who doesn't like to be coquettish. It's really beautiful? Don't fool me. Mom, please put it on and try it on. I'm sure I can't lie to you. Chu Lan was so happy when she put on a brand new maroon wool sweater. She has devoted many years to this family. When buying new clothes, she always buys them for her children and Meng Guangzhu first, and only thinks about herself at the end. Often by this time, she has no money left. The sweater Chu Lan is wearing now was knitted by her a few years ago. The sweater has been worn for too many years and has become loose. Chu Lan didn't dare to take it apart to wash it this year. She was afraid that if she took it apart, she would never be able to knit it again. She changed into the wool sweater that Meng Haixing bought for her. Chu Lan's slightly rough fingers gently stroked the soft sweater. It's a shame for me to wear such a soft wool sweater. I'll leave it to you young people. Mom, just dress nicely. I think this red bean paste color one is also nice. It's okay for you to wear it. Sister-in-law is young, so she can wear something brighter. Bright red is a good choice, and it's festive. Meng Haixing took out the wool sweaters one by one, and the people present realized that Meng Haixing probably took out more than 20 wool sweaters. Chu Lan and Wu Lixia each had more than a dozen pieces. Haixing, we've made money. We can't waste it like this. I'll just take 2, and you can sell the rest. Mom, just wear what I gave you. Meng Haixing persuaded them for a long time before they let the 2 of them leave their sweaters behind. Later, when everyone sat down to have lunch, Meng Halian talked about flipping the house. Dania's house is also finished. The beams were put up yesterday. I'll just paint the walls again in the next couple of days, and it will be almost done. I think this construction team is doing a good job. Let them come and rebuild my house in a couple of days. If you delay any longer, it will get cold. Meng Haixing felt that Meng Halian's idea was good. Okay, I'll go to the county to order a set of furniture in the next 2 days. Mu Cheng and I will move our things to the new house first, and you and sister-in-law can move directly to my place. Haixing, don't worry. I can just stay at my neighbor's house for a while. Brother, I've been wanting to move to the county with Mu Cheng for the time being. Mu Cheng is pregnant with triplets, and her belly is frighteningly big. I have to take her to the hospital for a prenatal checkup once a month, and it's not convenient for her to go to the hospital in the village. I'm thinking of moving to the county and moving back after Mu Cheng gives birth to the baby. Chu Lan had given birth to a child before, so she knew best how difficult it was for Lin Muching to be pregnant with triplets. That's fine too. Go to the county and rent a house. Mom, I want to buy a house directly. Why do you suddenly want to buy a house in the county? Didn't you just want to start a rabbit farm? Now that you've made some money, you don't want to do it anymore. Meng Guangzhu slammed the unlit pipe in his hand on the table. He was a little afraid that Meng Haixing was unstable and would become arrogant just after making some money. How could that be? I'm definitely going to run this rabbit farm. I'll just experiment with it this year, and then I'll definitely expand it next year. I can't get rich just by raising 400-odd rabbits. As for buying a house in the county, it's just for convenience. I have a small daycare center in the city, so I go there when I have nothing to do. It's nice to have a place of my own to stay. Meng Guangzhu thought about it and decided to buy a house. Some time ago, Meng Haixing often ran to the county, and sometimes he came back after dark. He also saw it. Chapter 134, First Time Cutting Rabbit Fur. After lunch, Meng Haixing didn't rest and went to the rabbit house. No one else in the institute is here today. Only Fan Jinjin is taking notes. Comrade Fan, how are things going over there? The first batch of vaccines has been administered. I hope the little rabbits are okay. Meng Haixing walked forward and asked with a smile. Everything is normal. At first I was worried that the little rabbit wouldn't measure well and something might go wrong, but luckily everything is fine. That's good. Comrade Fan, are you used to living here? If you have any questions, just tell me. Uncle Meng's house is quite old, and Meng Haixing is really worried that Fan Jinjin and the others will not be able to get used to living there. It's okay. It's an observation period recently, so we don't have to live here every day. We can just make do with it for a while. Fan Jinjin felt that she had concealed it well, but Meng Haixing still caught a hint of weirdness. However, Meng Haixing did not ask immediately. He would go back and ask Uncle Meng, and he would know the answer. Comrade Meng, your Angora rabbits need a shearing. Would you like to have them sheared in the next few days so their fur can grow back before winter? Meng Haixing came to the cage of Angora rabbits and saw that the fur of each rabbit was standing on end. I'll get the scissors and cut them together. Comrade Fan, you can also cut the Angora rabbit you brought with you. That's fine. Although it's not long enough, you can still cut it. There were quite a few Angora rabbits sent over from the research institute, and Meng Haixing was thinking that he must be able to collect 5 kilograms. Otherwise, the textile factory won't accept it. Meng Haixing asked some questions about rabbits and left. Instead of going home first, He went to Uncle Meng's house. Grandpa, I'm busy at home. Nothing, Haisheng. I heard from your parents that you went south to do business a few days ago. Uncle Meng, who was weaving a cage for earthworms, looked up at Meng Haisheng at the door and asked a few questions casually. I went south to resell some clothes. Grandpa, I came here to ask you something. How are Comrade Fan and his family living here? When talking about this, Uncle Meng showed a hint of embarrassment on his face. Haisheng, why don't you find another house for Technician Fan to live in? My house here is too old. Grandpa, what's wrong? Uncle Meng didn't beat around the bush with Meng Haisheng and just told him everything. Their house is an old one, and the windows they use now are still window lattices with white window paper pasted on them. The window paper is very thin, and you can see everything in the room by just poking a hole in it. A few days ago, the third son-in-law and his son-in-law came to visit me. I don't know why the third son-in-law got possessed by a ghost. He poked a hole in the window paper and stood in front of it to look inside. It's a good thing there was no one in the room at that time. If there was someone, what would have happened? Since then, Technician Fan has come in the morning and left in the afternoon. He never dared to stay at my place for a single day. Later, those two gay men would come and stay here occasionally. Uncle Meng has been very competitive all his life and has always been very thorough in his work. He never expected that at his age, such a thing would happen in his family. He always felt sorry for Meng Haisheng. Grandpa, this matter has nothing to do with you. I'm going to town tomorrow, and I'll buy you 2 windows then. How can this be? It's my house, and I don't want you to keep paying for repairs. Uncle Meng refused to take advantage of Meng Haisheng, and it was only after Meng Haisheng persuaded him that Uncle Meng agreed. Meng Haisheng guessed that Fan Jinjin was scared, so she didn't dare to live with Uncle Meng. He first went home to discuss it with Lin Muching. Mucheng, how about letting Comrade Fan stay in our west room tonight? I'll replace the windows in great-grandfather's house tomorrow and then let her move back. Okay, she's a girl. It would be troublesome for her to run back and forth all day. At first, Lin Muching thought that Fan Jinjin disliked the hard life in the village and didn't like living here. Now it seems that she is afraid that someone has bad intentions. It's okay if you can see it during the day, but what if it's at night? Mucheng, I can't tell you about this. Can you please talk to Comrade Fan later? Okay, I'll be there in a minute. I'll take the bedding from the west room and let Comrade Fan use her own. The little girl likes to be clean, so I'm afraid she'd be embarrassed to use ours. I'll clean it up. Meng Haisheng was reluctant to let Lin Muching do it, so he quickly put away the mattress and sheets himself. After he had almost finished cleaning up the west room, Lin Muching went to find Fan Jinjin. Comrade Fan, don't come back today. I've cleaned up my west room. You can stay at my house tonight. The days are getting shorter now, and it's not convenient for a girl like you to go back to the city. Fan Jinjin didn't expect Lin Muching to come and keep her. She was a little embarrassed. I won't go back to the city. I have a relative in the county, and I often stay with her. Lin Muching probably guessed that Fan Jinjin was probably staying in a hotel in the county, which was also unsafe. Don't refuse me. I've already cleaned up the west room. You can stay here for one night. Tomorrow, Haisheng will go to town to find someone to fix your windows and repaint the house. You came all the way from the city to our place. We are sorry for not taking good care of you. Lin Muching felt very embarrassed. During the days that Meng Haisheng was away, she was restless almost every day and had no time to care about Fan Jinjin. Perhaps because of her pregnancy, Lin Muching became very sentimental. Even though her life is good now, she always feels sad for no reason. Thinking of this, Lin Muching sighed slightly. It was really not easy to get pregnant. It wasn't so troublesome when she was pregnant with Momo. Lin Muching persuaded her for a long time before Fan Jinjin agreed. She went to Uncle Meng's place and moved all the bedding over. Meng Haisheng was already sharpening his scissors at home, ready to cut the rabbit hair. Meng Haisheng had never done this before, so for the time being he could only rely on his imagination to cut it casually. Meng Haisheng placed a little white rabbit with long fur on a plastic sheet. As soon as he cut with the scissors, the Angora rabbit looked like it had been gnawed by a dog, and a large piece of fur was removed. Although it was a little ugly, Meng Haisheng felt that his haircut was okay. So 20 minutes later, a naked Angora rabbit was placed in front of Lin Muching and Fan Jinjin. Wow, the bunny is so ugly. Momo looked at the rabbit with rabbit fur and felt disgusted. She thought the little rabbit with long fur was cuter. It will be fine after a few days when the hair grows back. Haisheng, is it too short? Lin Muching touched the bald rabbit uncertainly. Short? Then I'll make my next one longer. Another 20 minutes later, a bumpy, bald rabbit appeared in front of everyone. Meng Haisheng's craftsmanship is really terrible. It's a pity that he hasn't felt it yet. After he had clipped the hair of all the long-haired rabbits, Meng Haisheng looked at the cage of bald rabbits and realized that his haircut was a bit ugly. I'll go sell clippers to barbers later. It's a bit difficult to use scissors because there are so few of them. I think it's okay. The little rabbit's fur was cut too short. I'll put up the baffle in the next 2 days to prevent it from getting cold. Fan Jinjin also felt that Meng Haixing cut the bunny's hair too bald. Meng Haixing put all the rabbit hair together. There was quite a lot when he cut it, but when he weighed it together, it was only 2 kilograms. He was secretly shocked. No wonder rabbit fur was so expensive. It was really too light. Chapter 135, Going to the Textile Factory. Early in the morning, Meng Haixing drove a tractor to the Haiqing Town Textile Factory to find Aunt Zhang and show her the rabbit hair he had sheared. Xiaomeng, your rabbit fur is very nice. I think some of it is quite long, unlike the rabbits of our local area. Aunt Zhang is an expert in this field. Angora rabbits are long and soft, and she knew they were of good quality the moment she touched them. Didn't you tell me last time that there was a new breed of Angora rabbit? After I got home, I asked someone to buy 4 of them to raise. Angora rabbits grow much faster than our local rabbits. They're only a little over 3 months old, and they're ready for shearing. And the hair is very long and clean after it's cut. See how much you can give me for the price. Meng Haixing didn't beat around the bush with Aunt Zhang and directly asked the question that concerned him most. Aunt Zhang laughed. I can give you 100 yuan per kilogram for Angora rabbit fur, but the maximum I can give you for this local Angora rabbit is 85 yuan. If the local Angora rabbit is sheared in winter, I can give you 90 yuan. When Meng Haixing heard the huge price difference, he secretly made up his mind to raise Angora rabbits on a large scale. The Angora rabbits he raises now are all small rabbits, and they are not very big. Once they grow up and produce more fur, each rabbit will produce 4 kilograms of fur a year, and he will be rich in a year. Aunt Zhang was also very happy to see that the rabbit fur Meng Haixing brought was of such good quality. She then asked Meng Haixing about some problems he encountered when raising Angora rabbits. Let me introduce you to a veterinarian. He's Lu Dong from Luang Village, Haiqing Town. He studied veterinary medicine in the city. People in the surrounding villages go to him for help when their livestock are feeling unwell. If you encounter any problems while raising rabbits, you can go to him for help. Thank you, Aunt Zhang. I'm still completely clueless about raising rabbits, so I can only learn by groping. This is already great. Our factory has always said that we would support the surrounding villagers in raising rabbits. It's been half a year, and only your family has actually set up a rabbit farm. Other families have not made any moves yet. Aunt Zhang, the factory can't just talk about support. It has to take concrete action. For example, just buying these Angora rabbits for me took a lot of effort. If the textile factory could help to connect us and get a batch of cheap rabbits, maybe someone would actually join us in raising Angora rabbits. After hearing what Meng Haixing said, Aunt Zhang also felt that this was feasible. Their textile factory is a state-owned unit. If the leaders above can help get Angora rabbits, maybe someone will see Meng Haixing opening a rabbit farm and follow suit. Okay, I'll discuss this with my boss later. Meng Haixing just mentioned this, and he didn't have much hope as to whether this matter could succeed. They now have nearly 20 adult Angora rabbits, 2 of which are female and are pregnant. If he works harder, he might be able to harvest a group of Angora rabbits by the beginning of next spring. At this moment, Meng Haixing was very fortunate that Angora rabbits were just like ordinary domestic rabbits, growing fast and being able to reproduce. After returning from Haiqing Town, Meng Haixing went to a door and window shop in the town and bought 3 pairs of green glass windows according to the size of Uncle Meng's old house. The construction of Meng Daniu's house is nearing completion, and the windows should be installed in the next 2 days. After Meng Haixing returned, he went straight to the construction team to help install the windows. The window frames of Grandpa Meng's old house had long been rotten. When the workers were installing the windows, they even coated them with cement. With the new windows installed, the overall look is a bit awkward. But in the eyes of Meng Haixing, Uncle Meng, and Grandma Meng, they all felt that the green windows were particularly beautiful. Grandma Meng even took out the big red paper cuts she had cut for the new year and pasted them on the windows. Grandpa, please put the things in the house away for a while. I'll find someone to paint all the walls. The walls of Uncle Meng's house were not painted, but covered with old newspapers. In those days, it was a very fashionable thing to post old newspapers at home. Villagers often fought over who would go to the brigade office to get newspapers. Now, after so many years, the old newspapers have turned yellow and brittle and will break into pieces with the slightest touch. Some places can lift up a large area, even if they are not touched. Haixing, stop wasting money. Your grandmother and I only have a few days left to live. Today, Uncle Meng was very happy to see that his house had been replaced with bright and shiny glass windows. Grandpa, isn't Brother Daniu painting the walls right now? He bought an extra bucket of paint, and it's all already been unpacked. Don't waste it. Quickly clean it up. I'll find a few people to help you paint the walls. Most of them will be ready by the afternoon. This is what Meng Haixing said. The actual situation is that he gave extra money and asked all the members of the construction team to come and help this afternoon to make sure that all the walls of Uncle Meng's house were painted. Uncle Meng is old and can't help move the tables and chairs at home. He can only watch Meng Haixing and his men busy cleaning the house and painting the walls. With strength in numbers, we finished the job in 4 rooms in about an hour. The originally yellowed wall turned pure white. Haixing, look at this painting of mine. Where should I put it? I bought it during the Chinese New Year last year. I originally wanted to put it on the wall, but in the end I couldn't bear to do it. Grandma Meng took out a scroll of paintings. The paintings she bought were not individual paintings, but a bit like comics, with a large piece divided into several pictures. The whole painting connects a story. Meng Haixing opened the painting, which told the story of a scholar who saved a carp spirit and, after going through all kinds of hardships, finally won the heart of the beautiful woman. The painting is very good, and the carp spirit and scholar are also very handsome. It looks very good when pasted on the wall. This one of the carp spirit should be placed on the west room, and the one of the peony spirit should be placed on the main room. Okay. Grandma Ming rolled up the flowers and waited for the wall to dry before she could stick them up. Fan Jinjin, who had been taking notes in the rabbit house, saw people coming and going at Uncle Ming's place all afternoon, and couldn't help but come over to take a look out of curiosity. Unexpectedly, as soon as I entered the yard, I was stunned by the brand new house in front of me. She couldn't believe her eyes. Comrade Fan, if you stay at my house for another night, the smell of the paint will almost dissipate. Did you bring any curtains? If not, I can bring a piece of cloth from my house to use as curtains for now. Fan Jinjin finally came back to her senses from her shock. I don't have to bring it myself. When Fan Jinjin came, she prepared a lot of things, but unfortunately half of them were not used. She didn't dare hang the curtains she brought on the windows because they were so dirty. Even though she had just cleaned, the windowsill would be covered with dust again when the wind blew. Now that the windows have been replaced, Fan Jinjin is very grateful to Meng Haixing. Chapter 136, Moving to the County. I've also changed the door lock for Comrade Fan's room. This is the key. You can lock the door from the side when you go to bed at night. Meng Haixing brought Fan Jinjin to see the door lock he had remodeled. Generally, the doors of villagers' houses are not locked, but are only slightly fastened with a wooden latch. This type of door lock has very low security. You can just take a sharp knife and pry open the wooden latch twice along the crack of the door. Meng Haixing replaced the iron latch with a keyhole so it could be locked directly. This kind of iron latch was installed inside and outside several rooms in their house. Especially the main hall, he went in and out twice. Thank you, Comrade Meng. Comrade Fan, you are too polite. Fan Jinjin looked at the new lock and iron latch on the wooden door and felt very grateful. Before coming to Shashan village, Fan Jinjin was full of fighting spirit and believed that it would not take long for her to get the experimental report. When she came, she felt that she was very well prepared. However, after arriving, she found that the living conditions in Shashan village were much more difficult than she had imagined. Especially after someone broke the window paper, she felt even more uncertain. If she hadn't been staying at Meng Haixing's house these days, she would have run away long ago. Comrade Meng, we are so familiar with each other now. Don't call me Comrade anymore. Just call me Jinjin. I'd better call you Technician Fan. Meng Haixing is a married man, and it feels a bit awkward to hear him call someone Jinjin. Okay, Brother Meng, how about the alfalfa seeds I bought for you? Very good. The germination rate is very high. I estimate that we can harvest it before the weather gets cold. Alfalfa and Timothy grass are actually weeds, but they have extraordinary vitality. After 2 consecutive autumn rains, the originally bare fields were covered with green in just a few days. That's good. I was worried that the seeds I brought you might not be good enough. Fan Jinjin wanted to say a few more words to Meng Haixing, but Meng Dainyu soon called Meng Haixing away. Fan Jinjin glanced at Meng Haixing's back, then looked at the brand new window, and couldn't help but curl up the corners of her lips slightly. Is Meng Haixing trying to please her? He's replacing windows and painting the walls. But he is already married. Fan Jinjin didn't know that the reason Meng Haixing was so active was because he felt that Fan Jinjin living in his house was too much of a hindrance. He wanted to be more intimate with his wife, but she was different. On the other side, Meng Dainyu reluctantly called Meng Haixing to his new house. Haixing, I heard you bought a lot of wool sweaters from the south. Can you give me 2? My Chunwa wants some too. Today, Lin Muching wore a rose-red wool sweater and took Momo to play on the street. Many aunts and sisters-in-law saw Lin Muching's wool sweater. They usually come into contact with knitted sweaters or acrylic sweaters, and few of them have bought wool sweaters. Wool sweaters are very soft to the touch, which is incomparable to acrylic sweaters. Everyone originally wanted to ask Lin Muching where he bought it, and they also wanted to buy one for themselves during the Chinese New Year. When we asked, we found out that Meng Haixing brought them back from the south, and they were sold for 20 yuan each in Ningong City, so we gave up. Even the new brides in the village are not well off. So who would be willing to spend 20 yuan to buy a sweater? Lang Chunhua mentioned it to Meng Daniu, who took it to heart and came to find Meng Haixing. That's easy. I brought back several pieces. What color do you want, Sister Chunhua? Meng Daniu thought for a while and asked for a bright red one. My mother went to Chunhua's house to propose marriage again a few days ago. This time, they agreed and said that we can get married in the 12th month of this year. We'll get our marriage license tomorrow. So urgent. Meng Haixing was a little surprised that the two of them got their marriage certificate so quickly. Meng Daniu smiled innocently. Aunt Lang said that my family is building a house, so we should get the marriage certificate first to avoid any unnecessary trouble. Meng Haixing was at a loss for words. This seemed like something Ma Jinying would come up with. After entering November, the weather in Xiaoshan village became colder day by day, and fewer people went to the mountains to catch earthworms. Those who had planned to resell earthworms after seeing that the buplurum business was no longer viable, all went bankrupt after just a few days. It's so cold that the earthworms have burrowed deeper into the soil, making them difficult to catch. Seeing that the number of earthworms was decreasing, Meng Haixing simply stopped collecting them. After tidying up the things at home, he planned to send earthworms to the Chinese medicine hospital again and would not go there. Without having to collect the earthworms, Meng Haixing put all his attention on Lin Muching. He deliberately chose a day with good weather, drove the tractor himself, and took Lin Muching and Momo to the county cram school to stay temporarily. Buying a house is not something that can be decided in just a few words. Meng Haixing thought that he should move in quickly while Lin Muching's belly was not too big yet, and he could look for a house later. In order to prevent Lin Muching from being shaken while sitting in the tractor bed, Meng Haixing took out the two thickest mattresses in his home to cushion Lin Muching to prevent him from being hurt. Also coming with them were Chu Lan and Meng Guangzhu. They just happened to be following Meng Haixing to see Meng Yu. Qi Shangdong's legs are almost healed. Although he is still not very agile, he can walk with a cane. Meng Guangzhu hopes that they can get their marriage certificate as soon as possible. Meng Haixing drove a tractor, pulled a cart full of people and things, and parked it at the textile workers' residential area. Mom and Dad, you're here. Hearing the sound of the tractor, Meng Yu hurried out to see what was going on. We came to see you. The tractor's cargo bed was quite high, so Meng Haixing specially brought a high stool for Lin Muching to stand on. Seeing that Lin Muching's belly was frighteningly big, Meng Yu hurried forward to help him. Oh my God, Haixing, you guys are so brave. You just drove a tractor to bring Mucheng here. Meng Yu was so scared that she quickly helped Lin Muching to sit inside the house. Sister, I know. I ran slower than a bicycle all the way here, for fear of shaking my wife. Meng Haixing walked into the house laughing, and Meng Xian also heard the noise coming from the next room. Haixing, you came at the right time. Last time you told me that you wanted me to go back to the village to raise rabbits, but I don't think that's necessary. I can just teach the children in the county to write, which is enough to support my family. When Xiao Shangdong saw Meng Haixing coming, he quickly told Meng Haixing about the calligraphy class. He charged 40 cents per class and picked up the children to attend the writing class. At first, he thought that he would not be able to enroll many students, but he did not expect that there would be 6 students who signed up on the first day. Later, the number of students attending class every day remained at 6 to 10 children. 40 cents per person a day is several dollars. Excluding Saturdays and weekends, he can earn $80 in a month even if there are only 20 days. This much money is not as good as raising rabbits in the countryside. Chapter 137 Cold Water. Seeing Xiao Shangdong's confident look, Meng Haixing felt reluctant to pour cold water on him. But if he didn't make things clear now, he would still feel bad when he couldn't make any money. So he simply explained the matter of the calligraphy class to Xiao Shangdong. Brother-in-law, don't be too happy too soon. The weather is cold. Even if we light a stove in the house, the children won't like to write. Then the writing class will definitely be affected. Besides, running a calligraphy class doesn't require any technical skills. It won't be long before people see how much money we make, and all kinds of calligraphy classes will start opening up. It's going to be difficult to keep 10 students coming to class every day. Children who sign up for the writing class can only attend 1 or 2 classes a week at most. We need to ensure that there are about 10 children every day. At least dozens, or even 100 children need to sign up to maintain the class. This may make people eager to learn something new, so they may be more enthusiastic about attending. However, calligraphy classes are not necessary, and over time, parents may not be willing to spend the 40 cents. Is it really impossible for me to continue running this calligraphy class? After listening to Meng Haixing's analysis, Xiao Shangdong believed it a little. He has no education. He just has beautiful handwriting. If another teacher opened a calligraphy class, people would definitely not come to his class as soon as they heard it was run by a teacher. I figured I could still make money for a while, at the latest until winter break, when there should be a lot of interest classes starting up. Meng Haixing already had a plan in mind. This year, due to his influence, there would probably be many cram schools. But he wanted his cram school to be at the forefront so that no one else could catch up with him. The life he had experienced was not in vain. Xiao Shangdong sat on the edge of the bed, his face looking a little grim. He had just seen a glimmer of hope, but he didn't expect it to be shattered so quickly. Brother-in-law, don't worry. I think your leg is almost healed. Go get the marriage certificate with my sister first, register Dachuan and Xiaochuan, and then arrange the wedding banquet. You can also see whether I can make money by raising rabbits. Since everyone is here today, I might as well be honest with you. I took the sheared rabbit hair to the textile factory and asked, and they said Angora rabbit hair costs 100 yuan per pound. The textile mill wants as many as they can get. I did some calculations. An adult Angora rabbit can produce at least 2 kilograms of fur a year. After deducting costs, one rabbit only earns 150 yuan a year. If you raise a whole flock, have you ever calculated how much you can earn in a year? Brother-in-law, do you think my rabbit fur business is more profitable than your calligraphy class? Even if you don't raise Angora rabbits, you can raise meat rabbits. Meat rabbits are 60 cents per pound, and it shouldn't be difficult for a rabbit to grow to 3 pounds in 4 months. Meat rabbits basically eat grass and very little grain. One rabbit sells for 1.8 yuan, minus 50 cents of the cost, and the net profit is 1.3 yuan per rabbit. If I raise 50, I can earn more than 60 yuan in 4 months. We've finally managed to raise rabbits, so we can't possibly raise 50. Raising rabbits is definitely a profitable business, no matter how you look at it. Xiao Shangdong was slightly moved after hearing Meng Haixing's analysis. How about I go back and raise rabbits with you now? Don't worry, just wait a few months. The Research Institute has been researching a vaccine for rabbit plague. Once the vaccine is ready, we can raise rabbits together. Meng Haixing never fought a battle he wasn't sure of. Rabbit plague had a 100% mortality rate, and he couldn't afford to gamble. If a rabbit farm is built and he raises tens of thousands of rabbits, and a rabbit plague suddenly breaks out, all his money will be wasted. Meng Haixing poured a bucket of cold water on Xiao Shangdong, but also gave him a little hope, which finally calmed his overly excited heart. He had been poor for too long, and when he suddenly made some money, he felt a little proud. Fortunately, Meng Haixing woke him up in time. Otherwise, he would still be immersed in the dream he had woven for himself. Meng Haixing, who was standing by, saw that Xiao Shangdong was silent and thought that he must have heard it. Just now he was really afraid that Xiao Shangdong would get lost. A poor person suddenly becomes rich, and then suddenly becomes poor again. This process is really exciting. A person with a strong mind can get back up even when he falls to the bottom. But some people experience so many ups and downs that they are likely to never recover. Since Meng Haixing was able to stop it, he naturally didn't want Xiao Shangdong to fall into depression because of a writing class. In the morning, Meng Haixing cleaned up the house they lived in. After lunch, and when Lin Muching had rested, he took Lin Muching to look at houses. As for Momo, she was left to Chu Lan to help look after her. In Meng Haixing's memory, Xiyang County did not develop particularly fast. In the following years, Xiyang County became Xiyang City, and 15 years later it became Xiyang District, becoming the most developed district in Ningong City. When he returned home in glory, Xiyang County had already been changed into a city. What impressed me most was that the original site of the city government was a group of small German-style buildings. At that time, many people said it was a pity to demolish it. But at that time, no one knew who it was, but they insisted on choosing that area of small German-style buildings to build the city government, saying that the feng shui there was good. I don't know whether it's true or not, but almost everyone who came to Xiyang City to be an official became successful. One of them even flew to the capital. Meng Haixing's idea was very simple. He bought a small villa. Even if he didn't live in it himself, he would give it to his family for free. When the house was demolished, it would be no problem for each person in his family to have one house. Who says these small houses are so large? It was definitely unrealistic for Meng Haixing to find out the owner of the house by himself, so he asked Meng Jinsheng to help him find a real estate agent to see if anyone was interested in buying these small houses. In the past few years, most of the small villas were confiscated, and only in the past 2 years have they been gradually returned to individuals. Some families have a hard time, so naturally they want to sell this hot potato to avoid being targeted by others. Comrade Meng, you've come at the right time. There are several small Western-style buildings up for sale recently, but the price difference is quite large. Meng Haixing first found the agent Gu Xiaojun and asked about the situation at the small Western-style building. What are the prices? You also know that the small Western-style building was expropriated a few years ago and was also distributed to many ordinary employees for living. The 3 floors of the small Western-style building could house more than a dozen families. By the time they moved out, the building had become a mess, with only the frame left. This is definitely cheap. Usually you can get it for 2 to 3,000 yuan. There are also some small Western-style buildings that were expropriated and used as offices by various factories. These are relatively intact and can be lived in after a little cleaning. Depending on the area, the price is generally between 5,000 and 8,000 yuan. Comrade Gu, were you talking about the price of one house? Meng Haixing looked at Gu Xiaojun with some uncertainty. All he could think about was how much 1 square meter cost, and he was confused for a moment. Of course, I can't charge you thousands per square meter. Meng Haixing chuckled and thought that it wouldn't be long before the real estate industry would come to the fore. The emergence of commercial housing would allow some wealthy people to live in better houses. Comrade Gu, do you have the key to the house? Why don't we go over and take a look? We're all together anyway. That's fine, I have the keys. As he spoke, Gu Xiaojun took out a bunch of keys from the drawer and took Meng Haixing and Lin Muching to the small Western-style building to look at the house. Chapter 138: Buying a small Western-style house. Lin Muching was pregnant with a big belly, and Meng Haixing did not ride a bicycle with her, but took the bus instead. This complex of German-style buildings is in a pretty good location. You can see it by walking about 100 meters after getting off the bus. Look at those whose windows are about to fall off. They are the cheaper ones. Those with new green or red windows are more expensive. The locations are all similar. What size area do you want? I can show you around first. Let's look at the largest one first. Our family will be large in the future, so a large one will be more spacious. Okay, let's go look at the 3-story building with a small attic and terrace. This building used to be used as an office for some government officials. Each floor has 3 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and 1 bathroom. The kitchen is on the 1st floor, and there's a dedicated annex. Gu Xiaojun led the 2 of them as they walked towards a small Western-style building with light yellow walls. Just looking from the outside, with its yellow and white tones, it does look a bit like a government office. This small Western-style building is the largest, and the yard is one of the best in the area. The front yard can be used as a garden, and the backyard can be cultivated to grow vegetables. Gu Xiaojun opened the heavy iron gate, and what came into view was a desolate garden. Someone must have planted a large area of roses here in the past, but over time, weeds have covered the roses. Walking along the bluestone path, the entire small villa comes into view. The house was covered with wooden floors, which were old but kept very clean. Occasionally, there would be a desk or 2 in the room, with some newspapers scattered on it that had not been taken away. Meng Haixing looked at each room one by one and felt very satisfied. The entire structure of this small Western-style building has hardly been moved. If he wants to move in, he only needs to clean it up a bit. What was even more unexpected for Meng Hai was that there was actually a Kong on the 1st floor of the small Western-style building. For Meng Haixing, after winter comes, no heating equipment can make him feel more comfortable than a Kong. Comrade Gu, is this Kong still usable? Yes, I burned some wood inside when I inspected the house. I tested it, and it didn't leak any smoke. As they were talking, Gu Xiaojun took Meng Haixing to a small room next to the kitchen. It looks like a small kitchen over there, with a dedicated gas stovetop. There was a small stove made of bricks inside, and the pot on it was only slightly larger than the wok used on a gas stove. Meng Haixing took a closer look and found that the stove was very solid, and there was indeed half-burned wood inside. Comrade Gu, how much does this house cost? The house is asking for 10,000. I figured if that's what you want, I should be able to negotiate down another 2,000. The owner wanted to go abroad, but he was short on money, so he was anxious to sell this small Western-style house. Meng Haixing nodded slightly. I wondered if that spendthrift was being too optimistic. The small Western-style house is worthless now, but in 10 or 20 years, its price will skyrocket. Today's homeowners are so poor that they don't even have 10,000 yuan. How many of them can become rich if they go abroad? What if you have worked hard abroad for half your life and finally return home in glory and want to visit your hometown? The small Western-style house he once sold can now be demolished to get more than a dozen houses. I wonder how he feels. Let's go check out the terrace up there. Just as Meng Haixing finished speaking and had not yet left, he heard footsteps coming from outside the yard. Xiao Gu, come and see the house. A young girl with big wavy hair and wearing black leather shoes entered the yard with several well-dressed men and women. Sister Fong, come and see the house too. Gu Xiaojun walked up to talk to Fong Yu with a smile on his face, but unfortunately the other party was too arrogant and didn't take him seriously at all. This house is the best and most expensive in the area. You can't bring just anyone here. Fang Yu glanced at Meng Haixing and Lin Muqing, who were dressed in ordinary clothes, and rolled her eyes to the sky. Sister Fang, you can't say that. Since the customer wants to see more, we can't stop him. Naturally, we have to meet the customer's request. You'd only do that if you had nothing to do. I have so many customers, I don't have the time to bring some idle people around. Comrade Fang, do you think this little Western-style building is really that good? I don't think it's good enough. The man standing next to Fang Yu was short and fat, but he had a slick back hairstyle like in Hong Kong dramas. Whenever he stood there, Meng Haixing looked greasy. Even though he was old, he was still a handsome uncle. Boss Tan, this house is quite nice. I'll take you inside to have a look. As he spoke, Fang Yu raised his chin slightly and walked towards the small Western-style building with a group of people. When Boss Tan passed by Lin Muqing, he saw that Lin Muqing had an outstanding appearance and couldn't help but take a few more glances. Meng Haixing took a quick step forward to block the way. Walk carefully, don't look around, or you'll fall down. Meng Haixing's eyes were as cold as ice as he looked at Boss Tan. Boss Tan, who had been quite complacent just now, felt a chill down his spine. Although the man in front of him was very ordinary, he felt as if he was being stared at by the god of death, and his heart was uneasy. You. Just as Boss Tan was about to confront Meng Haixing, the young woman who had been holding his arm quickly pulled his arm. Old Tan, let's look at houses first. We have several more houses to look at today. The young female comrade smiled apologetically at Meng Haixing and pulled Boss Tan towards the house. Seeing that things were not going well, Gu Xiaojun hurried to persuade Meng Haixing. Comrade Meng, let's go take a look next door. There are 2 more courtyards next door. Although the area is slightly smaller than this one, they are also 2-story Western-style buildings. They are very beautiful. Okay, let's go check out the ones next to it. Meng Haixing glanced at Boss Tan, who was being dragged away. If he had dared to look at Lin Muqing again, Meng Haixing couldn't guarantee that he would dig out his eyes. Haixing. A gentle voice sounded beside his ear, and Meng Haixing's hand was held by Lin Muqing's soft little hand. He immediately put away his anger. Only then did Meng Haixing realize that he seemed to care about Lin Muqing more than he thought. He couldn't accept even a disgusting look when it fell on Lin Muqing. Wife, please slow down. If we want to move here, we need to redo the entire garden. Meng Haixing supported Lin Muqing and came to the east yard. There are only 2 floors here, but the area is not small, and each floor has 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms. But there are no kangs here, and there are beds in every bedroom. The courtyard on the west side was more dilapidated than the 2 small Western-style buildings Meng Haixing had seen. It was exactly the kind of small building that Gu Xiaojun had described, where more than a dozen households lived in it. When the residents moved out, they dismantled everything that could be dismantled, and some bedrooms didn't even have windows. Only a frame is left of the entire building. If we want to live in it, we have to renovate the entire building. After looking at several houses, half an afternoon had passed. Comrade Meng, what do you think? Is there any yard you like? Gu Xiaojun looked at Meng Haixing and asked casually. When looking at the house, Meng Haixing didn't ask anything except the price and whether the property rights were clean. Gu Xiaojun vaguely felt that Meng Hai might feel that the small Western-style building was a bit expensive. If you don't like it, why don't I take you to look at other houses? There are many people selling them secretly in the staff quarters of textile factories and machinery factories. If you don't mind the collective property rights, you can go and have a look. The houses there are cheap. You can buy one that you can live in right away for 1,000 yuan. Chapter 139 Shopping. When Meng Haixing saw that Gu Xiaojun was about to introduce him to a house with collective property rights, he quickly stopped him. Comrade Gu, there's no need to go to such lengths. Just invite the landlords of the largest villa and the one to the west to come out. Let's meet tomorrow to discuss the price of the house. If the prices are similar, we'll trade the house tomorrow. In fact, Meng Haixing was already very satisfied with the price of the 2 small villas. But he still had to go through the process, and he didn't want people to think that he, Meng Haixing, was an easy fool. Comrade Meng, do you want to choose one or the other, or both? Gu Xiaojun thought he had misheard. Buying 2 small villas together would cost more than 10,000 yuan. I want them all. Meng Haixing just thought about it and decided that if he wanted to open a cram school, it definitely could not be in the textile community. It's okay to run a daycare class there, but for a cram school, the old building feels like a small workshop. If he buys the small Western-style building next door to open a cram school, the 2 floors and 6 rooms will be enough for him. Besides, the yard is so big that if it is tidied up properly, the children can move around freely. Winter vacation is coming in a few months, and it would be great if he could open 2 full-time classes by then. Okay, I'll go make an appointment with the landlord now. Gu Xiaojun was extremely excited. If he could really sell the 2 small villas, he would get a commission of at least 50 yuan. This is more than his monthly salary. Gu Xiaojun left Meng Haixing's address and hurried to contact the landlords of the 2 small villas. Meng Haixing and Lin Muching were not in a hurry to go home. Instead, they strolled to the mall. Haixing, isn't it too early for us to buy clothes for 3 children now? It's getting late. In a while, your belly will get bigger and the weather will get colder. You won't be able to go out to buy things for the children. Lin Muching thought so too. Since she was pregnant with triplets, her belly was bigger than that of an ordinary pregnant woman. Even if she wanted to come out in 2 months, it would be extremely inconvenient with such a big belly. The two of them went to buy clothes for the unborn babies. Lin Muching stood in front of the shelf and chose the style she liked and asked Meng Haixing for his opinion from time to time. As a result, Meng Haixing had a rough, manly aesthetic, which was really not to Lin Muching's liking. Wife, why don't you ask the salesperson? Lin Muching, liked by Meng Haixing, went to consult the saleswoman. When the sales clerks heard that Lin Muching was pregnant with triplets, they were all very surprised and surrounded her, chattering. Show her the best and softest little clothes they have on their counters. Those who have given birth to children also taught Lin Muching some tips on raising children. When Lin Muching gave birth to Momo, she was completely in the dark and knew nothing. She raised Momo based entirely on her own imagination. As for buying baby clothes, that was out of the question, as she basically just altered her own clothes. When Lin Muching heard these enthusiastic older sisters teaching her some tips on raising children, she felt a little sad. But she didn't show it, and instead happily chatted with a few people. But Meng Haixing next to him noticed that there was a glimmer of tears in Lin Muching's eyes. Recently, Lin Muching has become sentimental, perhaps because of her pregnancy. He guessed that Lin Muching was thinking about the time when she gave birth to Momo. Wife, let's buy Momo 2 more pieces of clothing. Well, I just saw a beautiful red tracksuit that looks very similar to the one you bought her this summer. Okay, then buy a set for Momo. Meng Haixing now has money in his hands, and he buys things for Lin Muching and Momo without blinking an eye. When they came out of the mall, he was holding 7 or 8 bags of various sizes. He brought Lin Muching a thick woolen skirt for pregnant women. Her belly was so big that only this kind of skirt could barely cover her big belly. Meng Haixing also bought a lot of clothes for the 3 unborn children, as well as small cups, bottles, and other small items. If there was no baby formula here, Meng Haixing would probably have bought all the food for his 3 children today. Lin Muching definitely cannot feed 3 children by herself, so formula milk is the best choice. He planned to go back to Ninggang City to see if he could buy something suitable there. When the two of them returned, Gu Xiaojun was already waiting for them at their house. Comrade Meng, you're back. I've agreed with the landlord of the small Western-style building that we'll go there tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. to discuss the price. Okay, that's settled then. I'll go directly there when the time comes. After Meng Haixing sent Gu Xiaojun away, Chu Lan, who had been silent all the time, asked Meng Haixing about buying the small Western-style house. Haixing, why did you suddenly want to buy 2 small Western-style houses? Didn't you say you would just rent a house in the county, and after Mu Chung gave birth to the baby, you would return to Nanfeng village? Meng Haixing had some idea of what Chu Lan was thinking. She was afraid that he would become bad as soon as he had some money and spend it all carelessly. Mom, I plan to open a few more cram schools in Xuyang County. When the number of students increases, the 2 houses we rent now will definitely not be enough for the children to attend. I have some spare money, and buying these 2 small villas is the best option. It's better than leaving it idle. Chu Lan is just an ordinary rural girl. In her opinion, the safest way to keep money is to save it. People like Meng Haixing who don't deposit a penny into the bank and spend it all on buying things are just showing that they don't live a normal life. But now that his son has grown up, Chu Lan can't stop Meng Haixing from buying a small Western-style house. But she was extremely worried. Mom, I'm telling you the truth. I got a piece of inside information. They say the value of this little Western-style house will appreciate quickly. I bought it for 10,000 yuan now, but it won't be long before the price has a 0 added to it. You said we could not make this much money even if we farmed for a lifetime. Sometimes a white lie can be used. Chu Lan was shocked by Meng Haixing's words. 100,000 yuan was a huge sum of money for Chu Lan, and she had never even thought about it. Haixing, where did you hear this news? Is it accurate? Mr. Dong told me that. You know that many of Mr. Dong's students are leaders in government departments. His information must be correct. Chu Lan heaved a sigh of relief after hearing what Meng Haixing said. Mr. Dong was a highly respected man, and he would definitely not lie to Meng Haixing. That's good. Do you have enough money on hand? If not, Mom and Dad still have some coffin money. You can use it for emergencies. Meng Haixing was shocked by Chu Lan's words. He never expected that his mother would want to lend him money. You should know that in recent months, the people in the mountain village led by Meng Haixing have made a lot of money. If it were other people's parents, after seeing that their son has earned so much money and hearing that his son wants to buy a house, 9 out of 10 times they would not lend him money. After all, it is really difficult to save a few $100s in the village. Mom, I have enough money to support you in your old age. Meng Guangzhu, who had been silent until now, spoke only after Meng Haixing and his mother finished speaking. Haixing, you will soon be the father of 4 children. I won't say any more unnecessary words to avoid boring you. But there is one thing you must remember. You are a family man. No matter what you do, you should think about your wife and children first. Dad, I won't let you down. Chapter 140. There are always some people who feel good about themselves. Meng Haixing and Lin Muching arrived at the small Western-style building on time. The 2 men took 20,000 yuan, a whole black bag, which Meng Haixing felt heavy while carrying. Carrying so many things and a pregnant woman, the 2 of them did not walk very fast. When they arrived at the small Western-style building, Gu Xiaojun was already waiting there anxiously. In addition to Gu Xiaojun, there was also Boss Tan and his family from yesterday, as well as the landlord Ling Guoxin, who had never been seen before. Comrade Lin, can you please make the house cheaper? I really like your little Western-style house. Boss Tan changed into a slightly loose suit today and carried a slightly delicate small leather bag in his hand. Meng Haixing took a look from a distance and saw the size of Boss Tan's briefcase. He knew in his heart that Boss Tan was definitely not sincere in wanting to buy the small villa. He didn't even bring any cash. Gu Xiaojun said that the homeowner was anxious to sell the house, and if the price was agreed upon today, it would be best to complete the transaction immediately. Brother Meng, you're here. Gu Xiaojun walked up to Meng Haixing and greeted him enthusiastically. Didn't we say we'd come to discuss the price today? The landlord invited both of our families. Gu Xiaojun smiled a little embarrassedly. Isn't the homeowner anxious to sell the house? Gu Xiaojun enthusiastically pulled Meng Haixing forward and introduced Ling Guoxin to him. Comrade Meng, how much do you want to pay for my small Western-style house? Ling Guoxin didn't beat around the bush with Meng Haixing and asked him directly. Before Meng Haixing could say anything, Boss Tan became anxious. Comrade Lin, we came here first, so naturally you should discuss the price with us first. It's a bit rude for you to suddenly ask others. The person who spoke was Boss Tan's mother-in-law, Wu Daniu. When she saw Meng Haixing coming over, her face became long, and she looked very unhappy. You guys talk first, I'm not in a hurry. Meng Haixing was able to keep his composure. After all, the small Western-style house would be his sooner or later, so it didn't matter whether he discussed it earlier or later. Comrade Meng, please wait a moment. I'll talk to you first. Ling Guoxin was afraid that Meng Haixing would hear the house price he was discussing with Boss Tan, so he took Boss Tan for a walk into the yard. Wu Daniu looked up and down at Meng Haixing and Lin Muching, who was pregnant. She couldn't help but go up and talk to the 2 of them. When Wu Daniu heard that the 2 were from Muping Town, she curled her lips and sighed. Is it so easy for rural people to make money now? Can they all come to the county and buy small Western-style houses? My family has 2 working spouses, and my daughter has even attended high school. That's why I was able to find a son-in-law as wealthy as Xiao Tan. Young man, I don't think you can afford a small Western-style house. You'd better not cause trouble here. What if the homeowner sees you here and deliberately raises the price? Wouldn't that disrupt the market? As a city dweller, Wu Daniu looked down on Meng Haixing and Lin Mucheng, who came from the countryside. The condescending tone in the words made Meng Haixing very unhappy. Old comrade, I'm not pretending to be rich. I'm here to buy the little Western-style house, sincerely. Meng Haixing's words, old comrade, almost made Wu Daniu vomit blood in anger. Is she that old? Besides, let Boss Tan negotiate the price first. If Boss Tan can reach an agreement with the owner, I will naturally not make a random offer. Don't worry about that. Meng Haixing was unhappy, so naturally he wouldn't let Wu Daniu in front of him be happy. Old comrade, what kind of business is Boss Tan in? Meng Haixing asked casually. Xiao Tan drives a truck and earns at least 100 yuan a month. People in your village probably can't save 100 yuan even if they work their asses off for a whole year. Old comrade, these are all old news. I don't know about others, but I can make a few thousand yuan a day by trading buplurum when I have nothing to do. Some people who are more capable can make more than me. The villagers' lives have been much better in the past 2 years. When I was in our village, we were so poor that we couldn't even afford to eat. Now I've bought a tractor and contracted dozens of acres of land. I have a lot of spare money, so I'm thinking of buying a small Western-style house in the county to live in. But I think this little Western-style building is a bit small. I'm afraid it won't be enough for us to live in. So I came here today and plan to buy 2 at once. One for me and one for my wife's parents. Meng Haixing acted calmly and acted like a big shot, which made Wu Danyu stunned. She was extremely surprised and wondered when rural people became so good at making money. In her eyes, the villagers in the countryside were all laborers who were lucky enough to have enough food to eat and warm clothes to wear. How could they possibly buy tractors or small Western-style houses? Young man, are you kidding me? You can make so much money just by selling some worthless buplurum in the village. I'm not just dealing in ordinary buplurum. I'm collecting buplurum and sending it to the Chinese medicine hospital. I have some connections there too. You can mention my name when you go to the Chinese medicine hospital. Maybe I can even give you a discount on the Chinese medicine. What should I call you? When Meng Haixing heard Wu Danyu asking him his name, he almost burst out laughing. This person in front of him really wanted to take advantage of everything and would not let go of even a single bit. My name is Meng Danyu. Comrade Meng is so young, yet he has accomplished so much. He is truly remarkable. Wu Danyu looked at the pregnant Lin Muching and continued with a forced smile. This comrade is lucky to be pretty. Otherwise, how could she have married a man as rich and capable as Comrade Meng? Old comrade, you are wrong. My wife is an educated youth from Beijing who went to the countryside. She was the most beautiful girl in our village back then. I went to great lengths to finally get my wife. Meng Haixing chatted with Wu Danyu for a while, and then the owner of the two-story villa came over. Buying a house is of course more important than pretending to be a big shot. Meng Haixing pulled Lin Muching to discuss the house price first. The owner of the two-story villa has already received several groups of people who came to see the house. He also had a thorough understanding of housing prices, and Meng Haixing really wanted it. Both sides made concessions, and the deal was finally settled for 7,000 yuan. Originally, the landlord wanted to go with Meng Haixing to transfer the property, but Meng Haixing wanted to wait a little longer to see if Boss Tan had finished the discussion. By transferring the ownership of two houses at the same time, he can make fewer trips. On the other side, Boss Tan had a bitter face and finally finished arguing with Lin Guixin. Mom, the landlord won't budge. He stuck to 9,000 yuan, not a penny less. This little Western-style building only sounds fancy, but it's no different from an ordinary house. Why don't we buy a worker's house at a textile factory? Even though it's a small property, it's cheaper. When Wu Danyu heard the price of 9,000 yuan, she was a little surprised. The price they agreed to spend on buying the small villa was no more than 5,000 yuan, and now they have to pay so much more, which is really unacceptable. Xiaotan, why don't we bite the bullet and buy it? It's a 3-story building, and we have a large family, so it's just enough space to live in. If we buy a house in the staff community, we'll have to sell 3 houses, and that's not cheap either. Seeing that Wu Danyu was determined to buy it, Boss Tan could only try to persuade her. Mom, I asked about this little Western-style building a few days ago. They said a group of high-ranking German officials used to live here, but they were all shot by soldiers. I heard their deaths were horrific, with blood oozing out of the house. There are many taboos when buying a house. If someone has died in the house, the price must be reduced significantly when selling it. When Wu Danyu heard this, her little thoughts disappeared instantly. She didn't want to live in a house where someone had died. Chapter 141 Unexpected Gains 1. Boston never thought about buying the small Western-style house from the beginning. All this was just to fool his mother-in-law and her family. The so-called "people have died" statement is nonsense and is just used to scare people. Comrade Tan, please don't talk nonsense. This small Western-style building of mine was passed down from my ancestors. Although some high-ranking officials did live here in the past, no one has ever died here. Even my great-grandfather died in the hospital. Lin Guixin's ancestors were once glorious. When family members were sick, they would go to the hospital instead of just finding a doctor at home for treatment. Whether I said anything nonsense or not, you know it yourself. Boss Tan curled his lips and prepared to leave, but Wu Danyu didn't seem to have any intention of leaving. Comrade, you are a real estate agent, right? Can you take us to see a few more houses? We really want to buy a small villa. Wu Danyu said to Gu Xiaojun. Old comrade, aren't you Ms. Fang's client? Just go find her directly. She knows the market better than I do. Gu Xiaojun is not a fool. When he didn't see Fang Yu just now, he knew that she might have been stood up. Buying a house through an agent requires paying an agent fee. To save money, Mr. Tan bypassed the agent and contacted the landlord directly, which is not a very legitimate practice. Comrade Meng, let's talk. How much do you want to pay for my small Western-style house? Lin Guixin felt disheartened after being forced to lower his price by Boss Tan. Seeing Meng Haixing's simple dress and the old-fashioned black handbag in his hand, he didn't have much hope for Meng Haixing. Comrade Lin, just name your price. I've already negotiated with Comrade Zhou. His 2-story apartment is for 7,000 yuan. Lin Guixin looked at Comrade Zhou in disbelief. Although his house was 2-story, The area of a single floor was larger than Ling Wuxian's. Comrade Meng, my little Western-style house is absolutely spotless. Don't think you'll lower the price just because of some rumors. I'm in urgent need of money, but I can't sell my ancestral house so cheaply. I'll give you a solid price of 8,500. If you think it's suitable, you can transfer the ownership now. I've brought the property deed with me today. Ling Wuxian had no choice but to lower the price by 500 yuan. Meng Haixing was a straightforward person and agreed without further bargaining. During the dispute between Mr. Tan and Ling Wuxian, Meng Haixing had confirmed with Gu Xiaojun that the small Western-style building was clean and there was no rumored shooting. In this matter, Meng Haixing chose to believe Gu Xiaojun. Then Comrade Lin, Comrade Zhou, let's go together to transfer the ownership. Meng Haixing patted his handbag, and everyone knew tacitly that he brought cash. Lin Guoxin finally sold the house, and a big stone in his heart was put down, and a smile appeared on his face. He went to transfer the ownership with Meng Haixing and Lin Muching, chatting and laughing all the way. Wu Daniu watched them walk away, and suddenly she understood. The country boy she had looked down upon had actually bought 2 small Western-style houses in one go. The total price of the 2 small villas is more than 10,000 yuan. Based on her monthly salary of 38 yuan, even if she does not eat or drink, it will take her more than 30 years to save enough money. In the past, she always liked Boss Tan, but today, no matter how she looked at him, she felt that he was not worthy of her Kai Yun. Her daughter is both good-looking and has a good figure. She should marry a wealthy young man like Comrade Meng, instead of the short, fat, and older Tan Xiaochun. Mom, let's not look at the small Western-style building or... Before Tan Xiaochun could finish his words, he was interrupted by Wu Daniu. Xiaotan, if you can't afford a small Western-style house, I think you and Xiaoyun shouldn't get married. My Xiaoyun is young and beautiful, and she can still afford to live in a small Western-style house. Mom, what are you talking about? I'm just discussing this with you. Let's find another agent and look at a few more villas. Tan Xiaochun agreed reluctantly. He was really trying his best to marry a beautiful wife. On the other side, Meng Haixing and Lin Muching quickly completed the transfer. Looking at the 2 thin pages of paper in his hand, Meng Haixing felt emotional. He now also owns 3 houses. After buying a new house, Meng Haixing naturally had to treat everyone. In the evening, after Meng Jincheng and Li Guixiang came back, Meng Haixing called the whole family to the cram school for dinner. Uncle San, could you please stop opening the cram school? My sister and I can't go out to play after school every day. We can only write here and listen to my lectures. Meng Kuan, looking like a naughty boy as always, put his legs on the table while eating. Meng Haixing picked up the chopsticks and knocked them rudely, signaling him to behave himself. You kid, you must have been beaten a lot. Sit down quickly. Meng Kuan didn't make a fuss when he was knocked. He glanced at Meng Jincheng, shrank his neck, and didn't dare to respond. Since coming to live in the county, although he has been beaten many times by his father and cried many times, Meng Kuan is extremely happy in his heart because he can finally live with his parents. Xiao Kuan, your school had a mock exam recently, right? How many points did you get? When his grades were mentioned, Meng Kuan instantly became timid. I failed math and Chinese. Meng Jincheng glanced at the 2 children unhappily. He had long anticipated that the 2 people who had been studying in the village would not be able to keep up with the school when they returned to the county. But the difference in scores was quite big, so he just said they failed to save face for both of them. The actual situation is that Meng Kuan's score in both subjects added up to less than 50 points, while Meng Qingqing is better as she is in the 1st grade and her score in both subjects added up to 60 points. Xiao Kuan, Qing, since I'm your 3rd uncle, you can attend my cram school for free. From now on, come to the cram school every day after school. If you fail the final exam at the end of the year, you 2 are not allowed to go anywhere for the entire winter vacation. Just stay in my cram school. When your parents are satisfied with your test scores, you can start remedial classes. 3rd uncle, you're too cruel. You didn't even make any money just to let me go to cram school. Each class costs several cents. Meng Kuan was a little dumbfounded. He originally just wanted to complain. How did it turn out like this? Uncle San is rich, so he doesn't mind your few cents. Just go ahead and study. Dad, what is a cram school? Momo wants to go too. Momo, who was lying on the table, eating rice with a small spoon, looked up at Meng Haixing curiously. Momo is so smart. She doesn't need to go to cram school. Oh, Brother Kuan is not smart and needs to go to cram school. Meng Haixing was stunned for a moment and couldn't help laughing. His beloved daughter was right. Chapter 142, Unexpected Gains. After buying the small Western-style house, Meng Haixing did not start cleaning it up immediately. Instead, he sent the remaining earthworms in his home to the Chinese medicine hospital. He always completes what he starts. Even if he stops sending earthworms to the Chinese medicine hospital, he will tell Mr. Dong about it. It's cold now, so it's really hard to go to the mountains to catch earthworms. But my research project will last a long time. After next spring, you can organize the villagers to continue catching earthworms and selling them. Meng Haixing didn't expect that he would have the opportunity to continue selling earthworms after the Chinese New Year. He was very happy and immediately agreed. Catching earthworms is a good job for villagers to increase their income, and it would be great if it could be sustained. Haixing, thank you for helping Qingqing clean up the house. She has a carefree and impulsive personality, and sometimes she doesn't think things through very carefully. If it's convenient for you, please help me keep an eye on her. Mr. Dong, you are so kind. Comrade Fan helped me build the rabbit farm. I should be grateful to her. I heard from Qingqing that your wife is about to give birth, and now you are moving to the county. Yes, my wife is pregnant with triplets, and it's not very convenient for her to come from the village for prenatal checkups. So I brought my wife to live in the county temporarily, so it would be more convenient for her to go for prenatal checkups. You need to be more careful when you're pregnant with triplets. I'll check your wife's pulse when you bring her for a prenatal checkup next time. Mr. Dong is the treasurer of the Chinese medicine hospital, and his medical skills are very good. Meng Haixing was very happy to have Mr. Dong help him diagnose his pulse. Meng Haixing talked with Mr. Dong at the Chinese medicine hospital for a long time, and then drove the tractor back to the village. Meng Hailian's old yard has been demolished these days, and his whole family has moved into Meng Haixing's former house. Meng Haixing came back wanting to lend a hand and to remind Chu Lan about raising rabbits. Haixing, why are you back again? Meng Hailian was very surprised to see Meng Haixing driving the tractor back again. Brother, I'll leave the tractor here with you. It will be more convenient for you to build a house with a tractor. There are tractors in the village, so why would we need this? Brother, don't be so unreasonable. I don't need a tractor in the county. There are minibuses outside the door, so it's very convenient to go anywhere. Meng Hailian thought about it and agreed. It was convenient to take a bus in the county, but the tractor was too bumpy. Okay, you can leave it at home, and I'll help look after it. It will be in perfect condition when you come back. Meng Haixing gave the tractor to Meng Hailian and went to the rabbit house to find Chu Lan and Wu Lixia. During the time he was away, the feeding of hundreds of rabbits depended entirely on the two of them. Mom, there are a few female rabbits about to give birth. If it's too cold in the rabbit hutch, you can light the stove. We have plenty of firewood stored at home, and if that's not enough, you can still get coal. I've prepared a good amount of coal. Don't be reluctant to burn it. Several of these female rabbits are Angora rabbits. A little rabbit costs 10 yuan. I hope they don't freeze to death when they are born. Meng Haixing kept on nagging for a long time, and Chu Lan rolled her eyes at him several times without realizing it. It's not like I haven't raised rabbits before. Don't worry, there won't be any problems. Besides, don't we have Technician Fan here? Mom, Technician Fan is a vaccine researcher, not a veterinarian. If there's anything wrong with the bunny, don't be reluctant to pay for a veterinarian. My Angora rabbits are very delicate, so you must remember this. Meng Haixing knew Chu Lan too well. She had lived through too many hard times, and even if she had money, she was reluctant to spend it. He was really afraid that the rabbit would get sick, so Chu Lan just fed it some gentamicin and called it a day. I know, you've said it 100 times. And don't be stingy with the rabbit feed. If the peanut cakes and bean cakes are gone, have my eldest brother drive the tractor to town to buy more. Well, I told your eldest brother a long time ago to stock up on peanut cakes before winter. There will be less peanut oil to be pressed next spring, and the rabbits won't be left without peanut cakes to eat. The little rabbits are growing bigger in the spring, all thanks to peanut cakes. The mother and son were talking excitedly when they heard Meng Guangzhu's voice coming from outside the door. Haixing, the postman came to our village yesterday, and there was a letter for you. When Meng Haixing heard that there was a letter for him, his heart skipped a beat. Dad, where did the letter come from? Meng Haixing walked quickly to Meng Guangzhu and took the thin envelope from his hand. There's no address, but the postmark shows it's from the capital. Meng Haixing's hands trembled slightly as he held the letter. Could it be Teng Zhe who came from the capital? He quickly opened the letter and found it was indeed a letter from Teng Zhe. The last time Meng Haixing wrote to Teng Zhe, he described in detail that Teng's mother would get into a car accident when she went to work and asked Teng Zhe to find a way to prevent it himself. Teng Zhe wrote to Meng Haixing after such a long time, just to tell him that everything he said had been verified. At the end of the letter, Teng Zhe asked Meng Haixing who he was and how he knew all this. Looking at the caution between the lines of Teng Zhe's words, Meng Haixing couldn't help but raise the corners of his lips slightly. As expected, he was someone who had started from scratch with him and was not so easily fooled. Haixing, who wrote this letter to you? Seeing Meng Haixing's happy face, Meng Guangzhu couldn't help but ask. In the past, most of the people around Meng Haixing were similar to Lang Chun and were not very popular in their respective villages. Now that Meng Haixing's life has finally gotten better, Meng Guangzhu really doesn't want him to have any contact with his former friends. He's my former junior high school classmate. He's doing well in Beijing now and asked me how I'm doing. You are a thoughtful classmate. Remember to write back later. I know, Dad, it's getting cold. You should set up the stove in your room as soon as possible. The last thing we have at home this year is wood. You can burn as much as you want. Meng Haixing and Meng Halian both built new houses. The wood taken down from the old houses, plus the trees cut from around the wasteland when Meng Haixing contracted the wasteland, were enough for Meng Guangzhu to use. Well, if you have nothing to do in the afternoon, go back early and don't let your wife take care of Momo at home alone. No, the father and son did not communicate much, but Meng Haixing felt warm in his heart. His father was not good at talking, and the most caring words he could say were to urge him to go back and take care of Lin Muching. In fact, he was also concerned about Lin Muching and Momo. Meng Haixing returned to the county and did not even go home. He first went to the post office to remit 500 yuan to Tengze and then mailed him a letter. He certainly would not tell him the truth. He would only say that Mother Ting's car accident was not accidental and asked him to take the money and Mother Tongue to find a place to take shelter temporarily, and then concentrate on repeating his studies and continue to take the college entrance examination next year. As for the 500 yuan he gave, it was wages. He wanted Teng Zhe to help him investigate all the affairs of Meng Changyue in Beijing. Now Meng Haixing knew almost nothing about Meng Changyue in the capital. He only knew that he started his business by opening a grocery store. Now think about it carefully. How could Meng Changyue have so much money just by opening a grocery store? It's already a lot of money just to give to Meng Changxi and Lang Chun. He must have other ways to make money. Chapter 143, Open a Cram School Together. Meng Haixing was busy outside all day, and it was dark when he returned home. It was already very cold in Ziyang County in November. Meng Haixing tugged at his thin sportswear, wondering if he should buy some more clothes. Brother Haixing, you're finally back. I've been waiting for you for most of the day. As soon as Meng Haixing entered the room, he heard Chu Dayong's voice. Dayong, why are you here? I'm here to give you some money. I've sold all 300 defective sweaters. So many days? Meng Haixing was a little surprised. Chu Dayong left 50 wool sweaters for sale to them, and they were sold out in 2 days. Chu Dayong took the other wool sweaters to other places to sell, and he thought they had been sold long ago. It's already been sold. I've been busy with blind dates these days, so I don't have time to come. Chu Dayong felt a little embarrassed when talking about his blind date. He didn't have a very good reputation before, and no good family would be willing to marry their daughter to a second-rate guy. But things are different now. The news that Chu Dayong made a lot of money by trading clothes in the South has already spread among his relatives. Almost all the female relatives in his family have a woolen sweater. Seeing how motivated Chu Dayong was, everyone immediately became interested. In recent days, matchmakers have been knocking down Chu Dayong's door. His family background was already good, and now with his ambition, he immediately became a hot commodity. How is it? Have you found a suitable girl? Seeing Chu Dayong looking embarrassed, Meng Haixing guessed that he might have someone he liked. They're all just vulgar women. I don't like them. I don't have time for blind dates right now. Brother Haixing, didn't you say you have a lucrative business? Tell me about it quickly. Chu Dayong went home and told his father in detail about the sweater reselling incident. His father asked Chu Dayong to follow Meng Haixing in the future. Mr. Chu usually looks down on others and rarely praises them, but after hearing about Meng Haixing, he felt from the bottom of his heart that Meng Haixing was a good person and that he could be a close friend. Chu Dayong was once a rebellious person. If his father told him to go east, he would go west. He would go against his father all day long. But on the matter of Meng Haixing, Chu Dayong and his father reached an agreement for the first time. You are quite proactive. Are you short of money? Yes, my dad said that I have to pay for my wife myself, and he won't pay a dime. I wonder if the matchmakers will all run away if they know that my dad won't give me any money to marry a wife. Chu Dayong is not a fool. All those who have come to his house to propose marriage recently are attracted by his wealth. If he had just been hanging around in the team, they would definitely not be so enthusiastic. Meng Haixing didn't beat around the bush with Chu Dayong and told him directly about the cram school. Brother Haixing, you are definitely my eldest brother. This is the first time I've heard of someone buying 2 small villas at once. Chu Dayong gave Meng Haixing a thumbs up. But I don't know how to run a cram school. I only finished junior high school. How can I run a cram school? Chu Dayong was completely confused about things related to study. I'm not asking you to be a teacher. You don't need to be educated. You just need to be rich. Let's get this straight. Do you want to work with me? Or do you want to learn from me and then go it alone? Of course I'll do it with you. I don't have the brains to do it alone. Okay, since you want to get involved, I'll take you on a tutoring course. Just tell me how much money you can invest. Chu Daong had absolutely no reservations towards Meng Haixing and directly revealed his cards. The money he earned from reselling clothes, plus the money his father gave him, he could take out 60,000 yuan at a time. Daong, 60,000 yuan is not a small amount of money. Are you sure you want to invest it in a cram school? There were no cram schools in our county before. If it fails, we will lose a lot of money. No business is ever guaranteed to be profitable. My dad said that as long as I can grow up and stop wasting time, even if I lose a little money, it's worth it. Hearing Chu Daong say this, Meng Haixing felt relieved. Okay, come see me tomorrow morning and we'll discuss how to run this cram school. Originally, with my own money, I could only open one, but with your money, we can open two at once. Suyang County is not small. It takes more than half an hour to drive between the east and west of the city. If the cram school is only held in the small Western-style building, only people from nearby areas will attend the class, and those who live a little further away will only come on weekends at most. If another cram school is opened in the west of the city, those who live far away from the small Western-style building can go there. Meng Haixing's house was not big, so Chu Daong was very considerate and did not stay for dinner. When he was about to leave and Meng Haixing went out to see him off, he told Meng Haixing another thing. Meng Guoyang's verdict has come down. He was sentenced to 10 years, and the people involved were all sentenced to 3 to 6 years. Well, ruining someone's future and ending up losing yourself in the process. This should serve as a lesson for him. It was only because his father-in-law had connections that he was sentenced to 10 years. If he hadn't had connections, he would have been left with nothing. The situation is very serious at the moment. Meng Guoyang committed such a serious crime that a sentence of 10 years is really too light. The criminal received the punishment he deserved, and the matter was over. Meng Haixing was eager to know the situation of Meng Changyue in the capital. So many people were punished, but he seemed to be the only one who was spared. He is quite capable. When Meng Haixing returned to the house, Lin Muching had already returned with Momo. Haixing, why didn't you invite your friend to dinner? Just now, when Meng Haixing and Chu Daong were talking, Lin Muching was afraid that Momo would disturb them, so he took Momo to Meng Xian's place. There are quite a few children at Meng Xian's place now, and the little kid Momo also likes to go there. I don't have time to cook for him. Although Meng Haixing came back late, he still brought a fish and made braised fish for Lin Muching and Momo. Lin Muching, who is already in the late stage of pregnancy, has been frantically trying to control her weight recently, but the three little rascals in her belly are hungry, and Lin Muching is hungry too. In order to prevent Lin Muching from gaining weight no matter how much she ate, Meng Haixing could only let her eat more fish and chicken breast. White rice was also replaced with coarse grain rice. Those who didn't know would think that Meng Haixing was mistreating his wife. Mu Cheng, I bought a bag of winter peaches when I came back. I've washed them all. If you're hungry later in the evening, you can have some. But winter peaches are too sweet. You can't eat too many at once. Meng Haixing served Lin Muching mixed grain rice while giving her some instructions. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard a crackling sound behind him. When he turned around, Lin Muching was already eating the winter peaches he had washed. I'm so hungry. Lin Muching looked at Meng Haixing with a little embarrassment. You can only eat one. It's time to eat. Well, even if I eat 10, I can still have another bowl of rice right now. Chapter 144 Mention Me. After dinner, Momo went to play with Dachuan and Xiaochuan. Lin Muching wanted to go with them, but was stopped by Meng Haixing. Momo, go play with Dachuan and Xiaochuan. It's okay if you don't go since my sister and Ann are with you. Meng Haixing helped Lin Muching sit back on the bed. Just as he was supporting Lin Muching, he felt his palm being kicked hard by the baby in Lin Muching's belly. Ever since Meng Haixing was reborn, he and Lin Muching have always kept a certain distance. Even if the two of them occasionally had skin contact, it was only a brief touch and stopped there. Then Meng Haixing would obediently return to his original position to sleep. This was the first time in such a long time that Meng Haixing felt the fetal movement of the baby in Lin Muching's belly. He glanced at his palm in surprise. Mu Cheng, the babies kicked my hand just now. Well, they've been quite naughty lately. They often kick my belly, and it hurts. When talking about the three little babies in her belly, Lin Muching's voice became a little gentler. Mu Cheng, can you let me see these three little naughty ones? How do you see this? No need to look, just let me touch it. Lin Muching blushed slightly at what Meng Haixing said, but still nodded slightly. The room was a little cold, and Lin Muching was wearing a thicker autumn coat. Meng Haixing gently stroked Lin Muching's belly through the coat. Don't move. Lin Muching held Meng Haixing's hand. In a moment, Meng Haixing's hand was kicked hard again. They kicked me again. Meng Haixing's eyes were bright with excitement. Okay, stop touching me. When you touch me, these little naughty ones like to kick me. It would be less painful if one little baby kicked her, but Lin Muching was most afraid of 2 or 3 of them kicking at the same time. At that time, she would feel like her belly was about to be kicked, which was very uncomfortable. Okay, I won't touch it, but I can take a look. Meng Haixing asked Lin Muching to lie on her side on the bed. He sat beside the bed and looked carefully at her belly, which was a little scary in size. Sure enough, after a while, a small bump appeared in Lin Muching's stomach, and after a while, a slightly larger bump appeared. Lin Muching frowned unconsciously. She suspected that the 3 children were dancing in her belly today, kicking and kicking, which must be very uncomfortable. You little rascals, be good and don't kick your mother. If you don't obey, I'll beat you up after you're born. Meng Haixing stared at the rising and falling waves with a smile on his face, and the happiness in his heart was about to overflow. You said they couldn't hear you. Who said that? They must know that their father is anxiously waiting for them to be born. While Meng Haixing and Lin Muching were talking, the little guys who had been kicking nonstop just now finally stopped. Mucheng, take a day off. The day after tomorrow, I'll take you for a prenatal checkup and have Mr. Dong check your pulse. Tomorrow, I'll find some construction workers to renovate the 2 small villas. The room here is so small. The 3 of us squeeze into one small bed, and we don't even dare to turn over when we sleep at night. Okay, we're living in that little Western-style building. Actually, we don't need to move much. The ground floor is a little dirty. You can just remove the original floor coverings and clean the cement floor with water. You don't need to lay anything else on top. The upstairs is all covered with flooring, so there's no need to move it. I'll do as you say. I'll replace the doors and windows and paint the walls, and we can move in a few days. The house over there is big, especially the bedroom. Meng Haixing plans to put a little princess bed in it for Momo, so that Momo can sleep in a separate bed from them in the future. As the 2 were talking, the lights in the room suddenly went out. After 8 o'clock in the evening in the county town, there were power outages every few days. Meng Haixing did not light a candle and talked to Lin Mucheng in the faint moonlight. Mucheng, I left the address of the small Western-style building with my parents. If my eldest brother comes to look for you later, he will definitely find where we live. I don't know what my brother is busy with. They should have days off at the university. He knew I was in Xiashan village, but he didn't come to see me. Lin Mucheng was a little disappointed. Ever since she knew Lin Jinyan went to Jingnan City, she has been waiting for him. Big brother is studying in a military academy. How can he get out so easily? Don't worry, just wait a little longer. I believe that big brother will come to find you soon. As the months progressed, Lin Mucheng became more sleepy. While talking to Meng Haixing, she fell into a deep sleep in a short while. Meng Haixing lighted a candle and placed it on the small desk. He sat back on the bed, looking at Lin Mucheng's sleeping face quietly for a long time without moving. For Lin Mucheng, being pregnant with these 3 children was a very difficult thing. Her movements became slower and slower, and she had to endure hunger every day, fearing that she would eat too much and it would be bad for the 3 children. After a long time, Meng Haixing went to Meng Yu and brought Momo back. Mom is asleep, please be gentle. Good. The father and daughter lowered their voices and quietly entered the house. There was only one candle lit in the room, and in the dim candlelight, Lin Mucheng slept soundly. Meng Haixing took a can, filled it with hot water, and quietly stuffed it into the quilt. He gently touched Lin Mucheng's hand and felt relieved when he felt her hand was warm. Dad, I'm sleepy. Momo climbed onto the bed and wanted to get into Lin Mucheng's quilt. Wait a little longer. It's too cold to get into bed now. Wait for Daddy to warm up your bed with a hot water bottle before you go in and sleep. Momo is a little naughty. She often skips her nap at noon and acts mischievously everywhere. After a day of playfulness, she was so sleepy that she couldn't open her eyes just after 8 o'clock. Meng Haixing found it very funny to see Momo with her eyelids twitching. Okay, get into bed quickly. Meng Haixing put the thermos in his quilt and stuffed Momo and her doll into Lin Mucheng's quilt. Go to sleep. Dad, you didn't sing me a lullaby. Mom always sang a lullaby to me before I went to bed. Momo, curled up in the quilt, stretched out her chubby little arms and looked at Meng Haixing with anticipation. Okay, Daddy will sing you a lullaby, and you should close your eyes quickly. Meng Haixing gently patted Momo's chubby little hands, thinking of the nursery rhymes that Lin Mucheng often sang, and hummed softly. His singing was not good, and even the tune was wrong, but Momo didn't dislike him at all. While humming this strange tune, Momo fell asleep quickly. The 2 people dear to him fell asleep, but Meng Haixing was not sleepy at all. Chapter 145 Struggle. He took out a stack of letter paper, sat down at the desk, and began to write a plan for running a cram school. Mathematics and Chinese are compulsory subjects for all children, from 1st grade to 3rd grade of junior high school, and all children can take them. As for high school, Meng Haixing didn't want to take it for the time being. Firstly, It was difficult to hire teachers, and secondly, there were too few students. There was only one high school in the entire Zhejiang County, and there were not many students in total. It didn't make much sense for him to run a cram school. According to their school schedule, Meng Haixing scheduled all the tutoring classes between 5 and 6 o'clock. School ends at 4:30, so it's just the right time to get to cram school at 5 o'clock. It won't delay the children from going home for dinner after class in the evening. The tutoring class on Sunday is all day long, and Meng Haixing plans to arrange it for senior students. Little kids in grades 1 and 2 don't need to attend cram schools so intensively. By this calculation, he would need at least 10 teachers to open a cram school, and this includes some teachers who can teach across grades. As for teachers' salaries, their current monthly wages are about the same as those of ordinary workers, but Meng Haixing has always believed that good teachers should earn more. He plans to recruit several teachers with good teaching skills, who will teach at least 10 to 12 classes per month, and their salary will be calculated based on 12. If the students attend full attendance, Meng Haixing will give them an additional subsidy of 3 yuan. This salary is definitely high for ordinary teachers. Meng Haixing was writing a plan for opening a cram school when he suddenly had a very subtle feeling in his heart, and his thoughts flew to his past life. Countless nights, he had also sat here writing plans at his desk. But he was alone at that time, but now he has a lot of support behind him. Thinking of this, Meng Haixing turned around and glanced at Lin Muching and Momo, who were sleeping soundly. Back then, Meng Haixing went to many cities in the south and finally stopped in Shanghai City, where he started from scratch. He was alone at that time and was full of courage. Others were making money by selling second-hand home appliances in Hong Kong Island, so he took the few $100s he could earn and joined them in selling second-hand home appliances. Others can repair it, but he can't, so he just learns it slowly. At first, he couldn't understand the drawings his master drew, so he relied on the little knowledge he had learned in junior high school and studied by himself by candlelight at night. He often stayed up all night to study a small drawing. Looking back now, I was really lucky not to die at that time. Meng Haixing put away his thoughts and looked down at the letter paper on the table. A circuit diagram of a television was drawn on the white letter paper. He hadn't drawn a circuit diagram for many years, and he thought he had forgotten it long ago. Unexpectedly, although he thought he had forgotten it, his hand had not forgotten it at all. Meng Haixing calculated the time quickly. The second-hand home appliance business in Shanghai City had not started yet, and even if it did, it would only be a small business. If he had the chance to do it all over again, Meng Haixing believed that by next summer, when second-hand home appliances in Shanghai City become popular, he would have more money to invest in second-hand home appliances than he did back then. He might be able to take a completely different path from his previous life. Meng Haixing threw away all the memories in his mind, blew out the candle on the table, and got into bed. With the help of the thermos to warm the bed, Meng Haixing didn't feel too cold inside. He reached out and touched Momo and Lin Muching, and seeing that they didn't kick the quilt, he went to sleep peacefully. It was not difficult to put away the small Western-style building. Meng Haixing went to find the door and window maker early in the morning, went to the house to measure the dimensions, and replace the windows today. He and the door and window maker were busy measuring the doors and windows when Chu Daong came over on a bicycle. Daong, why did you come here to see this? I went to your house to discuss opening a cram school, but you ended up coming here so early in the morning. Meng Haixing glanced at his watch. It was only 7 o'clock. Chu Daong was really active. Have you had breakfast? No, I'm not anxious to hear you talk about opening a cram school. Okay, here you go. Take a look at it first. Meng Haixing took out the plan he had written yesterday from his pocket and handed it to Chu Daong, then continued with the work in his hands. After a long while, Chu Daong finally finished reading the plan. Brother Haixing, your plan doesn't look like it will cost much. The house was bought by Meng Haixing, so he didn't have to rent one anymore. Even if he renovated it, it wouldn't cost more than a few hundred yuan. If he bought some desks and benches, 1,000 yuan would be enough. The only thing left is teacher Gu's salary, which is 200 yuan a month. You're quite good at calculating the accounts. This is my account. We're going to open another one. When renting a house doesn't make sense, we'll have to buy one. That's the big expense. Chu Daong scratched his head. Brother Haixing, what kind of place do you want? My family has a large courtyard house. It's an old house passed down from our ancestors. It was just returned to my family a few years ago. My parents thought the west side of the city was too far from where they work, so it's been vacant ever since. When Meng Haixing heard Chu Daong say this, he felt so exhausted that he couldn't even complain. He knew that Chu Daong's family was rich, but he didn't expect that his family was so rich. Zhejiang County is not a big place, and those who can build a courtyard house are definitely wealthy families. Okay, I'll go to your yard with you later. If our initial investment is similar, we can split the cost 50 to 50 once the cram school opens. The cost of running a cram school is not high, and the bulk of the cost is basically on buying a house. Now that the houses are ready, there is not much money left in Meng Haixing's eyes. Chu Daong put Meng Haixing's plan into his pocket. Okay, brother Haixing. I'll come find you someday when you have time to go and take a look. Tomorrow afternoon. That's settled then. Daong, aren't you going to work now? Why would I want to work if I want to do big business with you? I'm leaving now. Chu Daong came and went in a hurry. Meng Haixing looked at his happy back and thought to himself that Chu Daong was really bold. He quit his job before he even started? After measuring the doors and windows and waiting for the painters to come, Meng Haixing gave a few instructions, bought breakfast, and rode his bike home. When he returned home, it was exactly 8 o'clock. Lin Muching and Momo had just gotten up and were washing up in the house. I bought fried dough sticks and millet porridge. Wash up and come and eat. The fragrance of the fried dough sticks just out of the pan could be smelled from a long distance away. Momo, who was braiding her hair, was extremely anxious. Mom, eat fried dough sticks. I'm hungry. Even if you're hungry, you still have to comb your hair. Momo twisted and turned in Lin Muching's arms. After her hair was finally braided, she couldn't wait to sit down at the dinner table. In the past, fried dough sticks were only sold in the village in the mornings during the winter when there was no farming work. Momo would always be craving them. But her family had no money at that time, so she could only watch other children eat the delicious fried dough sticks. Meng Haixing poured the millet porridge and sat down with Lin Muching. Momo couldn't wait to pick up a fried dough stick and eat it in big mouthfuls. It smelled just as she remembered. Muchong, would you like to come with me to the small Western-style building later? The doors and windows will be installed this morning, and the small building where we live can also be painted. I want to try to heat the Kong. I won't go. Walking back and forth is too tiring. Lin Muching is already wearing a lot of clothes, so it is inconvenient for her to move around. She should stay at home more. Okay, then I'll buy you your favorite roasted pig's trotters at noon. Dad, I like to eat too. Okay, I'll buy you a big roasted pig's trotter too. Chapter 146 being targeted. Meng Haixing was anxious to move into the small Western-style building. After breakfast, he rode his bicycle back to the small Western-style building and continued to clean it with the masters. The doors and windows of the 3-story villa need to be replaced, which is a big job for the door and window maker. They came early in the morning to measure the dimensions, and the brand new doors and windows were delivered around noon. The gate to Meng Haixing's yard was open, and people were coming and going, which attracted the attention of many passers-by. It is across the street from Meng Haixing's house, and there is also a small Western-style building opposite. However, most of the small Western-style buildings over there were previously allocated to ordinary people to live in, so they were built in a rather impressive way. The price is much cheaper than Meng Haixing's place. A similar small building with 2 floors can be bought for only 2 or 3,000 yuan. Tan Xiaochun was so frustrated by Wu Danyu's entanglement that he had no choice but to spend all his family's savings and grit his teeth to buy a small Western-style house. All the family savings were used to buy a small Western-style house, and Tan Xiaochun could not afford much money for the wedding. In order to marry Kai Yun home, he took a long-distance job right after buying the small Western-style house and drove south with 2 people. He can earn at least 300 or 400 yuan on this trip, which will be enough for him to marry Kai Yun. Tan Xiaochun drove south and handed over the decoration of the small Western-style building to Kai Yun and his elder brother Kai Daji. Mom, look, isn't Meng Haixing's house also being renovated? Kai Yun, standing on the roof of the 2nd floor, saw from afar that Meng Haixing was helping the workers install doors and windows. The last time they met, Meng Haixing said his name was Meng Danyu. Wu Danyu believed him at first, but later when they went to an agent to buy a house, they found out that the name Meng Haixing said was fake. At that time, Wu Danyu was quite angry and said that Meng Haixing was too cunning and never told the truth. But when Wu Danyu thought about how Meng Haixing could buy 2 small houses at once, she felt jealous. Wu Danyu, who was cleaning the garbage on the roof, immediately looked up and followed Kai Yun's gaze when she heard the name Meng Haixing. Sure enough, she saw Meng Haixing wearing a blue woolen sweater, standing by the 2nd-floor window helping the workers close the window. I didn't expect this guy to be so capable. He did all the renovations himself. Kai Yun looked at Meng Haixing's strong waist and gritted his teeth in his heart. Why had she never met a young man like Meng Haixing before? When she thought of Tan Xiaochun's fat body, Kai Yun felt even more disgusted. There is no harm without comparison. Kai Yun never thought Tan Xiaochun was ugly before, but compared with Meng Haixing, Tan Xiaochun is simply worthless. Wu Danyu, who was standing by, saw Kai Yun standing on the roof, staring at Meng Haixing for a long time without taking her eyes off him. Suddenly, a bold idea came to her mind. Xiao Yun, have you ever thought that if Meng Haixing can marry you, Then our family can move into his other small Western-style building in the future? Mom, what are you thinking about? Meng Haixing is already married. You've seen that his wife's belly is so big. If Kai Yun hadn't seen Lin Muching with a big belly that day, he would have tried every possible way to get close to Meng Haixing and would not have waited until now. So what if you get married? You can still get divorced. Xiaoyan, you should see clearly. Although Meng Haixing is from the countryside, he is really rich. He bought 2 small Western-style houses at once. If you can marry him, you will have a good life after that. Wu Daniu has no moral bottom line. As long as her family can live a rich and good life, she would not let her daughter hook up with Meng Haixing, who is already married. Even if Kai Yin didn't marry him and just lived with him secretly, it would be fine as long as he gave her enough money. My wife is so beautiful. How can I compare to her? Thinking of Lin Muqing's pretty face, Kai Yun had to admit that he could not compare to her. Other pregnant women usually become swollen in the later stages of pregnancy, and their faces will be much fatter than before pregnancy. But Lin Muqing had none of these problems. She was not fat at all, her face was not swollen, and even her skin had become very delicate. Thinking of this, Kai Yun murmured maliciously in his heart, her skin is so smooth. She must be pregnant with a daughter, and Meng Haixing will definitely not like it when the baby is born. Although Kai Yun is a woman, she has been influenced by her parents and has a strong patriarchal mentality. She always feels that having a daughter is a waste of money and that she will be treated like a slave after marriage. She never knew that some girls born in native families are also treasures in the hands of their parents. Xiao Yun, no matter how beautiful a woman is, when she's pregnant, she still has to sleep in a separate room from the man. At this time, men are the easiest to capture. As long as you use a little trick, you can seduce Meng Haixing. Then let me try? That's right. While that poor bastard Tan Xiaochun isn't back yet, you should quickly get him. By then, the matter will be settled and he won't be able to deny it even if he wants to. Kai Yun nodded slightly and threw the broom in his hand to the ground. Mom, I'm going to check across the street. Go quickly. Wu Daniu happily watched Kai Yun go to the opposite side. Kai Daji, who was busy cleaning the roof, glanced at Meng Haixing in the distance. Mom, is it okay for you to do this? If he really gets divorced, his wife will be so pitiful. Wu Daniu turned around and glared at Kai Daji fiercely. You are the most pitiful one. You are 26 and still have no wife. Wait until your sister marries Meng Haixing. Let Meng Haixing give you 10,000 yuan to marry a wife. Then mom will pick a virtuous and beautiful one for you. When Kai Daji heard that he could get 10,000 yuan to marry a wife, he was so happy that his mouth almost stretched to his ears. That's 10,000 yuan. In the county, only rich people give a few hundred yuan for the betrothal gift. If you buy 3 turn and 1 ring, it won't cost more than 1,000 yuan. That would leave him with 9,000 yuan. Even if he didn't eat or drink and just lay at home every day, he would never be able to spend it all in his lifetime. The more Kai Daji thought about it, the more excited he became. He wished he could ask Meng Haixing to give him 10,000 yuan immediately. On the other side, Meng Haixing didn't know that the Kai family was plotting against him. After all the doors and windows were installed, Meng Haixing was still worried and checked them carefully one by one. After confirming that there were no problems, he let the installer leave. Brother Meng, are you busy here? Kai Yun's delicate voice came from the door. Meng Haixing took a look, and it took him a long time to remember who the lesbian in front of him was. Comrade Kai, do you have something to talk to me about? Look, my family bought the small Western-style building across the street and is renovating it now. I just came to see how yours is going and learn from you. Kai Yun pointed to the house opposite. He happened to see Wu Daniu and Kai Daji standing on the roof waving at him. Your house must have been moved a lot, but mine was just replaced with doors and windows and painted, leaving everything else untouched. In other words, Meng Haixing had nothing to say to Kai Yun. If Kai Yun had known what was good for him, he would have left immediately. Unfortunately, Kai Yun didn't want to leave. My family is also planning to replace the doors and windows. Brother Meng, can I see the style of your house? Okay, take a look. I have things to do here. As he spoke, Meng Haixing picked up the broom and began to sweep the first floor. With so many people coming in and out of the house, the leather floor on the first floor had already been trampled and was covered with mud. Meng Haixing thought the floor covering was too dirty, so he simply removed it all and laid a carpet or something. Chapter 147 Basement. Kai Yun didn't expect Meng Haixing to treat her like this. After all, she was a lesbian, but Meng Haixing actually let her look around as she pleased, and he didn't even want to accompany her. Seeing Meng Haixing making dust all over the first floor, Kai Yun gritted his teeth, pretended to look around the second floor, and had to say goodbye first. Wu Daniu was anxious because she went back so soon. Xiaoyan, why did you come back so soon? Didn't you have a good discussion with Meng Haixing about your relationship? What's there to communicate about? He just ignores me. Kai Yun was so angry that he looked back at the dusty Meng Haixing's house and felt very unhappy. Although her appearance is not the best, she is still a beautiful girl from a small family. Now many people come to their house to propose marriage. Why did Meng Haixing not even look at her when he got to her side? Kai Yun didn't know that Meng Hai had both status and money in his previous life. There are so many women throwing themselves at him, and any one of them would be prettier than this rustically dressed girl. She lingered near him, trying to attract his attention, but she only brought shame upon herself. There's no rush. Meng Haixing's house has already started renovations, so he must want to move in soon. Let's hurry up too. Once we become neighbors, you'll have plenty of opportunities. Mom, you just told us to hurry up, but Tan Xiaochun left us 100 yuan, which is just enough to buy doors and windows. What should we do with the rest of the money? Mom still has some here. Xiaoyan, in order to let you live a good life, Mom also worked hard and gave you all the coffin money. Thank you, Mom. When I have money, I will definitely buy you a big gold bracelet. The Kai family was making plans quickly, but Meng Haixing knew nothing about it. After he removed the floor coverings, he directly poured a bucket of water onto the ground, trying to wash away all the dust on the ground. Logically speaking, when the cement was being applied to the ground, an arc must have been made to prevent rainwater from entering the house and not flowing out. Generally, the arc is directed toward the threshold of the kitchen or bathroom, where a small drainage hole is left. But when Meng Haixing poured a bucket of water on the ground, the water flowed towards the downstairs and did not go anywhere else. At first, Meng Haixing thought the floor was not smooth, so he walked to the stairs to check it carefully. I saw a tiny long crack in a pile of debris under the stairs. The crack was probably usually covered by dust, so he didn't notice it when he lifted the floor leather just now. At this moment, a bucket of water was poured over, and the crack was finally washed out. If it was just an ordinary crack, Meng Haixing would not be surprised. After all, the house had been built for many years. But this crack is not ordinary. It is even a little strange, because the crack is too straight, as if it was carved with a knife. There must be something wrong when things are abnormal, and Meng Haixing really wants to pry it open and take a look. However, the workers painting the walls were still there today, so Meng Haixing didn't rush to start. He first rode his bicycle to the county furniture market and ordered 4 new beds, which he planned to put in other rooms to make it convenient for future guests to stay in his house. There are also brand new tables, chairs, and benches, which have also been ordered. Considering that Lin Muching might have to stay in the county to recuperate after giving birth, Meng Haixing bought 2 sets of heating stoves and chimneys. In order to make cooking easier, he also bought a gas stove. All the floor coverings in the house had been removed, so Meng Haixing wanted to buy a carpet to replace them. I walked around the mall but couldn't find anything suitable. In the end, there was nothing I could do but wait for him to pry up the ground, then go back and smooth it with cement, and then call a flooring contractor to come and lay wooden floors throughout the house. It's still not too late to do this even if they move in. Meng Haixing was so busy that he didn't go home for lunch. He had a meal with the wall painters at noon. In the afternoon, when all the walls were painted and the painters had left, Meng Haixing closed the door, took out the chisel he had prepared long ago, and pried along the gap. At first, Meng Haixing thought the cement would be difficult to pry open, so he put the chisel in place and hammered it down with all his strength. With one blow of the hammer, there was a loud bang, and a wooden lid about 1 meter wide was smashed away by Meng Haixing. Picking up the cement block under the wooden lid, Meng Haixing took a look and found that it was 4 fingers thick. If it weren't for the fact that it was too long and the quality of the cement was not particularly good before, he was afraid that he would not be able to knock it open for a while. Under the wooden lid was a dark basement with a ladder next to it, but the ladder had broken with age. Meng Haixing didn't have a flashlight, so he lit a piece of candle, tied it to a piece of wire, and slowly placed it in the basement. The originally dark basement was illuminated by candlelight. The space underneath was not large, and some cowhide boxes were scattered around. The box looks quite big, but I don't know what's inside. Meng Haixing is a man who has died once and is very brave. He simply took the bamboo ladder from home and lowered it down. The bamboo ladder was a little big, and fortunately Meng Haixing was not fat. Otherwise, he really wouldn't be able to get down with such a small space. I don't know how long it has been since anyone has been in the basement, and it's dirty everywhere. He casually opened a box and saw a flash of golden light before his eyes. It turned out to be a box full of small yellow croakers. Meng Haixing stood there in a daze, unable to come back to his senses for a long time. Even though he was knowledgeable, he had never seen a box of small yellow croakers. This visual shock made Meng Haixing think he was dreaming. Looking back at the other boxes in the basement, Meng Hai swallowed hard. They couldn't be all filled with small yellow croakers, could they? Didn't he send it? Meng Haixing excitedly opened a box next to him. What was inside was not small yellow croaker, but some porcelain. In his previous life, Meng Haixing was old and had auctioned antiques a few times when he had nothing to do. He only had a basic knowledge of antiques, calligraphy, and paintings. Looking at the beautiful porcelain pieces in the box, he vaguely felt that these things were quite valuable. The next few boxes were also filled with similar antiques. The last box contained some ancient books. The ancient books were tied casually with cowhide ropes, and no one knew what was inside. Meng Haixing walked around the basement and vaguely saw some German letters. He thought these things should have been left by the people who lived here before. Now that the house is his, the things are naturally his too. Meng Haixing did not touch the valuable things, but carried the box of ancient books out bit by bit. Then Meng Haixing found some thick wooden boards to seal the entrance to the basement. When he was installing the windows today, he had some cement left, which he carefully spread on the wooden boards, making sure that even if someone accidentally stood under the stairs, they would not notice that there was nothing under their feet. By the time all this was done, it was already dark. He casually picked up a stack of ancient books and put them in his bag, then rode his bike home. He couldn't tell anyone about this, but he had to tell Lin Muching. Chapter 148, Moving to a New Home 1. Meng Haixing rode his bicycle all the way home, and he was in a very excited state. When he got home, there was a group of children in the daycare class in the house. Lin Muching had taken Momo out for a walk and had not returned yet. Meng Haixing couldn't wait any longer, so he put down his bicycle and went to find Lin Muching. Haixing, you're back. Lin Muching felt a little strange when she saw Meng Haixing rushing to find her. She was just wandering around the neighborhood, so he wouldn't go home and not see her, so he came to look for her. Mucheng, I have something very important to tell you. Let's talk while we walk. Meng Haixing picked up Momo and walked back. What's up? Lin Muching's heart skipped a beat, fearing that something bad might happen. I found a basement over there in the small Western-style building, and inside it was a box of small yellow croakers. Lin Mucheng, who was walking beside Meng Haixing, suddenly stopped and looked at Meng Haixing in disbelief. Is that the little yellow croaker I was thinking of? Yes, in addition to a box of small yellow croakers, there are also a lot of antiques, calligraphy and paintings, a whole basement full of things. Such a big pie suddenly fell from the sky, and Lin Muching was a little confused. His mind was in a mess, and he didn't know what to do. I haven't touched these things yet. Let's discuss how to use them later. 2 days before his death, Meng Hai was still thinking about saving enough money to start a second-hand home appliance business. Now it seems that there is no need to save money at all. He can go south to work now. However, he is not an impulsive person. In his previous life, the second-hand home appliance business would not gradually become prosperous until next year. Even if he entered now, he would not be able to reap the benefits. Instead of wasting so much time, he might as well stay at home and study with his wife. Do we dare to use it? It's such a valuable item. If it's investigated, will we be implicated? If anyone knew about these treasures, they would have come looking for them long ago. It's been so many years and no one has asked about them. This means that these things are extremely safe and we can use them. Although he said so, Lin Muching still felt a little uneasy. Haixing, why don't we move all the things away and make good use of the basement? Even if someone asks us about this later, we can just say we didn't know. Meng Haixing felt that Lin Muching's idea was very good. The more they try to hide it, the more people would suspect it was them. But if they used the basement openly, he would not be afraid of being investigated. When dealing with things, he needs to be more careful and not leave any clues. But with so many things, I'm afraid it's a bit difficult for me to handle them alone. Then let's talk about it after I give birth to the baby. Lin Muching's mind was also in a mess at the moment. This matter could not be rushed and could be planned slowly. Okay, the most important thing now is to take good care of the baby. As long as you and the children are healthy, nothing else matters. The two of them stood shoulder to shoulder and chattered for a long time before slowly walking back. When they returned, most of the children in the house had been picked up by their parents. The room, which had been almost noisy just now, suddenly became quiet. Dad, when can I go to school? I also want to study with my little sister. Momo picked up a half-written notebook from under the table. Looking at the words written by the children on it, she was full of envy. Momo, you can go to school anytime you want, but starting from the time you start school, you can no longer be like this, playing whenever you want and eating whenever you want. When you're in school, you have to follow the school rules. Momo blinked her big round eyes, and after a long while she asked, we can't eat in school, so I won't go. I play with Okawa and Okawa at home, and it's fun too. Meng Haixing was at a loss whether to laugh or cry when he heard Momo say this. His baby daughter is such a foodie. You can't eat while studying at school, but it's okay after school. Momo was a little confused. On one hand, she wanted to play with the kids, and on the other hand, she wanted to eat delicious food. It would be great if she could have both. Mu-chung, Momo's birthday is coming up, right? Momo is born on the 9th day of the 10th lunar month, which is exactly 3 days later. Yes, my Momo will be 3 years old soon. She's a big girl now. Lin Muching couldn't help but sigh when he thought about everything he had experienced since Momo was born. It was fate that played such a trick on him. It just so happens that we're going to live in a small Western-style building soon, and my parents are coming over too. We can celebrate Momo's birthday together then. I'll go order a birthday cake. When Momo heard that there would be birthday cake to eat, she immediately became cheerful. She had only heard other children say that birthday cakes were delicious, but she had never eaten one, and she also wanted to try it and see what it tasted like. Dad, you have to buy a big birthday cake. Why buy a big one? Momo's belly is so small. Can it fit a big birthday cake? Yes, I can eat one this big. Momo drew a circle in the air. Mingyu, who was cleaning up, turned to look at Momo and said with a smile, Momo, if you buy a birthday cake for your birthday, will you invite your aunt to eat with you? Yes, for my aunt, for Dachuan, Xiaochuan, for my uncle, and for my aunt, and for my brother Xiaokuan and sister Qingqing. Momo began to count people by bending her little fingers. Meng Haixing thought that since their family was big, he should buy a big cake for everyone to taste, otherwise there wouldn't be enough to share. Haixing, have you decided when to move to the small Western-style building? I'll go over there in advance to help you pack. We'll paint the walls today, air it out tomorrow, and we'll be able to move in the day after tomorrow. The day after tomorrow is Momo's birthday. Okay, I'll go there tomorrow morning and move some things over early to see if there's anything missing, so I can buy some more. Lin Muching was pregnant, and it was inconvenient for her to clean up, so Meng Haixing gladly accepted Mengyu's kindness. Sister, I won't be polite then. I'm taking Mu Chung for a prenatal checkup tomorrow morning. You can take the keys and the bicycle. If you find anything I need, you can buy some for me. Don't be afraid to spend money. We are already well off now. You little bastard, just pray that the 3 babies in Mu Cheng's belly aren't all boys. If they are, you'll have to buy them 3 wedding houses and marry them 3 wives. By then, no matter how much money you earn, it won't be enough to support them. There used to be a custom in their village that when a boy was born, the parents would try every possible way to save money, making sure they had enough to build a house and marry off a wife before their son grew up. If a family has a son but cannot build a house for a long time, matchmakers will not come to their house when they are discussing marriage. No matter whether Mu Chung is pregnant with a boy or a girl, when they get married, I will definitely treat them equally and not treat anyone unfairly. Meng Haixing patted his chest and looked at Lin Muching proudly. He was able to make so much money in his previous life and started from scratch. Now that he can do it again, he believes that he will be even more glorious than in his previous life. There will be another chapter later, in the process of being written. Chapter 149, Moving to a New Home too. You treat everyone equally. If your son wants to build a house, do you want to build one for your daughter as well? Why don't you just give her a dowry instead of building a house? Big sister, it's a new era now, and you're a woman of the new era. You can't continue to stick with those outdated customs. Besides, when you marry your daughter off, if you give her a generous dowry, she will have more confidence when she enters her husband's family. Mingyu agreed when she thought about it. Xiaochuan was her own flesh and blood. When Xiaochuan got married, she would definitely give her a generous dowry. Sister, Haixing, my child hasn't even been born yet, and you're already thinking about getting him married. Isn't that a little too early? Lin Muching looked at the brother and sister helplessly. Wife, time flies by in the blink of an eye, and the children will grow up soon. Hurry up and think about whether there is anything you need me to buy tomorrow. Make a list. When they came from Shashan village, they only took simple luggage, but now they have a lot of things to buy. Sister, wait for me. I'll make a list, and then you can help me see if I can buy it. Lin Muching didn't bother to be polite with Mingyu. She really wanted to go shopping, but she didn't have the energy to do so. It was too cumbersome to go out. After giving the list to Mingyu, the two went back to the house together to look at the ancient books that Meng Haixing could not get back. Meng Haixing cut the leather rope with scissors, and he tore off the brown paper on it, revealing the name on the ancient book on top. There was only Zhen Feng Yao Lu written on the cover, and a line of small words below. Unfortunately, it was so old that I couldn't make out what was written on it. When I opened the ancient books, I found that they were all filled with prescriptions. The ancient book was a pure handwritten copy, and the handwriting on it was very neat. Meng Haixing was amazed when he saw it. Apart from anything else, the people in ancient times had such beautiful handwriting that was enough for him to envy. The prescription not only records the detailed dosage of the medicine, but also records several symptoms after taking the medicine, as well as extremely detailed therapeutic effects. Wife, do you understand medicine? I don't know if these prescriptions are precious. Meng Haixing handed the ancient book in his hand to Lin Muching and continued to read the rest of the book. The first few books he brought back were medical books, but the last one was a collection of miscellaneous notes. It records how to identify porcelain, how to identify ancient paintings, and even has some records on how to spot fakes. Meng Haixing was surprised, thinking he had found a treasure. I don't know what the remaining ancient books in the box are used for. Haixing, let's not rush to study these ancient books, and don't sell them either. I'll write to my parents later and ask them. They both studied medicine and should know something about these ancient medical books. Meng Haixing thought so too. This matter involved things in the treasure house, so it was better to be cautious. Besides, there is Meng Changyue, the ghost who is always staring at him. If he finds any clues, it will be troublesome. Meng Haixing rewrapped the ancient book with craft paper and placed it among the books that Lin Muching usually read, hiding it temporarily. Meng Haixing and Lin Muching have come to the Chinese medicine hospital for prenatal checkups many times, and they are familiar with the place. After everything was checked, Meng Haixing took Lin Muching to see Mr. Dong for pulse diagnosis. Everything is fine and all 3 children are healthy. Mr. Dong withdrew his hand, looking very happy. He had met many twins before, but this was the first time he had met triplets. At first he was afraid that having too many children would affect their health. Now it seems that he was worrying too much. When we were downstairs for the prenatal checkup, the doctor kept telling my wife not to take any tonics, saying that if she ate too much, it would be difficult to have 3 children. Mr. Dong, in your opinion, should my wife give birth naturally or by cesarean section? From a traditional Chinese medicine perspective, a natural birth is naturally better. Comrade Lin's baby is in a good position, so we can give it a try. If that doesn't work, we can consider a cesarean section. From the perspective of traditional Chinese medicine, any surgery, no matter how major or minor, will damage your vital energy. Even if you are in confinement, it is difficult to replenish your body in a short period of time. Thank you, Mr. Dong. I feel much more at ease now that you have taken a look at me. These days, I've been living in fear, afraid that something might happen. Meng Haixing smiled embarrassedly. He was not afraid of Mr. Dong laughing at him. He was just afraid that Lin Muching's health would be affected by being pregnant with 3 children at once. If the current fetal reduction technology was not very mature and was likely to affect the health of the other 2 children, he really wanted to have one less child. It's cold now, and Comrade Lin doesn't like to move around, but we should still go out for a walk. This way, you won't have to suffer as much while you wait for the baby to be born. Every day my wife takes our daughters for a stroll downstairs. If she moves around more, the 3 little ones won't grow too big. Meng Haixing chatted with Mr. Dong for a long time before bringing Lin Muching out. Wife, can you feel more at ease now? Seeing that Lin Muching hadn't said much, Meng Haixing knew that she must be extremely nervous. Well, Mr. Dong is the best doctor in our county's Chinese medicine hospital. He said the 3 children are healthy, so that's definitely true. The 2 of them chatted and laughed as they returned home. As soon as they entered the door, they saw Chu Daong already waiting for Meng Haixing at home. Haixing, my dad agreed to transfer the house to my name so that we can open a cram school together. That's great. How big are the houses there? What are their layouts? Can you draw me a rough outline? That's my family's old house. According to what they used to say, it has 2 courtyards. There are 8 back rooms in the front, 8 main rooms, for east and west wing rooms each, and a small cross courtyard on the east side. There is a 2-story building over there, with 4 rooms on each floor. As Chu Daong spoke, he sketched a rough sketch of his old house on a piece of white paper. Wow, Daong, your ancestors must be really rich to be able to build such a big yard. That's right. My family tree has produced a first-rank official, a top scholar, and even a royal merchant. Unfortunately, by the time my grandfather's generation came around, everything had fallen into decline. Nothing was left, only this empty house. That's pretty good. At least the house has been returned to your family. There are many people whose old houses have not been returned yet. After listening to Meng Haixing's words, Chu Daong pondered for a moment and couldn't help but feel that it made a lot of sense. The family next door to his was like that. Their son died a few years ago. Although the house was given to the old lady, she died last year. There was no one to inherit the huge house, so it was handed over again. We can clean up all the houses in the main courtyard. Later, in addition to mathematics and Chinese, we can also add English. But how do we teach English? We only have a few English teachers in junior high school, and their level is average. Chapter 150 Moving to a New Home 3. Not to mention the small county town in 1984, even in big cities, many junior high schools taught English in a perfunctory manner. There are not many English teachers, and some teachers have heavy accents, so the English level of the students they teach is really not very high. Even if Meng Haixing wanted to run a cram school, he had no idea where to hire teachers. It would be better not to hire any from the town middle school. Chu Daong actually woke Meng Haixing up. There are not many people who are good at English. Even if some of them are admitted to university, they only learn dumb English and can only answer questions but not speak. But Meng Haixing knew that English listening would be tested in the college entrance examination in the next few years. If he started learning it now in junior high school, he would definitely get a good score when he took the college entrance examination. Some children in big cities have already started learning spoken English and practicing listening by watching TV and listening to tapes. Most of the people in Suyang County are ordinary workers, and only a few of them can afford televisions and tape recorders. If he could open a high-quality English cram school, there would definitely be a lot of students coming. But where to find this teacher? He needs to think carefully. In the next 2 days, you should clean up the yard first. I also need to renovate my small Western-style building. Once everything is done, we can sit down and discuss it in detail. Okay, you better hurry up. I've been so anxious these past 2 days that I've gotten blisters on my mouth. As he spoke, Chu Daong pointed to the corner of his mouth, which was so red that it looked like it was about to burst into blisters. How can you be so angry at such a young age? Don't be impatient. People tend to make mistakes when they are anxious. Meng Haixing patted Chu Daong's shoulder, and Chu Daong felt bad instantly. Why did he feel like he was being taught by his grandfather? Then I'll go back and clean up the yard first. My old yard is still very solid and doesn't need much cleaning. Your yard still has window lattices, and the door is also an old-fashioned wooden door. Yeah, they were all window frames then. All the doors and windows have been replaced. The classrooms must be bright and clean for the children to attend. If the floor is made of dirt, it should be covered with cement. There are so many places to move. You think opening a cram school is easy? Hurry up and do it. My little villa will only take another day to clean up tomorrow. Okay, I'll ask someone to measure the doors and windows tomorrow. Please keep a record of all the renovation money. Later we will put the renovation money from both sides together and make a general ledger. Why? Are you going to include the renovation costs in the cost? Of course, brothers should be clear about accounts. We each contribute one property, which is fair. For all subsequent expenses, we must provide a total cost. From now on, how much we invest and how much we earn each month must be clearly recorded. Once the cram school opens, we'll also need to hire a financial officer to collect payments and keep accounts separately. Meng Haixing had run many companies before and was very familiar with their operations. Opening a cram school is a piece of cake for him, and there is no challenge at all. I'll do whatever you say. I'm completely clueless and don't know anything. Aren't you afraid that I will lie to you? Faced with Chu Daong's unconditional trust, he really didn't know what to say. I believe you, Brother Meng. The last time you took me to buy that batch of clothes, I knew you were not stingy and that you were a friend worth making. If you have any problems in the future, just tell me. I will definitely help you if I can. From now on, we will be brothers. Okay, call me brother, and I'll protect you from now on. Meng Haixing smiled and patted Chu Daong's shoulder again. I have to move early tomorrow morning. Come and help me. No problem. I'll drive the truck over and move everything over at once. Okay. The next day, just after breakfast, Chu Daong drove over in a semi-new truck, and Lu Baoshan came with him. Originally, Meng Jincheng wanted to take a leave today to help with the move, but when Chu Daong and the others arrived, Meng Haixing sent Meng Jincheng back to work. Meng Haixing didn't bring many things from Shashan village, but after arriving in the county town, he bought a lot of bedding, curtains, and other things for the house. It didn't seem like much when I bought it, but when I moved, there were all sorts of things piled up, and it suddenly became a lot. Mu Chung, take Momo and my aunt with you. My sister will take the bus to the small Western-style building. My brother-in-law, Da Chuan, and Xiao Chuan will take the bus. We will go there a little later. Okay, we can go put away the furniture first. When buying furniture, Lin Mukin didn't go to see it. It was Meng Haixing who went all the way. Now Lin Mukin is a little looking forward to it, wondering what style Meng Haixing will choose. Chu Daong drove his truck rumbling to the small Western-style building, making quite a noise. Kai Yun, who had moved in a day earlier, heard the sound of a car and leaned against the window to look across. Mom, Meng Haixing moved in today. He's really rich. He even hired a big truck when he moved. Kai Yun looked at the big green truck with envy. Their family moved in yesterday. All the things in the house were moved here bit by several of them riding bicycles. After moving house yesterday, Kai Yun lay in bed for a long time before he recovered. Now his whole body was sore. Wu Daniu, who was sealing the window with film, put down her work and ran to the second floor to see what was happening. Xiao Yun, go over there and say hello and help out later. What am I going to do now? Silly girl, of course you have to show off. The people who came to help with the move today must be Meng Haixing's family. If you want to become a family member with them in the future, you naturally have to get to know them. If Meng Haixing is the type of person who has to support the whole family by himself, we have to think about it carefully. When Wu Daniyu said this, Kai Yun immediately understood. She wanted to marry Meng Haixing to enjoy life, not to serve his whole family. Okay, I'll go over and take a look when they've almost moved everything. Moving is a very troublesome thing. Although Lin Muching felt that he had almost put his things away, he was still a mess when it came to moving. Everyone take a break and have a cup of tea. I will slowly sort out the rest of the things myself. Lin Muching boiled some water and made a large pot of flower and fruit tea for everyone to drink. Mu Chung, you should take a break. I'm tired just looking at you walking around with such a big belly. When Meng Yu saw Lin Muching coming over with the teapot, he quickly stepped forward to take it. She had been pregnant with twins and knew the pain involved. Sister, I'm fine. Thank you and my aunt for today. Otherwise, I don't know how long it would take to clean up all these things. They are just small matters. Why are you being so polite? Meng Yu took the teapot and poured tea for everyone. She was only halfway there when Kai Yun came in with a bag of apples. Brother Meng, I saw you moved in today, so I came to see if I could lend a hand. Chapter 151 Moving to a New Home 4. Kai Yun walked into the room with a smile and quickly looked at everyone in the room. She had met Lin Muching when she bought the house last time, so she naturally knew that Lin Muching was Meng Haixing's wife. Sitting next to Lin Muching was Meng Xian, a young girl who loved dressing up. She came to help with the move today and wore a beautiful pink sweater. Meng Yu was holding a teapot, preparing to pour tea for everyone. She was wearing ordinary gray-blue clothes, and her hands were very rough, with even a few puddings on them. Kai Yun thought that Meng Haixing was really particular and even hired a servant at home. Meng Haixing was somewhat displeased with Kai Yun, who had come uninvited, and spoke harshly to him. Comrade Kai, thank you for your concern. Look at my house. It's a mess, and there's no place to sit. I won't keep you talking. Come visit me another day after we've settled down. Meng Haixing's words sounded quite polite, but if a smart person thought about it, they would be able to tell that Meng Haixing was trying to drive people away and to be perfunctory with Kai Yun. Unfortunately, Kai Yun was not a smart person. She just thought that what Meng Haixing said was true. She was even complacent and felt that Meng Haixing had a good impression of her and would come to visit her this time. Brother Meng, I'm sorry for being abrupt. You go ahead and do your work. I'll go back first. Kai Yun put the apple on the table with a smile, then turned and left. Comrade Kai, I can't accept this apple. Please take it back. Brother Meng, you are too polite. We will be neighbors in the future. It's okay to escort a little thing. With that, Kai Yun walked out. Logically speaking, Meng Haixing should come out to see Kai Yun off at this time, and she could take this opportunity to talk to Meng Haixing more and communicate with him to enhance their relationship. Unfortunately, Meng Haixing is not a person who plays by the rules. Sister, please help me return the apple to Comrade Kai. I'm not familiar with her, so I can't take this apple. Meng Yu felt relieved when he heard that Meng Haixing was not familiar with Kai Yun. She picked up the apple and quickly chased after Kai Yun. Comrade Kai, thank you for sending so many apples, but this one is too valuable. We can't accept it. Please take it back. The pile of apples that Kai Yun brought over cost at least 1 or 2 yuan, which was not cheap, and their family would not take advantage of this. Kai Yun looked at Meng Yu who came to give him apples, and couldn't help but frown slightly. It's just a few apples, nothing valuable. You can take them back. Kai Yun, never take back anything I give away. As he spoke, Kai Yun raised his chin slightly, looking superior. Meng Yu was stunned by Kai Yun. She wanted to argue with Kai Yun and ask her to take the apple away, but Kai Yun didn't give her a chance to speak and just walked away in her high heels. Meng Yu returned to the house and put the apple on the table. Haixing, is your neighbor out of her mind? Why does she always raise her chin when she talks? Isn't she tired? Meng Haixing, who was drinking tea, spat a mouthful of tea directly onto the ground. He wiped the tea from the corner of his mouth embarrassedly. Sister, don't worry about her. Since she doesn't want the apples, you can take them back and give them to Da Chuan and Xiao Chuan. Meng Xian on the side curled her lips. Xiao Yu, you didn't realize that Comrade Kai didn't like you just now. Change into something nicer. Otherwise, if you show up in this small Western-style building dressed in dust, anyone would think you are Haixing's babysitter. After hearing what Meng Xian said, Meng Yu finally realized that she was being looked down upon by Kai Yun. Haixing, I think your neighbor is very charming. Stay away from her. You can rest assured about this, big sister. I only have my wife and children in my eyes now. Other fairies are not worthy of my attention. You're so cocky. Meng Yu gave Meng Haixing a cold look. Everyone chatted and laughed, and started to clean up the small villa. Lin Mucheng, who had been silent all the time, looked outside through the window glass. She was not stupid. She had a vague idea of what kind of girl Kai Yun was when she bought the house that day. As soon as they moved in today, Kai Yun came to visit. She knew exactly what she was planning. Lin Muching looked back at Meng Haixing, feeling mixed emotions. Meng Haixing will become more and more outstanding, and there will be many beautiful women around him in the future. There is a Fanjinjin in Xiaoshan village, and a Kai Yuan has appeared in the county. What will happen in the future? The more Lin Muching thought about it, the more uncomfortable she felt. She simply went back to the house to pack her and Momo's clothes and stopped looking at Meng Haixing in the living room. Haixing, when is Mu Cheng's due date? The doctor said it was the end of January, early February. That's just in time for the new year. Very likely. If the baby is born at the end of January, where do you want Mu Cheng to recuperate after giving birth? If it's in the county, she won't be able to go home for the new year. Meng Haixing nodded slightly. He had thought about this as well. Chinese New Year is a unique festival for all Chinese people. Everyone hopes that on this day, the whole family can be reunited and have a New Year's Eve dinner together. We'll see when the time comes. No one can tell the exact date of the birth. If it's really the end of the year, try to let Mu Cheng recuperate in the county. It's winter now. If I go back to the village right after giving birth, I'm afraid both the child and Mu Cheng will suffer. Oh, that's what I thought too. After a busy morning, Meng Haixing invited everyone to his house for lunch. Because it was his first time using the stove, Chu Daong went out and bought a string of firecrackers to celebrate. Meng Xian and Meng Yu had to pick up their children in the afternoon, so they left after lunch. In the bustling home, only Meng Haixing and his family of 3 were left. Only then did Meng Haixing feel that their small building was a bit big. But the happiest one was Momo. She ran up and down the stairs curiously, and she was extremely happy. Haixing, the basement is over there. Lin Muching lowered his voice and whispered in Meng Haixing's ear, fearing that if his voice was a little louder, others would hear it. Under the stairs. The small building has a wooden staircase. There used to be a small storage room under the stairs on the first floor, but it was later demolished for some unknown reason. But this is where the sundries are stored. Even though Meng Haixing was here yesterday, it wasn't particularly noticeable here. Tomorrow I'll have the flooring contractor come to my house to take measurements. I'll reframe this area with wood to use as a utility room. Without the flooring inside, it will be more convenient to take things out in the future. That's a good idea. Mom and Dad are coming tomorrow, so go out early in the morning and buy some vegetables and meat. I know. Mu Cheng, do you like the furniture I bought for you? Meng Haixing suddenly pulled Lin Mucheng and felt that her hands were a little cold, so he couldn't help but rub them for her. I like it very much, Haixing. I didn't expect you to buy me white furniture. My beautiful daughter-in-law must like clean colors, but when my parents come, my mother will definitely nag me. Meng Haixing could imagine what Chu Lan's expression would be when she saw the white wardrobe and the white table. But as long as his wife likes it, he doesn't care whether his mother likes it or not. I also saw a cabinet with beautiful patterns on it, but it wasn't white, it was natural wood. We'll take some time to go and see it in the next couple of days. There are so many colors of stained glass that I'm overwhelmed. Meng Haixing has only bought simple furniture for the time being, and some small items still need to be purchased. Haixing, will you always be so nice to me? Lin Muching suddenly asked out of the blue. Of course, no matter how much time passes, I will treat you the same way I do now. Mu Cheng, why are you asking me this all of a sudden? What happened? Meng Haixing was extremely nervous. Lin Muching should not have too much emotional fluctuation now. Nothing happened. I'm just a little scared, afraid that you might suddenly change your personality. Chapter 152, Taking a Bath. Meng Haixing looked at Lin Mucheng, who was worried, and was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Mu Cheng, don't worry. That bastard Meng Haixing will definitely not come back. I, who will stay by your side from now on, will love you deeply. Meng Haixing spoke so sweetly in a serious tone that the slight melancholy that Lin Mucheng had just felt disappeared completely in an instant. I'll go get some firewood to heat up the Kong. It was really cold the last few days when I stayed at the cram school. The house rented by the cram school is full of beds, and you need to cover yourself with a thick quilt when you sleep at night, and your exposed face will feel cold. But now it's good. As long as the Kong is lit, the house won't be too cold even if you sleep till dawn. Dad, let me help you light the fire. Momo gave the doll to Lin Mucheng, and she followed Meng Haixing to get firewood and coal. Hey, when did our Momo become so diligent? Meng Haixing touched Momo's little head lovingly. His daughter would be 3 years old after her birthday. Time passed so quickly. Momo listened to her aunt telling a story to her other friends. The story said that children should help their parents with housework. I also helped my aunt and grandma sweep the floor and wipe the table. Momo was like a little adult, counting on her fingers what she had done. Meng Haixing, who was holding her hand, was immediately melted by Momo's cuteness. How come my Momo is so sensible? Meng Haixing picked up Momo. Other children of her age were just naughty and couldn't even speak clearly. But Momo is completely different. Except for when she was just reborn, She was a little introverted. After spending a few months together, Momo's personality has become very lively, and she is obviously smarter than her peers. How about letting her study with the first graders? If she can keep up, let her go to school early. Momo doesn't know if she wants to study with her brothers and sisters. The kind with a backpack? Yes. Okay, Dad, can I go to school with Sister Qingqing tomorrow? Momo looked at Meng Haixing with her big round eyes full of anticipation. Not yet. Dad wants to see if you can love studying like Sister Qingqing. Besides, you can't write yet, so you won't be able to keep up with school. Then when can we do it? When you can write, but before that, Dad can teach you what Sister Qingqing has learned. Okay, Dad, I will definitely study hard like Sister Qingqing. A few days ago, Sister Qingqing got a little red flower. It was so beautiful. Momo helped Meng Haixing get firewood and coal, and chattered on and on about what she had encountered and heard in the past few days. She expressed it very clearly. Meng Haixing wondered if there was any sign of luck coming out of the ancestral graves of the Meng family, that a genius academic master was about to emerge. While warming the Kong, Meng Haixing boiled a full pot of water. Lin Muching is a person who loves cleanliness. Although it is cold and she has difficulty moving, she still cannot bear not taking a bath for a long time. The rented house was inconvenient a few days ago, but today they moved to a new house. Meng Haixing immediately and considerately boiled water for her and Momo to take a bath. I'll light the stove in the house. It's cold, don't let you catch a cold. Okay. No matter whether it is Lin Muching or Momo, Meng Haixing would be worried if anyone caught a cold. The fire in the stove slowly burned up. Meng Haixing placed a large kettle on the stove so that he could add water when Lin Muching's bath water cooled down. Mucheng, how about I help you wash? I'm always worried about you being alone. Meng Haixing glanced at Lin Muching's huge belly. She needed help to sit down and stand up. He was not at ease letting her take a bath alone. Lin Muching only felt his cheeks burning. How embarrassing. There was only one candle lit in the room, so I couldn't see anything clearly. After Meng Haixing's repeated persuasion, Lin Muching finally agreed. She first gave Momo a bath and let her sleep on the Kong. She waited until Momo fell asleep and started snoring before she reluctantly poured water for her to take a bath. There was no bathtub at home, only a large iron basin for bathing. Meng Haixing brought a large bucket of hot water from the kitchen and poured it into the iron basin. He asked Lin Muching to sit on a stool, and he helped her bathe. Lin Muching turned her back to Meng Haixing and felt his hot, big hands sweeping across her back. She felt a little uneasy. Mucheng, have you thought of any nicknames for your 3 children? In order to ease the embarrassment, Meng Haixing deliberately tried to find a topic to talk about. I haven't decided yet, and I don't know if it's a boy or a girl. Then we'll give it a name that can be used by both boys and girls. Well, let me think about it. When I named Momo, it was because I liked jasmine. So what other flowers do you like? The two of them chatted casually, which really made Lin Muching relax a lot. After Meng Haixing finished helping Lin Muching take a bath, Lin Muching still hadn't thought of nicknames for the 3 children. I'm going to the kitchen to take a shower. Meng Haixing took out the bath water used by Lin Muching and ran to the kitchen. You take a shower inside. It's cold in the kitchen. It's okay. There are so many fires burning in the kitchen, and it's not cold. I'll just take a quick shower. Lin Muching responded and lay on the bed waiting for Meng Haixing. They waited for a long time, and only when Lin Muching was about to fall asleep did Meng Haixing go to bed. She didn't ask any more questions and fell asleep in a daze. The next day, Lin Muching was awakened by Meng Haixing's constant sneezing. Achoo! Meng Haixing had just blocked his nostrils with paper when he sneezed, and the small ball of paper came out. Momo, who was getting dressed, couldn't help but burst into laughter. Dad, you have so much fun. I want to learn from you too. You little rascal, you actually dared to laugh at your daddy. Just wait and see how I'm going to deal with you. Achoo, achoo. As Meng Haixing spoke, he tickled Momo's skin, and Momo laughed so hard that tears came out. Haixing, do you have a cold? Nothing serious. I probably caught a cold while taking a shower yesterday. Well, you took too long to wash. I'll make you a bowl of brown sugar ginger water later. My wife loves me the most. Today is Momo's birthday. After breakfast, Meng Haixing went to a nearby cake shop and bought a 12-inch double-layer cake for Momo. If you buy too many small ones, they won't be enough for the children at home. After ordering a cake, Meng Haixing also bought a lot of food. There were many people in his family, so at least 2 tables were needed. Meng Haixing bought a lot of extra vegetables and meat. When he returned home, Meng Guangzhu and others had already arrived. Brother, you came here on a tractor. Of course I did. Mom and Dad almost bought you a piglet to pull here. If I don't drive a tractor, it won't be able to carry so much stuff. Meng Haixing glanced at the living room and saw a pile of baskets, bags, and various cardboard boxes. Dad, Mom, what did you bring me? Why are there so many? Nothing much, just some vegetables and some eggs. Chu Lan was holding Xiaochuan and eating a banana. Looking at the clean little Western-style building, she felt so happy. Chapter 153, Unusual Movement. Meng Haixing took a quick look and saw that Chu Lan had brought a whole carton of eggs and 4 sacks of cabbage. If they stored so much, their family would be able to eat it until the beginning of next spring. There were also dried bean pods, salted fish, peanuts, soybeans, and Chu Lan brought him some of everything she had at home. As soon as he saw these things, Meng Haixing's face was full of smiles. This was definitely his biological mother. In fact, he could buy anything in the county, so there was no need for Chu Lan to bring it to him separately. Mom, you're so nice. I was at the vegetable market today and was thinking that since our family has grown a lot of cabbage this year, you would definitely bring some for me. But I didn't buy any. If I had, it would have been such a waste of money. That's right. The ones sold in the county are more expensive. You can eat them first. If you're not satisfied, ask your brother to bring you more. While they were talking, Meng Yu's family, Meng Xian, and Meng Jincheng's family also arrived. Da Chuan and Xiao Chuan, together with Debao and Xiaobao from Meng Halian's family, as well as Momo, Meng Kuan, and Meng Qingqing. My goodness, the roof of the small Western-style building was almost blown off by these children. While the female comrades were busy cooking, Meng Haixing took Meng Guangzhu to visit the small Western-style building. I only renovated a few rooms on the first floor for temporary living. After Mu Cheng gives birth to the baby, I will return to the village. Then what about the small Western-style building over here? It's been empty all this time. Meng Guangzhu held a pipe in his hand, with his hands behind his back, and inspected each floor one by one, like a leader inspecting. Dad, I was just about to discuss this with you. Mu Cheng has been studying high school courses recently. After the new year, she wants to take the college entrance examination. I want to go with her. After she gets admitted to college, I will take the children and move to the city where her university is located. By then, the small Western-style building will definitely be empty. If you and your parents want to come and live here, I can pay for it to be renovated. If you don't want to move in, I'll turn this place into a cram school classroom. When saying these words, Meng Haixing had already prepared himself mentally to be scolded by Meng Guangzhu. After all, he had only gone to junior high school at home and didn't even get into high school. Now he said shamelessly that he wanted to take the college entrance examination with Lin Muching. Anyone who heard it would think that Meng Haixing was daydreaming. You want to take the college entrance examination with your wife? Do you have the qualifications? Mu Cheng was a high school student before he went to the countryside, and you only graduated from junior high school before. When Meng Haixing saw that Meng Guangzhu did not scold him, an expression of ecstasy immediately appeared on his face. I've already contacted the town high school. I'm going to take the final exam this year. If my score meets the high school entrance exam standard, the high school can recruit me. Meng Haixing said it easily, but in fact he promised Lu Jiang that he could get full marks in English, so Lu Jiang let him be the transfer student. Okay, as long as you and your wife are fine, and you have the ability to get into college, your father and mother will definitely support you. As for this small Western-style building, if you don't live in it, just turn it into a cram school classroom. You still have a rabbit farm. When you and your wife pass the exams, there will be a lot of things going on at home. So how can we leave? Meng Guangzhu put his hands behind his back and snorted coldly. Children are all debts. How can we have the time to enjoy ourselves? Although Meng Guangzhu said this, he was still in a good mood and strolled around the small Western-style building before going downstairs to eat. It was not yet time for dinner, so Meng Haixing rode his bike to get the cake he had ordered. Meng Halian said he wanted to go and take a look, so he followed him out. Haixing, Meng Changxi, seems to have gotten some money from somewhere recently and wants to build a new house. You haven't been home lately, and he's been secretly asking people where you've been. A few days ago, I saw him peeking into your new house. Meng Changxi is rich, so he must have asked Meng Changhua for it. As for why he asked about his whereabouts, it was probably because of the silver necklace. Suddenly, a plan came to his mind. Didn't Meng Changhua want that silver necklace? Then he would give it to him and see how he would react. Otherwise, if Meng Changhua had stayed in the capital all the time, Tang Zhe would not have been able to discover his secret. Brother, please help me with something. Meng Haixing took out a silver necklace from his pocket, opened it, and took out the photo of Lin Muching inside. Put the silver necklace in the closet in the main room for me. Check it once a day. If it's gone, come and tell me. Meng Hai connected the necklace and frowned slightly. Haixing, what's going on? Are you hiding something big from me? Brother, just do as I say. You just need to know that Meng Changxi and Meng Changhua are not good people. Be careful if something happens at home. He was lucky that Meng Changxi, this lackey, was not sent directly to the Public Security Bureau by Meng Haixing last time. But for the sake of his family, he was still prepared to take action and get rid of Meng Changxi. Only by getting rid of him and cutting off Meng Changyue's spies can he take the college entrance examination with peace of mind. When the time comes, he doesn't mind giving Meng Changyue a surprise. Okay, just be careful. The two brothers were talking, and soon they brought back a big cake. This was the first time for both Meng Guangzhu and Chu Lan to see a birthday cake, and everyone gathered together to watch and wonder. Haisheng, such a big cake is quite expensive. Chu Lan looked at the little rabbit painted on the cake and marveled at it. The artist was so amazing, it looked just like the real thing. It's not expensive. When you and Dad have your birthdays in the future, I'll buy you birthday cakes too. Dad, can we eat now? Momo and the other kids were already drooling with envy. After dinner, I'll make sure everyone has a big piece of cake. In the kitchen, Li Guixiang, Meng Yu, and Meng Xian had almost finished cooking the dishes. Meng Haisheng is very good at making braised carp. He rolled up his sleeves and went to the kitchen to cook a big carp weighing 10 kilograms. Originally, the carp had a slightly earthy smell, but in Meng Haisheng's hands, all the earthy smell disappeared completely, leaving only the freshness and fragrance. 2 full tables of people gathered together to celebrate Momo's birthday. Momo had never been treated with such attention since she was born. She wore a birthday hat made of cardboard and blew out candles and sang birthday songs with other children in the house. She was extremely happy. Momo, this is a gift from Daddy to you and Mommy. Today is your birthday. Mommy suffered a lot to give birth to you, so Daddy also prepared a gift for your mommy. Meng Haisheng took out a small velvet bag from his pocket, which contained 2 gold necklaces. This necklace with a heart-shaped pendant is for Mu Cheng. Thank you for giving birth to such a well-behaved daughter like Momo. This wish-fulfilling lock necklace is for Momo. May everything go well for her in the future. As he spoke, Meng Haisheng put 2 necklaces on Lin Mucheng and Momo's necks. The sudden gift made Lin Mucheng's eyes slightly red. She always thought that Meng Haisheng didn't care about the suffering she had endured, but now it seems that she was wrong. Although Meng Haisheng didn't say it, he remembered it all in his heart. Thank you, Dad. Momo hung on Meng Haisheng's neck and kissed her cheek hard. She really likes the necklace her father gave her. Chapter 154 It's Lost. After lunch, everyone sat together and chatted for a while before Meng Hailian packed up and prepared to return to the village. Before leaving, Meng Haisheng asked his family to help him find out if there were any educated youth who had gone to the countryside in Muping Town who were particularly good at English. His cram school is planning to start English classes and wants to hire 2 English teachers. For something like this, even if you ask your eldest brother to investigate for a year, he still wouldn't be able to find out anything. Chu Lan gave Meng Haisheng a displeased look. Mom, since you said that, I'll leave this matter to you. Please let me know as soon as possible. My cram school will open in 3 to 5 days. Okay, I'll find out for you as soon as possible. After much thought, Meng Haisheng decided that the quickest way to find an English teacher was to look for one among the educated youth who went to the countryside. Among the educated youth who went to the countryside back then, many had bad backgrounds, and some even studied abroad when they were young. Although most of these people have already returned to the city, Meng Haisheng still wants to try his luck and see if there are any left. However, he would not pin all his hopes on this. When he returned to the county, he would inquire carefully to see if he could find a suitable English teacher. On the other side, after returning home, Meng Hailian quietly put the silver necklace in the closet as Meng Haisheng had instructed. Meng Haisheng's new house needs to be ventilated frequently, so Meng Hailian takes this opportunity to come and take a look every day. For several days in a row, there was no movement. He was a little suspicious whether Meng Haisheng was making too much of a fuss. As a result, 2 days later, when he went to see it again, the silver necklace had really disappeared. This really excited Meng Hailian. Mom, I'm going to Haisheng's place this afternoon. Do you have anything to bring for Haisheng and Xiaoyu? I have some dried sweet potatoes at home. I'll put 2 bags in them for you to take. Oh, there's one more thing. Last time, Haisheng asked me to find someone who could speak English and was going to the countryside. I actually did find out for him. Gua Hao's wife, Zhuxia, from Heba village in our town, is an educated youth who came from Jingnan City. I heard her ancestors were very wealthy, and she even studied abroad, so she must be well off. Meng Hailian looked at Chu Lan with confusion. How could she marry a villager with such a good family background? No matter how good her family background was, it's all in the past. I heard her family background was not good, and she was forced to marry Gua Hao. Talking about the past, Chu Lan sighed. In the past, some people were just trying to be a bad person but not doing anything worthwhile. So many people lost their lives. I heard that not long after Zhuxia went to the countryside, her parents passed away. She was an only child, and there was no one at home to help her. As an orphan, she was forced to marry a man in the village. As soon as Meng Hailian heard the word ingredients, he roughly understood the reason. Okay, Then I'll tell Haixing when I go to his place this afternoon. Go to town and bring back some peanut cakes when you come back. The little rabbits are growing fat, so they need to eat something good. No, come back early this afternoon. Didn't you say you wanted to learn how to vaccinate rabbits from Jianfeng? I heard from Technician Fan that Jianfeng arrived this afternoon. I know, Mom. Meng Hai was in a hurry to leave. Chu Lan was telling him a lot of things here, and he was a little anxious. It is not easy to drive a tractor in winter. When the tractor started, Meng Halian was sweating all over. I hurried to the county, but Meng Haixing was not at home. He went to the county printing factory today to print flyers. 2 days later, the cram school officially opened, and he distributed flyers in advance to recruit students. Meng Halian was a restless person. He saw a lot of wood removed from the renovation in Meng Haixing's yard. So he took an axe and diligently helped Meng Haixing chop all the messy wood in the yard into small pieces the size of a palm, so that he could use it to burn in the stove. Brother, take a break. There are so many pieces of wood. Haixing can chop them himself when he has time. Lin Muching felt very embarrassed when he saw Meng Halian coming and helping with the work without even drinking a sip of tea. Sister-in-law, hurry back to the house. This little bit of work is nothing. Haixing is busy all day long. How can he have time to chop firewood? I'm idle anyway, so hurry up and pack up the firewood so he can go home and rest for a while. When Lin Muching heard Meng Halian say this, he sighed in his heart that the relationship between the two brothers was really good. The last time she was dealing in wool sweaters, she had already prepared money for Meng Haixing, but Meng Haixing finally took out a portion of it and let Meng Halian invest as well. In fact, Meng Haixing can do this by himself without assigning it to Meng Halian. But Meng Haixing took into consideration the relationship between the two brothers. There were many opportunities to make money, and he didn't need to make all the money from the beginning. He could give some to his elder brother to help him improve his life. In fact, Lin Muching didn't know. This was just what Meng Haixing revealed. In his previous life, Meng Haixing was a scoundrel for many years. He went south, and there was no news for a long time. Meng Haixing was the only one supporting his family. Later, Meng Haixing made some money, but it was not all smooth sailing. When he lost everything, it was Meng Haixing who used all his savings to support him in making a comeback. It can be said that without Meng Halian's support in his previous life, Meng Haixing would not have been able to earn billions of fortunes. So after being reborn, although Meng Haixing didn't show it too obviously, he also helped Meng Halian openly and secretly. Because he knew that Meng Halian was the elder brother he trusted the most. Meng Halian had strong hands, and when Meng Haixing came back with a large stack of flyers, his slightly messy yard had already been cleaned up by Meng Halian. Brother, since you're here, why are you helping me clean up the yard? Meng Haixing looked at the neat courtyard and didn't know what to say. I'm just here to bring you some sweet potatoes and help you clean up. Otherwise, you wouldn't have time. Meng Haixing laughed loudly. His elder brother's casualness was really not simple. The two of them went into the house together. Lin Muching had already made tea. Momo is a little naughty, and Lin Muching asked her to go to the kitchen to cook sweet potatoes so that she wouldn't disturb their conversation. Meng Halian lowered his voice and said mysteriously, Haixing, the silver necklace is gone. It seems that Meng Changxi has taken action. You can see Meng Changxi coming to the county before you come here. It seems he left the village this morning. I'm not sure if he came to the county, but he was dressed neatly, so he looked a bit like him. Meng Haixing nodded slightly. He should mail the silver necklace to Meng Changhua. Meng Haixing calculated the time. It would take at least 10 days or half a month for the silver necklace to reach Meng Changhua's hands. This was enough time for him to plan to get rid of Meng Changxi. Haixing, how are you going to deal with Meng Changxi? I need to think about it again. This time I want Meng Changxi to spend the rest of his life in prison. Meng Changxi is a vicious and cruel snake, and Meng Haixing cannot keep him. Chapter 155 Zhuoxia. Last time, you asked me to find out about English teachers, and I actually found one for you. But you have to ask it yourself to see if it's okay. Meng Halian told Meng Haixing about Zhuoxia's situation. When you go to Heba village, don't take Mu Cheng with you. Take me with you. It's easier to talk to someone with you. It was easy for Meng Haixing, a grown man, to go to Zhuoxia rashly if someone he knew went to gossip about her. Take Mengyu with you. With a female comrade around, things will be easier to discuss. Okay, big brother, your house is almost finished, right? When you put up the beams, I'll go back and have a drink. Just stay home and look after your younger brother and sister-in-law. That's all you need to do. That's not nice. When I was building the house, you always came to help me. But when you were building the house, I was not at home. Stop talking nonsense with me and get down to business. Can you arrange a job for Daniel? What's wrong? You've already got a wife, but you're still working so hard to make money. One summer, Meng Daniel followed Meng Haixing to dig buplurum and catch earthworms, making a lot of money. Now he has built a new house and has a wife, so he doesn't need to work hard to earn money. He's not at peace in the village either. His two younger brothers are constantly deducting money from Danyo's pay. Danyu is an honest man. He heard that his brother was short of money, so he was more generous. He and Chunhua just got their marriage certificate and haven't even had the wedding banquet yet, but they already had a fight over this. You know what kind of temper Aunt Ma has? She scolded Danyo in front of the villagers. Aunt Ma is just blaming someone indirectly. Meng Haixing knew Ma Jinying quite well. Although she was a little greedy for money, she was not a bad person. She was probably scolding Meng Danyu for being shameless and trying to take the little money from Meng Danyu all day long. That's fine. My brother-in-law's leg is almost healed, so I thought of asking him and my sister to come back to the village to help me raise rabbits. By then, it will only be my aunt who is responsible for picking up and dropping off the kids from school. Let Danyo come over and run errands for her and take care of the kids. He should be able to do this kind of work. Meng Halian thought about it and felt that this was feasible. Meng Danyu is a little silly, but he is kind-hearted, has no bad intentions, and seems to be honest and decent. It is very nice to have him help pick up and drop off the children. It's settled then. I'll tell Danyu when I get back. Meng Haixing handed over the tasks of distributing flyers and recruiting students to Chu Daong and Meng Xian, and he took Meng Yu to Heba village to find Zhuoxia. Heba village is not far from Shashan village. The two took a bus home and then rode bicycles back to the village. There is not much work to do in the village in winter. Around noon, you can often see people gathering in front of sunny houses on the street to bask in the sun and chat. After entering the village, Meng Yu wanted to ask someone about the location of Zhuoxia's home. As soon as I entered the village, I heard a loud noise. You damn bitch, I think you're tired of living. What's wrong with me drinking some wine? I earn money and buy myself some drinks. What's it to you? You little bitch, you can't even give me a son, and you still dare to control me? I'll beat you to death. Along with the man's shouting and cursing, there was a heart-wrenching cry. You can beat me to death, or at least kill all three of us, mother and daughter, and then marry someone else who can give you a son. Meng Haixing and Meng Yu looked over in the direction of the sound. In an alley, a burly man was beating a thin woman with disheveled hair with his belt. Two little girls who were not much older than Momo were standing by and crying loudly. One of the girls wanted to go forward and beg the woman on the ground, but was stopped by an aunt. Your dad is drunk and crazy. If you dare to come forward, he will beat you too. The villagers couldn't stand it anymore and stepped forward to separate them. But anyone who gets on top of a man will be beaten with a belt. The belt was very painful when it hit the body, so some villagers were afraid to step forward. Meng Haixing saw that this was not acceptable. A grown man beating his wife after drinking a little bit of alcohol was a coward. If you have the guts, go out and risk your life to make money. What's the big deal about beating your own wife? Meng Haixing put down his bicycle, stepped forward, and threw the man holding the belt to the ground over his shoulder. After drinking a little, he forgot his last name and beat his wife to death. Meng Haixing looked coldly at the man on the ground. When he saw the female comrade being beaten was only wearing a thin cloth jacket that was torn, his face became even uglier. Who are you? How dare you come to our village and beat my son? You are bullying us because we have no one in Heba village. Meng Haixing looked at the aunt who questioned him and sneered. I came to Heba village to look for someone. Since I saw someone drunk and acting crazy, I naturally had to help. Some villagers wanted to help, but they were afraid of being beaten, so they didn't go forward to help. Now that he saw that the people had been pulled apart, he couldn't help but speak well of Meng Haixing. I think this comrade is right. Guahao just beat Xia to death. If he continues, she will be seriously injured. An old lady came forward and helped Zhuoxia, who had been stunned by the beating. When her two children saw their mother being beaten so badly, they struggled to break free from Mrs. Guo's hands, rushed forward, hugged Zhuoxia, and cried loudly. For a moment, the mother, daughter, and her two daughters burst into tears, and several new brides among the villagers who were watching nearby also had tears in their eyes. Guahao, who was seeing stars after being knocked down, staggered to his feet from the ground. That bastard just hit me. Stand up. I'm going to fight him to the death. Guahao drank a lot of wine today, and his eyes looked a little dull. Ouch. Xiaohao, your nose is bleeding. When Mrs. Guo saw that Guahao had a lot of nose bleeding, she was scared and quickly used her hand to wipe it for him. Unfortunately, Guahao didn't appreciate it and pushed Mrs. Guo away. Zhuoxia, you little bitch, kneel down right now. If you don't admit your mistake, I'll beat you to death today. Meng Haixing, who was standing by, didn't expect that his first meeting with Zhuoxia would turn out like this. Zhuoxia in front of him was as skinny as a stick, and her hair was as messy as a thatched nest. Her eyes were lifeless, and she looked like a rag doll that had lost its soul. This kind of Zhuoxia is completely different from the Zhuoxia that Meng Haixing imagined, who had studied abroad. Meng Haixing was silent for a moment and asked Zhuoxia in English, "Are you Zhuoxia? I opened an English cram school in Ziyang County, and I'm looking for an English teacher. Would you like to come?" Zhuoxia, who had been feeling hopeless just now, suddenly looked up at Meng Haixing as if awakened from a dream. She thought she was hallucinating. How could someone in this small mountain village speak English so fluently? She turned her head to look at Meng Haixing, who was speaking. Meng Haixing thought she didn't hear clearly, so he spoke again in a slower pace. Zhuoxia, whose eyes were already red from crying, shed more tears than ever. "I'm willing to do it, as long as it allows me to escape from this devil's den, even if I don't get paid." The two of them spoke in English, and all the villagers present were stunned. What's going on? Chapter 156 New Tutorial Class. What Gua Hao hated most was that Zhuoxia talked to other men, and in English to a man who looked very handsome. He was furious and hit Meng Haixing with the belt in his hand. "Where did you come from, you wild man? How dare you seduce my wife in front of me? I think you are tired of living." Just as the belt was about to hit Meng Haixing caught the belt in Gua Hao's hand with his bare hands. He kicked Gua Hao on the knee, and he let out a wail and fell to the ground. "Murder! Murder! Go find the village secretary. People from other villages have come to our village to fight. Doesn't he care?" Faced with Gua Hao's wailing, none of the onlookers moved. Ever since Zhuoxia married into Gua Hao's family, she has hardly had a good day. There were several times when Gua Hao beat Zhuoxia so hard that she almost jumped into the river. If it weren't for the two children, Zhuoxia would have committed suicide long ago. The villagers all sympathized with Zhuoxia. Today, when they met Meng Haixing, who dared to fight with Gua Hao directly, the villagers hoped that Meng Haixing could wake Gua Hao up and not beat Zhuoxia again. When Mrs. Gua saw her son being beaten by Meng Haixing again, she tore off Meng Haixing's clothes as if she was risking her life. The villagers who had been motionless just now saw what old lady Gua did and hurried forward to separate them. Meng Yu, who was standing by, took direct action and pulled Mrs. Gua off Meng Haixing. "You damn old woman. I think you are so used to bullying your own daughter-in-law that you have become lawless. Where's your village women's director? Call him over today to help us sort things out. What era is this? There are still men beating their wives to death. If even the women's director can't do it, then go to the town or county and ask the police. I don't believe there's no place to seek justice." Meng Yu knew best the twists and turns in the village. Some men only dare to beat their wives at home, but they are cowards when they go out. After Zhuoxia married into Heba village, she was always bullied by Gua Hao. She had no family and no one to support her. Although the villagers felt sorry for Zhuoxia, they also felt that it was their family matter and it was not appropriate to interfere. This is the first time in all these years that someone has actually stood up to speak for Zhuoxia. "Are you Gua Hao's wife's family?" Someone asked tentatively. Meng Haixing did not deny it. He asked Zhuoxia in English, "Comrade Zhuo, what do you think?" Zhuoxia, who had recovered from her shock, looked at Meng Haixing with bright eyes. "Comrade Meng, please be my cousin for a while and help me get out of here." The two of them didn't say anything extra, but they already understood what the other was thinking. After a while, Heba village secretary Gui Jianhua, along with women's director Qiu Xiao and several other village cadres came hurriedly. Gua Hao, who was wailing on the ground just now, saw Gui Jianhua coming and got up from the ground. "Uncle, this guy beat me up and even sent me to the police station." "Xiao Hao, you too? You just make trouble after drinking a little bit of wine. Why don't you take your wife home quickly?" Meng Haixing, who was standing by, burst into laughter when he heard Gui Jianhua say this. It seems that Gui Jianhua is not a good person either. "Cousin, Gui Jianhua is Gua Hao's uncle." Zhuoxia barely tied up her messy hair with a black hairband, revealing her scarred cheeks. Her word cousin instantly attracted a lot of attention. In the past, Zhuoxia was bullied in the village because she had no family and was a poor and helpless person. Now that she calls Meng Haixing cousin, many people feel relieved. Only her relatives can protect Zhuoxia as unscrupulously as Meng Haixing does. If just an ordinary person passed by here, no one would conflict with the villagers. "Xia, this is your cousin. Why didn't you tell me earlier? It's all a misunderstanding. Let's go inside quickly." Old Mrs. Gua is also a smart person. Today's incident is really embarrassing. If she breaks up with Zhuoxia's cousin, today's matter may not end well. "Aunt, I didn't come here today to get close to your Gua family. Xia, I just want to ask you one question. Do you want to come with me?" "Come on, cousin, I'm going to the county with you now." With that, Zhuoxia went to pick up the two daughters beside old Lady Gua. Old Mrs. Gua quickly stopped her. "Xia, what do you mean? What else could it mean? I'm going to take Tong Tong and Xiaoyu away from your house." Didn't your family always say that I couldn't give birth to a boy and wanted me to get out? So today I'm taking them with me to make room for your grandson. Shuashia held the two children tightly in her arms, fearing that Mrs. Guo would come and snatch them away. At this moment, old Mrs. Guo was not competing with Shuashia for her two granddaughters, but was looking at Guo inexplicably. This small action made Meng Haixing suspicious. Is there something shameful going on here? Xia, you are already a mother of two children. How can you still be so ignorant of the seriousness of the matter? People say that if you marry a chicken, you follow the chicken. If you marry a dog, you follow the dog. Although Xiaohao has many bad habits, they are all harmless. I will talk to him in the future, and he will definitely change. Guahao, who was standing by, was very dissatisfied and wanted to scold Zhuxia, but was forced back by Guo with a glare. I'm leaving today. No matter who tries to persuade me, it's useless. Either I leave today, or the three of us will crash into the courtyard wall and die. Zhuxia's eyes were bloodshot, and when she said this, she almost gritted her teeth and spoke each word one by one. Meng Haixing sighed in his heart, wondering how much suffering Zhuxia had endured in the Guo family that she wanted to leave so resolutely. You damn bitch. I gave you some face, but you forgot who you are. I'm going to beat you to death today. Guahao was drunk and felt dizzy. Zhuxia had never resisted him like this before, and he couldn't accept her sudden resistance. Guahao was furious and just took a step forward when Meng Haixing kicked him away. Guahao, if you dare to step forward and stop me again, I won't mind beating you to a pulp today. Sister, you and Xia go home to get your clothes. We will take him away now. If you want to leave, then leave. Everything in the house belongs to our Guo family. Old Mrs. Guo had long disliked Zhuxia. Today, when Zhuxia herself suggested wanting to leave, she hesitated for only a moment and didn't want to pretend anymore. Seeing that things had come to this, Guo thought to himself that so many years had passed, and the people in Jingnan City had probably forgotten about this matter long ago. Even if Zhuxia could return to Jingnan City, she would definitely not cause any trouble. Think carefully. If you let Zhuxia leave today, he will definitely go to the county to file a report and divorce Xiaohao tomorrow. It's better if we get divorced. I'll find Xiaohao a young and beautiful wife and add a big fat boy to our family. Old Mrs. Guo was also desperate and decided to break off relations. Chapter 157. Save people to the end. The things I brought with me back then have long been sold by Guahao for alcohol. Now there's only a pile of junk left at home, and I don't really want any of it. Guahao, I curse you to never give birth to a son in this life. Zhuxia spat fiercely at Guahao, turned around, took her two children, followed by Meng Haixing and Meng Yu, and walked out of the village. The moment she walked out of the village, she felt the sunshine outside was so warm. Zhuxia, who had been pretending to be calm just now, had all her strength drained away in an instant. She weakly supported Meng Yu's bicycle. Sister, let Comrade Zhu sit on your bicycle. I'll take the two children with me. Let's go home first and talk about other things later. Good. Meng Yu felt extremely uncomfortable seeing Zhuxia like this. If someone had helped her earlier, Zhuxia would not have suffered for so many years. The group rode their bicycles all the way and soon arrived at Xiashan village. Chu Lan was shocked to see Meng Haixing and Meng Yu suddenly bring three people back. What's going on? Mom, please look for clothes that Comrade Zhua and the two children can wear. It was already November, and the three of them were only wearing thin coats. On the way back by bicycle, the two children were shivering with cold. Okay, I'll go find it right away. Chu Lan didn't ask any more questions and went into the house to look for clothes. Seeing that everyone was so cold that their noses were running, Wu Lixiao ran to the kitchen and made a pot of brown sugar ginger soup for the three of them. After the three of them changed into warm clothes and drank brown sugar ginger soup, they finally calmed down. Comrade Zhua, what are your plans? I want to divorce Guahao first. Whenever Zhuxia spoke, the corners of her mouth hurt badly, but this pain was not even 1% of the pain in her heart. That's easy. Tomorrow I'll take you to the County Women's Federation to find the comrades there. With all the injuries you have, someone from the Women's Federation will definitely come to your aid. Thank you, Comrade Meng. Zhuxia never imagined that one day she would escape from the village that trapped her just because she knew English. She had despised her own cowardice countless times before. If she had learned more skills, she would not have been bullied by Guahao. It's nothing, just a little help. Zhuxia is a lesbian, so Meng Haixing doesn't want to have too much contact with her. He temporarily handed the person over to Chu Lan and Meng Yu and ran to the rabbit house. When he walked over, he happened to see Meng Hailian vaccinating a little rabbit that had just turned 1 month old. Brother, you are really amazing now. You can vaccinate rabbits by yourself. Didn't you say that raising rabbits can make you rich? Then I have to learn some more skills. Oh, and I've taken a look at those books you had on raising rabbits. Just take it. If you need more, I'll buy more for you. I'm just going to take a look. I'll need to find a master later. I've already made an appointment with Lu Dong from Luong village to teach me some veterinary knowledge. I'm so busy, do I have time to teach? I heard about the veterinary training class organized by the town. I'm the first one to sign up. I can go to the town to attend the class in a few days. Really? Then how many students are there in your class? Meng Haixing was a little curious. He had never heard of the county organizing such a study class in his previous life. Just me. Good guy Meng Haixing has nothing to say now. No wonder he hadn't heard of it before. I guess no one signed up, so it was cancelled. Brother, I'll leave the health of our little rabbit to you. I heard that Lu Dong studied veterinary medicine and is quite capable. The two brothers chatted in the rabbit house for a while, and Meng Halian asked Meng Haixing whether the rabbit farm would be expanded next spring. The little rabbits in each litter have grown up, and if they don't expand their house, they won't be able to accommodate them. I'm going to expand next spring. I have a large piece of vacant land next to me. I'll ask the village if they can lease it to me to build a rabbit farm. Okay, let's build it sooner and raise more rabbits so we can make money. Digging buplurum and catching earthworms are not long-term ways to make money. Meng Halian now puts all his hopes on raising rabbits. In the afternoon, Meng Halian drove a tractor to take Meng Haixing, Meng Yu, and Zhuoxia, a family of 3, to the county. Zhuoxia will be teaching in the small Western-style building in the future, so Meng Haixing simply allocated a separate room for her to live in the teaching building. She had nothing, so Meng Haixing gave her an advance of half a year's salary so that she could buy things for herself. Xia is really pitiful. After hearing Meng Haixing talk about Zhuoxia's experience, Lin Muching felt very sympathetic towards her. Among these educated youth who went to the countryside, many stayed there for various reasons. If you are lucky enough to meet a partner who cares about you, life may be better. But if you encounter bad luck, the outcome will be very miserable. Today, I noticed that Heba village secretary Guijianhua seemed to be up to something. After Zhuoxia has rested and recovered from her injuries, you can ask her about her past. You mean that when Zhuoxia went to the countryside to marry Guahao, someone deliberately set a trap for her? Well, normally a village secretary wouldn't force an educated youth to marry a villager, especially one of his relatives. If someone reports him and accuses him of abusing his power for personal gain, the matter won't be clear. Okay, Xia isn't in a very good mood right now, so I won't ask her. Meng Haixing asked Zhuoxia to have a good rest first, and he was not particularly anxious about attending classes. He first found Mu Chun, an English teacher at a junior high school in the county, to temporarily teach the first class. After 2 days of promotion, more students signed up for mathematics and Chinese, but the number of students who signed up for English was only enough to form a class of 25 students. Although the number of people was small, Meng Haixing was still very satisfied. This is just the beginning. Once these children improve their grades, more and more people will sign up for English tutoring classes. The small Western-style building, which had always been quiet, suddenly had so many children, which immediately attracted the attention of Kai Yun's family across the street. Wu Daniyu went to inquire specifically and found out that the small Western-style building that Meng Haixing bought had been converted into a cram school. She loved money the most, so she immediately went to find out how many classes Meng Haixing had held and how he collected money. Xiao Yun, you don't know, Meng Haixing's cram school is really making a lot of money. The last time I had a cram school, it was 40 cents. There were 25 people in a class, so that's 10 yuan a day. Do you know how many classes he has? 6 in total. That's 60 yuan a month. So he should make over 1,000 yuan a month. Oh my god, I make this much money in a month. More than our factory manager makes. Mom, have you found out? How can there be so many? Of course, I heard that this is still the cheapest time to sign up for the cram school when it opens. I heard that the tuition fee for each class will increase significantly when they start recruiting students in the future. I was saying that Meng Haixing is so rich and smart. Xiaoyan, you should quickly think of a way to get close to him. I see that Lin Muqing's belly is already very big. It will probably be soon before she gives birth. Once she gives birth, you won't have anything to do with it anymore. Kai Yin was quite moved by what Wu Daniyu said. In a few days, not only will Lin Muqing be giving birth, but Tan Xiaochun will also be back soon. If the two of them hold the wedding, it will be difficult for her to get close to Meng Haixing in the future. Thinking of this, Kai Yin came up with a plan in his mind. Chapter 158, Coincidence. The only good ideas Kai Yin could come up with were to be a hero and save the beauty by marrying her, or to force Meng Haixing to marry her by accident. She knew a lot of people in the county, and she quickly went through the suitable people in her mind, wanting to find someone suitable to act with her. Finally, she found Wang Weiguo, a worker at the machinery factory. Wang Weiguo is about the same age as Kai Yun, and they are classmates in junior high school. Wang Weiguo has liked Kai Yun before, but his family is very poor, so naturally he cannot marry Kai Yun. Although Wang Weiguo, who now works in a machinery factory and is not a serious worker, is married and has a family and children, he was somewhat hesitant when Bai Yueguang came to him and wanted him to help. Daong, do you think this can be accomplished? Wang Weiguo and Chu Daong are like-minded and used to play together often. When encountering this kind of thing today, Wang Weiguo couldn't make up his mind, so he took the opportunity to go to Chu Daong's office after get off work to discuss the matter. You idiot. You already have a wife, yet you're still thinking about Kai Yun. If your wife finds out, how can you face her? Besides, she asked you to create opportunities for her lover, which might be illegal. If the news gets out, you won't even be able to work anymore. But she promised me. What did I promise you? If I let you sleep with her, then you'd be the biggest idiot of all. If things go wrong, you might even become a father and end up in jail. Wang Weiguo, I usually think you're quite smart. But when you encountered Kai Yun, you stuck your brain right into her crotch. Chu Daong scolded Wang Weiguo severely. As a man, sometimes he really can't control his flesh, but he also has to think carefully about whether it is worth it. What's the name of Kai Yun's lover? He must be rich to make such a beautiful woman like Kai Yun spend so much time on him. The lover's name is Meng Haixing, and he's her neighbor across the street. Chu Daong, who was full of anger just now, had a distorted look on his face when he heard the 3 words Meng Haixing. Where is Kai Yun's home? It's about that little Western-style building in the county. I don't know how their family suddenly got rich and actually bought that little Western-style building. Chu Daong slapped his thigh and couldn't even swear. I think Kai Yun is crazy. Come on, I'll take you to find Brother Haixing. Chu Daong dragged Wang Weiguo out the door, which scared Wang Weiguo to death. Wait, Daong, you know Kai Yun's boyfriend. Bah, what lover? My brother Haixing has been married for a long time, and my sister-in-law is about to give birth to her second child. How could she be Kai Yun's lover? I think she is deliberately trying to set you up. At the same time, Meng Hailian, who had been keeping an eye on Meng Changxi in Shashan village, suddenly drove a tractor to the county to find Meng Haixing. Brother, why are you here? Meng Haixing was reading and studying with Lin Muching, and was very surprised to see Meng Hailian coming over. They had just met 2 days ago, so he came here suddenly, so I guess something must have happened. Meng Changxi has been asking around in the village about your current situation. I don't know how your story at the small Western-style building got out. I'm sure Meng Changxi must have found out, and I'm afraid he'll come and cause trouble for you. Then let him come. I'll just see what he's up to. Meng Changxi must have contacted Meng Changyue a few days ago and received instructions from Meng Changyue. So just let him come, and he will deal with him once and for all. Brother, I will keep an eye on this. In the near future, I'll have to trouble you to keep an eye on Meng Changxi for me. As the two were talking, Chu Daong and Wang Weiguo also arrived. Meng Hailian was not an outsider, so Chu Daong told Meng Haixing the general idea in front of them. What an unexpected disaster. I've only met Kai Yun a few times. Meng Haixing was simply too tired to complain. How could Kai Yun be so bold? When the few of them were talking, they didn't turn their backs to Lin Muching. When these words fell into Lin Muching's ears, her face changed instantly. Haixing, I hope you can handle this matter properly and don't let this happen again. It makes my ears dirty just hearing it. With that, Lin Muching took Momo back to the inner room and left the living room to them. Lin Muching usually spoke in a gentle voice, but today his words were a bit sharp, and Meng Haixing was immediately panicked. Wang Weiguo, hold Kai Yun back first, and we'll talk about this later. With that, Meng Haixing went into the house to find Lin Muching. In the room, Lin Muching sat at the desk and picked up a math exercise book to read. Momo followed beside her, writing and drawing on the notebook with a pencil. Mu Chung, don't be angry. I promise to take care of Kai Yun's matter immediately and never let her hang around you again. Meng Haixing moved closer to Lin Muching and gently kissed her cheek while she wasn't paying attention. Don't tell me. Just figure it out for yourself. From the day he looked at the house, Lin Muching didn't like Kai Yun's family very much. At that time, she only thought that Kai Yun was a materialistic person, but now it seems that she was wrong. Kai Yun is more than just a materialistic person. Her values have long been without any bottom line. In order to seduce Meng Haixing, she dares to use any shameless tricks. Wife, don't be angry. I know I was slow to deal with this matter, but I didn't expect Kai Yun to be so cruel. Don't worry, I promise she won't appear in front of you again. Meng Haixing has never been a kind person. Kai Yun has touched his bottom line, and he doesn't mind teaching her a lesson. Meng Haixing lingered in the house, trying to coax his wife. Wang Weiguo, who was left alone in the living room, had nothing to understand after seeing this scene. His beloved Bai Yueguang asked him to help create a hero who saved the beauty, which was actually setting a trap for him. If he really did that, wouldn't he be harming Meng Haixing's family? Chu Daong, and Wang Weiguo left soon. Meng Halian touched his nose, and it seemed that there was nothing for him to do. After saying hello, Meng Halian hurried to Meng Yu. His new house has been almost dried out, and he has been cooking in the new house these days. He can move there at any time. Meng Haixing asked Meng Yu when he could move back to the village. Brother, I'm always available. Shangdong's leg is almost healed. We can go back and raise rabbits together. Xiao Shangdong, who was sitting on the bed, had a sullen face and didn't interrupt. Just as Meng Haixing said, his calligraphy class had fewer and fewer people after Meng Haixing opened the cram school. With the final exams approaching, his calligraphy class has been deserted for the past week. All the children are busy preparing for the final exams, so where do they have time to practice calligraphy? Although he had expected this day, Xiao Shangdong still felt very uncomfortable. The little hope he had just ignited was gone again. Hailin, can you really make money raising rabbits? How could Meng Halian not see that Xiao Shangdong was not interested in raising rabbits? And he did not give Xiao Shangdong a good look. It's okay, you can try it. If you don't feel it's okay, then find another job. If Meng Haixing hadn't been doing this for Meng Yu's sake, how could he have cared about Xiao Shangdong's life or death? Now he's even being picky. I've never raised rabbits before, so I'm not sure about it. Since I have a place to stay at home, I'll pack up here in the next 2 days and go back to the village. Okay. Chapter 159 One Pot. Meng Haixing finally managed to calm Lin Muqing down, and when he came out of the house, everyone in the living room had left. Looking at the empty living room, a plan suddenly came to my mind. Since Meng Changxi and Kai Yun are both targeting him, let them clash with each other. Meng Haixing quickly calculated in his mind what Meng Changxi wanted to do by coming to him. Logically speaking, Meng Changhua has already obtained the necklace, and his existence will not pose any threat to Meng Changhua. But now Meng Changxi has been staring at him, and it is obvious that Meng Changhua wants to get something else from him. Meng Haixing was puzzled. How could there be something about him, an ordinary rural child, that Meng Changhua wanted to get? Meng Haixing was a very calm person. He was not in a hurry and decided to deal with Meng Changxi first. For 2 consecutive days, Meng Haixing kept an eye on the movements near his small Western-style building. He even brought his 2 wolfhounds to the building to help him guard the house. Another day passed, and when Meng Yu was preparing to move back to the village, Meng Haixing was supposed to go over to help. He thought that Meng Changxi might take this opportunity to come to his house. So he deliberately returned to the small Western-style building halfway. As a result, he had just returned home for half an hour when he heard the barking of 2 wolfhounds outside the gate. Meng Haixing went up to the 3rd floor calmly and looked out through a small window in the kitchen. Meng Changxi was seen wearing a green coat, sneaking around the small Western-style building. But because there were 2 wolfhounds there, Meng Changxi did not enter the yard. He wandered outside for nearly half an hour before leaving. Meng Haixing thought that Meng Changxi would definitely come again. So he quietly slipped out of the house and called Chu Daong and Wang Weidong together to discuss putting a sack on Meng Changxi and tricking Kai Yun out at the same time. At first, Wang Weidong felt that this was not good for Kai Yun and was scolded by Chu Daong again. Kai Yun had been using Wang Weidong from the very beginning. She had never even considered that her appearance might cause Wang Weidong to be separated from his wife and children. Wang Weidong was reluctant to take action against such a woman. Was he going to keep her for the new year? After being scolded by Chu Daong, Wang Weidong followed Meng Haixing and Chu Daong to put a sack on Meng Changxi. The 3 of them hid together on the 3rd floor of the small Western-style building, waiting quietly for Meng Changxi to come. Meng Haixing told Zhuoxia to take Dabiai and Xiaobei to the next door for lunch around noon, and pick them up when he came back in the afternoon. After everything is arranged, just wait for Meng Changxi to take the bait. Speaking of which, Meng Changxi was also an extremely cautious person. After he saw the wolfhound being taken away, he did not enter the yard immediately, but continued to stroll around. After walking around 2 or 3 times and making sure that no one noticed him, he quietly sneaked into the small Western-style building. After he entered the small Western-style building, he went straight to Meng Haixing's bedroom. Meng Haixing and others quietly came down from upstairs and saw Meng Changxi flipping through a photo album. Meng Changxi, what are you looking for? Do you need my help? Meng Haixing's voice came from behind Meng Changxi in a sinister voice, and Meng Changxi was so scared that he trembled all over. He was just about to find an excuse to run away when he felt his neck tighten and a silk scarf fell around Meng Changxi's neck. Chu Daong and Wang Weidong carried Meng Changxi on the left and right and led him into the room that Meng Haixing had prepared long ago. Thick curtains were drawn on the windows, and Meng Changxi's hands and feet were quickly tied up. Meng Changxi was just an ordinary person from the countryside. He had never seen such a scene before. He was so scared that he almost went crazy, and his body was shaking like a sieve. Meng Changxi, let me ask you this once. What are you looking for in my house? Meng Haixing loosened the scarf in his hand slightly, giving Meng Changxi a chance to catch his breath. Meng Changxi, who had just thought he was going to be strangled to death by Meng Haixing, was gasping for breath. It took a long time before I finally came to my senses. It's my brother. He asked me to look for your old photos. I remember you took some photos when you were a kid, so I wanted to come over and look for them. Is it that simple? Nothing else. I swear to God, my brother really just asked me to find a photo of you when you were a kid. There's nothing else to do. Meng Changxi was so frightened that his voice was trembling. Meng Haixing believed what he said to some extent. After all, people will not lie when they are extremely frightened. Before Meng Changxi could react, Meng Haixing struck him with a knife and knocked him unconscious. Wei Dong, go and trick Kai Yin over here. Haixing, you won't kill anyone, will you? Do you think I'm someone who would do something illegal? I just want to get them together and catch them in the act. Once Kai Yin comes into the house, I'll call the police. Wang Weidong breathed a sigh of relief after hearing what Meng Haixing said. If someone really died, he would not dare to do that. Kai Yin had been waiting for news from Wang Weidong for several days, and now Wang Weidong finally came to see her. She was very proud in her heart. It seemed that her charm had not diminished, and Wang Weidong was still devoted to her. Just now when I came to look for you, I saw Meng Haixing coming back alone. We can't miss such a good opportunity. Let's go over there quickly. Kai Yin didn't think much about it, and followed Wang Weidong hurriedly towards Meng Haixing. Wang Weidong walked very quickly. Kai Yin was thinking about how they could create a more perfect encounter when she was dragged into the inner room by Wang Weidong. Weidong, what are you doing? As soon as Kai Yun's words came to his lips, Meng Haixing, who was hiding at the door, knocked him unconscious. Brother Haixing, what should we do now? The small Western-style building in front of my house is empty. Take them both there. The small Western-style building in front of Meng Haixing's house is rather shabby and is worth only 3,000 yuan. Not to mention the fence. Even the doors and windows are not solid. 3 big men easily carried the 2 people into a room on the first floor. The house here is being sold recently, and the original owner has cleaned it specially. Even if the 2 people deny it later, there will be no foul play found here. Let's go. I'm going to call the police. Meng Haixing glanced at the 2 people who were sleeping. He was very confident in the strength of his hands. He believed that the 2 would wake up in an hour at most. In order to bring the 2 together, Meng Haixing took off Meng Changxi's coat and left him wearing only a thin sweater. Then he deliberately hooked his belt on Kai Yun's pants. Everything was ready. Meng Haixing rode his bicycle to the nearest police station to report that someone was having an affair in the building opposite him. This situation was extremely serious, so the public security comrades followed Meng Haixing without saying a word. When they arrived at the door of Meng Haixing's house, they heard Tan Xiaochun's roar from a distance. Kai Yin, you're such a jerk. I drove my truck south to earn money so I could marry you, and yet you're cheating on me with other men. I'm going to beat you to death today. Chapter 160 Childhood Photos. Meng Haixing had a pretty good idea of Kai Yun's personality after meeting her twice. At this moment, she was caught in bed by Tan Xiaochun, and her clothes were in disarray. Even if she had 100 mouths, she couldn't explain herself clearly. In this situation, in order to protect himself, Kai Yin naturally blamed all the faults on Meng Changxi. She just said that she came to borrow something from Meng Haixing today. As a result, before she even reached Meng Haixing's house, she was abducted by Meng Changxi to the courtyard next door, who wanted to do something indecent to her. In this situation, all the police officers in the Public Security Bureau stood on Kai Yun's side. After all, no girl would joke with her reputation. Besides, the 2 of them didn't know each other before, and suddenly appeared together in disheveled clothes. No matter how you look at it, Kai Yun is at a disadvantage in this matter. Now it was Meng Changxi's turn to cry and be speechless. Even when he later said that he went to Meng Haixing's house to steal things, the police didn't believe it. As for the claim that Meng Haixing kidnapped him, there is no way to verify it. Because there was no mark on Meng Changxi's neck, it didn't look like he was being coerced. The incident was eventually classified as attempted rape and Meng Changxi was detained. And Kai Yin was not much better off. When Kai Yin was taken to the Public Security Bureau, Wang Weidong came to find Tan Xiaochun. He told him everything about Kai Yun's visit to him, and also told Tan Xiaochun that Kai Yun went to Meng Haixing not to borrow anything, but to hook up with him. Since Tan Xiaochun can drive a truck south, he is not stupid. He put everything together and thought about it carefully, and found that there were many loopholes. But no matter what loopholes there is no doubt that Kai Yun cheated on him. He is often away from home. If he marries Kai Yun, it will be more than just a cuckold. When a man becomes cruel, he will not recognize his relatives. Kai Yin was still in the Public Security Bureau when Tan Xiaochun started to chase Wu Danyu away. Wu Danyu is not an easy person to deal with, and the 2 sides started fighting as soon as they had a disagreement. On the other side, Meng Haixing was lying on the small balcony on the third floor, watching the fun. Aunt Wu's fighting ability is really amazing. Even a grown man like Tan Xiaochun can't beat her. Meng Haixing sighed to Lin Mucheng beside him. Let's go. You don't mind the cold weather. Lin Mucheng glanced at the family across the street that had already alerted the Public Security Bureau, then turned around and went downstairs. Some people are greedy. If Kai Yun had lived a good life instead of just coveting money, his life would not have been too difficult. Difference. But after what happened today, her marriage might not be any better. Meng Haixing followed Lin Mucheng down the stairs. Mu Cheng, why do you think Meng Changyue is looking for my childhood photos? I can't think of a suitable reason even if I rack my brains. I don't understand either. Do you still have any photos of you as a child at home? I've never seen any. Yes, there was heavy rain for 3 days before I was born. The village was flooded. When I was born, the rain suddenly stopped. My dad said that when he opened the door on the day I was born, our house felt like it was in the sea, so he named me Haixing. My mother always likes to engage in feudal superstitions. She took my birth date and time and asked a Taoist priest to calculate it. She said I was destined to be rich and prosperous and asked my parents to raise me well. You don't know, at that time, no one in our village took photos. My mother insisted that I was destined to be rich, so she took me to a photo studio in the county town and took several photos. When I was little, my brother, sister, and I would often show off our photos to other kids in the village. It's a pity that my parents spent a lot of money on me, but I still haven't achieved anything. When talking about these past events, Meng Haixing couldn't help but sigh. Who has the photo now? It should be at my mother's place. People in our village think taking a photo is very precious. When we all lived together, my mom would always put pictures on the door frame so everyone who came into our house could see how stylish our home was. But later on, more and more villagers were able to go to the county to take photos, so she put our photos away. Now thinking back, I haven't seen them in a few years. Then next time we go home, let's ask Mom and Dad to look for the photos. Maybe there will be some clues. Meng Haixing nodded slightly. This was the only way. Meng Changxi will definitely not be able to get out of the Public Security Bureau. Meng Haixing is looking forward to what tricks Meng Changyue will come up with next. He didn't believe that Meng Changyue had the connections to get Meng Changxi out of the Public Security Bureau. However, just in case, Meng Haixing made 2 preparations. He deliberately contributed an article to the city's morning newspaper, raising the Meng Changxi incident to a higher level. Women have always been in a weak position. Meng Changxi dared to do something indecent in broad daylight. What about the female comrades who work the night shift? You can't just not work overtime for the sake of personal safety. This incident was reported in the newspaper and became a hot topic for a while. By the time Meng Changyue, who was far away in the capital, learned about this, the entire Ziyang County was already undergoing rectification because of this matter. Even if Meng Changyue wanted to use his connections to get Meng Changxi out, it was impossible. He was arrested and sentenced to 10 years in prison. Even if some people in the capital heard about it, they would not want to be involved in such a thing. After all, the bigger the person, the more he cares about his reputation. Even though such a big thing happened, Meng Changyue did not return to the village and did not even show up. As for Meng Changxi's matter, it was an uncle from their group who helped. This made Meng Haixing even more confused. What on earth had happened to Meng Changyue in the capital? Why had he not been seen for so long? The matter came to an end, and Meng Haixing was not in a hurry. He waited slowly for news from Tengze in the capital. He made Meng Changyue's brain almost explode, so he must have taken some action in the capital. My wife, Sister Chunhua, has also moved in today. Let's get together for dinner. Okay, Sister Chunhua and the others are really unlucky. How could they be forced to this point? Lin Mucheng felt very sorry for Meng Daniu and Lang Chunhua. The two had just built a new house and were preparing to hold their wedding happily. But how could they have run into these 2 troublesome brothers? Even if they don't fall out now, they will in the future. Meng Lining and Meng Fuming are brothers, and they're just like dogs that can't change their habits. Meng Haixing was also very angry when this matter was mentioned. He thought he was back again, and he was on high alert for fear that the 2 of them would become blood-sucking insects again. As a result, he had just lived in the county for a short time when the 2 men showed their true colors and started asking Meng Daniu to borrow money. If he were in the village, he would have beaten them both to a pulp the first time they borrowed money from each other. They were just bullying Meng Daniu because he was an honest man. If Meng Daniu had a worse temper, the 2 of them would not dare to be so lawless. Let Daniel work in the county for a while first. If the 2 brothers dare to come to the county, I will deal with them later. Lin Mucheng nodded slightly. This is the only way now. You should give Brother Daniu's salary to Sister Chunhua. If anything happens in the future, Sister Chunhua will definitely not let Brother Daniu suffer any loss. Chapter 161 Little Genius. Lang Chunhua really likes Meng Daniu, and she is also a person who sees things clearly. Most young people nowadays marry blindly, relying solely on the matchmaker's words to get married. As for what kind of person to marry, it all depends on luck. Others may think that Meng Daniu is foolish and not worthy of entrusting their life to, but Lang Chunhua feels that this is Meng Daniu's true nature. Such a kind-hearted Meng Daniu will definitely regret her after marriage. Facts prove that Lang Chunhua was not wrong. At first, when Meng Daniu and Meng Xian went to pick up the children from school together, Meng Haixing was a little worried and went to check on them quietly. The kind-hearted Meng Daniu did not disappoint Meng Haixing at all. Facing the chattering children, Meng Daniu had enough patience to deal with them. Although Lang Chunhua did not go to pick up the children, she helped maintain order after the children arrived at the cram school. Meng Haixing didn't say it, but he was thinking in his heart that when the salary is paid, you should give a copy to Lang Chunhua. It must be difficult for her to control so many noisy children. Time passed quickly, and after half a month of arguing with Guahao, Zhuxia finally got the divorce certificate as she wished. Meng Haixing gave Zhuxia an idea, asking her to trick Guahao to find out if there was anything fishy about her marrying Guahao. Coming out of the Civil Affairs Bureau, Zhuxia looked at the divorce certificate in her hand and was so happy that she almost cried. Guahao, you've abused us three, mother and daughter, so much that you'll never be able to give birth to a son in this lifetime. As soon as Zhuxia opened her mouth, she poked Guahao's lungs. He had a bad temper to begin with, and when Zhuxia angered him with her words, he dared to say anything. Zhuxia, don't think that you can have a good life just because you have a divorce certificate. You definitely can't think of going back to Jingnan City. If you want to marry someone else with 2 pieces of compensation, no one would be stupid enough to want you. Guahao looked at Zhuxia with great pride. In his eyes, Zhuxia was just an orphan with no one to rely on, and he could do whatever he wanted to him. You underestimate me. I have several relatives in Jingnan City. If I take my child back, will there really be no way for me to survive? When Guahao heard Zhuxia say this, he burst into laughter. You may not know this yet, but not long after you married me, your cousin took your old house away from the organization. I almost forgot to tell you that the only reason you were able to marry me was because your cousin gave me money, so I reluctantly accepted you. If I had known that you were incapable of giving birth to a son, do you think I would have wanted you? Zhuxia could no longer hear what she said next. All she could think about was her cousin taking her house away. Zhuxia has been writing letters to her cousin all the time, asking whether her house has been returned. He would reply to 1 out of 10 letters, and the answer he got was always no. It turned out that it was not the organization that refused to return it, but that it was taken away by her cousin. Guahao, I'm going to fight you. You've ruined my life. Zhuxia rushed towards Guahao as if she didn't care about her life. Meng Hai, who was not far away, was afraid that Zhuxia would suffer a loss, so he quickly stepped forward to separate them. Of course, he was taking sides, and during the fight, Meng Haixing did not hesitate to attack Guahao. Guahao was kicked to the ground. He only felt the pain in his back and stomach, which made him go crazy. Meng Haixing, if you dare to hit me, I'm going to report you to the Public Security Bureau. You think the Public Security Bureau is run by your family? Then go ahead and sue me. I want to see if the Public Security Bureau will side with you after seeing you beat your wife and divorced her. Meng Haixing didn't even look at Guahao and pulled Zhuxia to find Lin Muching. Guahao, sitting on the ground, wanted to ask for help from passersby. Unfortunately, they were at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Those who came to divorce had no mood to care about Guahao, and those who came to get married divorced him after hearing that he beat his wife, so they were merciful not to step forward and kick her a few times. Guahao, grimacing in pain, had no choice but to watch Meng Haixing and the others leave. Stimulated, Zhuxia remained silent for the entire day. But she did not mention this to Meng Haixing. She had her own plans. The house at home was bought by her parents when she was born. It is filled with memories of her life with her parents. No matter what, she will find a way to get the house back. Zhuxia was depressed for a few days and soon buried the matter deep in her heart. After getting back into good spirits, although she is still a little thin, she is able to stand on the podium with an English textbook. She had never taught children English before. In order to become a qualified teacher, Zhuxia humbly followed Mu Chun to learn. She even asked Meng Haixing to help her find some connections so that she could attend English classes at the town high school. When she was auditing the class, she was not allowed to enter the classroom and could only stand outside with books and notebooks and take notes quietly. It was already very cold in Zhujiang County at the end of November. After a class, Zhuxia's hands were often so frozen that she couldn't even write. But even so, she did not back down and came to listen whenever she was free. Hard work always pays off. In just 2 weeks, Zhuxia's English class helped some children improve their scores in the baseline test. English is not easy to learn. When some people heard that Zhuxia was a good teacher, parents immediately brought their children to sign up for tutoring classes. I hope I can make a strong push before the final exam and go home with good grades at the end of the year. Brother Haixing, why have so many students signed up for cram school recently? It's almost full all day on Saturday and Sunday. Chu Daong, holding the enrollment schedule, came to Meng Haixing's house happily. As a result, as soon as he entered the house, he received a glare from Meng Haixing. At this moment, Lin Muching and Momo were both sitting at the desk, and the small tape recorder on the table was playing in English text. Lin Muching was holding a pen and writing furiously on a notebook. Momo drew a tree with 4 birds on it using colored pencils on a piece of white paper. It looks like Momo is playing well. But only Meng Haixing knew that Momo had been able to understand the English in the tape recorder since some time ago. The English text in the tape recorder at this moment is describing 4 little birds on a tree, singing actively. Although Momo couldn't write English, she understood it. If Meng Haixing remembered correctly, he had only told Lin Muching this short article 3 or 4 times. Lin Muching had just figured it out, but Xiao Momo remembered it all. Daong is here, come in and sit down, I'll be ready soon. While Lin Muching was talking, her hands did not stop. She quickly wrote the correct answers on the exercises. About a quarter of an hour later, Lin Muching stopped writing. Meng Haixing took a quick look and found that Lin Muching's English foundation was very good, with only 2 fill-in-the-blank mistakes. Mucheng, look at the painting Momo drew. Meng Haixing reminded Lin Muching. What's wrong? Lin Muching subconsciously looked at Momo's picture book. When he first saw it, Lin Muching hadn't reacted yet. After a while, Momo drew a small red flower on the ground, and then she realized what was going on. Momo, did you understand the story in the tape recorder just now? I understand. Dad has told Mom several times, and Momo has listened carefully. Momo, who is just 3 years old, doesn't have a very strong ability to express herself, but her memory is surprisingly good. She pointed at the picture on the paper and spoke English in her baby voice. Although my pronunciation was not standard, I still managed to memorize it. Meng Haixing standing by was so excited that he was almost going crazy. His daughter was simply a little genius. Chapter 162, Tutoring Class Explodes. Lin Muching didn't expect Momo to have this ability. She held Momo on her lap. He asked Momo very gently, Momo, how did you learn English? Why has Mom never heard you speak it? When Daddy and Mommy were studying together, you kept reciting and reciting, ignoring Momo. After hearing what Momo said, the two looked at each other. When they were studying, they just let Momo play beside them. Maybe it was too boring for Momo, so she unconsciously followed them to study. The two of them felt a little sad, and the excitement they had just felt was gone. Momo, do you want to play with the other kids? Yes, I haven't played with Okawa and Xiaochuan for a long time. How about Daddy take you to kindergarten? Momo nodded vigorously. Haixing, Momo is so young. How can we send her to kindergarten? Daong, do you have any connections to send Momo to the daycare center at the machinery factory? That's not difficult at all. I'll go back today and say hello to the nursery teacher for you. Okay, then I'll leave this matter to you. Meng Haixing rubbed Momo's little head. Momo, do you think English is easy to learn? Momo shook her head. I don't know either. You tell me, and I'll learn. Hearing Momo say this, Meng Haixing looked up at the sky in silence. His genius daughter was indeed different. Although Momo has such a strong learning ability, Meng Haixing does not want to let Momo receive advanced education too early. She should have a colorful childhood of her own. But he also didn't want to waste Momo's talent. In the future, he could see what Momo liked and let her have a goal to work towards. Chu Daong was still there. Meng Haixing said a few words to Momo and then went to the living room with Chu Daong. Brother Haixing, you really have to take the college entrance examination next year. Yeah, didn't I say that a long time ago? I thought you were joking. I've been doing my math homework lately. How could this be a joke? Meng Haixing's advantage is actually not that big. Except for English, he had almost forgotten other subjects. Now they all have to learn with Lin Muching, and sometimes they even have to ask Lin Muching questions. If you put it down for too long and want to pick it up again, you need to recall it carefully. Daong, what did you say when you walked in? There are too many people signing up for the cram school. Look, I almost forgot about this. Recently, there are more than 60 people who have signed up for English classes and are waiting for the tuition to start. There are also more than 100 people who have signed up for Chinese and math classes directly. Thank goodness I listened to you and cleared out all the rooms in my yard. Otherwise, with so many people, it would be impossible to accommodate them. Chu Daong showed the class schedule in his hand to Meng Haixing. On Saturday, the entire weekend was fully booked, and the one class after school every day was changed to 2 classes. With so many people coming to learn English, we should buy some more equipment. What equipment? Chu Daong was completely confused. Tape recorder. Since we are teaching English, we naturally have to teach spoken English. A tape recorder is not cheap, but Chu Daong did not object. Meng Haixing said that it would definitely be useful to buy it. It's not easy to buy a radio in our county shopping mall. You have to make a reservation in advance, and you may not be able to get one. Let's go to Ningong City to buy it. It should be easier to buy there. Then I'll make a trip. The one with the most free time now is Chu Daong. When you go, buy a few more. Let's start with 4. I want to see if we can hire an English teacher later. If we teach 4 classes together, some classes will have it, and some won't. I'm afraid some parents will come looking for it. Okay, we don't need that little money. Remember to keep account. I know. We've collected too many registration fees these past few days, and accountant Zhang hasn't sorted them out yet. He'll probably show them to you when he's done. The cram school is short of staff. I think we can hire a few more people and set up a separate office. When there are too many people in a cram school, trouble is likely to occur. Meng Haixing simply cleared out a room in the small Western-style building to use as an office. In the office, Meng Haixing asked an aunt named Ma Shuwan to come and receive parents who came for consultation and arrange the class schedule. Aunt Ma used to be a teacher in school, but she retired early so that her son could take over her class. Now that she has a job related to her former teacher, she is doing very well and got the hang of it in just 2 days. Seeing the cram school becoming more and more popular, Meng Haixing thought of the children in Xiashan Village. Xiashan Village, Shangshan Village, and 3 other small villages around them jointly built the Xiashan Village Primary School. Xiashan Village Primary School is just a very inconspicuous primary school in the Port Xiyang County. There are 6 classes in total in the primary school, 1 class for each grade. There are not many children in the 5 villages, and usually there are about 40 students in a class. It is naturally difficult for such a small primary school to hire better teachers. The teachers in their school are basically from the village. They have attended high school before and were then hired as teachers in primary schools. Among them, there is not even one who graduated from a regular normal school. Moreover, a teacher often has to teach 2 or 3 classes. After teaching the first grade, he or she may also have to take care of the second and third grades. There is no way around it. The trainee teachers assigned by the Education Bureau are basically unable to stay, and the school has been in a state of teacher shortage. Meng Haixing felt that he had earned some money from the cram school, which could be used to subsidize the village primary school. Nice-looking stationery, beautiful school bags. He can even customize school uniforms for more than 200 children in the school. The more Meng Haixing thought about it, the more excited he became. He was going to print test papers for the children in the cram school soon, and then send a copy to the students in the village primary school. The children in the village have poor learning resources, and Meng Haixing hopes that through his own efforts, he can enable the children in the village to receive a better education. Even if they fail to get into university in the future, they can go to a technical secondary school. High school is an extremely precious asset for them. Meng Haixing has always been a man of action. He does things immediately when he thinks of them. So Meng Haixing, who was very excited, rode his bicycle to the town high school to find Lu Jiang. He didn't know many people in the town primary school, but Lu Jiang was in the system, so he must have known people. Meng Haixing wanted Lu Jiang to help him make some connections and see if he could get some exercise books, papers, etc. from the town primary school. The winter wind blew across Meng Haixing's cheeks. His heart was like a fire, and he pedaled his bicycle very vigorously. His action may not show results immediately, but as time goes by, he believes that there will always be children who will be helped by his small action. Chapter 163 Donation Exercise Book. It was almost noon when Meng Haixing rode his bicycle to the town high school. He hurried to Lu Jiang's office, but Lu Jiang was almost gone. Director Lu. Meng Haixing stopped Lu Jiang, who was about to lock the office door. Haixing, you're here. You've come just in time. I've prepared some test papers for you. Take them home and do more. The final exam isn't long away. Director Lu, I'm not here for the exam. I need your help with something. Meng Haixing then told Lu Jiang about the primary school in their village. Well, it's already great that the village primary school has teachers. Many villages only have 2 or 3 teachers for grades 1 to 6, and most of them only have junior high school education. Under such harsh circumstances, how many people can pass the exam to become college students? Meng Haixing felt a little sad. Rural children are not stupid, they just lack better educational resources. In his previous life, he had watched a documentary that mentioned the college students' English corner in 1982. The young college students in the documentary spoke fluent English and envisioned the future. These college students who could speak fluent English in 1982 definitely did not come from poor mountain villages. Not to mention 1982, even in the 1990s, most places only started learning English in junior high school. Educational resources are unevenly distributed, and the differences between regions are more than just a little bit. Meng Haixing cannot change the fate of most children now, but he will do his best to help those children who cannot access the outside world. Haixing, leave this to me. I'll ask the teachers at the town's primary school what kind of test papers they use. Could you please tell me what extracurricular books would be good to buy for the children? Lu Jiang patted Meng Haixing on the shoulder with a smile. Don't let me be the middleman. I'll make an appointment with Director Fong from the town's primary school some other day, so you can meet and talk privately. Okay, thank you, Director Lu. Don't be so anxious to thank me. I'm still waiting for your perfect English test. Lu Jiang has been studying in the town high school for many years. Since the resumption of the college entrance examination, he has never seen an English paper with full marks. Forget about getting full marks. In the first few years, it's good enough to get 20 or 30 points in English. Director Lu, just wait. Lu Jiang took this matter seriously, and within 2 days he invited Meng Haixing and Director Fong of the town primary school to meet in his office. Director Fong is also helpless in the face of current education problems. Although their Tsuyang County is close to the coast, it is still a little behind the coastal cities in the south. In the end, Director Fong agreed to give Meng Haixing some midterm and final exam papers for each grade. Some of them were written by the teachers themselves, and Meng Haixing could just take them and print and reprint them himself. In addition, he also gave Meng Haixing a list of books, which included exercise books, extracurricular reading materials, children's newspapers, etc. A book may not be expensive, but if he buys one for each child, it will cost Meng Haixing a lot of money in total. But he didn't even blink when he bought these things. Meng Haixing subscribed to 20 copies of children's newspapers and magazines at a time, and they were delivered to the village primary school on time every month. These newspapers and periodicals are national in nature and can give children a very clear exposure to the outside world. When doing these things, Meng Haixing did not make a fuss and drove the tractor directly to the village primary school. Chu Lan, Meng Guangzhu, and others only found out when Meng Haixing returned home. Haixing, you must have spent a lot of money. Chu Lan felt a little sad when she heard that Meng Haixing donated so many things to the village primary school, as their family had just escaped poverty. Mom, it's not much money. We can earn money slowly. But children's learning cannot wait. However, Meng Haixing would not explain too much to his parents. Mom, how's the little rabbit you raised for me? Meng Haixing quickly changed the subject, not wanting Chu Lan to worry about the few books and test papers he donated. I've raised them well. The little rabbits are all plump and chubby. Not one died. Chu Lan glared at Meng Haixing fiercely. You really don't trust your mother's ability to raise rabbits. Meng Guangzhu on the side took a puff of his pipe and said something indifferently. A total of 12 rabbits died. Technician Fan said that the fluctuating temperatures during that period made the rabbits more susceptible to death due to colds and diarrhea. Later, Halian fed all the rabbits medicine, and everything was fine. When the rabbits started to refuse to eat, Hai Lian asked you to feed it. You said rabbits aren't that delicate and can survive if you just feed them casually. Meng Guangzhu exposed Chu Lan's true colors, and Chu Lan was so angry that she almost threw the teacup in her hand at Meng Guangzhu's face. Mom, didn't my sister get the marriage certificate? When is she planning to have her wedding? Meng Yu has returned to the village for some days, and Meng Haixing has not received any news about her wedding, so he came back today to ask about it. Don't mention it. The Qiao family is a bunch of ungrateful people. They are too stingy to give me anything. I don't want any betrothal gifts from the Qiao family. I just want to go through the motions and ask for 500 yuan as a betrothal gift to show off your sister's pride. In the end, the Qiao family couldn't come up with the money no matter how hard they tried. I accepted it. After all, we are all farmers and no one has any money. Qiao Shangdong has some money, so I'll have him send 600 yuan home, 500 yuan as a betrothal gift, and the remaining 100 yuan will be used to buy the Qiao family 2 sets of clothes and some gifts, so that they can at least come to the wedding in a decent manner. Oh my goodness. I've already set a date, but the Qiao family is nowhere to be found. They've all run off with 600 yuan. What the hell is going on? Hearing Chu Lan say this, Meng Haixing laughed out of anger. The Qiao family is really a top-notch family. Mom, if the Qiao family doesn't come, will we not have the wedding? What should we do? We can't hold the wedding on our own without any relatives from the groom's side. What is Qiao Shangdong thinking? Just drag it out like this. Your brother-in-law is even more outrageous. He said that we should just invite a few of his relatives and have the wedding. We don't need to worry about his parents. They can come if they want. Mom, I think my brother-in-law's idea is very good. Let's do it. Don't delay it. The longer it dragged on, the more the villagers talked about Meng Yu. Mom, stop wasting time and just pick a date. But Mu Chung and Momo won't be back that day. Mu Cheng's belly is so big it's inconvenient for her to come back. Chu Lanbin was still a little hesitant, but after being urged by Meng Haixing, he no longer hesitated and simply held the wedding for Meng Yu. Meng Haixing donated a lot of exercise books and test papers to the village primary school, and he had new ideas about the cram school. Now we have cram schools for the three main subjects of mathematics, Chinese and English from the 3rd grade to the 3rd grade of junior high school. The teachers he hired were all relatively famous in the county. He can simply pay these teachers to produce exercise books and study aids. He can give some of these exercise books and supplementary books to the children in the village primary school. At the same time, he can also sell a batch, but this requires a book number, so he has to find a publishing house to cooperate with. Meng Haixing quickly calculated the time in his mind, fearing that he would not be able to catch up before the final exam. After the final exams, he could use the winter vacation to promote the event and let those children who didn't do well in the exams go home for tutoring during the summer vacation. Chapter 164, An Unintentional Planting of Willows. As the final exams approach, the number of children attending tutoring classes reaches its peak. Some of those who usually have poor grades come to tutoring classes almost every day after school. The number of papers printed by Meng Haixing increased from 400 at a time to 1,000, and later to 1,500. In the last week before the final exam, he printed 2,600 papers. Meng Haixing was stunned as he watched bundles of papers being unloaded from the truck. It's really not easy to be a student. How crazy it is before the final exam. How idle it is after the final exam. Almost overnight, all the children were on vacation. Meng Haixing took advantage of this opportunity to call the tutor together to discuss the issue of making a collection of exercises. This was paid for by Meng Haixing himself, so he naturally paid more attention to it. Often, after the teacher finished writing the lesson during the day, he would stay up late at night to read the textbook, fearing that there would be mistakes or omissions. As for how he performed in the town high school final exam, he didn't have time to check. Haixing, you are so awesome. Lu Jiang hurriedly pushed open the door of the cram school's office. When Meng Haixing heard Lu Jiang's voice, he thought Lu Jiang was here to give him his report card. But I didn't expect to look up. Lu Jiang was followed by a group of people rushing into the office. Director Lu, what are you doing? Haixing, the whole town and county now know about your donation of books to your village. These people are from the county and city newspapers, and they want to interview you. Meng Haixing looked at everyone in confusion, completely unaware of what was going on. This is quite a coincidence. There was a female educated youth who went to the countryside in Shangshan village. She married a man from Shangshan village and gave birth to a pair of children. But later, when she had the opportunity to return to the city, she divorced him and returned to the city. Some time ago, she came back specially and told the man to wait for her for a while she tried to find connections in the city to see if she could bring the man and their 2 children to the city. When the educated youth who went to the countryside came back to see his children, he happened to see his 2 children working on the exercise books and papers given by Meng Haixing. When she found out that it was Meng Haixing who donated it to the children for free, she was very touched. She has lived in Shangshan village for 5 years and is very familiar with the village primary school. Moved by this, the female educated youth published an article in a Jing'an newspaper after returning to the city, expressing her joy and melancholy. In the article, she also specifically mentioned Meng Haixing's donation of books to the children in the village. As soon as the newspaper was published, it caused considerable public opinion. When the educated youth who went to the countryside returned to the city, they left many children behind in the village. Those educated youth who returned to the city were also kind-hearted. They chose to give up their children and return to the city, but they were also concerned about the children in the village. Now when I see people taking the initiative to donate school supplies to the children in the village, I still feel very heavy. Some people even contacted the Women's Federation, hoping to organize a donation campaign. Although they are all ordinary workers, they can also do their part for children in poor areas. The incident became a big deal, and people from the county and city newspapers came to find Meng Haixing. Meng Haixing would naturally not miss such a good opportunity to promote himself. As a veteran, Meng Haixing is very fluent in official language and doesn't need reporters to polish his words. They can just publish his words directly in the newspaper. But to sum up, there are 3 points. First, he runs cram schools and daycare centers to facilitate working couples. Everyone is busy with work and building the motherland and does not have much time to educate their children, so he is willing to help. Second, he donated supplies to the village primary school without thinking too much about it. He simply hoped that the children in the village could have a better learning environment. Third, although he is a farmer, he is actively engaged in entrepreneurship. He is currently raising meat rabbits and Angora rabbits. and strives to build a large rabbit farm next year, instead of raising rabbits at home. Comrade reporter, there's one more thing. Comrade Meng Haixing is a diligent student and is now a senior at Muping Town High School. In the final exams that just concluded, he scored full marks in both English and math. When Lu Jiang talked about Meng Haixing's achievements, his face turned slightly red with excitement. Full marks in English. He has been a teacher for so many years, and this is the first time he has seen such good results. Several journalists were also amazed when they heard that Meng Haixing had scored full marks in English and mathematics. This result is very impressive even in Ningong City. The interview was originally expected to be over in half an hour, but it ended up lasting a full 2 hours before the reporters left. Before leaving, I took more than a dozen photos and prepared to make a special report. Haixing, you have such good grades. Have you decided which university you want to apply to? It depends on my wife. I don't care. Lu Jiang was so excited that he felt like his chest was being suffocated and he couldn't breathe. He really wanted to go up and hit someone. Judging from Meng Haixing's final exam results, he is very likely to be the first in the county. If his Chinese and other liberal arts scores improve, it is not impossible for him to be the first in the city. When Meng Jinfeng got the first place in the town, Lu Jiang was so excited. If Meng Haixing got the first place in the city, Lu Jiang felt that he would have to set off 10,000 firecrackers in front of the gate of the town high school. Please help Comrade Lin. With your current grades, you are very likely to be admitted to a university in Beijing. Director Lu, the fastest growing cities in China right now are Jingnan and Shanghai, and the universities there are also very good. Lu Jiang shook his head like a rattle. He was extremely stubborn and felt that the capital was better. It was closer to the imperial city and had a richer culture and history. No, urban development and university are two completely different things. If you can go to a university in the capital, then of course you should go to the capital to take the exam. Lu Jiang was so excited that he sat next to Meng Haixing for a long time before leaving. Before leaving, he couldn't help but urge Meng Haixing to study hard and improve his liberal arts grades. The report related to Meng Haixing appeared in the newspaper the next day. Ningong City and Ziyang County jointly reported extensively on Meng Haixing. Ziyang County even used Meng Haixing as an example and reported on his case for 3 consecutive days. When registering, the names of the cram school and Shashan Village Primary School were clearly written in black and white. At first, everyone was just discussing it in private, but when the school released the final exam results and the grades of the children in the cram school improved, the matter began to develop in a fantastic direction. Some parents feel that their children's improved academic performance is due to tutoring classes. Some people even feel that the boss Meng Haixing does good things without leaving his name, has good character, and the children he teaches in his cram school must be good people too. These various ideas caused Meng Haixing's cram school, which had been deserted for a few days, to suddenly become lively again. Some people even came with newspapers and asked if the cram school owner was in the newspaper. The cram school was extremely popular overnight, and the 3 main subjects were almost fully booked all day during the winter vacation. When accountant Zhang came to report the first day's income, Meng Haixing was stunned. The daily turnover exceeded 2,000. This is a day's income. He still charges 40 cents per class as before. Although it is winter vacation now, there are many students attending classes. Once the winter vacation is over, the income of the cram school may shrink immediately. But the winter vacation is nearly 2 months long, and Meng Haixing is a little hesitant to calculate the amount of money. In a trance, Meng Haixing suddenly thought of Meng Guoyang, who was imprisoned. It seemed that he had also been reported in the newspapers. Haixing, it's time to pick up Momo. Lin Muqing's words came from outside the door, and Meng Haixing instantly put away the random thoughts in his mind. How could that loser Meng Guoyang be compared with himself? Here I come. Chapter 165. Momo in the nursery class. Momo attends kindergarten in the machinery factory's daycare class. She finishes school early in the afternoon, so Meng Haixing will ride his bicycle to pick her up early. In order to make it easier for Momo to sit, he specially bought a small iron seat that could be placed on the bicycle frame. The small iron chair was made entirely of welded iron rods. Meng Haixing placed a small fluffy blanket on it so that it would be more comfortable to sit on. When the nursery class was over, a group of parents gathered outside. Meng Haixing stretched his neck and looked inside. Seeing Momo coming out, he waved to her happily. Momo's dad, do you have time? I want to talk to you about Momo's performance in the nursery class. I have time. Teacher Zhang, has Momo been naughty in the nursery class? Meng Haixing felt inexplicably nervous when facing teacher Momo, who was younger than him. No, Momo is very well behaved, but she's just too well behaved. I want to ask if Momo doesn't like to talk much at home. No, Momo usually plays well with her brothers and sisters at home. She used to play with other children in the village. When she's at home, she's just a little chatterbox. In Meng Haixing's impression, except when he just came back, Momo was a little introverted, but other times Momo was extremely lively and cute. I see. Then maybe Momo has just arrived at the nursery class and is still a little uncomfortable. It will take some time for her to get familiar with the other children in the class. Meng Haixing breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that teacher Zhang didn't talk about anything else except this matter. He was so nervous just now. After carrying Momo onto the bicycle seat and putting a larger cotton coat on her, Meng Haixing rode his bicycle home. Momo, the teacher just said that you don't like playing with the kids in the nursery class. Can you tell Dad why? Momo, wearing a hat and a scarf, almost curled up in her coat, responded in a muffled voice. They cry a lot, and their runny noses almost rub against me. It's disgusting. I don't want to play with slugs. Who do you like to play with? I don't like any of it. Dad, I don't want to go to the nursery class anymore. The teacher only sings a few nursery rhymes and makes us play games every day. It's so boring. Meng Haixing, who was riding a bicycle, was too tired to complain. Momo actually dislikes her teacher. You are still a child now, so you should go to the nursery class. How about I send you to kindergarten by this time next year? Meng Haixing was making his last struggle. Momo, who was only 3 years old, went to kindergarten to play with children who were 6 or 7 years old. Meng Haixing was a little worried that she would not be able to fit in. All right. Momo was obviously a little depressed. Meng Haixing couldn't help but rub the top of Momo's head with his chin. How about we go to the nursery class for another month? If you're still bored by then, Daddy will find a way to transfer you to kindergarten. In fact, there are children in the nursery class who are the same age as Momo, or even older than Momo. Meng Haixing hopes that Momo can interact more with them and try to stay in the nursery class for the next year. Momo responded, her voice full of unhappiness. How about we go eat some brown sugar steamed cakes later? The old lady at the entrance of our community sells them. Okay, we can buy them secretly. I ate 3 last time. I didn't eat much for dinner, so Mom said I can't eat anymore. Then just buy one this time to satisfy your craving. Otherwise, if you don't eat enough at night, your mother will scold you again. Okay, then eat one. I want to dip it in lots of brown sugar. Meng Haixing immediately attracted Momo's attention by eating. The so-called brown sugar steamed cake is actually a small bowl of steamed cake made of rice. It tastes good without the brown sugar. The white steamed cakes had a rich rice aroma. A man like Meng Haixing couldn't feel full even if he ate 10 or 20 at a time because they were too small, even smaller than Momo's chubby fist. When Meng Haixing brought Momo over, several little girls surrounded the old lady to buy steamed cakes. 5 cents each, and 6 cents with brown sugar. Meng Haixing bought one for Momo, a small brown sugar steamed cake placed on a piece of glutinous rice paper. Momo took the steamed cake and stood in front of the stall, eating it slowly in small bites. I was afraid that if I ate too fast, the small steamed cake would disappear in a moment. Meng Haixing stood beside Momo, not rushing her, waiting for her to finish eating slowly. Dad, look at my mouth and see if there are any brown sugar marks. No, you're so clever. You even know to wipe your mouth after stealing food. Meng Haixing carried Momo onto his bicycle and took her home. Time passed quickly, and after 3 days of being overcrowded, the number of students attending the cram school finally began to decline. Finally, we guarantee that the total income of one day's cram school is around 1,000. Meng Haixing was also very satisfied with this number. Although the money is a little less, at least the teachers don't have to work around the clock. A few days ago, some teachers had to teach 7 classes a day. After so many classes, the teachers' voices were almost ruined. Especially the 2 English teachers. Previously, 1 teacher taught 2 classes, but now the number has suddenly increased to 6 or 7, and each class has 40 students. Both of them managed to hold on by taking throat lozenges. The teachers were so tired that Meng Haixing didn't even wait for their salaries to be paid. He gave everyone big red envelopes first, encouraging them to persevere. At the cram school, Meng Haixing quickly invited a few more teachers over so that the other teachers could have a break. One day Meng Haixing went to pick up Momo again. He had just stood there for a while when he saw Momo running out of the kindergarten with red eyes. Meng Haixing was shocked. How could Momo come out by herself? Momo, what's wrong? Meng Haixing hurried forward and helped Momo wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes. Seeing Momo twitching in grievance, his heart also felt conflicted. Dad, Guo bit me, and he still hasn't apologized to me. As she spoke, Momo showed her little hands to Meng Haixing. There were 2 rows of bloody teeth marks on the base of Momo's hand. I think the bite was fatal. There are several teeth marks that are bleeding, and other places are dark red. When Meng Haixing saw the tooth mark, he felt a buzzing sound in his head. Some memories from his previous life that had been buried in the dust came to his mind. When he dug Momo out of the soil, her arm hit the stone, leaving a large bruise and some parts of her body broken. That scar was deeply engraved in Meng Haixing's mind, and now it vaguely overlapped with the scar on Momo's little hand. The anger in my heart surged to my head. Let's go. Dad will seek justice for you. Meng Haixing picked up Momo and walked towards the nursery class. Chapter 166. The Deputy Director is Amazing 1. Meng Haixing had just walked to the door of the nursery class when he met Teacher Zhang, who was running out in a hurry. Teacher Zhang, you're here just in time. I wanted to ask you how Momo got the injury on her hand. Meng Haixing's face was gloomy and his voice was as cold as ice, which frightened Teacher Zhang so much that he couldn't help but take a step back. Momo's dad, don't worry. It's all my fault for not watching over Momo. There were many children lining up after school, and one of the kids started playing with Momo and accidentally bit her.